Chapter 1. Earning money, not degrading. Qingwan, you should hurry back. This spicy hot pot will lose its flavor if it gets cold. Fu Hang urged, pressing the food box into Shun Qingluan's hands with urgency. Honestly, you need not have gone out of your way to bring this at such a late hour. I just happened to come across a food blogger's post on social media. I didn't mean to, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Oh, it wasn't a special trip. I happened to be nearby and saw your post. It's on my way. You should head back. The wind is chilly tonight, he replied dismissively. Well, thank you. Do get some rest yourself, Shin Qingwan said softly, her gaze lingering on Fu Hang as she grasped the hot pot, absent-mindedly twirling a strand of hair before turning away. Fu Hang stood silently at the entrance of the community, captivated by her graceful figure as she walked away slowly. Even knowing she wouldn't turn back, he still waved gently. Listen to me. Man, it's time to give up. A sudden voice interrupted his reverie. Fu Hang turned in surprise to find a security guard from the booth nearby. I've been a security guard here for 3 years, and I've watched you pine away for 3 years. Rain or shine, if someone didn't know better, they'd think you were a delivery guy, the guard remarked, removing his uniform, clearly having just finished his shift. I am just pursuing her, Fu Hang replied instinctively, casting a puzzled look at the guard. Take my advice. A woman like that isn't someone at our level can hope to attain. Stop dreaming. If there was a chance, you wouldn't have been stuck at this gate for 3 years. You can't even step into that building, the guard said, sizing Fu Hang up before glancing at the electric scooter parked nearby, sighing in exasperation. Are you off duty now? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, diverting the topic, his expression growing increasingly strange. Indeed, I stand for 12 hours a day for 150 yuan. That's just the way it is for people like us, the guard replied, tossing aside his uniform and glancing back at the enchanting night within the community. The lights shimmered, and the scenery was serene, as if they belonged to 2 separate worlds from the iron gate outside. This infatuated fellow had been clocking in at the gate every few days for over 3 years, yet the girl had never even let him through the door. It was clear to anyone with eyes what the reality was. He looked well put together, but his attire, that bowl of spicy hot pot, judging by the packaging, was from that trendy restaurant. It may seem like just a bowl, but it wouldn't cost less than 200. Could this guy really be earning 200 a day? Imagine if there were a job that required you to work 8 hours a day with a daily salary of 100,000 and 2 days off a month. If you maintained perfect attendance for a month, your salary would double. And if you kept it up for a year, your annual income would double again. Fu Hang suddenly proposed with a mischievous smile, pulling out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly breaking one off and offering it to the guard. Huh. That would amount to over 100 million a year. The guard chuckled, taking the cigarette and no longer feeling the need to speak further. He felt compelled to warn Fu Hang, unable to bear witnessing such a pitiful display, but considering they were merely strangers, he had already reached his limit. Who knew if this love-struck fool would even appreciate the advice? True enough. Although there's no social security or benefits, as long as you meet performance targets, there are various perks, cars, houses, and even training for skills. Moreover, all expenses incurred during work are reimbursed in full on the same day. Fu Hang continued, lighting up his own cigarette and taking a deep drag, gazing at the softly lit balcony within the community as a familiar silhouette flitted past the window, his eyes filled with longing and obsession. You really have quite the imagination, the guard chuckled, amused by Fu Hang's words, unaware of the intensity in his eyes. Just think, if such a job were offered to you, what would you do? Fu Hang turned to the guard, his gaze laden with meaning. If such a position existed, I'd be serving the emperor as a eunuch, the guard replied humorously. Suddenly, Fu Hang's phone buzzed, and he glanced down, dismissing the alarm that read end of shift, before skillfully shutting down the device and pocketing it. So, you see, earning money is not something to be ashamed of, Fu Hang said, extinguishing his cigarette and giving the guard's shoulder a friendly pat, stretching leisurely. As his arm fell, a familiar mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Today's salary of 100,000 yuan has been credited. Reimbursement for expenses, 573.5 yuan. Current favorability towards target, 63.87. Please continue your efforts, host. Time to go. Shift's over. He hopped onto his scooter, fastening his helmet, and waved nonchalantly to the guard, merging into the night while the guard looked on in disbelief. The early autumn night felt particularly cool, and Fu Hang was filled with an unusual sense of joy. Shin Qingluan, indeed, was his #1 VIP client, a top-tier tea artist. After 3 years of devotion, his favorability with her remained at a safe level. Unlike his third client, who, after only 3 months, had already crossed the red line, forcing him to devise strategies to mitigate her affections. Ultimately, it was a wealthy heir who swooped in and captured her heart, leading to marriage and allowing the system to finalize its calculations. He had genuinely begun to worry that the third client might develop inappropriate feelings for him, jeopardizing his work and steady income. Once married, he could no longer pursue her. The absence of pursuit meant unemployment. This was a warning that the system had highlighted in bold. Being a love-struck fool was a noble and grand profession. Until he had amassed enough wealth to indulge several generations, he would not allow love or women to enter his life. In fact, any factor that might disrupt his work would become his lifelong adversary. This was a vow he had taken 3 years ago upon unexpectedly awakening the ultimate love-struck fool system, staring at his bank account. A man must prioritize his career. The flashing red light seemed inexplicably charming at that moment, like a persimmon in the crisp autumn breeze, as Fu Heng gazed up, daydreaming about a life of luxury post-retirement. Ah! A delicate cry broke through the night, and Fu Heng turned to see a charmingly dressed figure collapse onto the ground. Her figure was stunning, clad in sheer stockings, her hands delicate against her ankle, and her long, shapely calves accentuated by high heels, the interplay of light and shadow on the zebra crossing creating an enchanting scene. Ouch! The body ensconced in a fitted dress trembled slightly, and a phone screen, glowing blue, lay discarded nearby. Clearly, she had been distracted by her phone while crossing the street, misstepping on the curb. Fu Heng tilted his head, observing her quietly from his scooter. The red light flickered and the green light illuminated, yet the woman remained seated, and Fu Heng did not rev the throttle to leave. "Could you help me up?" A cascade of golden waves framed her face as she cast a pitiful glance in his direction. Fu Heng blinked, remaining still as if waiting for something. "Are you afraid I might sue you? There are cameras here." I twisted my ankle. The woman glared at him in irritation, her voice a blend of reproach and flirtation. "System? System?" Fu Heng continued to stare at her, repeatedly calling for the system in his mind. "Target does not meet the requirements for the objective." The mechanical notification finally chimed in, cold and unyielding. "No, just look at her appearance or figure." Her voice sends shivers down my spine. "How could she not meet your criteria?" Fu Heng maintained a calm exterior, though a surge of frustration bubbled beneath. 3 years, he had entertained 5 clients. Yet as of now, aside from the number 1 VIP client Xin Xingwan, the other 4 had either married or become someone's mistress. Clients with partners were off limits. The system's rule was clear. One could pursue, but not in a manner that contravened public morals. While his first client's favorability remained robust, who knew if a giant fish might suddenly leap into the pond, a rise to nobility overnight? Then he would be unemployed. Who could tolerate losing 100,000 a day in income, including attendance bonuses and year-end bonuses? That was a staggering loss of 1 billion for every day missed, not an exaggeration. As a self-aware, ambitious professional, after witnessing the hasty marriage of his 4th client, he developed a crisis awareness. Being a love-struck fool meant unemployment could strike at any moment. Those without foresight will suffer immediate concerns. His 5th client had secretly married a young stud 2 months ago. Although entertaining 2 clients at once was indeed exhausting, the double salary was irresistible. Moreover, having 2 clients allowed for risk hedging, serving as a balancing act to prevent crossing the red line at critical moments. Silicone, implants, fillers do not meet the requirements for the objective. The mechanical voice responded coldly and mercilessly. Fu Heng let out a long sigh, confirming the traffic light's color before slowly revving the throttle. "Hey you?" The woman on the ground looked up in shock. Was this man really ignoring her? Here she was, a stunning beauty, offering him a close encounter, and he had the audacity to disregard her? If it weren't for her twisted ankle, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. "Apologies, but this is outside my work scope, and I cannot assist." Fu Heng's voice drifted from the wind, devoid of interest and profoundly melancholic. Chapter 2. A Night in Fine Attire. Yunshu Binjiang, one of the most upscale residential areas in Hansheng, with Yunshu No. 1 located atop Building 1 along the river, has set records for housing prices since its opening. Embodying true luxury in living as dawn gently broke, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from within the entrance of Yunshu No. 1, clad in a mask, sunglasses, and a duckbill cap. with the hood of a sweatshirt pulled tightly over their head. Not far away, a security guard's gaze sharpened, but in the next instant, it seemed as if he had completely overlooked the suspicious figure, awkwardly turning his head away. Fu Hang subtly nodded at the individual, hastening his steps towards the exit of the neighborhood. What are the drawbacks of being a sycophant, one might ask? Undoubtedly, it is the present predicament. Dressed in finery by night, with 3 years of sycophantic experience, he had amassed an astonishing fortune through the system, and with the sporadic performance bonuses it provided, he himself was oblivious to the extent of his assets. For instance, that exquisite 800 square meter penthouse, Yinshu number 1, was a performance reward granted by the system after client number 3 married. Yet, such a coveted luxury abode could only be visited furtively for an overnight stay during his sycophant's break. Twice a month. The reason was simple. Everything was for the sake of work. Those residing in this community were undoubtedly affluent, particularly the young ladies and newlyweds within, who had a significant probability of becoming his clients. What if his clients discovered he lived in Yinshu number 1? How long could he continue to flatter them? In a heartbeat, his data would skyrocket, leading to not just a temporary layoff, but outright unemployment. Being a sycophant is a profession that demands a carefully crafted persona to achieve lasting success. One must possess a profound understanding of their role and maintain their professional image. Is that the invisible tycoon? One security guard whispered to his companion while observing Fu Hang's retreating figure. Do you know why you had the chance to be assigned to duty at Building 1? The guard replied quietly, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Why? Because the previous guard, Xiao Lu, lacked discernment and was reassigned to the underground parking. The guard shrank his neck. He had heard the story. Apparently, Xiao Lu had mistaken a resident for a thief and had tackled someone from the top floor. Could it be this individual? Poor Xiao Lu. Just moments ago, that person had appeared shifty. Darting eyes and furtive movements had his companion not discreetly pulled him back. He might have rushed in. So, make sure to remember that figure while he visits twice a month. On the 1st and the 15th, his companion insisted earnestly, casting a glance his way. The habits of the wealthy are indeed peculiar. Could he be some big star? The guard instinctively looked up at Yinshu number 1 on the 36th floor. Do you know why Xiao Lu was reassigned? The guard was puzzled by the question. Because that previous fellow couldn't keep his mouth shut. For Fu Hang, being unable to spend his wealth was not a concern. He had a clear career plan. He was acutely aware of his limitations. If he were to invest the savings provided by the system into a business endeavor, he would undoubtedly lose everything in no time. Moreover, what industry could guarantee a stable profit of 100 million a year? With unexpected surprises and great benefits thrown in? Please, it was far better to remain a sycophant clocking in daily, enjoying personal freedom, financial independence, and the liberty to pursue his interests during off hours. After all, delaying marriage and starting a family for a few more years was hardly uncommon these days. Who among the ambitious, aspiring elites of this new era was not in the same boat? Most importantly, Fu Hang understood that the profession of a sycophant was one that thrived on youth time, was not on his side. A sycophant in their 40s or 50s. Who would they flatter? Where would they see clients? Among the elderly ladies dancing in the park? He certainly wouldn't mind, but would the system approve? Last night's incident was not the first of its kind in the past. He would not have dared to even glance at women of such caliber. Yet the system had found them wanting. Where could he voice his grievances? Thus, the quest for high-quality clients was of utmost urgency. For instance, this? Fu Hang, cradling a cup of soy milk, furrowed his brow as he observed the scene unfolding in the alley. This was the food street outside Han City University, where a frail girl was cornered by 5 burly men. I've told you. I will repay you. The slender girl trembled, her face a mask of fear. Repay? With what? Sneered the bald man, advancing menacingly. Next month, my scholarship will be issued. The girl continued to back away. Next month? Scholarship? You must be unaware of how much you owe us, right? How much will you pay back next month? The disdain on the bald man's face was palpable. Listen to our boss. Girl, get to work sooner. Scholarship repayment? By the time we cause a ruckus at your school, you might not even be able to continue your studies, another thug cackled. No, you can't go to my school, the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. To be frank, if not for the fact that your status as a university student raises our prices, we would have already visited your school, the bald man said, tilting his chin as he expelled a cloud of smoke into the girl's face. What are you looking at? Mind your own business and get lost, one of the thugs growled, noticing Fu Hang approaching slowly. Fu Hang took a deliberate sip of his soy milk, his steps unwavering. "Are you looking for death?" Another thug immediately turned and approached him. Fu Hang wore an innocent expression, standing at the periphery of the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the girl backed against the wall, oblivious to the thug advancing towards him. His shirt, washed to a pale hue, paired with what was evidently a high school gym uniform, and his hair was disheveled from the scuffle, with uneven bangs obscuring half his face, thick black-rimmed glasses further concealing his eyes. However, with the keen instincts honed from his profession as a sycophant and the discerning tastes instilled by the system, he was 80% certain that this girl had the potential to become a client. "Are you deaf, you punk? Get lost!" The ignored thug's anger flared, his fist slightly shaking, signaling his impending attack. "System? System?" Fu Hang glanced at the thug preparing to strike, instinctively taking a step back, while internally he continuously urged the system. Although today was his day off, if he could secure a new client, he wouldn't mind putting in some extra hours. In the workplace, who could avoid overtime? Especially when it involved business expansion. Why don't you just scram? Several thugs closed in around him, emboldened by Fu Hang's earlier retreat. "Could you wait a moment?" The system did not respond immediately, and Fu Hang spoke gently.
Chapter 3, The Emotional Value Offered by Villains. Are you ready to lie down? The bald man was incensed. It had been ages since he had encountered someone so oblivious to danger. "No, let me put it this way. Despite our differing professions, I truly understand your position. Work is challenging for everyone, therefore, I kindly ask for your understanding as well. I am simply..." Fu Hang found himself in a predicament. Yet the system remained utterly unresponsive. Was the system on a holiday today? "You truly seem to be tired of living," he thought. The initial thug completed his skill cast, swinging his arm as he lunged forward. "Dante, don't strike," Fu Hang hurriedly implored, retreating a step. "What's this? Are you afraid now?" "No. What I mean is, please don't engage with me. I am quite capable. Injuring you would not be ideal." Fu Hang took another sip of soy milk, his other hand retrieving his phone as he scrutinized the calendar displayed. Was the system genuinely on holiday? It appeared that in the past 3 years, the system had never been silent during his time off. "Damn it, let us get him." The interrupted thug was seething with rage and unleashed an instant skill, raising his leg to strike Fu Hang in the abdomen, however, before his knee could fully extend. He suddenly felt a weightlessness, followed by a disorienting spin as the world began to whirl around him. Thud, with a muffled sound, the thug found himself awkwardly plastered against the wall before collapsing to the ground. "You see, I had warned you," Fu Hang remarked, setting his phone aside to take another sip of soy milk. The remaining thugs exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. This man just flew up like that? They had barely registered how Fu Hang had made his move. After all, he was juggling soy milk in one hand and his phone in the other. Get him. The bald man, evidently not an ordinary thug, was undeterred by this spectacle. With a furious shout, he charged forward. "You think you can take on 5 of us?" Yet, after advancing only 5 steps, he halted right in front of Fu Hang. This might be a misunderstanding. Beads of sweat glistened on the bald man's forehead as he furtively glanced over his shoulder at his companions, who, apart from him, were neatly piled in a corner against the wall. "They all flew over." "Yes, I comprehend it's a misunderstanding. So, what exactly is the situation?" Fu Hang inquired, one hand in his pocket while the other still cradled the soy milk, his stance remaining unchanged. Master-level martial arts. Won in the first-year lottery for lickspittles. As a professional lickspittle, the opportunities to utilize this skill were scarce. Lickspittles seldom had the luxury of a chosen destiny. Opportunities to humiliate scoundrels were truly rare. This student owes us money, and we are here to..." The bald man trembled as he fought to maintain his composure, desperately resisting the urge to kneel. "You owe them money." Fu Hang turned to scrutinize the young woman present. She was strikingly beautiful, yet evidently from a modest background, alone and pursued by loan sharks. Was this the archetype of a tragic heroine? Could he truly indulge in her? My mother is critically ill and requires surgery." The girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she tightly crossed her arms in front of herself. "All right, I understand now. How much does she owe you?" Fu Hang's internal alarms rang loudly. A gravely ill mother and a gambling father painted a perilous backdrop. 88,000. The bald man swallowed hard, his response tentative. "Nonsense, I only borrowed 50,000 from you." Upon hearing this, the girl became agitated, clutching her arms even tighter. "This is how it works in our line of business. It's 9 out of 13 returns. That's why it's called usury. These people, avoid them in the future." Fu Hang cast a resigned glance at the girl. Many women favor the posture of crossing their arms, which serves to accentuate certain aspects, acting as a sort of support. Yet, in this instance, the girl was subconsciously attempting to shield herself. "The conditions are genuinely favorable. A quality client. Payment code," Fu Hang said, retracting his gaze and directing it towards the bald man. The bald man was momentarily taken aback, but, under Fu Hang's pressure, Inexplicably produced his phone. 88,000 plus, they are all mostly fine, just fainted, including medical expenses, lost wages, and nutritional costs. I'll give you 100,000 altogether. Fu Hang diligently operated his phone, the bald man's mind struggled to keep pace. Instinctively nodding as the notification of the transaction appeared on his device, Micro Bao Bao, 100,000 yuan received. From now on, do not trouble the girl. Fu Hang gently patted the bald man's shoulder. Big brother, you're making me quite anxious, the bald man trembled throughout. That light pat almost brought him to his knees. I'm on leave today and in good spirits, moreover, you have provided me with an excellent experience and emotional value. Fu Hang smiled as he spoke. Opportunities to enact scenes of righteous indignation were indeed rare. Typically his work revolved around servitude, so indulging in a bit of bravado was quite refreshing. As for the girl, he considered it a preemptive investment. The market judgment of a worker should not be taken as conclusive. The ultimate decision lay with the system as proprietor. This girl appeared to meet all the criteria for a client. 100,000 was merely a day's salary. If she truly became a client, a day of adoration would more than compensate for it. As for punishing those thugs, hadn't he already dealt with them? He wasn't a policeman. After all, of these villains had their own professional roles. At crucial moments, they served as material and support for lickspittle. So for instance, had the girl already been a client, then this heroic rescue could have potentially activated additional rewards. Wait, just as Fu Hang emerged from the alley, he was intercepted by the girl pursuing him. I'm genuinely on leave today. Fu Hang gazed helplessly at the girl, who had yet to lift her gaze. You need to give me a phone number. The girl hesitated, but at last, she lowered her crossed arms. Fu Hang exaggeratedly tilted his head, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be? Is my judgment truly this poor? Such words should not be uttered by a client. No, what I mean is, I owe you 100,000. When I have the means, I will repay you. The girl seemed to muster her courage. Responding earnestly, though her head remained bowed, ITS 88,000. ITS 100,000. You injured them because you saved me. Oh, quite principled. RNT. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and provided his phone number. Taking the initiative to ask for a number, and firmly demonstrating your principles, wasn't Shin Xingwan like this at one point? I've noted it down. I'll dial your number, and you can save it. My name is Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang nodded earnestly, feeling an inexplicable pang of melancholy wash over him. Rest assured, I will certainly repay you, the girl assured him, her head still bowed resolutely. Fu Hang nonchalantly waved his hand. Discarding the nearly finished soy milk as he walked away, the number you dialed is turned off. Watching Fu Hang depart, Qin Yuchu stared at her phone in disbelief. ITS turned off. Didn't he just transfer money using his phone? Could it be that the number he gave was false? With this thought, Qin Yuchu furrowed her brows, preparing to chase after him once more, only to find he had vanished from sight. Little did she know. Fu Hang was a professional worker, possessing 2 phones. His personal and work lives were entirely segregated. He never parted from his work phone during working hours and never turned it on after hours. Chapter 4. Clocking in on time. The autumn air was crisp and picturesque, and diligent work was essential for supporting the family. 8:45 a.m. Fu Hang, clad in a delivery outfit, appeared punctually before Shin Xingwan's office building. Holding breakfast with steady hands as he quietly observed the passing vehicles. 8:50 a.m., the ride-sharing vehicle arrived as scheduled. The door opened, and a pair of exquisite high heels emerged, revealing the radiant Shin Xingwan, who greeted the dawn with a smile. Shin Xingwan's income was not particularly high, yet the fact that she worked in such an office building indicated it was by no means low. It wasn't that she couldn't afford a vehicle, but rather that a goddess could not be seen driving a modest car worth nearly tens of thousands. An expensive vehicle was beyond her means. While a cheap one would tarnish her image, naturally she could not resort to public transportation, so ride-sharing was the best option. This arrangement constituted a significant portion of Shin Xingwan's daily expenses. As for other living costs, isn't there a lickspittle for that? Xingwan, here are the Chenji buns you asked for. I also picked up a bowl of small wontons on the way. You mentioned you liked the taste last time. Fu Hang hurried forward yet paused at a respectful distance. A qualified lickspittle must maintain a sense of boundaries. One can indulge but must not become clingy. Otherwise, it would place an unnecessary psychological burden on the goddess. This was precisely why Fu Hang had a dedicated delivery outfit. Whenever he delivered items to Shin Xingwan's company, he would don this attire to ensure he did not add to her psychological load. After all, having a man deliver items daily could adversely impact her experience. Moreover, this outfit was not a mere online purchase. He had legitimately registered as a delivery person and procured the attire through formal channels. After all, even lickspittles deserve a legitimate profession, don't they? Chenji and Zhang Xiaowan are in opposite directions, right? On the way, Shin Xingwan accepted the food container, her eyes reflecting disapproval. Expressing appropriate gratitude at the right moment is a necessary strategy for maintaining a relationship. I didn't take much of a detour, don't worry. I bought the buns first, then went to Zhang Xiaowan. The buns are in a separate thermal container, so they won't get cold. Fu Hang sensed the gratitude emanating from Shin Xingwan, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Next time, don't go to such lengths. I could have just had the buns, the company offers free coffee, Shin Xingwan remarked with a smile. Casting an ostensibly casual glance at her wristwatch, a free coffee to drink. What flavor will you have? Still caramel. Should I bring it over during lunch? Let us skip the coffee. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Shin Xingwan gently brushed her fingers along the corner of her eye, glancing towards the company entrance. Then go ahead and enjoy your Yangji Ganlu. Quickly head inside. In just a few minutes, the clock punchers will arrive. And the elevator will become quite crowded, Fu Hang urged, as if suddenly realizing something. Be careful while riding your bike. Shin Xingwan gently waved her hand and briskly walked into the company. Don't worry. My cycling skills are quite proficient, Fu Hang replied with a silly grin, watching Shin Xingwan depart before happily making his way to his electric bike. 8850, it seemed he would be able to leave work before 6 p.m. today. 3 years of work experience had allowed Fu Hang to discern the patterns of working hours. A standard 8-hour workday commenced from the moment one began their tasks. In other words, if Fu Hang arrived at 8 a.m. to deliver breakfast or warmth, he could leave by 5 p.m. This work model afforded considerable freedom and flexibility, particularly when there was only one target client. Of course, there were occasions when work would extend beyond the usual hours. For instance, if Shin Xingwan mentioned needing Fu Hang's assistance with evening arrangements during breakfast delivery, he would then be required to stay late. However, Shin Xingwan adhered to an ultimate strategy of non-commitment. She neither initiated requests nor declined them, refrained from making promises, and avoided taking responsibility. Thus Fu Hang rarely found himself working overtime under her supervision. Naturally, overtime came with additional compensation. A conscientious employer, indeed, never shortchanging its employees. I noticed Sister Xingwan seems quite familiar with that delivery person. Wasn't it the same one yesterday? Outside the company, a round-faced girl observed Fu Hang's departure and questioned her companion. You don't know? Li Jiaxi replied, astonished as she glanced at her colleague. What? Wang Xiaowei asked. Confused, the delivery person is Xingwan's fellow townsman. Seeing that his job is challenging, she often looks out for him, arranging for him to deliver her orders privately, thus avoiding platform commissions, Li Jiaxi patiently explained. Is that so? Sister Xingwan is too kind, isn't she? Wang Xiaowei marveled. Yes, almost everyone in the company is aware of it. Sometimes when we order takeout, if we happen to be with Xingwan, we simply hand her the money and let her place the order. Wow, she truly deserves the title of goddess. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also so considerate. However, if she helps her fellow townsman this much, why not assist him in securing a position at the company? I heard she is supposed to be promoted to supervisor soon, right? Wang Xiaowei's eyes sparkled with admiration, her round face brightening a notch. But her fellow townsman lacks formal education. What could he possibly do at the company? Security, cleaning. Our company is valued at over $1 billion. Surely working as a security guard here is preferable to delivering takeout, Li Jiaxi responded. But you see, you don't quite understand. Their current relationship allows for occasional meetings. If they were in the same company, constantly encountering one another, the disparity in their statuses would become apparent, Li Jiaxi remarked with a hint of resignation. Are you suggesting even a blind person could see that the delivery guy has feelings for Xingwan? Sister Xingwan is so understanding. I'm starting to develop feelings for her, Wang Xiaowei said, her expression turning dreamy, the stars in her eyes intensifying. The elevator reached its designated floor, and Shin Xingwan stepped out, holding a food box. Haven't had breakfast yet, a deep voice resonated. I've already eaten. This is for Mr. Su. Shin Xingwan paused, then revealed a gentle smile. For me, the Su Tianhe was taken aback, a hint of surprise crossing his face. I remembered you mentioned wanting to try the buns from Qinji, and I happened to pass by today, so I brought you a portion. Shin Xingwan maintained her smile, gracefully handing the food box to Su Tianhe. Oh, you remembered I said that, but Zhang Xiaoan wontons. Su Tianhe, not one to be pretentious, glanced at the food box he received. Shin Xingwan said nothing, merely smiling shyly. You are thoughtful. Su Tianhe seemed to come to a realization, gesturing towards Shin Xingwan with a meaningful look. These two restaurants are quite far apart, and judging by the packaging, it doesn't appear to be takeout. The food box seems specially prepared. As long as Mr. Su doesn't mind, I will return to my workstation now. Shin Xingwan playfully winked, turning to leave. No need to rush back. There's news regarding your appointment as Human Resources Supervisor. Follow me. Really? Thank you, Mr. Su, Shin Xingwan exclaimed joyfully, her excitement overwhelming her as she inadvertently grasped Su Tianhe's arm. My apologies, I lost my composure. Young people. However, I must remind you, this is merely an interim appointment as Human Resources Supervisor. The official documents will only be available when the new boss arrives. Su Tianhe took a deep breath, seemingly casually patting Shin Xingwan's shoulder. I understand. I will not disappoint you, Mr. Su, but the new boss hasn't arrived yet. I wonder who they are, having spent so much to acquire the company. And yet we haven't even seen their face in nearly 2 months. Su Tianhe's eyes revealed his confusion. Even you, Mr. Su, don't know who the new boss is? It must be some large conglomerate. I've used various channels to gather information. But I couldn't find out anything. However, you shouldn't worry, your capabilities are well recognized throughout the company. When the previous owner left, they took a group of key personnel, and the company is currently in need of talent. Even if the new boss brings their own team, you will still be valued, Su Tianhao reassured her, though inwardly he felt a sense of unease. The company had been abruptly acquired, and the previous owner had taken away many trusted employees. While he, the vice president, remained. This spoke volumes. With Mr.Su here, I have nothing to fear. By the way, are you free tonight? If convenient, let's have dinner together. With the current vacancies, I'd like to discuss the upcoming arrangements for the Human Resources Department. That sounds wonderful. I happen to have many things I need clarification on, Shen Xingwan replied cheerfully. Alright, I will reserve a place and inform you. You can head back now. Su Tianhao nodded in satisfaction. Gently patting Shen Xingwan's shoulder once more, exiting Su Tianhao's office, the disdain in Shen Xingwan's eyes swiftly dissipated, as she discreetly brushed away non-existent dust from her shoulder. How utterly disgusting, you, a married man. Still harboring thoughts about me. If you were truly the boss, I might have accepted it, but as a mere vice president with no equity, what are you pretending for? Just another worker? Really, you ruined my breakfast. With this thought, Shen Xingwan instinctively took out her phone, preparing to post a status visible only to Fu Hang, but suddenly realized the time and reluctantly put her phone away. Too much of a good thing is not good. I might still need this sycophant to bail me out tonight. Better return to my workstation and eat some cookies. Speaking of which, I'm running low on cookies. I should subtly hint at that today. Chapter 5, The Client Who Hands Over the Knife. The turbulent life of a sycophant. The sycophancy has its limits, doesn't it? Today's online literature is becoming increasingly insipid. Setting down his phone, Fu Hang idly opened Shen Xingwan's social media account. Casually scrolling through her posts, with over an hour until lunchtime, he was currently seated in a milk tea shop across from Shen Xingwan's company, the one renowned for their exceptional Yangji Ganlu. This was Fu Hang's daily routine, a period of leisure and tedium during the client's working hours. However, with an hourly wage of 12,500, who could resist such monotony? Suddenly his phone chimed with a notification from an unfamiliar number. Fu Hang frowned. Is this a work call? Who else could it be aside from a client? He carefully answered the call. Hello, who is this? A timid voice responded from the other end. Hello, I am Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang's eyes brightened instantly. Who said an unknown number couldn't be a client? Having made a significant error last time, this call was a blemish on his professional record. It wasn't until the next day that he realized Qin Yuchu couldn't reach him while his phone was off. And without that connection, he had no way of knowing her number. Days had passed, and he assumed that order had fallen through, yet here she was, calling him. Hello, Yuchu, right? How have you been lately? Are those troublemakers still bothering you? How is your mother's health? Fu Hang immediately adopted a professional demeanor, even though the system had yet to assign him new tasks. Surely the system wouldn't take a holiday today, would it? What if it did? His enthusiasm rendered the other party silent. Wei, are you still there? I want to see you. Qin Yuchu's voice took on an unusual tone. See me? The Fu Hang was taken aback, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such directness. Is that alright? Of course. Where are you? Wait, I can come after 12. Fu Hang almost blurted out that he would head over immediately, but quickly remembered he was still on the clock and needed to clock in with Shen Xingwan first. No need, just tell me your location, I can make it there. Alright, I'll be at Ganlu Milk Tea in Century Plaza. After a brief hesitation, Fu Hang relayed the address. 12 o'clock, at Ganlu Milk Tea in Century Plaza. I will be there on time. After hanging up the call, Fu Hang furrowed his brow. So proactive. If this is recognized by the system, she could be a big client. System, are you there? Time to receive clients. He mentally called out, yet received no response. Oh well, the system likely requires close contact for recognition. The previous 5 cases followed this pattern. Busy. A pinned message popped up. Shen Xingwan, not at all, just about to buy some Yangji Ganlu for you. Fu Hang replied instantly, are you riding your bike? The response was equally prompt. Oh, are you asking for something? A smile crept across Fu Hang's face. Just arrived, just parked. I have good news for you. Smiley face. I got promoted to Human Resources Supervisor. Wow, isn't it a wonderful occasion to celebrate? Thus, I promised my colleagues that I would treat them to milk tea. Would you be so kind as to assist me in purchasing it? I will transfer the money to you shortly. What does money matter in such a joyous event? It is only fitting to treat my colleagues to milk tea. Please send me their preferences. And I shall procure it right away. Thank you immensely. Attachment, milk tea list. Why are there only 5? What about the others? Fu Hang gazed at the list that had been sent, a hint of amusement gracing his features. These 5 are particularly close to me. The appointment documents have yet to arrive, and it would be inappropriate to be too ostentatious. Truly, Xingwan is thoughtful as always. Leave it to me. It will be delivered on time. Effortful expression. But Fu Hang took note of the milk tea list, pondered for a moment, and swiftly sent another message. How are we celebrating tonight? I have a social engagement. Expression of despair. A small gathering among several senior executives at the company. However, we can celebrate after dinner, tongue out expression, many businesses do this, they call it a small gathering, but in reality, it's merely an excuse to hold a meeting over a meal, with many critical decisions made at the table. Shall I pick you up in the evening? I will send you the address shortly. The wind picks up at night, so do remember to dress warmly. Rest assured, I will be driving, so I won't feel the cold. Fu Hang glanced at his phone, a profound smile appearing on his face. He owned a car, having purchased a nearly new second-hand vehicle to maintain his image, initially priced at 190,000, but acquired for the cost of a day's salary. You must dress handsomely, absolutely. Setting down his phone, Fu Hang gazed at the ceiling from a slight angle, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Shin Ching-wan is truly the most understanding and considerate. Always proactively offering help. A client like her shouldn't rush into marriage, treating 5 colleagues to milk tea. Don't be absurd, a department has at least 10 to 20 people, and surely even the HR department cannot consist of just 5 individuals? You, a supervisor on your first day, treating a fraction of your subordinates to milk tea. If this is the extent of your emotional intelligence, I wouldn't be able to endure it for 3 years. Nonetheless, it matters not. 5 cups of milk tea are hardly a burden, especially since it can be reimbursed on the company account. As for the evening, it seems I must rescue the situation. With that in mind, Fu Hang began rummaging through his backpack, searching for a while before producing a BLD watch, studying it for a moment before placing it back. Since I have it, there is no need for an extra trip to Yinshu Binjiang. In terms of rescuing the situation, one must appear affluent. Certain ostentatious accessories cannot be overlooked. 18 noon. Fu Hang once again pushed open the door of Ganlu Milk Tea, immediately spotting Qin Yuchu seated in the corner. Her bangs still obscured much of her face, though she had changed into a gray-white jacket, yet she still wore the same high school uniform sweatpants from their last meeting, though whether it was the same pair remained uncertain. You arrived early. Fu Hang took a seat opposite Qin Yuchu. The sudden presence of someone across from her startled Qin Yuchu, and upon realizing it was Fu Hang, her surprise deepened. Delivery outfit? Is he a delivery man? Oh, this is the work uniform. Fu Hang noticed her gaze and smiled in explanation. Apologize. Qin Yuchu quickly lowered her head again, but her expression appeared somewhat dejected. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly. Was that expression disappointment? Was she disheartened to see him as a delivery person? A system, please don't tell me this doesn't meet the standards, Fu Hang silently shouted within, considering the obvious characteristics should be easy to identify. However, the system remained unresponsive. Hello, 2 cups of Yangji Ganlu. Fu Hang glanced at the table in front of Qin Yuchu, where a cup of lukewarm water sat, evidently untouched. I don't need it. Qin Yuchu hurriedly shook her head. Don T, be polite. How can I let a girl sit here drinking water? Fu Hang smiled, moving the water cup aside. Did you need to see me for something? Oh, this. Qin Yuchu suddenly recalled fumbling in her pocket to retrieve a neatly folded A4 paper. A loan note. Fu Hang was taken aback. Chapter 6, Hidden Task. This was a handwritten loan note, the handwriting exceptionally neat, the format unusually meticulous, complete with the borrower's identification number and a fingerprint at the signature. The amount borrowed was precisely the 100,000 yuan that Qin Yuchu had mentioned that day. This girl. Fu Hang found himself momentarily perplexed. System, could you please provide a clear answer? Fu Hang mentally chastised. You sought me out just to give me this. After a lengthy pause, the system offered no feedback, and Fu Hang helplessly looked at Qin Yuchu. Yes. Qin Yuchu hesitated, then nodded vigorously. You wouldn't be lying about this, would you? Fu Hang chuckled, narrowing his eyes as he pushed the Yangji Ganlu that the waiter had brought to Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu looked up in astonishment, but quickly realized and lowered her head once more. A fleeting moment of distraction crossed Fu Hang's eyes. In that brief glance, he finally discerned the eyes hidden beneath her bangs and behind her black-rimmed glasses, anxious yet indescribably clear. Speak, what is it that you need from me? Fu Hang adopted a serious tone. I need to borrow money. Her voice was barely audible, laden with an unspoken conflict. Borrow money? Have you resorted to high-interest loans again? No, I will never seek them out again. It's my mother's illness. The last surgery was unsuccessful, and she requires a second operation. I truly don't know who else to turn to. So, you believe that owing 1 debt is the same as owing 2? Fu Hang leaned back slightly, scrutinizing the girl before him. This scenario felt all too familiar. Is she genuinely in distress, or could it be, damn it, this accursed system? Why won't you speak up? Qin Yuchu kept her head lowered, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her jacket. How much do you need? Fu Hang sighed, inserting a straw into the cup of Yangji Ganlu in front of Qin Yuchu and nudging it toward her. No, I don't need it. Qin Yuchu raised her head again, but after a hurried glance, she quickly lowered it once more. Did you manage to borrow the money? Fu Hang pinched his thigh hard. Damn it, did a mere glance nearly ruin 3 years of my efforts? Have I encountered a genuine expert? Just that one look. If it were an act, she would outshine Shin Ching-wan by a mile. No, then what about you? It's not easy for you either. I will find another way. Thank you. I will definitely repay you the money I owe you in the future. As Qin Yuchu spoke, She slowly stood up, sincerely bowing to Fu Hang before turning to leave. The cup of Yang Zhiganlu, worth 68, remained untouched. Sit down. Fu Hang's voice suddenly rose. Qin Yuchu swiftly returned to her seat, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Drink. The highly obedient Qin Yuchu complied and took a sip. The sweet and milky flavor burst in her mouth, and a glimmer of change finally appeared on her face. Surprise, amazement, shock, capturing that fleeting change. Fu Hang's heart twitched. This girl, could it be she has never had milk tea before? Figure it out yourself. What can you think of? Continue borrowing high-interest loans? Speak, how much do you need for the surgery? Also, this is a part-time job. I actually don't really need the money. Fu Hang removed his yellow robe and neatly folded it to the side. Really? Uncertainty and surprise flickered across Qin Yuchu's face. What reason would I have to deceive you? If I were truly in financial distress, would I be able to readily hand over 100,000 to that bunch of scoundrels? Fu Hang snorted coldly. His left hand clenched tightly beneath the table. Wait a minute, is this a matter of unstable resolve? A system? You better come clean. Is this a hidden task you've set up? Fu Hang questioned internally. How much is the surgery? The damned system remained silent, and Fu Hang helplessly pressed on. This Qin Yuchu was undoubtedly more complicated than she appeared, having encountered numerous individuals over the past 3 years. He was adept at reading people, and how could she be so unable to control her emotions? Moreover, though the system had not acknowledged her, it had not denied her either. 20,000. Qin Yuchu's voice dropped even lower. Nearly inaudible amidst the noise. Is 20,000 sufficient? Fu Hang responded directly. Are you willing to lend it to me? Qin Yuchu finally looked up again, her eyes shimmering with brilliant light through the layers of obstacles. Yes, if you need it, I can transfer the money to the designated account right now. As Fu Hang spoke, he took out his phone, the one not used for work. The system did not respond. Meaning this money could not be expensed, but it hardly mattered. It was merely 2 days' salary. Fu Hang had a nagging feeling that this was undoubtedly the system's doing. It could very well be another hidden task. Yes, again, previously he had encountered a similarly perplexing situation only to discover it was a hidden task set by the system, with the reward being master-level culinary skills. This was equivalent to the level of a year-end lottery prize. Better to mistakenly eliminate than to let a guilty one escape. Fu Hang found a justification to convince himself the account is. Qin Yuchu seemed utterly flustered by the sudden surprise, struggling to articulate any coherent words. Until Fu Hang transferred the money as per the account details provided by Qin Yuchu and displayed the successful transaction notification, she suddenly fell back into that previous state of humble conflict. You transferred too much. A 20,000 surgery would certainly incur additional recovery costs. The extra 5,000 could be used for proper recuperation, lest further complications arise later. Fu Hang narrowed his eyes, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. Since this is a sob story, the delivery man guys certainly 1 tea suffice. When you seek emotional support, I offer warmth. When you require companionship, I am available. When you need a shoulder to lean on, my strong arms are at your disposal. When you find yourself in need of financial assistance, I am not lacking in resources. This, indeed, defines a competent admirer. Enchantress, do not disturb my resolve. This reward is firmly within my grasp. The strategy is being executed in an orderly manner, and the outcome. Qin Yuchu once again fell into silence. Is it just you and your mother at home? Fu Hang adjusted his emotions, preparing to convey emotional support. I am a sophomore at Hancheng University, majoring in financial management, standing at 165 centimeters and weighing 91 kg. What? Fu Hang was taken aback. Is that what I asked? No, your weight is only 91. Fu Hang's thoughts quickly veered off course. His gaze instinctively drifting to the other's chest. You weigh 91, how slender is your waist? No. You. Fu Hang forcefully shook his head, but before he could finish his sentence, he found himself again stifled. Across from him, Qin Yuchu slowly removed her glasses, only to swiftly sweep her bangs aside, lifting her head to fix an unwavering gaze upon Fu Hang. His mind momentarily stalled, thoughts short-circuiting, and then he instinctively grabbed the milk tea before him. Taking a hefty sip. I anticipated your circumstances would be good, but I didn't expect them to be this exceptional. That face surpasses even Qin Qingwan's. It aligns perfectly with my aesthetic, doesn't it? This is rather unfair. Isn't it? We were having a pleasant conversation, and suddenly you escalate things. Don't your big moves require a cooldown? I can accompany you. Ahem. Fu Hang choked, the oversized bubble tea pearls lodging in his throat. Goodness, I thought you were here to boost my performance, but it seems you're after my very life. Chapter 7. Cultivating clients. Fu Hang coughed for a full 5 minutes, and clearly Qin Yuchu was startled as well. Wanting to rise to assist, but was pinned to her seat by a finger from Fu Hang. Now was not the time to lean in. Such insidious intentions. What did you just say? Finally regaining his composure. Fu Hang gazed at her incredulously. 350,000 is an astronomical figure for me, though I have mentioned repaying. I am acutely aware that I cannot, therefore, I only have this body left. You are correct. If you do not lend me money, I must turn to those loan sharks. I understand their demands. I know I am attractive. Qin Yuchu looked earnestly at Fu Hang, and in that moment, Her previous timidity vanished, revealing a resilient wildflower swaying amidst a tempest system. Do you truly offer no hints whatsoever? Fu Hang's thoughts became chaotic, unable to meet her gaze. My father lost a leg in a mining accident and can no longer work? I have a younger brother just starting middle school, and I shouldn't even be attending this university now. With my mother gravely ill, if I do not save her, she will perish. Qin Yuchu recounted her tragic circumstances. Yet her expression remained eerily calm. A disabled father, a critically ill mother, a young brother, and a solitary existence. The script aligns, yet Fu Hang felt an indescribable sensation. The only thing I can sell is myself. I contemplated for 2 days, and rather than selling myself to others, I would prefer. Wait, Fu Hang suddenly raised his hands. This trajectory is incorrect. You are offering yourself to me, and who shall I admire then? You would rather do this, and I would be the one to support you after losing my job. The term is imprecise. As a student from a prestigious university, you ought to be mindful of your cultural literacy. It is entirely normal for individuals to help one another. If everyone contributes a little love, the world will transform. I am no longer a child. For the first time, Qin Yuchu interrupted Fu Hang. Her gaze resolute and demeanor unwavering. As for your kindness, I can currently only. There are many ways to repay kindness, as you mentioned. You simply cannot repay me at this moment. Money, after all, does not necessitate exchanging one's body. Your line of thinking, dear classmate, is quite problematic. Fu Hang straightened in his seat, instinctively pulling his chair back a notch. But if I cannot do anything, who says you cannot do anything? You should put your hands down. Your hair is a mess, and your glasses. Put your glasses back on. Fu Hang interrupted again, refusing to grant her the opportunity to gather her thoughts. You see, you were so charming. You were so exceptional. Surely, there are other ways you can assist me, aside from what you are currently envisioning. For example, think for yourself. Fu Hang anxiously lifted his milk tea, instinctively wanting to take another sip, but only managing a timid taste. It seemed his words had an effect, as Qin Yuchu, now wearing her glasses and having returned her bangs to place, appeared to ponder seriously. Don't rush, think carefully. You are so outstanding, you must possess many talents. Fu Hang encouraged gently. I excel academically. After a prolonged pause, Qin Yuchu finally confessed her strength in academics. Fu Hang strained to connect his 3 years of acquired professional acumen, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom how good grades would relate to him. Well, I was the top liberal arts student in Southwest Province. At Hancheng University, I ranked first in every subject. Speaking of this, a glimmer of light finally sparkled in Qin Yuchu's eyes. That's it. Fu Hang suddenly clapped his hands together. You see, you were so exceptional, studying a financial major, you were destined for great prospects. A mere 35,000, is that even a concern? But this major is not intended for someone like me. Qin Yuchu's radiance vanished in an instant. It is not so absolute. Fu Hang awkwardly lifted his milk tea again. Indeed, it is challenging to deceive a top student. When I initially chose this major, it was with the hope of earning well to support my family. However, upon arriving in the big city, I realized the truth. Studying finance is beyond my reach. The more I learn, the clearer this becomes. Fu Hang fell silent. He had a close friend who had also chosen finance and, 3 years after graduating, returned home to open a supermarket. Are you looking down on me? After a lengthy silence, Qin Yuchu spoke once more. Why is this never ending? I offer you money, and now I feel guilt. What are you saying? Let me clarify. The reason you harbor such thoughts is that you have yet to step into society. To truly engage with finance. Don't let textbooks and misleading information online skew your perspective. Let us set aside the topic of repayment for now. I believe with your capabilities you will undoubtedly be able to repay me in the future. As for your guilt, I will arrange for you to intern at my company. This way, you can learn more and also help me keep an eye on the company, as I seldom visit. Fu Hang smacked his thigh, his thought suddenly illuminated. This young lady, with her tragic background, has never even enjoyed bubble tea, and she is so easily moved by a small gesture that she is willing to offer herself. This truly reflects her naivety. The sooner she enters society and encounters some of those unscrupulous individuals, outstanding youth, the more her horizons will broaden. What do those naive students in school know? Just a pair of glasses and a few bangs have clouded their vision, leaving this girl unable to recognize her own standing. To sell herself for 30,000, ridiculous. The watch I gifted Shin Xingwan for her birthday last year cost 15,000, and here I am still standing at the entrance of her community, delivering breakfast in a delivery outfit. Once this girl expands her worldview, then I can admire her again, and wouldn't tea that be delightful? Who knows, she might turn out to be the second Shin Xingwan. And after a few years of admiration, I could retire gloriously. At that point, I could host yacht parties, revel in nightly celebrations, and indulge in a life of luxury. Wouldn't tea that be delightful? A high-end admirer does not seek clients. Rather, they cultivate them. Finally feeling back on familiar ground, a spark glimmered in Fu Hang's eyes. You have a company? Qin Yuchu instinctively glanced at the delivery outfit beside her. Of course, or do you think the money I have came from delivering takeout? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, placing the delivery suit on the chair. Intern at your company? Qin Yuchu still appeared uncertain. She had prepared herself mentally before coming, but upon meeting Fu Hang, everything felt entirely different from her expectations. Yes, but do not overthink it. It is merely an internship, and the compensation is the same as for regular interns, 2 days a week, 2.5 days a week, as you must prioritize your studies. Once a week, you still owe me money. If you do not study diligently, how will you repay me in the future? Just like that, I will make a phone call to arrange it. Fu Hang rarely adopted the demeanor of a domineering CEO. He raised a hand to silence Qin Yuchu, swiftly retrieving his phone. A company. Fu Hang indeed owned a company, granted to him by the system as a 3-year anniversary gift. However, he had never paid it much attention. A self-proclaimed lawyer had approached him, requesting he sign a stack of documents. An operating company. He thought too highly of himself. Fu Hang was well aware of his situation, and trusting him with operations would only create chaos. The essential principle is to understand priorities, recognizing what to gain and what to forego. What is his profession? He is an admirer, the ultimate admirer, certified by the system. His focus should be on nurturing clients. Ensuring their comfort is paramount. If there is any surplus energy, why not expand and explore new clients? Why waste effort on running a company? Lawyer Zhang: yes, it's me. Indeed, those procedures are all in order. Right, that's good. I want to be going over. Just let everything remain as is. Yes, there is a matter I need your assistance with. I have a friend who wishes to intern at your company. Since I am not familiar with the environment there, could you help facilitate the connection? I would be immensely grateful. Should I have my friend reach out to you? Certainly, I will have her contact you shortly. Chapter 8, Intern Presidential Assistant. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Qin Yuchu donned her newly acquired professional attire and stood apprehensively beneath the towering structure of Yuanbua Trading, accompanied by the man who introduced himself as Lawyer Zhang. Is this truly Mr. Fu's company? Qin Yuchu questioned, her uncertainty palpable. Indeed, I have already communicated with the personnel department. Let us proceed inside. Lawyer Zhang's demeanor was disarmingly affable, a stark contrast to the typical image of a lawyer. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuchu raised her gaze once more towards the imposing edifice. Earlier that day, after making a phone call, Fu Hang had left her with a stipend of 10,000 yuan for her work attire. Leaving her momentarily distracted by the unexpected financial aid. In her bewilderment, she failed to inquire about the specifics of the company and its operations. Which company provides clothing allowances for interns? The burden of debt had only increased. What surprised her most was the revelation that Mr. Fu's company was none other than the illustrious Yuanbua Trading, renowned throughout Han City, a firm valued at over 1 billion. As a high-achieving finance student from Han City University, she was certainly aware of this enterprise, especially considering that just over a month ago, the company had completed a remarkable equity transfer, the details of which had been the subject of admiration in her classes. So a Mr. Fu acquired Yuanbua Trading. No wonder he claimed he was not lacking in funds. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to dispel the image of Fu Hang departing the milk tea shop in a delivery uniform. Lawyer Zhang: greetings. I did not expect you to personally escort her. Su Changha, upon receiving a report from the front desk, hurriedly approached the elevator entrance. The young lady appeared somewhat timid. I merely accompanied her. Lawyer Zhang extended a polite handshake to Su Changha, subtly positioning himself to the side to allow Qin Yuchu to step forward, his previous warmth replaced by a demeanor of composed politeness. This is Miss Qin, indeed, quite the promising talent. Su Changha noted the positioning of Lawyer Zhang with a heightened sense of seriousness. Greetings. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Qin Yuchu endeavored to maintain her composure. Recalling key points from her workplace etiquette class, as she shook hands with Su Changha, this gentleman is currently the head of Yuanbua Trading, Mr. Su Changha, Deputy General Manager. Lawyer Zhang kindly introduced. Mr. Su, greetings. Qin Yuchu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively bowed again. The head of the company personally receives interns. No need for formality, such politeness is unnecessary. Allow me to introduce you to our newly appointed Human Resources Supervisor, Xin Xingwan. She will assist you with your onboarding process shortly. Su Changha promptly interjected, his smile growing ever more radiant. Currently the head, currently Deputy General Manager. Was Lawyer Zhang subtly reminding her of something, or hinting at an implication? Greetings, Supervisor Xin. Qin Yuchu quickly stepped forward to extend her greetings. The fact that the Human Resources Supervisor herself was overseeing her onboarding was astonishing. Was this truly Yuanbua Trading, the billion-dollar enterprise referenced by her professors? I am merely an intern, one who only comes in once a week. At that, to be precise, this should be termed a trainee, shouldn't it? No need for formality, please come inside. Xin Xingwan affectionately linked her arm with Qin Yuchu's as if they were long-lost friends, with Lawyer Zhang's accompaniment. The cumbersome onboarding procedures were rendered remarkably efficient. The employment agreement was clear and straightforward, aligning with what Fu Hang had previously stated. She was required to come in just 1 day per week, with compensation provided at standard rates. Yet the role of presidential assistant, what on earth was that? So when Mr. Fu mentioned that all matters would adhere to standard intern compensation, was this 20,000 a month also considered standard? Coming in just 4 days a month, at 5,000 per day, surely that was the same remuneration as her professors received, seated in her private office, gazing out at the bustling metropolis through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Qin Yuchu found herself engulfed in confusion. So have I been placed in a position of undue privilege, Mr. Su? What is the situation here? In Mr. Su's office, Shen Qingwan appeared perplexed. Our new boss is truly an enigma. Su Changhan narrowed his eyes, meticulously reviewing every detail from their earlier meeting. Lawyer Zhang's demeanor revealed much, from his tone and expressions to his treatment of both himself and Qin Yuchu. Particularly noteworthy was the way he referred to her. Yet that girl, Qin Yuchu, despite maintaining a composed facade, could not conceal her inherent naivety and timidity, which seemed ill-suited for someone tasked with managing a company. What could possibly be the intention behind sending such a girl at this time? Shen Qingwan's mind was also filled with questions. Do not overthink it. Simply treat her as either the boss's daughter or the boss's wife. Su Changha suddenly looked up, his expression serious. I understand that well. But the specifics of her responsibilities, she may pursue whatever she desires. Do not interfere. For minor matters, let her act as she wishes, but for significant decisions, those should follow the established protocols. By the way, I suddenly have an engagement this evening. Let us postpone our dinner plans for another day. Su Changham mused for a moment before speaking calmly. I must quickly re-engage with lawyer Zhang and explore more about this situation. With the former owner gone and the new one yet to appear, it seems, as lawyer Zhang asserted, he is indeed the rightful head of the company. Can we not remove that currently, following the equity transfer? Lawyer Zhang has assumed control of the company's legal affairs. It is entirely reasonable for the deputy general manager to meet with the legal counsel, is it not? Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Shen Qingwan could easily infer Su Changha's thoughts and internally scoffed. Men, still falling victim to their habitual thought patterns, why seek information from afar when a closer target presents itself? Compared to the astute lawyer Zhang, was not the naive Qin Yuchu a far more advantageous conduit? Upon returning to her office, Shen Qingwan retrieved her phone, only to discover an unread message. Qingwan, where shall I pick you up tonight? What time? The message had been sent an hour prior. Apologies, a sudden task has arisen at the company, and our dinner plans have been cancelled. Shen Qingwan swiftly replied before casting her phone aside. Where to begin? Then you carry on with your tasks. Ensure you do not overexert yourself. When you find some free time, I shall accompany you in celebration. The number one devoted admirer responded almost instantly. Shen Qingwan frowned slightly, diverting her gaze from her phone to open a small drawer on her desk. Inside lay an array of assorted gift boxes. She absent-mindedly picked up a box containing a bracelet. Momentarily lost in thought, this devoted admirer, it seems he is truly inescapable, and I seem to be growing increasingly reliant on him. With a self-deprecating shrug, Shen Qingwan refrained from replying and instead took the gift box, stealing her emotions and donning a warm smile as she made her way to Qin Yuchu's office. Meanwhile, Fu Hang, after sending his initial message and receiving no immediate response, understood the outcome. The absence of a prompt reply indicated that he would not need to intervene that evening. Either the company genuinely had matters to address, or Shen Qingwan's plans had shifted. But did it make a difference? No, leaving work early was a welcome reprieve. Today's salary of 100,000 had already been credited. Please check your account. Chapter 9, Online Check-in. Yuchu has arrived. Please take a seat. How have your studies been lately? I heard Professor Li assigned you the analysis of Yuanbua's acquisition case. The kindly elderly professor peered from behind her computer, exchanging pleasantries before redirecting her attention, her demeanor exuding familiarity with Qin Yuchu. Thank you, Professor Wang. The Yuanbua case is quite challenging, with many aspects still unclear, but I have learned a great deal. Qin Yuchu, feeling at ease, lingered a moment at the desk, but upon noticing Professor Wang was busy, she instinctively began organizing the materials and clutter in the office. I've told you numerous times, you need not concern yourself with these tasks. It only serves to highlight my own clumsiness. Professor Wang did not raise her gaze, yet she could discern from the sounds that Qin Yuchu was tidying up. Yuchu is indeed meticulous. Just last week, that senior of yours came to submit her thesis, and the same situation occurred. As a result, I spent 2 entire days searching for materials without success. Professor Wang, having completed her previous task, removed her glasses and smiled at Qin Yuchu, who was now replacing a trash bag. Then I shall visit more often. Qin Yuchu replied with a sweet smile. All right, put down the trash bag. A cleaner will be here shortly. What brings you here today? Professor Wang inquired, her head tilted as she observed her most cherished student of recent years. Such a pity, born into that family. A professor. I recently found an internship position. Qin Yuchu returned to her desk, sitting up straight, and replied earnestly. Oh, an internship. Did I not mention that if you sought a part-time position I could? Professor Wang's brow furrowed at once. I am well aware of your circumstances, yet this girl, despite her seemingly delicate exterior, is quite stubborn. After receiving the school's financial aid, she refuses any personal assistance from me. IT is a large company, recommended by a friend. Qin Yuchu quickly clarified, understanding Professor Wang's concern. A large company, a friend? What brings you here today, then? Professor Wang's expression softened, her eyes narrowing slightly. You are an expert in sociology. I find myself somewhat perplexed and wish to seek your guidance. Jin Yuchu lowered her head. Sitting upright as always, was it her first time entering a corporation that brought her trouble? It wasn't exactly trouble. There were just some matters she couldn't comprehend. Oh, do tell, Professor Wang said with a smile. Instinctively picking up his pen and drawing 2 horizontal lines in his notebook, the warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the curtains, casting a comforting light across the table reminiscent of a golden silk tablecloth, soft and delicate. Evoking a sense of ease, yet, after listening to Jin Yuchu's description, the smile on Professor Wang's face gradually faded. Is your friend the owner of this company? That should be the case. So, your internship position is that of an executive assistant? Professor Wang's tone turned somewhat somber. Yes, Jin Yuchu's gaze flickered for a moment but quickly steadied. Professor Wang did not press further. Instead, he leaned back, directing his gaze out the window. Autumn had arrived, and the ginkgo trees on campus began to turn golden. Shimmering under the sunlight, yet those familiar with the season knew that the fall of leaves was not far behind. Turning back, Professor Wang looked earnestly at Jin Yuchu, a fleeting expression of regret passing through his eyes. Ultimately she could not escape. This time, Jin Yuchu met Professor Wang's gaze without flinching, her eyes still reflecting that clarity. You have grown. Professor Wang suddenly smiled, prompting Jin Yuchu to lower her head once more. The company had personally welcomed her, and the HR supervisor arranged everything, even presenting her with a valuable gift on her first day. Yes. As Jin Yuchu raised her head again, she sensed the shift in Professor Wang's tone. He had entered teaching mode. Does your friend not often visit the company? That's what he said. Based on this information, I have a few speculations for you to consider. Professor Wang swiftly jotted down a few keywords on the lines in his notebook. Jin Yuchu placed her notebook, which she had been holding, down on the table and began to take notes earnestly. Fu Heng had been enjoying an unexpectedly pleasant few days. Perhaps something truly had gone awry with Shin Qingwan. Or perhaps the nature of her work had changed following her promotion. In any case, she had little time for him. Thus, yet another advantage of being a professional sycophant became apparent. When clients are not in need, a sycophant merely has to clock in online morning and evening bows, 3 incense sticks a day. It doesn't necessarily mean one must burn incense in person to show devotion, right? A sycophant's devotion is an attitude. As long as Shin Qingwan's favor remained above the safety line during the daily assessments, why not enjoy it? So, in these past few days, Fu Heng had been wandering in front of various office buildings, dining exclusively at high-end restaurants, and spending his evenings either at the gym or at bars. What for? To expand his market. These places are all congregations of well-heeled individuals, all high-end venues. Jin Yuchu's system had remained silent. While Shin Qingwan's income was stable, but one must always be cautious, she was now a supervisor, and her vision and social circle would undergo a qualitative change. What if a sudden marriage proposal came along? Wouldn't that leave him in a dire situation? However, contrary to his expectations, there were those who approached him, those he approached, serendipitous encounters, and unexpected meetings. The system had not malfunctioned, it simply adhered to the principle of better to be lacking than excessive. Decisively issuing rejections that did not meet the criteria, this had led Fu Heng to start browsing female streamers for auditions. Had the survival space for sycophants been compressed to such an extreme? A notification glimmered on his social app. Fu Heng skillfully opened it to find a moment from a friend's circle. Another night of overtime. The accompanying picture was a sunset shot, likely taken from an office. However, if one were to enlarge the photo and increase the brightness, a little surprise awaited. Reflected in the glass of the office's floor-to-ceiling windows were a pair of long legs. Had it been 3 days since he last saw her? Fu Heng frowned, pondering for a moment, his expression revealing a hint of helplessness. It seemed he could not leave work early today. Qingwan, still at the company? Another late night? Fu Heng opted not to reply under the post but sent a direct message instead. He was well aware that this post was likely only visible to him. Yeah, frustrated emoji. I've been swamped these past few days. Shin Qingwan replied almost instantly. No matter how busy you are, take care of your health. I noticed you haven't attended yoga class for several days. Concern emoji. Once I get through this period, it'll be fine. Thanks for your concern. Grateful emoji. Should I bring you dinner? Fu Heng sent the message while reaching into his backpack for a neatly packed takeout set. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Not at all. What would you like to eat? Fu Heng donned a yellow vest, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Let us skip it. I'll just grab something at the office. They'll order dinner for everyone on the night shift. You can't eat what's ordered for everyone. You've been working so hard these past few days. You must prioritize your diet, or your health will suffer. But you've worked a whole day too. That must be tiring. Concerned emoji. What hardship have I faced? You know what my shift is like, right? You don't really think I'm out delivering takeout, do you? Fu Heng glanced at the time, urging her, come on, hurry up. I'm trying to get off work. Couldn't we discuss this at another time? You really don't have to go through all this. Touched emoji. Large companies frown upon employees dating, especially since you've just been promoted. This is precisely the time to be cautious. Don't worry, I always carry my takeout set with me. Playful emoji. Let us not talk about that. What do you want to eat? I'll hurry and bring it to you. Don't go hungry during the evening rush. Fu Hang sent 2 messages in quick succession and hopped onto his electric scooter. Damn, that was hasty. I haven't ridden this in days and forgot to charge it. Smiling emoji. What do you want? Tell me. Fu Hang searched for shared bikes around, silently praying she wouldn't order anything too far away. As parking could be quite a hassle, his ride was parked in the lot behind, but with the evening rush in Han City, Shin Chingwan lounged back in her ergonomic chair, her feet propped on the desk. Relishing the independence her new office provided since her promotion, glancing at the conversation on her phone, she bit her lip, lost in thought. If only Fu Hang came from a better background after being pampered for 3 years. Even a block of wood would develop feelings. Her fingers unconsciously tapped against the back of her phone as her gaze shifted to the office door. Directly across from her office was the CEO's office. And next door was the office of the executive assistant. Today, a colleague who graduated from Han City University mentioned how fantastic the Lion's Head meatballs in their cafeteria were. She had graduated nearly 5 years ago and still reminisced about it. Silly smile emoji. Han City University, that's not far from me. Smiling emoji. Putting down her phone, Fu Hang begrudgingly parked the shared bike he had just scanned. Han City University was in the western part of the city. Really? Yeah, I'll bike over and call you once I'm at your building. Drive over. At least it's easier to find parking near the university. Chapter 10, Premium Green Tea in the University Town. There exists a saying, dine at Han University, reside at South University, play at Engineering University, and love at Han Normal University. Implicit in this is the renowned reputation of Han City University's cafeteria. Despite this, it was Fu Hang's first time setting foot on the campus of Han City University, after inquiring with enthusiastic students about the location of the cafeteria serving Lion's Head meatballs. Fu Hang rushed in that direction, arriving just in time for lunch. He found quite a queue. Students at this prestigious university tended to have regular eating habits. As the line advanced slowly, Fu Hang's gaze wandered through the crowd. And then suddenly, he paused. Qin Yuchu. It wasn't that she was particularly stunning, rather, her trademark bangs and thick-rimmed glasses were too memorable. She still wore that gray-white jacket and sports pants. Didn't I give you a clothing allowance? Qin Yuchu sat alone in a nondescript corner, diligently eating her meal, a book beside her that she occasionally flipped through at just one dish. Fu Hang squinted, observing a bowl of white rice, a plate of spicy stir-fried beans, and a bowl of complimentary seaweed soup. Expressionless, he turned away, his brow furrowing deeper. Just as he was about to reach the front of the line, he suddenly snapped back to reality, scanning the cafeteria rapidly. As expected, the throngs of students flowed past, yet not a single boy glanced at Qin Yuchu. Were they blind? What aesthetic are the media promoting nowadays? A flicker of realization sparked in Fu Hang's eyes. His thoughts suddenly racing. University, campus beauty, his scholar, impoverished student, the layers of complexity were astounding. System, you truly have a scheme. Qin Yuchu was eating meticulously, hardly neglecting a single grain of rice, yet her attention was fixed on her book. With a clatter, a tray landed in front of her, causing Qin Yuchu to stiffen and look up in suspicion. It had been 2 years since anyone had sat down with her at the same table. No, it was the second time. The first was at a milk tea shop outside campus. Mr. Fu. Qin Yuchu's eyes widened. Is this what you usually eat? Fu Hang sat down, staring intently at her. It's enough. Qin Yuchu instinctively lowered her head, placing her chopsticks aside and closing her book. No wonder you're only 90 pounds, eating like that. Fu Hang pursed his lips, pushing the tray forward, his gaze shifting to her book. Workplace etiquette and socializing. I have already finished eating. I've eaten. Fu Hang's voice was devoid of any emotion. Qin Yuchu's shoulders trembled slightly as she almost instinctively grasped the lion's head, biting off half of it in a single bite. A stark contrast to her previous meticulous dining habits, such a strong sense of obedience. How peculiar is this talent of yours? How can one individual possess such qualities? Fu Hang tugged at the corner of his mouth, the odd feeling within him becoming increasingly apparent. Qin Yuchu struggled to swallow, perhaps due to its saltiness, and reached for the seaweed soup, only to find a cup of pearl milk tea placed before her, with a straw already inserted. For a devoted admirer, such actions are merely instinctual. In university, there are 2 types of individuals devoid of friends. Taking a small sip of the milk tea, Qin Yuchu's mood swiftly stabilized, likely due to its sweetness. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, awaiting further commentary. One type is the academic achiever, whose presence can make others feel inadequate. Fu Hang smirked. Has that feeling of inferiority dissipated? The other type is simply impoverished. Qin Yuchu kept her head down, carefully cradling the milk tea, her tone exceedingly calm. Fu Hang's smirk froze on his face, his heart seemingly pricked by something, leaving him with a fleeting sensation of suffocation. Did I not already provide you with money? That does not cover my meals. Qin Yuchu continued to lower her head, her thick bangs quivering slightly. You stubborn fool, how did you become an academic achiever? Must I provide you with additional funds for meals? Fu Hang chuckled in exasperation. Very well. Qin Yuchu suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting an unusual clarity, refracted by the light. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. You weren't like this before, was I mistaken? Oh fine, I will transfer you the money right now. Fu Hang swiftly retrieved his phone and transferred 50,000. Tomorrow, you shall deal with that fringe of yours and acquire a new pair of glasses. What to wear at the company is detailed in this book. He pointed to the volume titled Workplace Etiquette and Socializing on the table. At school, Fu Hang turned, gesturing towards a group of fashionably dressed female students. Emulate that style. Starting tomorrow, you are prohibited from wearing this. Agreed, Qin Yuchu replied earnestly, tilting her head back. My hair. Fu Hang felt as though he had been ambushed, the gentle whispers from across the table breaking through his defenses. Critiquing him with precision, disinclined to say anything further, Fu Hang turned and left. When your attributes as the campus belle awaken and admirers swarm around you, I shall see if your virtue can indeed be transformed. By then, you will have grown accustomed to what it means to be an admirer, marking a new milestone in my career. Mr. Fu, did you come specifically to see me? Qin Yuchu queried, slightly taken aback as Fu Hang prepared to leave. You think too highly of yourself. Fu Hang did not turn back, raising the food container in his hand. On the way to Shin Xingwan's company, Fu Hang appeared restless and anxious, emotions that had not surfaced in a long while. He repeatedly questioned the system about the situation with that woman, but the system seemed to malfunction at the mention of Qin Yuchu. Failing to respond, this won't do, my resolve is wavering. I must meet Shin Xingwan today. Online marketing accounts have suggested that when one's mind is in turmoil, sipping a cup of tea can clear the mind, calm the spirit, sharpen the senses, and soothe the soul. Yes, green tea, the finest green tea. After parking the car downstairs at the company, Fu Hang picked up his phone and typed, Xingwan, I have arrived, shall I wait in the lobby? Be sure to come down promptly, now that other companies have finished for the day. Do be cautious on your way down. After putting down his phone, Fu Hang did not rush to exit but instead opened the glove compartment and retrieved a delicately packaged small gift box. Opening the box revealed a small, exquisite brooch. Confirming that the card tucked inside the box was still there, Fu Hang revealed a mischievous smile. This is the thoughtful gesture of an admirer. The card remains hidden until the brooch is taken out. Shin Xingwan was intently reviewing reports, the HR supervisor not as leisurely as she had initially imagined. The recent handover had brought a multitude of tasks, especially following the exodus of a group from her previous employer. As her phone lit up, Shin Xingwan turned to see Fu Hang, her tired face breaking into a smile. Just as she finished typing a word, her finger hovered over the send button, glancing out the window. Memories of her recent interactions with Fu Hang flooded her mind. When was the last time they had been this close? It seemed like an eternity. Ah, you've already arrived. I've been so busy, crying emoji, but... So busy, do you need me to bring it up to you? Honestly, I'm a bit worried about you coming down alone at this hour. Are you comfortable with that? What could possibly be inconvenient? Just let the lobby know, and they'll assist with the elevator. My current office is at 2812. Putting away her phone, Shin Xingwan swiftly grabbed a compact mirror to touch up her lipstick. Then opened a drawer to retrieve a gift box, removing her watch and placing it back inside. Adorning herself with a string of bracelets from the box, she then hurried to the door, cracking it open just a sliver before returning to her desk, resuming her focus on the computer. Chapter 11. A cup of clear tea. A knock echoed, and Shin Xingwan did not respond to the first sound. But upon the second knock, a head peeked in, prompting her to look up, revealing a gentle yet apologetic smile. Xingwan, you've lost weight. Fu Hang stood at the door, concern etched across his face. Everyone is burdened. Who isn't? Come in, have some water. Shin Xingwan quickly rose, retrieving a cup adorned with rose petals, pouring water for Fu Hang. You're still using this cup? Fu Hang placed the food container on the table, his gaze fixating on the bracelet adorning Shin Xingwan's wrist. A Bodhi seed blessed by the Pujizi temple. I waited 3 days in line to get that. I've been using it consistently. I really like it. Shin Xingwan playfully pointed at another cup in front of her computer, a pink cat coffee mug. Go ahead and eat. The traffic was a bit congested, and I wouldn't want you to go hungry. Fu Hang accepted the cup, cradling it as if it were a sacred decree. The water temperature, it won't be drinkable for at least 20 minutes, will it? Oh, Fu Hang. Shin Xingwan did not reach for the food container but stood quietly, gazing at Fu Hang with eyes that spoke volumes. In that moment, 1,000 thoughts intertwined. Her gaze was imbued with affection, contentment, shyness, and a hint of teasing. This is the essence. This is the look of a diligent caretaker nurtured by a fish pond. This is the gaze of a tea farmer overlooking verdant hills of tea. Fu Hang felt a jolt throughout his body, his lips trembling slightly, his eyes momentarily frozen, fully expressing the turbulence within his heart. Xingwan, Fu Hang's softly uttered name emerged from the depths of his throat, tinged with a slight quiver and tremor, his right foot instinctively taking a small step forward. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, leaving only their gazes intertwined, inseparable. If this affection were to endure, it would surely cause the heavens to crumble and the earth to quake, as birds take flight and footsteps fade. 9, 8, 7, 6, Fu Hang silently counted down in his mind. His phone rang, startling Shin Xingwan, who quickly grabbed the phone lying face down on the table. President Su, yes, I am working on it. Alright, I understand. Shin Xingwan pressed the phone to her ear, simultaneously reaching for the mouse. Casting an apologetic glance towards Fu Hang, I must take my leave. Fu Hang exaggeratedly opened his mouth, yet no sound escaped. He then placed a small gift box on the table and slowly retreated. Shin Xingwan remained on the call, stealing a glance at Fu Hang, her eyes filled with deeper feelings of regret and reluctance. Fu Hang offered a goofy smile, gently waving his hand as he closed the office door behind him. Turning around, Fu Hang felt invigorated, refreshing. It's still that familiar blend, that same essence. A cup of clear tea sharpens the senses, calms the spirit, soothes the heart, and clears the mind. A sip leaves a lingering sweetness. Xingwan has made remarkable progress. Her performance today was nothing short of perfect. The only flaw was that the alarm had rung a bit too early, failing to capture the moment perfectly. If only a few more seconds had passed, allowing him to take that extra step forward, the emotions could have been even more profound. Shin Xingwan listened intently, and once the footsteps faded into the distance, she slowly lowered her phone, her gaze falling upon the small gift box. A playful smile curling at her lips. After finishing dinner in silence, Shin Xingwan washed the food container and the untouched cup Fu Hang had left behind, placing them on a nearby shelf. Fu Hang was genuinely considerate, always bringing his own containers. She should find a time to return them, perhaps leading to further conversation. Upon opening the small gift box and seeing the brooch inside, Shin Xingwan couldn't help but pause for a moment. A few minutes later, she sent a message. Sorry, I was incredibly busy today. The lion's head was truly delicious. Heart emoji. After waiting a moment and receiving no reply from Fu Hang, she decisively put her phone away and resumed her work. The words she had prepared for her return home were rendered unnecessary. She had guessed the reason for Fu Hang's silence. He was likely busy with work. This was another facet of Fu Hang's persona, or rather a different role he had crafted for himself. A game booster. Otherwise, how could a devoted admirer manage to work only 8 hours a day? What if clients required assistance outside of working hours? To ensure better rest and productivity became the perfect excuse. Even admirers must earn a living. Otherwise, what could they offer? The choice of a game booster was a well-considered decision. Though the job lacked prestige, it was indeed lucrative. The crucial factor was that once work commenced, it required the phone to be offline. Receiving calls during a gaming session would be quite the disruption. Was Fu Hang ignoring Shin Xingwan's messages because he was at work? No, Fu Hang had finished for the day. Whistling a cheerful tune and smoking a cigarette, Fu Hang pondered whether to visit a nightclub that evening for a stroke of luck. As he turned a corner, he caught sight of a figure in school uniform disappearing from view, prompting him to slam on the brakes, staring at the hunched figure with a backpack. Damn it! Am I possessed? The physical differences are indeed substantial, with the sole similarity being that uniform. This is merely a passerby, a high school student just finishing evening classes. A flicker of terror crossed Fu Hang's eyes as he gripped the steering wheel with increasing intensity. This night, Fu Hang found himself unable to sleep. It was his first sleepless night since awakening the system and achieving financial freedom. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, he leaned against the headboard at 5 in the morning. Counting the seconds as the clock ticked away. At 7:25, Fu Hang sent a message. Xingwan, it's time to wake up. After waiting nearly 10 minutes, he received a smiling emoji. What do you want to eat for breakfast? Sitting up in bed, Fu Hang glanced at the calendar on the wall, realizing that tomorrow marks the 15th, a rest day. For the first time, he felt a reluctance towards the day off. Rest? I need tea right now. You really don't have to bring me breakfast every day. I can grab something near my office. You often work late at night. How do you manage to wake up so early every day? Another 10 minutes passed before the second message arrived, precise to the second. I passed by anyway. I've been getting up early, and my diet has improved significantly. Fu Hang brushed his teeth and replied immediately. I don't have anything specific in mind, just bring me whatever you're having. This time, it took 5 minutes for the response. How about Lao Wang's soup dumplings? Smiling emoji returned in an instant. Putting away his phone, Fu Hang examined his reflection in the mirror with earnestness. 100,000 a day. Get your act together. Fu Hang gritted his teeth, his expression contorted. At 8:40, Fu Hang appeared punctually beneath Shin Xingwan's office building. Standing in a familiar corner, gazing in a familiar direction, the ride-hailing car arrived as scheduled, and Fu Hang approached with a warm smile, his nose involuntarily twitching. Here it comes. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Golden grains filling the room. Xingwan. Fu Hang halted at a respectful distance, though his slightly weary eyes still sparkled with yesterday's brilliance. Why do you look? You choo-choo, you're here. Shin Xingwan's gaze drifted past Fu Hang, her expression shifting rapidly as she failed to notice him and quickly took the food container from his hands. You choo-choo. Chapter 12. Creepily developing. Don't be reckless, you choo-choo. Fu Hang was extremely sensitive to these two words. His eardrums twitching involuntarily, yet he turned his head instinctively, and his brain stalled for 3 seconds once more. Dressed in a pure white blazer, her long hair elegantly coiled up, a neatly styled side fringe perfectly framed her forehead, softening the sharpness of her gold-rimmed glasses. With the rising sun behind her, her silhouette accentuated by gray-black heels seemed to step out of a dream, exuding a blend of astonishment and delight, tinged with a hint of unease and hesitation. Fu Hang abruptly turned around, hastily lowering his head and walking away. My hair. What the hell? This woman is toxic, absolutely toxic. How could she look so stunning with just a change of outfit? Has the seal been broken? No, that is not the point. The real question is why she is here. How does she know Shin Chingluan, Sister Chingluan? Badass. Chinya Chuchu's heart raced wildly, but thankfully her recently trained expression management was on full display. Oh, just delivering food. Shin Chingluan affectionately linked her arm with Chinya Chuchu's, glancing back calmly at the rapidly departing Fu Hang. This man, aside from his background, I can find no faults. That royal blue vest he wears so often appears particularly appealing at this moment. Delivery. Chinya Chuchu lowered her head slightly, gazing at the food container in Shin Changluan's hands. This container was certainly not a takeout box. Lao Wang's soup dumplings, would you like to try some? Shin Changluan shifted her feet, gently pulling Chinya Chuchu's gaze away from the direction Fu Hang had gone. Sure. Chinya Chuchu beamed, her eyes sparkling. Then let us go to my office. You Chuchu, you look so beautiful today. Those glasses suit you perfectly. The prescription has increased, so I just got a new pair, and your silk scarf is lovely too. It must have been your previous hairstyle that caused issues. Always obstructing your vision. Today his hairstyle looks great. Your boyfriend must be utterly captivated by you. Shin Chingluan subtly lowered her gaze to Chinya Chuchu's wrist, where the bracelet she had gifted her last week adorned her. Don't tease me. Chinya Chuchu smiled shyly, slightly turning her head away. No denial. Shin Chingluan's heart skipped a beat. Does she really have a boyfriend? A pair of stunning beauties strolled past, attracting countless gazes, yet no one dared to approach. After nearly speeding through 2 intersections, Fu Hang abruptly slammed the brakes, sitting on the curb, drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is happening? Why was Chinya Chuchu there? Could it be, hello, Lawyer Zhang, huh, it's settled? Oh, that is good. I wanted to inquire about something. What is the name of my company again? Yuanbo Trading? The one next to Century Plaza? Good. No, it's nothing, sorry for bothering you. Hanging up the phone, Fu Hang wore a bewildered expression. Damn, this is the most direct retribution for being careless at work. Yuanbo Trading is actually mine. Did I just place Chinya Chuchu at Shin Changluan's company? Wait a minute, am I Shin Changluan's boss? Damn, if Shin Changluan finds out, how can I show my face? This is a recipe for disaster. Without time for further contemplation, Fu Hang, trembling hands, quickly pulled out his phone, searching for Chinya Chuchu's number. Damn it, Chinya Chuchu definitely saw and recognized me just now. I could clearly see the shock, enjoyed the conflict, and hesitation on her face. Just as Chinya Chuchu picked up a soup dumpling, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she swiftly answered. Chinya Chuchu's voice was calm, the single syllable devoid of any emotion. Shin Changluan turned to prepare coffee, her ears perked up at the moment the phone screen lit up. She saw the caller ID. Boss, where are you right now? Fu Hang's voice sounded frantic. Just arrived at the office, having breakfast with the HR manager. Lao Wang's soup dumplings. Chinya Chuchu lowered her head, a smile gracing her lips, her voice barely audible. The tone of this voice resonated deeply in Shin Changluan's ears. When a woman lowers her voice, especially to a certain degree, it reveals much. Shin Changluan had mastered this technique since she was 16. Such intimacy so early in the morning, just arrived. Did they stay together last night? Detailed reports of who she is with and what they are eating. Their relationship is certainly extraordinary, yet, the same words, no matter how softly spoken, struck Fu Hang like a thunderbolt, reverberating in his ears. Did you see just now? Fu Hang's voice trembled. Another murmured response from her nasal passages. Shin Changluan hesitated, considering whether to approach. Just as Chinya Chuchu looked up, revealing a sweet smile, Shin Changluan returned a benevolent smile. Calmly returning to the table, pouring Chinya Chuchu a cup of coffee from the pink cat mug. I must tell you, don't act recklessly. The whisper shattered Fu Hang's heart. He wished he could slap himself. Why was he so greedy for hidden tasks? Wouldn't it be better to just enjoy a full attendance? Indeed, it's true what they say, the human heart is never satisfied, as I've always said. Develop cautiously, don't be reckless. Now I don't even have a guaranteed salary. I know what to do. Don't worry. Chinya Chuchu cast a meaningful glance at Shin Changluan, her tone remaining flat. Well, just don't say anything reckless. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, aware that Shin Changluan was on the line, and dared not act out. I'll call you later. Chinya Chuchu hung up the phone. A boyfriend? Shin Changluan raised an eyebrow, curiosity dancing upon her lips. Chinya Chuchu met her gaze for a moment, nearly smiling. Hurry and eat. It'll be tasteless when it gets cold. Shin Changluan understood. Swiftly changing the subject. I actually had breakfast already. I've heard so much about this place but never tried it, so I'm curious. Chinya Chuchu didn't hesitate, directly picking up what she had set down earlier. You should definitely try more. Shin Changluan smiled warmly. Point one is enough. I can't eat more. It is fine. Just try a few more. I'll gain weight. Chinya Chuchu frowned, prompting Shin Changluan to cease her encouragement. Gaining weight is a taboo among women, especially during meals. Anyone who suggests otherwise harbors ill intentions. Thank you for the breakfast, Sister Changluan. I'll head back now. Chinya Chuchu stood up. Wait, you Chuchu. This bracelet actually has a matching brooch. I remembered to give it to you when I saw you wearing it today. I'll get it for you. Shin Changluan quickly opened a drawer and retrieved a small gift box. Sister Chang Luan, Xinya Chuchu stood by the door, revealing a hesitant expression. It was originally a set. I forgot it that day, and today you just happened to wear it, Xin Luan insisted. Directly placing the small gift box into Xinya Chuchu's hands, Xinya Chuchu held the small box, her brow gradually relaxing, echoes of Professor Wang's careful teachings resonating in her mind. Thank you, Xinya Chuchu smiled gently, turning to leave. Chapter 13. What are you after? Back in her office, Xinya Chuchu locked the door behind her, standing quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, from the height of the 28th floor. She gazed down at Century Plaza, a perspective she had never experienced before. Alone in a confined space, Xinya Chuchu resumed her previous indifference, though the confusion and bewilderment in her eyes deepened. She didn't rush to call Fu Hang. Instead, she stood quietly by the window, analyzing the information at her disposal. There is no doubt that Mr. Fu was pursuing Xin Changluan. The food container on the cabinet is the same one Mr. Fu held yesterday. Did he go to the school cafeteria to buy lion's head meatballs for Sister Changluan? Does Sister Changluan know Mr. Fu's identity? She likely does not, otherwise Xin Changluan would not have left Mr. Fu to curry favor with me, and it turned out Mr. Fu was reluctant to reveal his identity to Xin Changluan, otherwise, he would not have been so anxious during their phone conversation. This anxiety cannot stem from the fear of Xin Changluan discovering the nature of their relationship, which in truth hardly warrants such tension from Mr. Fu. His affection for Xin Changluan is evident, to the extent that he even disguises himself as a delivery person to bring her dinner and breakfast. Whether it be from Hanxiang University or Lao Wang's soup dumplings, the distance to Century Plaza is no trivial matter. On that day they met at the milk tea shop. Mr. Fu was also clad in a delivery outfit, and it was precisely noon lunch hour. Had he just finished delivering lunch? A bao at dawn and dusk, a daily offering of incense. Could he be labeled a lovesick fool? Xinya Chuchu furrowed her brow even deeper. No, this is indeed a lovesick fool. Xin Changluan is aware that Mr. Fu is not a mere delivery man, and the meal containers are not typical takeout packaging. So, why the charade of being a delivery person? Is it a matter of romance? Xinya Chuchu felt a wave of confusion. Despite her intelligence and the praise she received from all her teachers for being a prodigy, her limited life experiences had led her to a blind spot. Must she resort to devouring romance novels? She had already consumed an abundance of knowledge in recent days. Recollecting her thoughts, Xinya Chuchu slowly opened the gift box in her hands, revealing a delicate brooch. As she carefully picked it up, an unremarkable card fell out. Her gaze sharpened, and she momentarily lost herself in thought. Today, she must strive harder. Changluan will always be beautiful. Fu Hang, this was a gift from Mr. Fu to Xin Changluan, that bracelet. Xinya Chuchu caressed the bracelet on her wrist, and a surge of anger welled up within her. How could Mr. Fu treat you so well, yet you have not even unwrapped the packaging before passing it on to another? She felt an urge to remove the bracelet right then and return it to Fu Hang, yet, after just a moment, she delicately pinned the brooch to her chest, pouring herself a glass of water. She slowly drained it, then, with the empty cup in hand, she pushed the door open and made her way to the tea room. Assistant Chin, wasn't water delivered to your room by logistics? At the entrance of the tea room, Xinya Chuchu encountered a round-faced girl, a little chubby. I just had some soup dumplings at Chingwan's place, and my mouth is salty. I was looking for something sweet to drink. You are? Xinya Chuchu smiled at her. My name is Wang Shelwei, from the marketing department. Let me get it for you, Coke or juice? Wang Shelwei was visibly surprised. She was quite the beauty enthusiast, and Xinya Chuchu's appearance today struck a chord within her. Moreover, the assistant to the president is certainly considered upper management, right? She had never been so close to a senior executive before. A young intern, unknown background. Nonsense, what does that have to do with her? The company has changed owners. How does that concern her? Juice, please, thank you. Xinya Chuchu quietly observed Wang Shelwei, leaning back against the wall in relaxation. Do you want me to open it for you? Wang Shelwei asked with unexpected enthusiasm. No, I can manage it myself. The soup dumplings this morning were too delicious. I couldn't help but eat too many. Xinya Chuchu accepted the juice with a hint of embarrassment. You and Chingwan have a good relationship. You'll be in for a treat, Wang Shelwei said cheerily. Is it because of that delivery guy? Xinya Chuchu's mind sparked, and she blurted out, You already know? Know what? I just thought they seemed quite familiar. Xinya Chuchu's expression turned skeptical. Oh, actually, he's Chingwan's fellow townsman. 15 minutes later, Xinya Chuchu sat quietly in her office, the glass of juice untouched. Is this the world outside? A sudden feeling of loss enveloped her. Just before stepping out, she had contemplated how to assist Mr. Fu in pursuing Xin Changluan, even though she still did not grasp the significance of role-playing, but at this moment, she seemed to comprehend the purpose of Mr. Fu's delivery persona. Yet, what could Mr. Fu possibly desire? Young, handsome, gentle, considerate, with a wealthy background. Why would he avoid direct confrontation with her while willingly playing the role of Xin Changluan's backup lover? Is it love? Is he truly devoted? Wouldn't it be better to simply reveal his identity? Although they had only interacted a few times, Xinya Chuchu believed she could not misjudge Xin Changluan's character growing up in a unique family environment. Shin Yuchu possessed a delicate and sensitive mind. Coupled with her extraordinary talents, she had learned to comprehend many things from a young age. The reason she had previously confined and concealed herself was precisely because of this awareness. She understood what she had and what it could bring her, leading her to choose what to showcase and what to hide. She feared, hence her reluctance to engage with others. However, she was not indifferent to the world. Rather, she was indifferent to herself. Through her thick lenses and bangs, she preferred to observe others from the shadows, analyzing their thoughts and behaviors. She had been this way since she became aware of her surroundings. It is often said that fools have their fortunes, while the wise suffer. The smarter one becomes, the more they understand, yet when one's awareness exceeds their capacity to change, life becomes quite burdensome. A typical second-year student would never say that finance is not meant for someone like her. Shin Yuchu understood everyone around her, including the sociology professor who regarded her as his own, yet there was one man whose unreserved kindness she could not decipher. "What do you gain from helping me?" Slowly raising her hand, Shin Yuchu reached for the phone on her desk. It was a new phone, costing over 6,000, purchased just the previous evening at the school gate. "This is the image you wish to embody." Just as her fingers brushed the phone, the screen lit up upon seeing the caller ID. A flicker of pain crossed Shin Yuchu's eyes. "Caller ID, Mom." Her hand froze in midair, and her gaze gradually dulled. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, until the call ended. She never answered. Withdrawing her hand, Shin Yuchu leaned back, exhausted, against the ergonomic chair. This chair was indeed far more comfortable than the school benches. The phone rang again. Yet Shin Yuchu did not even glance at it, instead staring blankly at the ceiling, as if the surrounding space were slowly drifting away with each ring. The phone rang a third time, and she maintained her posture. Only when the ringing ceased did she pick up the phone and directly dial Fu Hang's number. Chapter 14, Heritage. The call was answered almost immediately. Shin Yuchu barely heard the ringtone. Strangely, when the call connected, neither party spoke. "I think we need to meet." After a long silence, Fu Hang spoke bitterly over the phone. "That milk tea shop." Shin Yuchu's voice remained calm. "I'm here and now, right away. But I'll be away from my post during work hours. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Listening to Fu Hang's voice, a smile appeared on Shin Yuchu's face, one that was unprecedented and heartfelt. "What does it matter for an intern who works just 1 day a week?" Fu Hang exclaimed in frustration. "But I'm the intern assistant to the president." Shin Yuchu's tone sounded innocent. "Assistant to the president?" Fu Hang was utterly taken aback. "Yes, when I came to complete my onboarding, that was how it was arranged." "Wasn't that your instruction?" Shin Yuchu's smile grew radiant. "What instruction? Get over here now." Fu Hang abruptly hung up. "I just found out an hour ago that I'm the boss of this company. If I had known earlier, would I have swapped out the assistant to the president? They wouldn't even keep a janitor. This woman is definitely not right." Fu Hang repeatedly called out to the system in his mind, followed by curses and pleas for mercy, yet the system remained unresponsive. As if frozen, the door to the milk tea shop swung open, and the radiant Shin Yuchu instantly attracted countless gazes, enveloped by looks of awe and envy as she walked directly towards a delivery person and took a graceful seat. The scene from their previous phone call replayed itself. The two exchanged silent glances. "Shouldn't we let the girl sit quietly?" After a lengthy pause, Shin Yuchu smiled sweetly. "2 cups of mango sago." Fu Hang gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. "I feel as if you're toying with me. Who exactly are you?" Fu Hang voiced the deepest and most genuine question in his heart. "A girl with a disabled father, a gravely ill mother, and a young brother, abandoned and alone yet inadvertently saved by a kind-hearted stranger." Shin Yuchu gazed quietly at Fu Hang, seemingly unafraid to meet his eyes now that her bangs and glasses were removed. This was a stark contrast to their last encounter in the same place. "Do you even believe that?" Fu Hang erupted in anger. "Look at yourself now. Does that bear any relation to what you just said? Can you find a shred of connection? Let me rephrase. I grew up in a family where my father is disabled and addicted to gambling. My mother is weak yet favors sons over daughters, and dotes excessively on them. Not long ago, my biological father deceived me, using my mother's illness as an excuse to steal gambling money, leaving me with a debt of 350,000. I had no choice but to sell myself to a wealthy man to repay the debt." Shin Yuchu's tone remained calm, her gaze unwavering as she locked eyes with Fu Hang. Fu Hang's expression stiffened. Staring at her in disbelief, gazing into her eyes, he noticed a glimmer of pain hidden deep within her clarity, yet, a lovesick fool is most adept at perceiving such nuances. Fu Hang's professional instincts told him she was not lying. Are you telling the truth?" Suddenly feeling at a loss, Fu Hang tugged at his hair in frustration. "This is also disjointed. Is this really how the script goes? I received a call from my father saying my mother is critically ill and needs 50,000 for surgery. If I can't gather the money, she will die. At last, Shin Yuchu lowered her head, speaking in a flat tone. "As a second-year student, where can I find 50,000? High-interest loans are my only option. This is the money to prolong her life." Perhaps it was due to the student ID from Hanseong University, or perhaps it was the ease with which I borrowed money. I transferred the funds to my father on the very same day. He then advised me to focus on my studies, stating that the surgery required careful scheduling and that he would notify me when it was time to return. I called him daily for updates. Yet despite the relentless pressure from creditors, he still did not permit my return. Eventually, I received a call, but it was not to ask for my assistance in caring for him, rather, it was to inform me that the surgery had failed and a second operation was urgently needed. This time, the cost was 200,000. Qin Yuchu slowly raised her gaze to meet Fu Hang's, her calm demeanor unnerving him. In this very milk tea shop, I exceeded my task, securing 250,000. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu broke into a smile, but to Fu Hang, it appeared as sinister as a crimson carnivorous flower. After acquiring the money, I booked a ticket, but before I could depart, my father insisted it was too expensive to make the round trip and urged me not to return. I grew up in that household, and I understood him all too well. Initially, my concern for my mother stemmed from my fear of losing her, which clouded my judgment, yet I considered myself quite astute. Thus, I called our neighbor, and, as I suspected, my mother was in perfectly good health. My father had even purchased a motorcycle. Qin Yuchu blinked, her smile growing ever sweeter. Do I look good when I smile? I never dared to smile before the waitress brought over the milk tea, and Fu Hang instinctively took it, trembling as he attempted to insert the straw for Qin Yuchu, failing multiple times. Had your parents ever considered how you would cope should you find yourself burdened with 300,000 in high-interest debt? Fu Hang ultimately relinquished the endeavor, pushing both the milk tea and straw into Qin Yuchu's hands. I am a burden. 300,000 as a betrothal gift must have exceeded their expectations. Qin Yuchu accepted the milk tea, deftly inserted the straw, and took a small sip. It was quite sweet. Did 300,000 buy you? Fu Hang felt his worldview shatter. He understood the cruelty of the world. Yet these were her biological parents. Moreover, this 300,000 was not a betrothal gift. If Qin Yuchu truly owed such a sum in high-interest loans, what would she face? I suspect my father might have shared your sentiments. Perhaps believing he sold her short. Fu Hang stared blankly, his expression questioning Qin Yuchu. So 3 days ago, he called me again. His exact words were, I know that 300,000 must have come from some man. Do not undervalue yourself. You are a university student, young, beautiful, and academically accomplished. Asking for 1 or 200,000 is not unreasonable. If that man is willing to provide you with 300,000, he can certainly afford 1 or 200,000. As Qin Yuchu spoke these words, a faint smile lingered on her face, occasionally sipping her milk tea. Across from her, Fu Hang's body began to tremble slightly. Therefore, Mr. Fu, would you be willing to provide that 1 or 200,000? My mother urged me again today, just before I came over. As she spoke, Qin Yuchu revealed her call log, displaying 3 missed calls from her mother. Fu Hang fell silent as the untouched milk tea in his hand began to deform, eventually bursting as the seal was compromised. With a mere squeezed 68 yuan, my weekly allowance was gone. Qin Yuchu gazed mournfully at the spilled milk tea. Slightly tilting her head away, Chapter 15. I wish I could forget how I left the milk tea shop. Initially, I had planned to tell Qin Yuchu to leave, to go as far away as possible. But I found myself unable to utter those words. When it came to tea masters, I had 1,000 ways to handle the situation with ease, yet, facing those clear but indifferent eyes, I found myself utterly perplexed. As I departed, I merely asked, how can I help you? To which Qin Yuchu replied coolly, you have done enough. I can handle this myself. I am quite clever. She then removed her bracelet and brooch, saying, these should belong to you. He shot her a cold glance and replied, if you wear them, they belong to you. That day, Fu Hang took a leave of absence, returning early to Yunshu No. 1, where he soaked in the vast bathtub for an extended period. Until nightfall, when the sinister mechanical voice echoed, today's salary of 100,000 has been credited. Please check. Who the hell is Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang sprang from the bathtub, pointing into the void as he yelled. Yet, no matter how much he raged, the system remained unresponsive. The next day, the 15th day of the 9th lunar month. As a lovesick fool, Fu Hang lay in bed all day. There had been significant changes. In the office building of Hanxiang University, Professor Wang, a sociologist, observed Qin Yuchu for a considerable time before calmly commenting, I believe I have undergone some changes. Qin Yuchu set down her cloth and turned around to smile sweetly. I cannot comment on your changes, nor can I influence them, but I sincerely hope you remain true to your original intentions. Professor Wang was not swayed by her sweet smile. His expression grew increasingly grave. I know what I am doing. Qin Yuchu turned back, resuming her diligent cleaning of the desk. Could you tell me about your friend? Professor Wang did not specify which friend. I cannot understand him. Once I do, I will discuss it with you. Qin Yuchu kept her head bowed, not turning around. All right. Professor Wang fell silent. It seems your father has contacted the school, saying he cannot reach you. Is that why you called me here? Qin Yuchu turned, standing quietly. Yes, then you truly wish to hear my story today. Qin Yuchu tilted her head and smiled as she took a seat. An hour later, Professor Wang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he stared intently at this girl, who had remained composed throughout. The more calm you were, the more I worry about you. Your current state is quite precarious. External changes often reflect internal conditions. Professor Wang's voice faltered, laden with concern. In fact, I was initially quite worried about myself. Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, and then I realized I had friends at Professor Wang and him. Qin Yuchu's smile faded as she spoke earnestly. I am increasingly curious about your friend. It seems you are not simply. Professor Wang suddenly paused. A sugar baby, Qin Yuchu responded without hesitation. It appears not, Professor Wang chuckled. I wish it were so. Qin Yuchu turned to gaze out the window. The previous night had brought rain, and the cold drizzle had begun to strip the leaves from the ginkgo trees outside. The following morning, Fu Hang stood helplessly beneath the Farbo Trade Building. Grateful for a decision he had made long ago, fearing it might interfere with Qin Yuchu's studies, he had requested she only work 1 day a week. Kindness often returns unexpectedly. Qin Yuchu had joined the company the day before, ensuring that for at least 3 days, this place was safe. The ride-hailing service arrived punctually, and Fu Hang began to suspect the driver was also a lovesick fool, though thankfully, Shin Qingwan did not ride the same vehicle each day. Qingwan, before Fu Hang could greet her, his gaze grew increasingly dazed. What's wrong? Shin Qingwan asked, startled. Following Fu Hang's gaze, Sister Qingwan, a graceful figure glided toward them in the morning breeze, radiating youthful vitality. Qin Yuchu nearly sprinted over. Yuchu, aren't you off work today? Shin Qingwan instantly dismissed Fu Hang from her mind. There's nothing happening at school, so I came to the company. After all, the salary here is quite generous. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, her gaze boldly directed at Fu Hang, who felt as though he might crack under the pressure. He wished for a hole to hide in, yet breakfast remained in his hands, which Shin Qingwan had not taken from him. The goods haven't arrived, so that doesn't count as clocking in, right? Hello, you must be Sister Qingwan's fellow townsman. Qin Yuchu greeted politely, revealing no hint of suspicion. Fellow townsman? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, looking questioningly at Shin Qingwan. Shin Qingwan silently cursed her luck, quickly organizing her thoughts. Yes, hello. Fu Hang merely glanced at Shin Qingwan, quickly deducing the situation and responding before she could. When it came to clients, Fu Hang was always diligent. A competent lovesick fool would never allow his goddess to feel awkward. Shin Qingwan discreetly observed Fu Hang, feeling a slight stir in her heart. What can this man really do for me? Will you be bringing Sister Qingwan lunch today? Qin Yuchu inquired, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fu Hang, seemingly oblivious to Shin Qingwan's moment of distraction. Fu Hang turned, casting a troubled glance at Shin Qingwan. At this moment, a lovesick fool must not overstep his bounds, but what exactly was Qin Yuchu trying to accomplish? Why did she ask like that? Shin Qingwan sensed an oddity as well and asked in confusion. I heard from colleagues that getting close to Sister Qingwan brings good fortune. I really enjoyed yesterday's soup dumplings, so I was wondering if I could mooch again for lunch. Qin Yuchu's smile held a touch of playfulness, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Fu Hang, are you free for lunch? Shin Qingwan's heart leapt with joy, having finally found an appropriate opening. Free? Of course, I am free. What would you like to eat? Fu Hang replied with a look of astonishment, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. What can I say? As a worker, do I have any options? Yuchu, Shin Qingwan eagerly inquired. I am open to anything. I do not have particular preferences. I trust Sister Qingwan and Fu Hang. Right, then Fu Hang, just choose whatever is convenient to bring. I will pay you back later. Shin Qingwan quickly responded. You don't have preferences? I do. What if you don't like it? Thus Fu Hang's role became clear. Like it, that is my achievement. Dislike it, that is Fu Hang's fault for not choosing correctly. Then thank you. I will give Sister Qingwan the money later. Qin Yuchu linked arms with Shin Qingwan and waved goodbye to Fu Hang with enthusiasm. Fu Hang maintained a smile, slowly waving back. What kind of person is this? She changes daily. Is her growth rate that high? Moreover, could it be that in the future we will have to deliver 2 portions? Given this woman's nature, it is quite likely, isn't it? System, come forth. How can you justify paying me only 1 salary for doing double the work? Chapter 16. This generation of sycophants is lacking. Yuchu, could you take a look at this proposal? Shin Qingwan pushed open Qin Yuchu's office door, entering with a document box in her arms. I don't understand anything about it. Qin Yuchu hurriedly declined. It's the renovation plan for the president's office. The previous owner took even the Wang Wali desk when they left. It was supposed to be selected by the president themselves, but since they have not shown up, several proposals were made below. You see, I'm not sure of the president's preferences. Could you help me take a look, just for reference? I see. Qin Yuchu nodded and accepted the proposal. A smile crept onto Shin Qingwan's lips, her gaze profound. I feel this one and that one both seem acceptable. This one, however, is rather outdated, but this is just my personal opinion. I cannot ascertain whether the president will like it. After carefully reviewing, Qin Yuchu felt the need to clarify. I understand, then I shall have them revise it further. Thank you, your opinion is invaluable. Shin Qingwan left with a smile. Once the office door closed, 2 crescent-shaped smiles appeared simultaneously on the faces of the 2 women. It seems they are not that old, in fact, quite young. In the corridor, Shin Qingwan walked briskly, her smile growing ever warmer. The 2 proposals that Qin Yuchu deemed acceptable were one in a monochrome modern style and the other in a creamy aesthetic, while the one she found unsuitable was in a mahogany vintage style. After taking a few steps, however, Shin Qingwan abruptly turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yuchu's office. Indeed, she is a captivating presence. Earlier, Fu Hang's gaze towards her was rather peculiar. Fu Hang was unaware of the 2 women selecting their offices. At that moment, he found himself seated again at that milk tea shop, occupying the same spot as before. He was puzzled as to why he had returned only to realize he had already settled into his seat. Qin Yuchu. This was the first time Fu Hang uttered the name of a female who was not a client since awakening the system. Which version of you is the true one, initially timid and helpless, then self-conscious yet resolute, next displaying decisiveness and indifference, but now she seems rather whimsical. If this escalates, will I be able to handle it? And what about her family? 1.8 million. If 1.8 million could resolve everything, Fu Hang would sever this entanglement without hesitation. It's nearly 10 days' salary, but can it be cut off? Such a person would turn 1 million into 10 million. It is an endless abyss. Should I become embroiled in this, I would only sink deeper. After all, this is a family matter, her biological parents. And what about me? Goodness, what am I thinking about her? Fu Hang jolted awake. A wave of fear washing over him. But no, I should be thinking about her. My fortune, my life, and my future happiness are all in her hands. If she reveals my identity to Shen Qingwan, I would undoubtedly lose my job on the spot. However, judging by this morning's situation, she seems unprepared to disclose it. What on earth does this woman want? She refuses money. Could it be that she desires my body? No, she would accept money. With this thought, Fu Hang swiftly took out his phone. After a moment's hesitation, he sent a message to Qin Yuchu. Why did you come to the company today? I mentioned before, there's nothing happening at school since the company pays so much. I must perform well. Instant reply. You're only a sophomore. There is nothing happening. Do you think I haven't attended university? Fu Hang's anger flared up. Are you also top of your class? Fu Hang's anger dissipated. Indeed, which teacher would mark attendance against a straight A student? With her around, there would be additional pressure in class, fearing she might point out any mistakes. Is the money sufficient? Fu Hang directly shifted the topic. It is almost spent. Still an instant reply. You remember, do not speak recklessly about what should not be said. Fu Hang transferred another 50,000 directly, considering it a favor for her this morning. Thank you, boss. Bowing emoji. Reading this message, Fu Hang felt a pang in his heart, a choking sensation. Are those little kids at school blind? The seal has been lifted, yet there is no response. This generation of sycophants is truly lacking. While Fu Hang lamented the lack of discernment, courage, and execution among the boys at Hancheng University, Qin Yuchu received a phone call. Hello, is this Qin Yuchu? The voice was exceptionally deep and magnetic. Yes, who is this? Qin Yuchu held the phone away, earnestly recalling that the call was from a short number associated with Hancheng University, but the number was unfamiliar. I am Lu Junkai, the vice president of the student council at Hancheng University's finance department. You may know me, I am your senior in the 4th year. The tone on the other end rose slightly. Is there something? There was a noticeable pause on the other end, as if the emotions had not connected. Today, I just happened to submit materials to Professor Li, and I got your number from him. Are you currently at school? After waiting a long time without a response, Lu Junkai hurriedly inquired. Not here. You're not in class today. No, will you be back for dinner? Wishing you a pleasant day. I will hang up now. Therefore, it seems the boys at Hancheng University do possess some execution ability. It is just, looking at the phone, Qin Yuchu was momentarily lost in thought. This was the second call she received today, the first being from the president of the drama club. So, is this what you desire? Qin Yuchu gently caressed the bracelet on her wrist, a hint of amusement gracing her face. Bro, you're not really delivering takeout, are you? A voice rang in Fu Hang's ear. Fu Hang turned in surprise, only to find it was the milk tea shop's waitress standing there. Why not? Fu Hang vigorously shook his Real Madrid jersey. Don't joke. I've been here for 2 months, and you sit in the shop all day. You'd have starved if you were doing delivery. You don't even do live streaming. You're not a delivery streamer, the waitress analyzed with a mysterious expression. Then what do you think I'm wearing this for? Fu Hang chuckled. This guy had a bit of wit.to flirt. The waitress raised an eyebrow. Oh, just said this generation of sycophants is lacking. Are the real experts among the masses? Did I guess right? The waitress detected Fu Hang's expression and smiled knowingly. Keep it low-key, how did you figure it out? Do I even need to guess? And if the girl from the other day, like a fairy, could post a photo online and get millions of likes in minutes? Sitting in front of you, she acts like a little wife, another waitress chimed in, and the student girl from before, although her hair and glasses obscured her face, she would conservatively score a 90. The new waitress appeared stern. Fu Hang found this rather amusing. These must all be about Qin Yuchu, right? Bro, teach me a thing or two. The first waitress sat down opposite him, politely offering a cup of pure milk tea. Want to learn? Fu Hang felt intrigued, finally able to show off in a familiar territory. Such opportunities are rare. Of course, I want to. I've been single for 25 years. It's actually quite simple. Fu Hang cleared his throat and took a sip of milk tea. Ugh, what tea of free stuff is indeed inedible. This woman, if she were naive, I would show her the splendor of the world. If she had experienced the world, I would take her on a carousel ride. Truly a sage. How philosophical, impressive. The waitress meticulously compared the two extraordinary beauties she had seen, the office lady and the student girl, and indeed they seemed to match. So do you know what to do now? Fu Hang confidently crossed his legs. The waitress was momentarily stunned. Surely one cannot sit on a carousel all day? This understanding. No wonder you're still single. Fu Hang took another sip of milk tea. Ugh, truly terrible. Is there no sugar, emotional value? Bro, what do women want? What they seek is emotional value. You must first understand what she wants. If you cannot provide what she desires, and what you offer is unwanted. Isn't that nonsensical? Oh, a chorus of astonishment erupted from around, and Fu Hang was startled to find all the waitresses gathered around him. Don't you all have work to do? Chapter 17. I will break his legs. Did you not notice? The earliest waitress looked astonished. Notice what? Fu Hang was utterly perplexed. All morning, you've been the only customer, just sitting here. This shop is going to close down. Another waitress chimed in. Goodness, it truly is like that. Fu Hang looked around, and indeed, there were no other customers. The owner was already preparing to close, having warned us a few days ago to seek other opportunities, surely not? This milk tea is quite delicious, except for this one that you said it yourself. You don't drink this. Why do I feel like you're insulting someone? The signature Yangji Ganlu is 68 a cup. Apart from fools who would buy it, you are indeed insulting someone. Hey, wait, if this shop closes, where will I buy Yangji Ganlu? Xin Xingwan loves it. She has ordered it 7 times this month. They can't sustain their income. Fu Hang felt he needed to fight for this. What kind of place is this? Century Plaza. The shop has 2 floors, not mentioning our salaries. How much is the rent per month? The foolish owner has long lost his pants. Just a few days ago, he was still considering transferring it, thinking others were as foolish as him. Actually, even if someone takes over, it might not be. Fu Hang hesitated for a moment as a thought crossed his mind. System, my Qingwan loves this milk tea shop, and now they are closing. If I take over the shop, could it be considered an operational expense? Would it be possible to account for it? Proposal approved. Reimbursement allowed. The system's response was unusually prompt this time. Come on, which fool would take over this mess? The waitress scoffed. I beseech you, please provide me with your boss's phone number. Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. As if a new understanding had dawned upon him. Why should I concern myself with matters of monetary compensation? It is not my money being spent. After all, how did I not realize this before? Day after day, I have sat here waiting, my lumbar disc threatening to protrude. Do not jest, my friend, I truly need that number. Quickly, are you genuinely considering taking over this establishment? Closing the doors is one matter, but transferring ownership is an entirely different situation. The waiter chuckled coldly, one clad in a delivery uniform, amused by the exchange. Who do you think you're joking with? I am quite serious. Fu Hang's phone rang. Attorney Zhang, yes, the one at Century Square. Gunlu milk tea, precisely, the sooner, the better. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. I shall await your update. After hanging up, Fu Hang cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. No need to bother. I will have my lawyer reach out to him. A group of waitstaff stared at Fu Hang as if he were a fool, watching him depart. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the owner entered accompanied by a sharply dressed man. Promptly settling all wages and announcing the transfer of ownership of the milk tea shop, accompanying attorney Zhang produced a new employment contract, and the 3 waitstaff who wished to remain were informed that everything would continue as usual. Even if they only sold a single cup of milk tea each day. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Hang returned to the milk tea shop, sweeping his arm dramatically to remove all seating from the second floor. Erecting a curtain and setting up a double bed within. This is the life of a worker. From now on, I can clock in while reclining. Fu Hang stood at the entrance, brimming with confidence, a sycophant adorned with yet another badge of honor. Still not off duty, a melodious voice shattered Fu Hang's moment of triumph, causing him to stiffly turn towards Qin Yuchu, who stood beside him. As a mere delivery person, when do I ever clock out? But you haven't you left work early. Fu Hang revealed his tiger-like teeth in a grin. I can skip work today, and besides, I am the assistant to the president. My name isn't on the attendance list. Qin Yuchu smiled innocently. What exactly do you intend to do? Buy some milk tea? I now have money. I can afford it. How about I treat you? I do not indulge in sweet beverages. Fu Hang was utterly speechless. Qin Yuchu shrugged nonchalantly, walking past Fu Hang into the tea shop. 1 cup of Yangji Ganlu, please. Are you truly not interested? Qin Yuchu turned back, inquiring once more. It is 68, right? Noting Fu Hang's silence, she prepared to scan her phone. Wait, hold on a moment, the waiter hurriedly intervened. Qin Yuchu was perplexed. Boss, are you collecting payment? Fu Hang slapped his forehead in disbelief. You purchased the entire shop, all because this was the first milk tea I ever drank? Clutching her cup of Yangji Ganlu, Qin Yuchu beamed as she stood beside Fu Hang. You're overthinking it, but this establishment has been operating at a loss, hasn't it? Qin Yuchu took a hearty sip, savoring the flavor. Indeed, drinking through a straw requires one to fill their mouth entirely before savoring and swallowing for the best experience. No wonder Fu Hang always preferred this method. I have plenty of money. I am simply spending for fun. Fu Hang shot her a disapproving glare. How splendid. From now on, I can drink milk tea without spending a dime. Thank you, boss. Don't you have the slightest concern? Fu Hang finally could not contain himself, having spent the entire morning fretting while the subject of his worries appeared unfazed. Should I be worried about my parents? Why not? There is nothing to fret about. I haven't answered their calls for days. Qin Yuchu shrugged indifferently, taking another large sip, this time spilling a bit of milky liquid from the corner of her mouth. Is this your idea of a solution? Fu Hang was speechless, fixating on the droplet, realizing that at this moment a sycophant would have produced a tissue, yet he resisted the urge based on my understanding of them. If they cannot reach me, they will soon come to Hansheng. This is no trifling sum. Qin Yuchu winked at Fu Hang. They are coming to Hansheng. The Fu Hang paused, his brow furrowing. It should be in a day or two. Do not worry, I can handle it. Hand me your phone. Fu Hang suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Qin Yuchu obediently complied, handing over her phone without hesitation, even unlocking the screen for him. Fu Hang swiftly searched through her phone. Why do you need their photos? Qin Yuchu frowned slightly, watching as Fu Hang sent a group photo to his own device. If I encounter that fellow on the road, I will break his good leg. I am quite formidable. Fu Hang shot Qin Yuchu a fierce glare and returned her phone. At 7 in the evening, Fu Hang drove his vehicle around Hansheng University a couple of times before stopping in front of a finance company. Sir, what business do you wish to conduct? The establishment appeared disheveled, and the receptionist was far from professional. Fu Hang nodded. This was precisely what he was seeking. Fu Hang suddenly hesitated, as if recalling something. Do you have a bald man here, about this tall, with such a large head? Fu Hang gestured with his hand. The receptionist's lips curled in disbelief. Was there truly such a description for a person? Moreover, did this describe long ago? Just as he was about to reprimand, a series of loud knocks echoed from the side. Both Fu Hang and the receptionist turned to see a thug half-slumped against the wall, banging on a door with all his might. This person seemed vaguely familiar. Was he the third one who flew through the air? What are you banging for? I just, cough. The door swung open, and the bald man emerged, choking on his own saliva, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Fu Hang. Chapter 18. The scholar lacks knowledge gaps. It truly is you. What a coincidence. Fu Hang's lips spread into a peculiar grin. I always say that kindness is rewarded in the most unexpected ways. How many troubles have been alleviated by a single act of mercy? Big brother. The bald man trembled, hesitating to approach. No worries. I simply wish to discuss a business deal. Come here. Fu Hang nonchalantly sat down on a sofa. Hey, the bald man obediently took a seat across from him. Upon reflecting on the events of that day, he grew increasingly alarmed. This fellow had evidently not known Qin Yuchu at that time. Yet he casually handed out 100,000. Surely he could not be an ordinary individual. What was most frightening was that no one knew how 5 people had been sent flying. Do not be anxious. I am indeed discussing business. It pertains to your previous line of work. Fu Hang remarked, producing 2 IOUs from his pocket. Assist me in collecting debts. Everything collected will be yours. Fu Hang glanced sideways at the bald man. Collect debts. The bald man's expression twisted in confusion as he recognized the names on the IOUs, totaling 350,000. Borrower, Qin Yuchu, not her. It's her parents I am after. They will be arriving in Hansheng soon, and you should be able to catch them around the university. Fu Hang's tone was flat. And then what? The bald man asked hesitantly. I need to teach you how to handle this? Fu Hang stared, incredulous. My friend, is this not your line of work, asking a sycophant how to collect debts? I typically only handle deliveries. No, what I mean is, what if the debts cannot be collected, if they cannot pay? You take it by force. In any case, the proceeds will all belong to you. How much you can collect depends on your own capabilities. Fu Hang bore a look of exasperation. What has become of thugs in this day and age? Was the performance in front of Qin Yuchu merely an act? Did not the elder sister say to frighten them away? The thug who had been banging on the door instinctively spoke up. Fu Hang turned in surprise. The thugs exchanged glances. Elder sister, Fu Hang probed. They nodded in unison. Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang frowned. They nodded again. She was here, last night. What was her purpose? Pretty much what you said. She waited for her parents, then intended to use the IOUs to scare them off. The bald man replied succinctly, pulling out 2 IOUs from his pocket. Fu Hang took them and compared them to those on the table. Damn, they are identical. Are you taking advantage of being the original author, thinking you can write a draft at any time? An IOU should not have duplicates. This puts you in debt to me for 700,000. This is the 2,000 labor fee given by the elder sister. Seeing Fu Hang's expression shift unpredictably, the bald man hurriedly produced 2 stacks of cash and placed them respectfully on the table. Good heavens, so this is where the money has gone. Fu Hang gritted his teeth in frustration. So, whose orders are you following? The thug who had been banging on the door seemed dense. Perhaps his flying posture had disrupted his brain's equilibrium. Listen to the big brother. The bald man rose and playfully tapped his forehead. If the debts cannot be collected, take them by force, but be mindful of the limits. Do not break the law. You should understand the implications. They most likely do not have the funds. Since it is merely a scare tactic, let us be decisive. Fu Hang pondered for a moment, his expression darkening once more. Such individuals cannot be dealt with lightly, otherwise, they will inevitably return. As for what these individuals might do, entrusting such matters to professionals is indeed prudent. Understood. The bald man nodded seriously, his understanding deepening, though his demeanor grew increasingly cautious. After all, this is the father-in-law. Will the approach be so ruthless? Additionally, do not inform Qin Yuchu that I have sought you out. On his way back, Fu Hang felt a sense of unease wash over him. He had thought he had devised the optimal solution, feeling quite pleased with himself, only to discover that Qin Yuchu had visited just the previous day. The world of scholars is truly beyond his comprehension. Does she possess any blind spots in her thinking? How many brains does this woman have? Is it not said that those with ample bosoms lack intellect? The following morning at 8:45? Shin Xingwan arrived punctually, alighting from her ride-hailing vehicle, yet the scene before her left her in shock. That familiar corner, that glaring royal blue vest remained conspicuous, but standing beside Fu Hang was none other than Qin Yuchu. Moreover, they appeared to be engaged in cheerful conversation. Sister Qingwan, upon spotting Shin Xingwan, Qin Yuchu was the first to wave in greeting. Yuchun, why are you here again today? Shin Xingwan hastened forward, yet her gaze was immediately drawn to the food box in Qin Yuchu's hands. Since there was nothing pressing at school, she might as well spend more time at the company to learn. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Qingwan, your breakfast. Fu Hang wore a professional smile as he handed over the mailbox. Upon receiving it, Shin Xingwan noticed it was indeed identical to the one in Qin Yuchu's possession. Instantly an odd and unfamiliar sensation surged within her. She thought to herself that it was quite bothersome to continually ask Sister Qingwan for money. So she added Fu Hang as a friend, ensuring that even in Sister Qingwan's absence, she could still indulge in delightful cuisine. Qin Yuchu blinked her bright eyes and even pouted at Fu Hang. Shin Xingwan's expression turned peculiar, her emotional control nearly slipping in that moment, and the strange feeling intensified within her. It was akin to, like having one's slippers taken away at the doorstep. Surely Sister Qingwan wouldn't mind. Would she? How could she? You're helping to look after him. I couldn't be more grateful. Let us hurry inside. The elevator will be crowded soon. Shin Xingwan suddenly regained her composure, responded gently, and cast a deep glance at Fu Hang. That look was imbued with a mix of teasing shyness and a hint of reproach and dissatisfaction. Watch your step. Fu Hang adequately reciprocated that gaze, the corners of his mouth curling downwards. Betraying his inner guilt and unease, something felt off. She still harbored the feeling of earning a single salary while working 2 jobs. After all, this was a full attendance of 6 million a month. What a loss. Is it true that Qin Yuchu has no academic weaknesses? Her art level is remarkably high as well. Shin Xingwan found the breakfast quite distasteful. The porridge was overly salty. The meat in the egg pancake seemed not to be fresh, and there was even cilantro added. Who eats cilantro first thing in the morning? In a fit of frustration, she tossed the carefully selected food box into the trash. Wiped her mouth, touched up her makeup, and seized a folder from the table, heading straight for Su Changha's office. Mr. Su, here is the team building proposal you requested. It requires your signature for confirmation. Not if you find no issues after reviewing. I'll issue the notice. Upon knocking on Su's office door, Shin Xingwan's smile remained gentle. Yes, I've reviewed the proposal beforehand. It's fine, just leave it. I'll sign it shortly and send it to you. Su Changha nodded steadily. The company had changed ownership for 2 months now. Although everything appeared normal on the surface, beneath it unease lingered, especially with the new president's continued absence. At this juncture, it was crucial to enhance the team's cohesion. Chapter 19, Ambitions abound. Then I'll proceed immediately. Wait a moment, no hurry, take a seat. Su Changha suddenly raised his hand, gesturing towards the sofa in front of him. Yes, Shin Xingwan replied calmly, turning to close the office door. You've been quite close with Assistant Qin lately. Any news? Su Changha wasted no time in his inquiry. Shin Xingwan was someone he had personally promoted, and at this stage she could be considered his confidant. Moreover, he was quite perceptive of what this woman truly desired. I'm not worried about your motives. Are you referring to the new president? Shin Xingwan slightly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes. Su Changha remained non-committal. He must be quite young. Assistant Qin is likely his girlfriend or lover. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Xingwan voiced her judgment, just as Su Changha suspected, for Shin Xingwan until her plan succeeded. Su Changha remained her support within the company. Su Changha nodded in agreement, aligning with the information he had subtly gathered from lawyer Zhang. What's your take? That Assistant Qin is not as simple as she appears. The scene from that morning flashed through Shin Xingwan's mind. Here I am, scheming to win over your president, and you've already made a move on my delivery guy. You can't even spare a delivery person? How shameless. Oh, what do you mean? Su Changha raised an eyebrow. The internship agreement clearly stated that she needed to work only 1 day a week, yet she had been coming to the office almost every day. Shin Xingwan pondered briefly, beginning to articulate her thoughts. If she is the president's girlfriend, the future first lady, that wouldn't be surprising. I gifted her a bracelet as a meeting gift. It wasn't anything extravagant. Nearly worth a little over 1,000. Yet she wears it every time she visits the office. Oh, Su Changha raised an eyebrow. Even today, she has come to the office 5 times, although she changes her outfits daily. No, wait, the pants today are the same as the first time she came, but all her clothes are from ordinary brands. The total wouldn't exceed 2,000. What are you implying, since lawyer Zhang personally brought her here? It is clear her relationship with the president is significant. Her behavior seems to indicate a deliberate attempt to downplay her status and forge connections with the staff. Shin Xingwan provided her analysis. the girlfriend of the esteemed president of Yuanbo Trading wouldn't lack jewelry, nor would she lack a few designer clothes to it's likely she simply doesn't want to draw attention and is eager to connect with the employees. Your analysis holds some merit. Since she joined the company, has she made any moves? Su Changha furrowed his brow deeply, instinctively pulling out a cigarette to light. Not particularly, aside from occasionally wandering the office. She mostly remains in her own office, and I suspect she hasn't even glanced at the files sent to her. Not engaging in any matters, Su Changha tapped his smoking hand lightly on the desk. Either she is merely a beneficiary observing from the sidelines, or this woman has grand ambitions. Just a sophomore, Shin Chingwan instinctively spoke, the morning scene still vivid in her mind. Just a sophomore. Su Changha suddenly let out a cold laugh. Rummaging through a drawer to produce a folder, which she tossed onto the desk. This is the information I obtained from Hanseong University. Take a good look. Is this Qin Yuchu? Shin Chingwan took the folder with skepticism, only to be stunned by the photograph on the cover. It was a full-body shot of Qin Yuchu, her hairstyle and black-rimmed glasses reminiscent of their first meeting. However, the attire, a faded beige shirt with a worn collar and sweatpants, was that her high school uniform. One could hardly describe her family background as anything but impoverished. It would be an understatement to say it was tragic. Over the past year, she had relied almost entirely on scholarships and financial aid to survive. At school, apart from the few teachers who taught her, she hardly interacted with anyone, not even the girls, let alone the boys. Su Changha explained gravely of this. This is simply unbelievable. Qin Yuchu, Shin Chingwan struggled to reconcile the pitiable girl portrayed in the documents with the vibrant, unblemished urban beauty she had encountered that morning. Keep reading. Su Changha smirked, top of her class in all subjects, college entrance exam top scorer. Shin Chingwan was shocked again. The person I consulted praised her highly, stating that if it weren't for the rules, the school might have even considered granting her direct admission to graduate studies. However, it's a certainty she'll secure a recommendation for graduate school, and she may even be eligible for direct doctoral admission. Su Changha regarded Shin Chingwan with a knowing look. Does this mean she is being kept by the president? Shin Chingwan, true to form, quickly grasped Su Changha's implication in light of this information. Well, it seems you know what to do. Su Changha extinguished his cigarette, a fleeting glimmer of regret passing through his eyes. Initially, he had thought he might have the chance to draw closer to this subordinate he had nurtured, but it seemed now that one must be cautious with their desires. However, Mr. Su, the new president, has yet to make an appearance. Shin Chingwan recognized that Su Changha had seen through her intentions, but he clearly indicated a desire to give her a push, so she decided to be forthright. This is the collaboration agreement with Tianyu. According to company policy, the funding amount exceeds my authority as executive vice president. Please take this to the president for signature. Su Changha suddenly chuckled, producing another document. But where do I find the president? The assistant surely knows where he is, right? Ha, it's quite absurd for a company of Yuanbo's stature. As an executive vice president, not even knowing the name of my own president, who would believe that? Upon hearing this, Shin Chingwan's heart leapt with joy. She understood that Su Changha was creating an opportunity for her. At the same time, this was a test for her to determine whether she could rise to the occasion. If she couldn't accomplish this task, Su Changha might harbor other thoughts. All right, Mr. Su, I will complete the task. Shin Chingwan beamed, her smile radiating confidence and sweetness. I believe you can do it. By the way, you might also extend an invitation to the president for the company's team building event this weekend. As the new owner and sole proprietor, it would be beneficial for him to encourage the staff. Yes, I will sincerely invite him on behalf of the company. Exiting Su Changha's office, Shin Chingwan felt invigorated. The morning's displeasure completely forgotten. Fu Hang, if you want it, it's yours, but your benefactor, I shall gladly accept. After years of navigating through challenges, Shin Chingwan had become battle-hardened. Aside from Fu Hang, there were many fish in her pond. She was acutely aware of her advantages and skillfully wielded her tactics. A mere impoverished girl had. Chapter 20. Not that much needed. Yuchu, are you busy? Shin Chingwan bypassed her office entirely, heading straight to the president's assistant's office with the files in hand. Not at all. What could I possibly be busy with? I'm probably the most idle person in the company. Qin Yuchu looked up from her computer, revealing a faint smile. Just in time, here is our proposal for Tianyu. This is the collaboration agreement. This project represents our largest undertaking of the quarter, involving an amount exceeding 30 million, with anticipated profits reaching 12 million. Whether we feast on meat or merely sip soup by the year's end hinges on this project. Shin Chingwan gracefully navigated around the desk, affectionately leaning against the armrest of the office chair as she spread out the documents, casually glancing at the computer screen. A palace intrigue drama. Shin Chingwan felt a flicker of surprise within. This show is currently a sensation, reputed for its actors' exceptional performances, deemed textbook-worthy. Moreover, the plot's logic is meticulously crafted, particularly in its portrayal of palace intrigue, showcasing a profound understanding and interpretation of human nature. Some marketing accounts have proclaimed it a manual for tea artisans. A cold smirk crept across her heart. Truly, what a destitute girl. With such substantial backing from her benefactor, she solely uses it to indulge in dramas. I am aware of this project. The marketing department has sent me a copy. Qin Yuchu lowered her gaze to the documents, responding calmly, you know nothing. Shin Xingwan silently cursed, were it not for the necessity of illustrating the project's significance to you. I would be loath to explain. Well, it is this. The allocation of these funds has surpassed Vice President Su's authority, hence it requires the President's personal signature for confirmation. You see, I also cannot reach the President. You should have his contact information, correct? Shin Xingwan's smile radiated warmth, her coiled hair exuding professionalism. Yes, I do then, I suppose. Hand me the documents, I will call him shortly. Qin Yuchu blinked, interrupting Shin Xingwan's subsequent words. Tianyo sighed. Rest assured, it's a rare opportunity for me as an assistant to showcase my capabilities. I shall execute this task diligently lest I feel unworthy of the company's salary. Qin Yuchu cheerfully rose, nudging Shin Xingwan towards the exit. Sister Qingwan, you tend to your affairs. I will personally deliver the documents to you once I have resolved this. As the door closed, Qin Yuchu stifled a laugh, while outside Shin Xingwan wore a frozen smile. Her eyes glimmering with a cold light. Boss, upon connecting the call, Fu Hang was taken aback by a languorous and teasing voice. A roll from the bed on the second floor of the milk tea shop. Fu Hang earnestly verified the caller ID, which read, Qin Yuchu. At that moment, he felt as if Su Daji were beckoning him by the pillow. Are you unwell? Fu Hang's body bristled. No, I'm merely reaching out to discuss something. Her voice grew increasingly sultry, sending shivers down Fu Hang's spine. Speak properly. Fu Hang firmly admonished. Yes, the project department, HR, and marketing have jointly issued a notice. By the end of this month, the company will establish a strategic cooperation agreement with Tianyu Group. Involving, hold on, Fu Hang inhaled deeply, his expression one of astonishment. A broadcast tone, Qin Yuchu, is there anything you cannot do? Silence fell on the other end of the line, her compliance unwavering as always. What exactly are you trying to convey? This collaboration is crucial for the company. The broadcast tone continued, get to the point. Fu Hang lowered his head, despair etched across his face. There is a document requiring your signature. Her tone finally returned to normal. Why must I sign? Because Su Changhe, Vice President Su, lacks the authority. Can you sign on my behalf? Fu Hang was momentarily speechless. What a petty side gig, yet it came with so many complications. Without this company, would there be so many issues? Do you think Su Changhe refrains from signing for no reason? Fu Hang fell silent. Are you still at the milk tea shop? Should I come find you? Wait, Fu Hang was about to say, what else can I do? Suddenly his eyes sharpened. A signature. If I sign my name, Shin Xingwan will see it, won't she? What would be the point? Just don't come. You can sign for me. Fu Hang replied in a surprisingly flat tone, boss, signing authorization involves. Do you truly believe I have not been educated? Fu Hang, in a fit of frustration, hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Qin Yuchu received a signature authorization letter from the company's legal department. Personally sent by lawyer Zhang, staring at the complete, meticulous, and legally binding authorization letter on the screen, Qin Yuchu's gaze grew slightly unfocused. Signature authority, what difference does this make from entrusting the company to me? If handled properly, this signature authority could even be applied to a share transfer agreement. Why do you trust me so implicitly? What do you seek? 10 minutes later, Qin Yuchu knocked on Su Changhe's office door. Good afternoon, Mr. Su. Sister Qingwan is here too. Perfect timing. I was just about to find you, but you weren't in, so I came directly to Mr. Su. Mr. Su, here is the agreement with Tianyu. Qin Yuchu confidently placed the document on the desk. Signed already? Su Changhe was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Qin Yuchu nodded with a smile. The two exchanged glances. So soon? Could it be that the president is nearby, or perhaps hidden within the company? Su Changhe eagerly opened the document. But upon seeing the signature, his expression suddenly morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Assistant Qin, you may not be aware, but this signature requires the president's personal endorsement. Su Changhe patiently explained. I understand, but the president has authorized me. The legal department has completed the process. Wasn't a copy sent to you? Perhaps you should verify. Qin Yuchu stood quietly. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Shall I take my leave then? Qin Yuchu, noticing their stunned expressions, tentatively inquired. Oh, yes. Su Changhe mechanically nodded, his gaze still fixed on the signature on the document. The writing is rather fine, boss. The signature reminiscent of Sudaji. Speak properly, Fu Hang, while squeezing through a food street. Queued for his lunch, startled by the call of boss, causing a wave of sweat to rise on his back. Task successfully completed. The broadcast tone was pronounced with clarity. I've played this joke before. Are you buying lunch? What do you think? Sweat beaded on Fu Hang's forehead. I said Lancao pulled noodles. Didn't you order that? Shin Xingwan also eats Lancao pulled noodles. Fu Hang fell silent again. Shin Xingwan ordered seaweed and pork rib soup. So why am I here? I've grown accustomed to this unpaid gig. You worthless expense, Fu Hang blurted out instinctively. My mother has always said the same. Fu Hang fell silent once more. Ahem, would you like scallions and cilantro? Yes, add a portion of beef and 3 drops of spicy oil. Her voice was light and cheerful, devoid of any hint of sorrow. I truly concede to you, you didn't call just to order extra beef. Did you? The company's HR department has decided, after deliberation, to hold a team-building camping event at Qianfeng Mountain Scenic Area this weekend. This event, broadcast tone, this joke isn't amusing, get to the point. On behalf of the company, I invite you to join the team-building event. Camping, you say? Do you think I would attend? Fu Hang, holding the phone, pointed to the noodles on the menu, then to the beef, signaling 2 with his fingers. The entire company will be there. That applies to your entire company, but you are the boss. The company belongs to you, solely owned, fully stocked. Shall I just hand the company over to you? Bring the equity agreement, and I will sign it right now. I don't need that much to support you. The voice from the other end suddenly grew somber. Fine, I will proceed to payment. The noisy environment prevented Fu Hang from catching the last sentence. He hung up and scanned the payment, staring at his phone. Qin Yuchu gazed dreamily at the street scene outside. Century Square, located in the heart of the city, speaks volumes of its prosperity. Shouldn't you be buying me a house by now? Chewing on the pen tip, Qin Yuchu mumbled absent-mindedly. Chapter 21, Missing a Day. I'll enter myself. During the lunchtime delivery, Fu Hang unexpectedly encountered Qin Xingwan, who was waiting at the entrance ahead of time. Xingwan, why are you here so early? I was just about to message you. Fu Hang was astonished, his delight unmistakable. Why are you so nice to me? However, Qin Xingwan did not accept the food box. Instead, she simply gazed at Fu Hang, her eyes like autumn waters, rippling with layers of emotion. Fu Hang found himself momentarily at a loss, his heart racing with a giant question mark. Wait, something's off. By timing, it's not yet your moment to shine. Did I miscalculate the cooldown? Wasn't the previous rhythm just fine? Your sudden acceleration throws me off balance. Qin Xingwan remained silent, still staring intently at Fu Hang. As if seeking to peer into his soul and uncover the answers hidden deep within her heart, her eyes began to glisten, mist rising like stars, full of passion and intimacy. Sister, the show is over. Your emotions have peaked. How am I to respond? With this setup, if I don't embrace you, I truly won't be able to catch it. Xingwan, a voice called from behind, causing Qin Xingwan to tremble slightly. Lowering her head in embarrassment as she dabbed at the moisture at the corners of her eyes, I shall head up first. Please hand me Yochu's as well, and I will deliver it. Without waiting for Fu Hang to respond, Qin Xingwan seized the food box and dashed toward the elevator. I can't believe this was hidden here. I thought I might at least get to contribute today. Progress is evident. Her expression seemed natural, especially with her micro-expressions perfectly calibrated, yet, the rhythm remains disrupted. Doesn't it? Yesterday was at 67.32. Let us not increase it today. The system's hard metric. A favorability below 25 signifies a failed strategy. Above 90 indicates success. Regardless of the outcome, a settlement will ensue. The difference lies in the penalties for failure. But what would those penalties entail? Fu Hang had yet to experience. Similarly, he had never received the rewards for success. The previous targets for strategy had all been prematurely resolved with others, leading to early settlements. Yuchu, here us your pulled noodles. Qin Xingwan gently pushed open the door to Qin Yuchu's office, a smile gracing her lips as she placed the food box on the table. Rather than departing, she casually drew over a chair and settled herself beside him. Thank you, Sister Xingwan. I was just about to go down and fetch it, he replied. Are you indulging in Lanzhou beef noodles today? Qin Xingwan inquired nonchalantly. Wow, and the broth is separated too. Has Fu Hang always been this considerate? Qin Yuchu did not respond to Qin Xingwan's question but instead opened the food box directly. He is doing all right. Qin Xingwan's expression turned slightly uneasy. So much meat. This must have 2 portions, she remarked, casting a glance and managing to restore her smile. How extravagant. Back in the school cafeteria, I could only afford vegetarian noodles. Qin Yuchu picked up his chopsticks and took a generous mouthful of beef. What you pour, he replied, lowering his gaze as he sipped the broth. Qin Xingwan looked up in surprise, only to find Qin Yuchu focused intently on his meal. With no sign of distress on his face. At 3 in the afternoon, Fu Hang received an unexpectedly urgent phone call. Big brother. The voice on the other end was notably respectful. Baldy. Fu Hang's gaze sharpened as he rolled off the bed. Over the past 3 years, he had regarded this milk tea shop as his most successful investment. You can call me Elung. Are the people there? Fu Hang disregarded the unnecessary pleasantries. They arrived last night. Where are they? They're detained. We intercepted them right at the train station, preventing them from approaching the school. Well done, thank you. Fu Hang exhaled deeply, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He understood all too well the commotion such individuals could stir if they reached the campus. There is something I feel should be reported first. Baldy hesitated momentarily. They're an unexpected complication. I'm not sure if it qualifies as unexpected, but we detained them yesterday and after showing them the IOU, they capitulated rather quickly. It seems they have quite the history. Did they pay? Fu Hang scoffed inwardly at the thought of such scum. They didn't have any money. However, this morning, while we were planning to intimidate them further, they suddenly claimed that the missus isn't their daughter and has no relation to them. What? Nonsense. Fu Hang was taken aback. Initially, we thought the same. We've seen this sort of trickery before. So we pressed them for proof. Baldy's tone grew increasingly peculiar. Did they provide it? Fu Hang sensed something was amiss. They did. They made a call to their neighbor who broke into their house and retrieved it from a cabinet. They then sent us a photo. What kind of document? An adoption certificate. They claimed the missus was found when she was just 6 months old, and that they later obtained the corresponding documentation. Was it verified? Yes, I had my brother's leverage connections to verify it with the relevant authorities, which is why it's taken so long. Fu Hang felt a weight lift from his chest upon hearing this revelation. This scoundrel, no wonder, but even if she isn't biologically theirs, they have raised her for over 20 years, right? In that moment, he suddenly grasped the heavy significance behind Qin Youchu's remark, favoring sons over daughters. How had she endured such a life? Did Youchu know about this? Fu Hang quickly steadied his thoughts. Not yet. I wanted to inform you as soon as I had news to inform her later. After a long pause, Fu Hang spoke coldly. It's best to sever ties with such scum as soon as possible. It's a form of liberation. Alright, then what about this couple? Let them go. Oh, okay, I'll arrange that shortly. And, have someone follow them until they return to their hometown. I want them imprisoned. Baldy's tone raised a notch. Is that feasible? Fu Hang's voice turned icy, sending a shiver through Baldy even over the phone. Imprisonment is not an issue. With their kind, there are countless ways to ensure they end up behind bars, even without a setup. But how long will it take? Baldy diligently assessed the feasibility of the plan in his mind. 10 years, I'll provide you with $1 million for every day less. I'll serve the time myself, Baldy responded with remarkable decisiveness. You just need to follow them for now. The specifics of the operation will be handled by someone. I'll have contact you, a lawyer. He will offer professional sentencing advice. After hanging up, Fu Hang lingered in the milk tea shop, hesitating to leave until the day's salary was credited and the staff had finished cleaning up. He still had not seen the person he had anticipated. Before him lay an unopened cup of mango sago. Chapter 22. Hand in hand at 8:45 in the morning, Fu Hang made the first significant breach of professional decorum in 3 years. Looking for Qin Youchu, Shin Xingwan's face was a mask of frost, her eyes filled with jealousy as she glared at him, uncertain how much of her expression was genuine. No. How could that be? Fu Hang lowered his head awkwardly, his mind racing. What is wrong with me? Daydreaming in front of a client. Although Shin Xingwan's favorability rating had increased by a point to 68.66 after yesterday's settlement, it was not substantial enough to warrant a deliberate reduction. Given Shin Xingwan's status, she still had a long way to go before reaching 90. Fine, just give it to me. I'll hand it to her. Shin Xingwan pouted playfully, snatching the food box from Fu Hang's hands, her high heels clicking on the floor. Fu Hang let out a long breath, calculating how many points he might lose from this. He hoped it wouldn't be too significant. Falling below a certain threshold wouldn't affect the settlement but could impact performance evaluations. He involuntarily scanned the surroundings again, still failing to spot that familiar figure. Could she be attending class today? Should he head to the school, or perhaps make a phone call? After all, given yesterday's incidents, with his own instructions, Baldy should have informed Qin Youchu last night. Even the strongest individuals are still just college girls at heart. What on earth am I thinking? Qin Youchu isn't just a client. What are you mumbling about? A sudden voice chimed in as she stepped into the milk tea shop. What are you doing here? Fu Hang's eyes widened in surprise. She was dressed in her usual plain white professional attire, but today her bangs were parted to the sides, partially obscuring her eyes. She sat casually in the middle of the shop, clutching a cup of milk tea and sipping heartily. Drinking milk tea, this flavor seems quite delightful. Qin Youchu blinked, shaking her cup of Mei Fei Sei Wu. You should be at work by now. Fu Hang pointed to the wall clock, which read 9:17. I only work 1 day a week, and I've already been here 3 times this week, she said, chewing on the pearls in her mouth. Her words somewhat muffled. Then you should return to school for class. Your studies should take precedence. You wouldn't want to end up not graduating. Fu Hang admonished, plopping down in front of her. After all the trouble I went through to buy you those steamed buns, I've completed all my senior courses. I'm just waiting to pursue graduate studies, but you still need to prepare well for the entrance exams. Fu Hang retorted, being a top student is impressive, huh? Do you know about something called guaranteed admission? Fu Hang slumped, resting his head heavily on the table. You're free before noon, right? Qin Youchu leaned forward, resting her chin on the table. What do you want? Fu Hang turned his head, facing away. The system. Just give me a straightforward answer. What is wrong with this girl? I'll tell her to make sure to change. Accompany me to a place. Qin Youchu blinked innocently. I'm at work. Fu Hang huffed in exasperation. Delivery. Qin Youchu's head remained still, her lively eyes darting about. I sell milk tea. This shop is mine. Fu Hang straightened up. I know, which is why I didn't pay. Qin Youchu raised her cup of milk tea and took another hearty sip. Are you coming or not? Where to? Fu Hang asked, meeting her gaze. To say goodbye to the past. Qin Youchu's voice was unusually calm. Fu Hang felt a tremor in his pupils. Alright. He stood up. Let us go here. Qin Youchu smiled, pulling out her phone to send a location. Fu Hang glanced at his phone. It was a neighborhood near Hancheng University. Baldy locked them up here. Let us go. My car is parked in front of the mall. Fu Hang turned to head outside. No need for a car, just this. Chin Yuchu pointed to the electric scooter by the entrance. Ride this over, it'll take less than 40 minutes, right? 2 hours round trip. Fu Hang hesitated. What did Ching-Wan have for lunch? Chin Yuchu suddenly turned her head. Didn't he say, can we skip the delivery? Fu Hang turned back, their eyes locking. Actually, there is no strict rule about having to bow twice at dawn and dusk or burn incense 3 times a day. However, Fu Hang had grown accustomed to it, finding it somewhat habitual. Fine, skipping a day one tea mattered. He inhaled deeply, still at 68.66, missing one meal. Wouldn't tea cause too much of a drop? If necessary, he could always make up for it by working late. Oh yeah, Chin Yuchu exclaimed joyously, bouncing on the spot and then darting toward the electric scooter, effortlessly hopping onto the back seat. Wait a moment. I need to borrow a helmet. After borrowing a helmet from the shop staff, and under the admiring gazes of the employees, Fu Hang donned the helmet and hopped on the electric scooter. Just before they set off, a small incident occurred. When Fu Hang offered the borrowed helmet to Chin Yuchu, she adamantly refused to wear it, insisting on wearing Fu Hang's instead. However, that helmet was a company-ordered yellow cap, which Fu Hang had grown accustomed to. Switching colors felt quite awkward while riding. After several rounds of back and forth, Fu Hang ultimately faced a resounding defeat, donning a helmet adorned with a sloth bear. His electric scooter weaved through the city's hustle and bustle, enveloped in the essence of autumn, as the cool breeze danced with fallen leaves in the air. Fu Hang's expression was grave and focused. He could not envision the scene that awaited him, nor did he dare to contemplate it. He could only concentrate on riding, acutely aware of the hand that rested gently on his waist and the warmth pressed against his back. With such intelligence, why was she still so naive? Just past 10 o'clock, Fu Hang halted at the entrance of a residential complex, casting a skeptical glance inside. It was a mid-range community, situated near a university town, with reasonably good amenities surrounding it. Here, Chin Yuchu alighted from the vehicle, vigorously waving in a specific direction. A sharply dressed man, upon noticing her, hurriedly approached. Fu Hang frowned. Was there truly such a person among the bald man's subordinates? Would it not have been better to assign the task to someone else, allowing such a character to handle external affairs? Indeed, every profession harbors its own areas of professional ignorance. Hello, I am Chin Yuchu. We have been in contact before. Hello, Miss Chin. The newcomer furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze skimming over the electric scooter, the yellow vest, the helmet, and Fu Hang himself, before finally resting on Chin Yuchu's face. At which point a smile returned to his lips. Fu Hang felt a flicker of disdain. Had he just been looked down upon in that fleeting moment? The bald man's subordinate certainly needed to improve his professional skills. Should he remind this fellow how his 5 colleagues had managed to soar? Please come in room 909, building 12. Perhaps sensing the threat emanating from Fu Hang, the suited man acted decisively. Let's go. Chin Yuchu suddenly grasped Fu Hang's hand, briskly following behind. Fu Hang's body instinctively tensed. By heaven, this was the first, no, the third time a girl had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Ching-Wan had done so once, and the third client had done the same, but those instances had been brief. And the moment their fingers had touched, Fu Hang could discern the purpose, significance, and emotional intent behind the gesture. Yet now, why did it feel so natural? Perhaps she was nervous, after all, considering what lay ahead. Fu Hang reassured himself internally, squeezing Chin Yuchu's hand firmly. Chapter 23, House Purchase. So, you dragged me here so early in the morning just to view a property? Fu Hang nearly shouted this as he entered room 909. Well, what else? Chin Yuchu replied innocently. What about your parents? Fu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. How would I know? Aren't they your arrangement? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. But they are your parents. They're not biological. Why are we even viewing a property? Didn't you say you wanted to bid farewell to the past, to set up a new home, to embark on a new life? Isn't that precisely about leaving the past behind? Chin Yuchu tilted her head, appearing utterly self-evident. The real estate agent, sensing the tension, discreetly retreated to the balcony. He had encountered such scenarios in dialogues numerous times. However, the girl's judgment and tactics seemed somewhat lacking. If one were to fish, one should at least aim for quality. How much profit could be gleaned from a mere delivery person? Perhaps she lacked a clear understanding of her own positioning. There is already a call. Would you like me to introduce you afterward? The real estate agent perked up, his mind calculating. So, how do you find this property? Do you like it? If you like it, that is what matters. Fu Hang slumped onto the sofa, thoroughly drained. The property indeed appeared quite appealing. Though it was a second-hand home, it was exquisitely renovated, nearly brand new, with well-maintained furniture and appliances, likely a self-occupied unit. The layout was well ventilated, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, nearly 90 square meters in total, allowing each room to appear spacious. For a family of 3, it offered exceptional value and comfort. I really like it. So let us go with this one. Pay up, Manager Lu. Chin Yuchu called towards the balcony. What, me pay? Manager Lu, who had just prepared to enter, wisely took a step back. I don't have any money. I still owe you several $100,000. Ha, Fu Hang chuckled. This property, while not in the city center, is adjacent to the university town. It must be at least $20,000 per square meter, totaling nearly $2 million. Why should I buy it for you? You're not even a client. Furthermore, gifts for clients can be accounted for. It's not out of my own pocket. What this? Are you unwilling? Shin Yuchu's face registered shock. Manager Lu, what the total price for this property? Fu Hang shouted towards the balcony. With all fees included, it totals 2.01 million. If financed. The rest of his sentence was cut off by a raised hand from Fu Hang, who tilted his head to give Shin Yuchu a look that said, "Listen to this is 2 million, not 200. Do you think this is like buying bubble tea? Not to mention I've been footing the bill for your meals daily. Are you unwilling?" Shin Yuchu's expression darkened. "Is it so strange that I'm unwilling? The watch in Shin Qingwan's possession was a gift from you, wasn't it? I checked. It's worth 157,000, a limited edition from BLD, and its value has risen since." "Are you threatening me?" Fu Hang's eyes twitched and Manager Lu was momentarily taken aback, feeling remorse for his earlier thoughts. Was this guy a demolition household? Girl, keep it up. You claim to gift me a company worth over 100 million. Yet you hesitate over a 2 million property. Shin Yuchu stood her ground. "I never said I would give the company to you. You did say that. You mentioned I should sign the share transfer agreement immediately. Bring me the agreement, and the company is yours." Fu Hang was enraged. He had long lost interest in that company. If it weren't for that company, would he be in such a passive position? To be manipulated by a girl who wasn't even a client, he no longer wanted the company, he demanded the property. Shin Yuchu lifted her chin defiantly. 20 minutes later, under Manager Lu's astonished gaze, Fu Hang completed the transfer, full payment. "And what about the subsequent procedures?" Manager Lu cautiously inquired. "The property deed can list both our names." Shin Yuchu suddenly beamed with a smile. No need. Fu Hang settled back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette just as Manager Lu had left. "Then this will be considered premarital property." Shin Yuchu was relentless. Fu Hang took a deep drag from his cigarette, turning away to ignore her. Manager Lu secretly gave Shin Yuchu a thumbs up. Her tactics were remarkable. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Lu. I'll have my friend, who is a lawyer, contact you for the specific procedures." Shin Yuchu immediately assumed the role of the homeowner, beginning to direct Manager Lu. "Your lawyer isn't Zhang Xiang, is he?" "Yes, that's him. He is the only lawyer I know," Shin Yuchu replied matter-of-factly. "Have you started giving orders to Lawyer Zhang?" Fu Hang was utterly speechless. This lawyer was the system's designated legal counsel, and he usually treated him with utmost courtesy. What did she mean by giving orders? He was the company's legal counsel, and she was the executive assistant. How was it wrong for him to do her a favor? Eventually, Manager Lu left amidst a flurry of shock, leaving behind all the spare keys. Shin Yuchu gleefully wandered around the house again, resting her hands on the balcony as she gazed down at the community. After a while, she turned her head, glancing at Fu Hang, who was still sulking in the living room, and her smile gradually faded. "From this moment on, I truly have nothing left but you." Lowering her head, Shin Yuchu pinched her slightly sore nose, suppressing the emotions that ought not to surface at this moment, due to the acquisition of the new home. Fu Hang was dragged by Shin Yuchu to the mall in the afternoon, where they procured various daily necessities. Given the current vibe, it appeared Shin Yuchu intended to move in today itself. Fortunately this time, Shin Yuchu did not pressure Fu Hang to pay for everything. To be precise, she did not demand that he cover the entire cost, items such as the water dispenser, rice cooker, and robotic vacuum cleaner. Even the expense for changing the locks, she still insisted on Fu Hang paying. Having already spent 2 million, Fu Hang was indifferent to this additional expense, showing no hesitation. Paying more made Fu Hang feel more like he was back at work, as if he were accompanying a client on a shopping spree. However, for everyday items like toothbrushes, towels, bed sheets, and slippers, Shin Yuchu insisted on footing the bill herself. "I say, why are you buying duplicates of these items for yourself? And why are they all couple-themed?" Fu Hang could no longer hold back. Shin Yuchu, in the bloom of youth, with unparalleled grace and charm, how could I possibly not have men visiting my home? Shin Yuchu looked at Fu Hang as if he were a fool. Fu Hang's eyes flickered, his expression momentarily frozen. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in that instant, vividly conjuring the image of the house he had purchased that morning. He envisioned Shin Yuchu rolling up her sleeves to wash dishes, while a man in an apron mopped the floor, yet he could not discern the man's face. Shaking his head vigorously, Fu Hang strode outside without uttering a word. He could not accept the existence of that man, even if that man was himself. He had yet to retire, he still had a bright future ahead. He wanted yacht parties, he desired a life filled with song and revelry, a world of indulgence and extravagance. "Are we having dinner?" Setting everything down, Shin Yuchu stood in the community, gazing up at her new home, her face radiating satisfaction. "Wait." Fu Hang glanced at the time. It was 5:37 p.m. Strictly speaking, he had skipped work today. Do you also enjoy? Shin Yuchu, curious, turned her head, only to find Fu Hang's serious gaze fixed on the digital watch on his wrist. Fu Hang had never been accustomed to wearing watches, especially those gifted by the system, as wearing them often led to unforeseen troubles. The current tea artist had a remarkably keen eye. This digital watch was a gift Shin Yuchu had purchased that afternoon, ostensibly as a token of gratitude. To be fair, this was the most precious gift he had ever received, valued at 2,213 after discount. previous clients had also offered some gifts. For instance, Shin Ching-won had given him scarves, socks, gloves, lighters, all of which had proven useful at opportune moments, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. 5:45 p.m. Today, a salary of 100,000 yuan has been credited. The current objective is to enhance the affection level of Shin Ching-won, which stands at 70.12. Please, host, continue your efforts. I must admit, you possess a modicum of conscience. Fu Hang clenched his fists, his body relaxing. Are you talking about me? Jin Yuchu furrowed her brows. No, after work, what do you want to eat? Fu Hang felt a weight lift from his shoulders, the day's accumulated frustration evaporating instantly. But what on earth is Shin Ching-won? She was absent for a day, and her affection level actually increased. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 24, University life is lacking. At the food street outside Hansheng University, the two sat in a rather shabby eatery, a choice made by Qin Yuchu. I've heard my dorm mates rave about this place. Today, I can finally taste it. Qin Yuchu deftly wiped the table with a napkin, ordering nearly every dish she had heard about. You've never been here? Fu Hang asked a rather foolish question. How could I? Students who receive poverty assistance can hardly afford such luxuries. Qin Yuchu shot Fu Hang a disdainful look. Aren't you worried about being seen by your classmates in this state? Fu Hang felt a pang of anxiety and turned his head to distract himself. I've already submitted my application for the withdrawal of poverty assistance, and they all say I'm being kept. So a nice meal isn't too much to ask, right? Qin Yuchu replied calmly. Fu Hang's gaze sharpened, frowning at Qin Yuchu. This was something he hadn't anticipated. A student from a poor background suddenly undergoing such a significant transformation would indeed attract a lot of gossip in the ivory tower of campus life. Hey, what are you staring at? Am I not? You don't mind at all. Does my concern even matter? But, wasn't it you who insisted I should eat well and dress well at school? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow in suspicion. I apologize, I didn't foresee that. Fu Hang felt a twinge of guilt. So, do you like the changes in me? Qin Yuchu's expression became suddenly serious. Fu Hang paused, tearing open the sanitized utensils on the table and placing them in front of Qin Yuchu. Honestly, it's not quite what I imagined. Fu Hang shrugged. Then I will continue to strive. Qin Yuchu turned her head to observe the flow of people outside. Whatever you want me to become, I will transform into that. I am quite clever. Qin Yuchu. Just as the dishes were served, a surprised voice broke the tranquility between the two. Qin Yuchu blinked and looked at the newcomer. Hello, I didn't expect to see you here. We spoke on the phone earlier. I am Fong Zhe from the drama club. The newcomer was a sunny young man with a pleasant voice. Fu Hang's interest peaked immediately. He set down his chopsticks and turned to face him. Finally, the moment I have long anticipated has arrived. Yes, your transformation is different from what I expected. The reason the system has yet to acknowledge you is not due to a lack of excellence on your part, but rather because you do not meet its criteria. An ultimate sycophant system, if one achieves results without proper flattery, it becomes the end of the sycophant system. Pulling, shoving, controlling, PUA, this is the true destination of a sycophant. As for T-skills, if one does not know them, they can be learned. I believe you are clever enough to manage it. Hello. Fu Hang's subtle changes did not escape Qin Yuchu's keen eye. She smiled and turned to Fong Zhe. This smile was skillfully crafted, neither excessive nor lacking, not overly exaggerated, yet exuding charm and a degree of approachability while maintaining enough distance. Fu Hang felt compelled to applaud. This is the essence of it. I told you, you could do it. A system. How about a round of applause for encouragement? What a coincidence. May I ask who this is? Fong Zhe seemed to notice Fu Hang for the first time and politely inquired. A friend. Fu Hang eagerly interjected, wearing a smile that, while seemingly cheerful, betrayed signs of strain, discontent, repression, and a hint of provocation. Qin Yuchu remained silent, yet she was intrigued by Fu Hang, her fingers discreetly pinching her thigh under the table. I wonder if this friend is also from our school. I don't believe I've seen him before. Fong Zhe commanded a strong presence, a result of his experience on the drama stage. To put it professionally, he had a commanding aura. I graduated many years ago. Fu Hang's smile began to fade, yet internally he was overjoyed. Oh, may I ask where you work? I run a small business. I own a milk tea shop. Fu Hang took a napkin and dabbed at the corner of his mouth before wiping his hands, seemingly preparing to stand. A milk tea shop? Is it located in the university town as well? Fong Zhe appeared oblivious to Fu Hang's hints, his expression still adorned with a faint smile. A T Century Plaza. Fu Hang leaned on the armrest, adjusting his posture. This kid is still too naive, with you standing there. I have to strain my neck to look up. It's quite tiring. You should sit down, that way, you can turn the tables instead of just standing there. No matter how strong your aura is. What effect does it have when the girl isn't familiar with you? You came here to eat, didn't you? Indeed, Qin Yuchu spoke up. Yes, I'm here with a few student council members. Oh, I'm also having a meal. Qin Yuchu blinked. Apologies for the interruption. Well, I will head back now. It was a pleasure seeing you. The somewhat oblivious president of the drama club finally reacted, intending to continue the conversation. But upon seeing Qin Yuchu bow her head and pick up her chopsticks, he left, looking quite content. Sigh. Fu Hang let out a breath, slightly shaking his head. University life is lacking. Qin Yuchu suddenly lifted her gaze. scrutinizing Fu Hang with great seriousness. Cough. Let us eat. Fu Hang shrank his neck. Why not say you were delivering takeout? Qin Yuchu set down her chopsticks. His presence is so commanding that a delivery person would be overshadowed. Then why don't you tell him you're the president of Yuanbua Trading? Don't scare the poor boy. Let us eat. Fu Hang thoughtfully picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Qin Yuchu's bowl. He noticed. Qin Yuchu lowered her voice. Who noticed? Fu Hang feigned ignorance. Isn't it just the president looking? If you don't stir things up, this kid might think that a mere show of strength will win him affection from the lovely ladies. A sycophant cannot operate in such a manner. Qin Yuchu chuckled, lowering her head to pick up the ribs in her bowl. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. It was Fu Hang's phone, resting on the table. Both of them glanced at the screen, revealing an incoming call from Shin Xingwan. Slap. Fu Hang smacked his forehead in realization that I completely forgot. I shouldn't have brought my watch while calculating my earnings. I overlooked this matter. Although the system processed my earnings as usual today, the fact that I was absent for an entire day left Fu Hang feeling quite anxious. Should I answer? Qin Yuchu seemed to understand Fu Hang's emotions. Hello, Qingwan. In the next moment, without a second thought, Fu Hang instinctively picked up the phone, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Qin Yuchu frowned, yet to her surprise, she did not feel the anticipated displeasure. Instead, she seemed intrigued. No. I'm eating, with a few buddies. Fu Hang glanced up at Qin Yuchu before quickly lowering his head again. What? You're still at the company? Well, have you eaten? Do you want me to bring you something? No trouble at all. I'm not far away. We've also finished eating and we're just about to leave. What are you having? Alright, I understand. No spicy. By the way, it's getting late. Should I drive over and take you back? Oh, I see. That's perfect. Actually, my car is parked a bit far. After hanging up, the awkwardness was evident on Fu Hang's face. This was a situation he had never encountered before, in the past, when he had multiple clients simultaneously. He always planned ahead to effectively avoid such scenarios, but Qin Yuchu isn't even a client, right? Let us go. Qin Yuchu set down her chopsticks decisively. Fu Hang was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, you would be pouring tea over my head, right? What is Shin Xingwan eating? Qin Yuchu ignored Fu Hang, wiping her mouth and grabbing her coat. Spicy hot pot. Fu Hang answered obediently, almost as if under a spell. She didn't specify which place, did she? There seems to be one just ahead. I'll accompany you there. Yuchu, let us go. It's on the way to my house from here to the company. There is no bus here, and taking a taxi is expensive. Walking, in these high heels of mine. Aren't you going to eat? Fu Hang looked at the table full of untouched dishes. We came to sample the flavors. And now that I've tasted it, remember to settle the bill. I'm in a hurry to return and organize things. Otherwise, I might not get to sleep tonight. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, leading the way outside. Chapter 25, Not Your Average Milk Tea Shop. Standing outside her new home, Qin Yuchu suddenly lost the desire to go upstairs. Turning around, she gazed at the desolate entrance of the community, a frown slowly forming on her brow. I am increasingly unable to comprehend you. You clearly have feelings for me yet avoid me like the plague. You clearly do not like her, yet you pursue her fervently. It's not what I expected. Must I become like Shin Xingwan? But you don't like her. In the days that followed, Qin Yuchu did not return to the company. Finally re-emerging in the classroom, her return to campus triggered an explosive reaction on the Hancheng University online forum. Even affecting the campus networks of nearby universities, the hot topic of discussion revolved around the melodramatic school bell rankings. In this hormone-fueled ivory tower, such topics were always the subject of fervent debate. Difficult to resist, especially concerning Qin Yuchu, which was accompanied by various controversies: school bell, poverty, academic excellence, goddess, and being kept. It seemed that girls generally believed a woman could not undergo such a significant transformation in a short time without some credibility to the rumors. Meanwhile, boys were more inclined to think that they had been blind in the past. The forum buzzed with heated discussions, some praising, some disparaging, some subtly mocking, and others defending. Yuchu, this is the milk tea I bought for you. In the corner of the cafeteria, Qin Yuchu helplessly raised her head, furrowing her brows and pouting, her eyes reflecting confusion. I saw you drinking this yesterday. You should enjoy it, the sunny boy said with a smile as he boldly sat directly across from her. Compared to the tentative advances of other boys over the past few days, this one was indeed quite audacious. That cup was given to you by President Fang. Qin Yuchu replied with a faint smile. Lowering her head to continue eating, Fang Zhe, the one from the drama club, a trace of disdain flickered across the boy's face, though he concealed it well that it's not good for girls to drink iced beverages. This hot one will warm your stomach. The boy presumptuously moved the cup of iced milk tea that had been on the table aside and placed his freshly set cup in front of Qin Yuchu. This one was left by Vice President Liu from the student council. Qin Yuchu didn't even glance up, the one who just walked by. The boy smirked, defiantly tilting his chin. To be fair, the boy's jawline was quite defined, and coupled with his height, he certainly exuded a certain charm, perhaps even more masculine than Fu Hang. To be precise, the one who just passed by. Qin Yuchu still did not lift her gaze. Using her spoon to cut a small piece of lion's head meat, wrapping it in a bit of rice before bringing it to her mouth, the boy was taken aback by her words and turned to see Lu Junkai, the vice president of the student council, approaching with an unhappy expression, a small box in hand. Qin Yuchu, this is the fresh fruit salad just released from the western cafeteria. As he got closer, Lu Junkai had already donned a smile. I'm allergic to mangoes. Qin Yuchu glanced at the box of fruit salad, raising her head with an expression of innocent regret. Lu Junkai looked astonished. The boy suddenly laughed unabashedly. What are you laughing at? Lu Junkai retorted, his anger flaring. Happy, of course. I just learned a new piece of information about Yuchu, so naturally, I'm delighted. Yuchu, I've noted that you don't eat mangoes. The boy was unafraid. I'm done eating. You two, chatting while drinking? Qin Yuchu set down her soup spoon, politely nodded to the two, and stood up with her tray. Thank you for the milk tea. As she was leaving, she picked up the cup of iced tea. No need to thank me. I'm glad you like it. Lu Junkai's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny, flashing a smile while simultaneously casting a challenging glare at the boy. Qin Yuchu, I'm Layla, and I intend to pursue you. The boy directly ignored Lu Junkai's glare, lifting his milk tea and calling out loudly to Qin Yuchu's retreating figure. His voice echoed throughout the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many around them. Layla had garnered a bit of a following at Hansheng University, a music major with a slight touch of fame. He had some admirers thanks to his striking looks. Regarding his public confession, Qin Yuchu seemed to have heard it yet not fully grasped it, merely turning her head slightly to cast a calm glance at Layla before continuing her steady pace forward. Her steps were light yet firm, marked by a unique rhythm. What a show-off! Lu Junkai scoffed at Layla, turning to leave, though not without casting a lingering look at the ordinary girl in a hoodie and jeans. Her ponytail swaying as she walked away, his gaze filled with obsession and fervor. It seems it will be difficult to focus on my studies from now on. Is this what you wanted? Holding the milk tea, Qin Yuchu strolled through the campus, her direction set towards the school gate. Ever since moving into her own place, she hadn't returned to the dormitory upon reaching the gate. A ride-hailing car stopped before her. Driver, please enjoy this milk tea. Qin Yuchu checked the license plate before opening the door and sliding into the back seat. The driver looked somewhat taken aback. It was bought by a classmate, but I can't drink iced beverages. Qin Yuchu smiled, turning to gaze at the school gate. Even after the door had closed, she could still feel the lingering gazes following her. The sensation of being observed was not particularly pleasant. The destination was Century Plaza, and for reasons unknown, the loquacious ride-hailing driver remained unusually silent, focusing on driving while occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror to steal a glance at the back seat. Boss lady, haven't seen you in several days. The milk tea shop attendant greeted warmly as Qin Yuchu entered. She smiled sweetly, her grin radiant. A large serving of iced mango sago, please. Certainly, the attendant replied enthusiastically. Who told you she's the boss lady? A head poked out from behind the curtain on the second floor. The attendant shrank back, winking at Qin Yuchu. Without saying a word, Qin Yuchu merely tilted her head back, smiling serenely as she observed the other person. You seem rather free, Fu Hang remarked, unable to meet her gaze, diverting his eyes in avoidance. The lion's head in the cafeteria was rather salty at noon. I thought I might sweeten it up a bit. Is there no milk tea shop at Hansheng University? It's expensive here. Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, as if it were a matter of course. Suddenly, the curtain was yanked shut, flopping back onto the mattress. Fu Hang took a deep breath, his heart racing unusually. Just moments ago, the way Qin Yuchu looked at him made him feel as if he had been flirted with. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs made Fu Hang tense up, his eyes widening as he stared at the thin curtain. Sure enough, the next moment, the curtain was pulled aside. What do you intend to do? Fu Hang instinctively shrank back, his hands protecting his chest. Is this where you work? Qin Yuchu frowned, surveying her surroundings. The second floor was originally an open space with 3 booths, but now that all the chairs had been removed, it appeared quite spacious. There were no extraneous items, just a comfortable-looking double bed in the center, with Fu Hang's takeaway set and his ever-present backpack hanging at the foot of the bed. A long power strip extending from the wall to the bed, plugged into 2 phones. How novel. I'm the boss. I can arrange my workspace however I please. Fu Hang nervously shifted his shoulders, sitting up straight on the bed. I can't shake the feeling that your milk tea shop isn't exactly a legitimate one. Qin Yuchu suppressed a laugh as she sat at the edge of the bed, which only made Fu Hang more anxious. Chapter 26, Lying Flat? You're overthinking it. Do you have other side jobs? Qin Yuchu implied. Fu Hang shot her a glare, surveying his surroundings. Alright, the original decor of the second floor was quite charming. With a warm-tone lighting layout that was clearly designed for couples, they removed the tables and replaced them with beds. This is the employee break area, not open to the public. Please vacate the premises promptly. Fu Hang attempted to mask his embarrassment with a cold demeanor. Come on, don't be like that. If there are any hidden charges, do enlighten me. I have money now and can pay. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, her gaze drifting over to the 2 phones on the bed. Both screens were lit up. One displayed a social media interface, while the other showcased a game. You should settle the payment for the milk tea first. Fu Hang glared at her. Fine, since you're not accommodating me, I'll just head to work so I won't be a burden. Qin Yuchu shrugged nonchalantly, pulling aside the curtain as she headed downstairs. The social media page displayed Shen Xingwan's profile. Is it necessary to keep such a close watch all the time? By the way, about tomorrow's company team building event, are you sure you won't join? It's a 2-day, 1-night camping trip on the mountaintop, right? Qin Yuchu's enticing voice drifted from downstairs. 2 days and 1 night, camping at Qianfeng Mountain Scenic Area. The head behind the curtain poked out once more. Indeed, Qin Yuchu lifted her head, looking at Fu Hang with a playful expression. Only a fool would go. I'd rather lie here, wouldn't you? Why hike a mountain? Fu Hang smirked, but inwardly he was elated. The Qianfeng Mountain Scenic Area was about a 2-hour journey from Hanchang, and since it was company-sponsored camping, it made no sense for Shen Xingwan to invite him during this time frame. Wouldn't he thus enjoy 2 days of paid leave? At most, he would just have to check in online. Fu Hang felt quite pleased. Conveniently, Shen Xingwan had been rather erratic in her affections lately. Currently sitting at a 71.12 approval rating, it would be perfect to disappear from her sight for a few days, allowing her to cool down and observe the impressive performances of other male colleagues in the company. Having been promoted, wouldn't his social circle elevate as well? As Fu Hang reveled in his thoughts, Qin Yuchu had already returned to the company. Yuchu, what brings you here today? In the hallway, Shen Xingwan encountered Qin Yuchu. Aren't we camping tomorrow? I still haven't found a partner. Qin Yuchu showed a troubled expression. For the feasibility of the planned team building, the company required 2 people to share a tent, allowing for free pairing. Those without partners would be arranged by the company. The president definitely not attending. Shen Xingwan leaned closer, lowering her voice to ask. Qin Yuchu's gaze flicked to the side, pouting slightly in a show of mild frustration. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but curse inwardly, unsure what tactics this girl used to make the president relinquish his signing authority to her. As she scrutinized Qin Yuchu further, Shen Xingwan felt even more disgruntled. Dressed in a hoodie and jeans, which were practically workplace faux pas, she nonetheless appeared effortlessly fitting, exuding youthful charm. How about we team up? Shen Xingwan playfully linked her arm with Qin Yuchu's as they walked towards her office. Since you wield signing authority, it's only natural to curry favor with you. Plus, building a good rapport with you means more leverage when meeting the president, right? Sister Xingwan wants to team up with me? But doesn't the plan state that mid-level leaders can bring their families? Qin Yuchu's eyes glimmered with curiosity. How annoying, now I'm still single, Shen Xingwan teased, playfully pinching Qin Yuchu with someone as exceptional as Sister Xingwan. I bet you have many admirers chasing after you, right? What about you? I refuse to believe there aren't people pursuing you in college, Shen Xingwan suddenly remarked, seemingly casually. Just a bunch of kids. Qin Yuchu replied nonchalantly. I thought. Shen Xingwan narrowed her eyes slightly, unable to help but glance at the bracelet on Qin Yuchu's wrist, the very one she had gifted her. She was surprisingly still wearing it. Wait a moment, she has always worn this bracelet. When she interacted with Fu Hang, would he recognize it? Just a few days ago, their encounters had been quite frequent. As this thought crossed Shen Xingwan's mind, a warmth surged within her. That man, even if he did recognize it, would likely feign ignorance, wouldn't he? If it were just the 2 of us as partners, would we be able to carry the tent up there? Qin Yuchu seemed to have suddenly recalled something, halting her steps. The purpose of the team-building exercise was to enhance cohesion, and the decision-makers relished incorporating elements of hardship and cooperation into the experience. Thus, for this outing, all equipment was distributed from the base and needed to be carried up by the participants. Oh dear, with Yuchu's beauty, there will surely be a throng of male colleagues vying to assist you. Shen Xingwan replied with conviction. However, Qin Yuchu remained silent, turning her head to gaze intently at Shen Xingwan, a faint smile playing on her lips. My apologies for my oversight. Shen Xingwan's heart raced. This girl exuded an impressive aura. What she had just said could be brushed off as playful banter, but the latter part was undeniably inappropriate. Why had Qin Yuchu been appointed as the assistant to the president? Why did she possess signing authority? The upper echelons of the company were tacitly aware. To bring this up repeatedly now, was it not akin to a slap in the face? Shen Xingwan found herself ensnared in a dilemma. If it were merely her, the men in the company would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to shower her with attention, a notion she had never previously considered. Yet, if she were alongside Qin Yuchu, surrounded by a throng of men, would that not be exceedingly awkward for her? If there were 1 or 2 who were oblivious to the circumstances and attempted to cling to Qin Yuchu, then the embarrassment would fall squarely on her shoulders. Would she protect, dissuade, facilitate, or simply revel in the admiration? What if the president caught wind of this? No man would appreciate his woman being surrounded by others. Would he? This was indeed a significant conundrum. Perhaps I should consult my fellow townsman, see if he is available tomorrow. Shen Xingwan smirked, her gaze flitting over Qin Yuchu's bracelet, suddenly struck by inspiration. If Fu Hang accompanied them under the guise of a family member, it would not only assist in carrying items but also mitigate any awkwardness. Moreover, Fu Hang's persona as a delivery worker was already well established within the company. No one would genuinely believe there was anything between them. Qianfeng Mountain was a 5A scenic area, and the cost of camping at the summit was considerable. The gentle and kind-hearted Qingwan would not squander company benefits but instead care for her townsmen. Allowing the delivery worker to experience a touch of luxury and establish another layer to his persona. Perfect, Fu Hang, would that be alright? Qin Yuchu inquired, taken aback. He is usually quite busy with work and has never mentioned going anywhere for leisure in all these years. Just right, it would be a chance for him to rest and unwind. Shen Qingwan's thoughts began to crystallize. This could indeed work, but would Fu Hang have the time? I see him quite occupied most days. Qin Yuchu scoffed inwardly, thinking, lying down, I'll see about that, rest assured, I will persuade him. Shen Qingwan replied with a gentle smile. She had considered many factors, yet had not once pondered whether Fu Hang would agree. The man had never turned her down, especially not for a camping trip at the summit. So we won't take the company bus then. Does Fu Hang have a car? Naturally, we won't be taking the bus. I need to arrive early to coordinate, as this is an event spearheaded by the HR department. You needn't concern yourself with that. Then thank you, Qingwan. Qin Yuchu smiled and waved, pushing open the door to her office. Chapter 27. This car seems familiar. The car, however, was a dilemma. As Shen Qingwan turned away, she frowned inwardly. Fu Hang indeed owned a vehicle, but that new energy car, not to mention comfort, what if it ran out of power on the way? Furthermore, having the HR supervisor and the president's assistant in that car, not to mention herself, would Qin Yuchu accept it? Should the company dispatch another vehicle, the travel agency was only responsible for the bus transportation. Mid-level and senior management were expected to drive themselves. Though labeled as team building, the notion that leaders would endure hardship alongside ordinary employees was naive. It indicated a lack of understanding of the workplace. Everyone drove their own cars, and naturally no additional vehicles would be arranged. What mid to upper level manager didn't have a car? Shen Qingwan initially intended to hitch a ride with Su Changhe to ease their relationship and also to establish her presence in front of other senior members. But now, Fu Hang, lounging on the second floor of a milk tea shop, felt a twitch of his eyelids, having just missed 2 critical moves in a game, resulting in the crystal being pushed and even facing complaints from teammates. Strange, Fu Hang licked his lips. Clearly someone was using a gaming account to cover up, indicating that his gaming skills were likely quite impressive. Subconsciously glancing at another phone, he felt an ominous premonition. Fu Hang? Are you free tomorrow? A message suddenly popped up on the screen, causing his heart to skip a beat. No way. Are you not going camping tomorrow? Yes. Fu Hang replied instantly. The company is having a team building event tomorrow at Qianfeng Mountain for camping. Do you want to join? Shen Qingwan was unusually direct. Damn, Fu Hang felt a vein throb on his forehead. A favorability rating of 71.12, and you're inviting me to go camping? For a company team building event? Has the Great Farbo Trading Company run out of fish in its pond? What have I been enduring as a delivery worker for so long? Can I join? His rapid-fire reply was tinged with trembling excitement. The management allows bringing one companion, and I thought, since you play games all day, it's quite harmful to your health, this would be a perfect opportunity to get some fresh air. Shen Qingwan subtly shifted the term family to companion. Slightly increasing the distance, Qingwan, you're so kind, with a touched emoji. Fu Hang stood barefoot on the loft floor, nearly jumping in frustration, his phone almost crushed in his grip. Shall I pick you up tomorrow? ULL pick me up. Fu Hang was momentarily stunned. Was this woman out of her mind? I need to go ahead to coordinate work and be traveling with the group. So I borrowed a car from a friend. Fu Hang smirked, his fingers hovering over the input box, but he didn't type anything. By doing so, the other person's phone would display that they were typing. 10, 9, 5, 2, 1, don't overthink it. After all, it's more than a 2-hour drive, and since it's a tourist area, I worry that your car might run out of power, which would be quite inconvenient. As expected, 10 seconds later, the second message arrived promptly. I understand. Fu Hang deleted the space, waiting 5 seconds before replying. Those 4 words exuded boundless helplessness and profound guilt. Perhaps I should wait for you at the entrance of your neighborhood tomorrow. Even though it's the weekend, there will still be morning traffic, making driving difficult. Fu Hang paused for 3 seconds before sending another message. That works, my friend will be dropping off the car tonight. I'll bring you breakfast, alright, see you tomorrow. After setting down his phone, Fu Hang wore an expression of utter despair. My paid leave, the situation shouldn't have anything to do with Qin Yuchu. Right, he couldn't help but recall the figure from this morning, dressed in a hoodie and jeans. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling premonition, pulling out his phone again, though he hesitated to call Qin Yuchu. Never mind, this is just work accompanying the goddess on a mountain hike and camping while earning 200,000. What reason could there be to complain? The next morning Fu Hang stood impeccably dressed at the entrance of Shen Qingwan's neighborhood. Instinctively glancing at the security booth, where the sleepy guard was not the enthusiastic older brother, after sending 2 messages, a black ADQ-7 emerged from within the community. Fu Hang furrowed his brow. That license plate seemed quite familiar. How could this car be here? The SUV stopped before him, and Shen Qingwan, clad in athletic wear, emerged with a smile. Her crop top and yoga pants perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, an archetype of a green tea persona. Is this the car your friend lent you? Oh, Fu Hang asked, his expression peculiar, momentarily forgetting to compliment Shin Xingwan's appearance. Yes, let us get in, adjust the seat position yourself, the electric button is on the left. Shin Xingwan took the breakfast from Fu Hang's hands, making her way to the passenger seat. Fu Hang feigned assistance, hurrying a few steps to open the passenger door, then intentionally circled behind to inspect the license plate again. Damn, it really is this car. First, we'll stop by the company. We need to pick someone up and she will be joining us. Shin Xingwan fastened her seatbelt, placing the breakfast aside while subtly observing Fu Hang's expression. The ADQ7 was no cheap vehicle. Renting it for a day would cost nearly $1,000, and she had meticulously selected it from the rental agency. Since I invited you to go camping, I should remind you to behave well. If I give you something sweet, I must also provide a little warning. Otherwise, if this man becomes too carefree and creates any awkwardness in front of Qin Yuchu, it would be quite embarrassing. Oh, I won't turn on the navigation just yet. Fu Hang adjusted his seat, desperately trying to mask his odd expression. Why does this license plate seem familiar? Because this car was his. A reward from a past performance evaluation system. Given it didn't fit his persona, he had little chance to drive it, and after half a year of it sitting idle in the garage, he decided to utilize it for extra income by sending it to the rental agency. Just this, borrowed from a friend? Forget it. I'll consider the rental fee as an additional business expense. Throughout the drive, Fu Hang spoke little, his focus unnaturally intense. Shin Xingwan chuckled inwardly, choosing not to provoke Fu Hang further. Let us stop at the milk tea shop ahead. I want to buy some. Shin Xingwan set her phone down, pointing at the nearby Ganlu milk tea. I'll go. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. I'll take care of it. Parking here is difficult. It's better for you to stay in the car. Shin Xingwan opened the door first. Fu Hang turned to observe the milk tea shop. As soon as the door swung open, the server who liked to call him boss lady was staring blankly at him. Fu Hang shot him a glare and made a shushing gesture. As she watched Shin Xingwan enter, Fu Hang opened the storage compartment within the car. Upon unfolding the vehicle registration, he confirmed what he suspected: owner, Fu Hang. Rolling his eyes, he tucked the registration into his pocket, wishing to spare the goddess any embarrassment and himself any awkward explanations. Shin Xingwan soon emerged, carrying 3 cups of mango sago. Well, considering the business trip allowance of 68 times 3. That was a pleasant surprise. Glancing back, Fu Hang caught the server's astonished gaze. Perhaps let Yuchu sit in the front. She gets carsick. Shin Xingwan entered the car, only to take a seat in the back. The person you are here to pick up is Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang turned, surprised. Yes, we are in the same group this time. She is actually the executive assistant to the company president. Shin Xingwan's careful reminder also indicated that Qin Yuchu's position was indeed higher than her own, hinting that it was only fitting for her to sit in front, while subtly advising Fu Hang to be perceptive over the next 2 days. I knew it involved you. Fu Hang's eyes flashed with frustration at the moment he turned. Let me tell you a secret. Yuchu is actually our president's girlfriend. Shin Xingwan suddenly recalled something and added in a hushed tone. Fu Hang's left cheek, essentially the half of his face Shin Xingwan could not see, twitching violently. The car arrived at the company entrance, where Qin Yuchu, dressed in matching athletic wear and carrying a backpack, skipped out cheerfully. In contrast to Shin Xingwan's fitted attire, Qin Yuchu's outfit was quite loose, resembling a high school uniform at first glance, albeit in more vibrant colors. Fu Hang momentarily lost his focus, the memory of their first encounter flooding back. A young girl in high school trousers, helplessly cornered by a few ruffians, her head bowed as she timidly and stubbornly dodged. Sister Xingwan. Fu Hang, hello. The car door opened, and the sweet-faced Yuchu climbed in. Have you been waiting long? Did you have breakfast? Fu Hang bought it. Shin Xingwan appeared quite amiable. I have eaten, thank you. Qin Yuchu closed the car door, curiously examining the interior. Here, this is for you, milk tea. Wow, how did Sister Xingwan know I like this place? Qin Yuchu joyfully accepted it. I see it on your desk every time, but be careful not to gain weight. Let me secretly tell you, the owner of this shop is incredibly handsome, Qin Yuchu teased, her tongue playfully touching her canine tooth, her smile laden with meaning. Oh, is that so? Shin Xingwan was slightly taken aback, glancing at Qin Yuchu, only to find her gazing at Fu Hang. Buckle your seatbelt. Fu Hang timely interrupted, starting the car. Shin Xingwan frowned. Was the milk tea shop owner really that handsome? Could he truly elicit such a remark from Qin Yuchu? Truth be told, she rarely bought milk tea herself. Well, I will trouble you today, Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu secured her seatbelt, turning to look earnestly at Fu Hang. I sincerely thank you. This is my first camping trip. Fu Hang forced a smile, struggling to adjust his emotions. Damn, this girl must be trouble. Sister Xingwan is just being considerate of your hard work and taking you on a trip to relax. Qin Yuchu opened her milk tea packaging, inserting the straw but not drinking. Instead, she placed it in the center armrest and repeated the process with the other cup. Thank you. Fu Hang, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, instinctively replied, his gaze discreetly drifting to the rearview mirror. He couldn't tell whether her gratitude was aimed at the milk tea or the camping trip. By the way, where are you from originally? Qin Yuchu asked, her focus directed ahead, seemingly casual. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. freeing one hand to grab the milk tea, vigorously sipping through the straw. You guys, where are you from originally? Fu Hang is a local, Shin Chingwan is from the south, but weren't they essentially compatriots? Fu Hang hadn't prepared for this line of questioning. Fu Hang and I are actually university classmates. Fu Hang is from here, and I'm from the seaside, Shin Chingwan responded swiftly, almost blurting it out. Nervously glancing at Qin Yuchu, who was now sipping her milk tea in a manner strikingly similar to Fu Hang, especially as she puffed her cheeks, chewing slowly. Oh, you two are university classmates, so how come? Graduated from the same university, one works in a big company while the other delivers takeout. Shin Chingwan's comment was to spare Fu Hang's feelings. His thoughts finally connected, his back felt a chill. Wow, I really didn't expect you to be classmates. Qin Yuchu turned her head, her gaze flitting between the two. Indeed, Fu Hang and Shin Chingwan were classmates, but not in the same class or even the same major. They merely attended the same school. Shin Chingwan studied human resources, while Fu Hang majored in Chinese language and literature. Suddenly recalling this, Fu Hang's mind began to wander. So he had been infatuated for more than 3 years. The system activation had indeed occurred 3 years ago, but 3 years prior Fu Hang had already been Shin Chingwan's admirer. It was just that without the system, his devotion hadn't been so refined. We've known each other for 6 years, right? Shin Chingwan's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, especially after witnessing the two nearly identical actions of sipping milk tea. A subtle feeling stirred within her. Wow, Qin Yuchu's expression became exaggerated, leaning back slightly, regarding Fu Hang with a knowing look. Fu Hang's demeanor turned awkward, gulping down his milk tea to mask his discomfort, yet Shin Chingwan's heart raced. What was behind Qin Yuchu's gaze towards Fu Hang? As a seasoned veteran of social intricacies, she had honed an instinct for sensing danger and threats. That look was off. It's still 2 hours away. Perhaps you should rest a bit. We got up so early. And we'll be climbing soon. Fu Hang interjected just in time, diverting the conversation. Navigate to Qianfeng Mountain's scenic area. The car's electronic voice announced the destination had been set for the visitor reception center at Qianfeng Mountain. Calculating the route and distance, Shin Chingwan frowned again. Fu Hang seemed quite familiar with this vehicle. What a luxurious car. Fu Hang, is this yours? Qin Yuchu began to explore the surroundings eagerly. It belongs to another friend of mine. Shin Chingwan hurriedly interjected, you should rest. Today's physical exertion won't be light. Fu Hang turned, his eyes flashing a warning. Qin Yuchu had already opened the storage compartment, rummaging inside. Oh, giving up. Qin Yuchu leaned back, obediently closing her eyes. In the back seat, Shin Chingwan felt 100 different kinds of discomfort. What was amiss? They had only met a few times. How could they be so familiar? Perhaps it was indeed too early. As the car jolted, Shin Chingwan gradually dozed off, though not deeply. She fell into a dream. She dreamed of her university days, recalling the scene of her first encounter with Fu Hang. It was a rainy afternoon outside the school's package collection station, where she, holding an umbrella, stared at a large package on the ground in distress. The parcel was sent by a male classmate from high school, filled with snacks, intended as a surprise, notified only after its arrival. Leaving her unprepared for such a large box. Classmate, may I help you? This was Fu Hang's first line to her. May I help you? Not do you need help. It was nervous, shy, and laced with a hint of trepidation and hope. Naturally, this led to their initial interaction. That day, he carried the box while she held the umbrella, rain soaking both the package and half of his body. When it was time to leave, she opened the package and handed him a bag of chips. From that moment on, he would often help her carry packages, buy breakfast, reserve seats in the study room, and copy notes for public courses. Their relationship was neither distant nor particularly close, not exactly ambiguous, yet not intimate either, until that day in the library, when he rushed out to buy her favorite milk tea, and she invited him to sit beside her. He appeared somewhat anxious, so when she reached for the milk tea, she purposely grabbed the wrong cup. This one is mine. I've already drunk from it. His voice was filled with disbelief. I know, but mine is finished. Shin Chingwan felt a sense of doubt. Wait, I don't remember saying it like that. She distinctly recalled explaining how engrossed she had been in her reading, not paying attention. No, that wasn't her voice. Shin Chingwan jolted awake, only to find Qin Yuchu tilted her head, provocatively looking at Fu Hang. Sipping her milk tea with gusto, looking down, she spotted an empty cup in the middle drink holder, the straw bearing faint traces of lipstick. Shin Chingwan's heart raced. What was this impudent girl trying to do? She had never genuinely taken a sip from another rest drink, merely feigning it, but what about her? Did she truly not mind sipping from a cup another man had used? Chapter 29, even impoverished students can wear makeup? Don't be so stingy, you don't even like sweet drinks, come, have a dried plum. Qin Yuchu's voice was soft, yet her tone irked Shin Chingwan greatly. I don't want it. Fu Hang shot her a glance. Be good, open your mouth. Where are we? Shin Chingwan's heart raced, instinctively making a sound as she slowly sat up. Almost there. Are you awake? Fu Hang instantly perked up, his gaze suddenly glancing at the rearview mirror. Awake? If you don't wake up soon, I'll feed you. Sorry, I stayed up too late last night. Shin Chingwan feigned a yawn, her eyes darting towards Qin Yuchu. Sister Chingwan, would you like a dried plum? Shin Yuchu tossed one into her mouth, turning to smile sweetly. No, I'm afraid it's sour. Shin Chingwon squinted slightly, lowering her head to adjust her makeup, her gaze once again falling upon the empty cup of milk tea. Straw, lipstick, had Shin Yuchu done her makeup today? With a hint of suspicion, she looked up and indeed found that Shin Yuchu was different today than on previous occasions, whenever she had seen her before. She had always presented herself with a natural face, but today, she had donned a guise of subtle beauty. No wonder, when she got into the car, she had remarked on how youth truly felt different. So she had put on makeup. What a scheming vixen. Has Yuchu not slept at all? Shin Chingwon put away her makeup mirror and forced a smile, compared to Shin Yuchu's seemingly natural look. The makeup on her own face appeared somewhat contrived. Wasn't she supposed to be a poor student? How could she possess such adept makeup skills? After a brief moment of slumber, she had just awakened. As for Fu Hang, he had been driving without a moment's rest. Thank you, Fu Hang. Should we switch places for a while? Shin Chingwon's tone suddenly softened as she reached across the seat to gently squeeze Fu Hang's shoulder. What is there to be tired about? It's just a short distance. Fu Hang was taken aback, his body trembling slightly. This tremor was far from feigned. Miss, I am driving. What you just did could be considered dangerous driving. A fine of 203 points deducted. By the heavens, I am merely a devoted admirer. What merit do I possess to deserve such attention from two young ladies? Please spare me. Allow me to quietly admire you both. If you would be so kind. My demands are not high. Once we get out, I'll give you a squeeze again. Just drive slowly. We have plenty of time. Shin Chingwon seemed to have activated some hidden switch. Her energy fierce, Shin Yuchu remained silent, merely turning her head to one side, quietly gazing out of the window. The milk tea had been returned to its place, and she was tossing plum candies into her mouth absent-mindedly. ADQ-7 arrived punctually at the scenic area parking lot as indicated by the navigation, and the designated contact person had long been waiting there. Shin Chingwon was not among the first arrivals. As a supervisor, she at least had the decency to arrive a half hour earlier than those truly responsible for the reception. You all can wander about for a bit. I need to handle some matters, she said reluctantly as she exited the car. She would have liked to bring Fu Hang along, as his presence would make things much easier for her. However, this was a company team-building event. And even though the HR department was small, there were still men present. What kind of situation would it be to have an outsider bustling about for her? Fu Hang's persona was that of a humble deliveryman. Need any help? Fu Hang inquired. Ever consider it? No, I only need to handle some coordination work. Others will take care of the specifics. Shin Chingwon replied kindly. Sister Chingwon, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on Fu Hang. Shin Yuchu said, her smile still sweet. Just don't cause trouble for Yuchu. Shin Chingwon thought bitterly, her inner voice raging. That's exactly what I am worried about. You, a woman of a president, having such careful thoughts towards Fu Hang? Is that not madness? How could it be? Over the next 2 days, I will need Fu Hang to take care of me. Shin Yuchu flicked her ponytail lightly. Shin Chingwon forced a smile, casting a significant glance at Fu Hang before hastening toward the crowd. You'll take care of me, right, brother? Shin Yuchu turned her body slightly, her voice dropping to a near whisper. The last two words seamlessly transitioned into a sultry tone reminiscent of Sudaji's effect. What on earth do you want? Fu Hang could no longer contain himself. I want to eat grilled sausages. Shin Yuchu pointed at the small shop near the entrance of the scenic area. Go buy it yourself. Fu Hang did not even turn his head. No, I want you to buy it. Shin Yuchu pouted in insistence. Fu Hang shot her a sidelong glance and turned his back. Out of sight, out of mind. Sister Chingwon, do you want to eat grilled sausages? Shin Yuchu suddenly raised her voice. Shin Chingwon, who had just walked a short distance away, turned back in suspicion. Do you want grilled sausages? Shin Yuchu pointed toward the small shop again, repeating herself. Sure. Shin Chingwon was somewhat perplexed. Chingwon, I'll go buy it for you. Do you want something to drink? Fu Hang replied enthusiastically, already moving toward the shop. Shin Yuchu smiled again, her chin held high with pride. Several buses pulled up in succession, and Fu Hang, watching the throngs of people pouring out, was struck for the first time by the scale of his company. Speaking of which, organizing such a team-building event must cost a pretty penny, right? Is this money coming from their own pockets, or from the system? Various privately owned vehicles began to arrive, and Shin Chingwon's conversation partner transitioned from reception staff to corporate executives. As they conversed, they occasionally cast glances in his direction, but Fu Hang understood that their gaze was not on him, but rather on the rumored girlfriend of the president beside him. He sat unceremoniously on a stone, lowering his head to minimize his presence. Aren't you going to greet them? They are your capable subordinates. Shin Yuchu seemed to have no qualms about her image, upon seeing Fu Hang sitting down. She too settled herself beside him. Are you doing this on purpose? Fu Hang shifted slightly away, striving to maintain a safe distance. Say, do they truly not know you? Shin Yuchu queried, curious. Fu Hang turned his head and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it. He rarely smoked, especially in front of girls, but in his current state of mind, he felt he needed something to relieve the pent-up frustration. That fellow with the beer belly is Su Changha. The company's executive vice president, he calls the shots around here. Qin Yuchu showed no sign of caring about Fu Hang's indifference, continuing her introduction unabashedly. This guy spent so much of my money to organize this nonsense of a team-building event? Fu Hang's gaze hardened, a wave of resentment washing over him. Oh, you should know this one, right? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just then, Su Changhe, who had been conversing with Shin Xingwan, suddenly broke into a warm smile and hurried towards someone. Lawyer Zhang from the legal department. Lawyer Zhang was not merely a legal advisor for Yuanbo Trade, he was a renowned lawyer in Hancheng and even across Huaguo. With Yuanbo Trade being just one of his many projects, therefore, in Su Changhe's eyes, Lawyer Zhang was essentially a representative of the mysterious capital behind Yuanbo. Chapter 30, The White Glove. Lawyer Zhang. You finally arrived. At first, I thought you wouldn't have the time. Su Changhe greeted him with a smile. It's just the weekend, and my daughter isn't in school, so I brought her along to join the festivities. Lawyer Zhang politely replied, a 15 or 16-year-old girl following closely behind him, looking rather aloof, merely smiling at those around her. Is this the daughter of Lawyer Zhang? She looks truly. Shin Xingwan's pleasantries were cut short when she noticed the sudden gleam of joy in Lawyer Zhang's eyes, followed by an immediate shift in his demeanor. Apologies, I need to greet someone. Lawyer Zhang tugged at his daughter's sleeve and hurried toward Fu Hang. Oh, Assistant Qin is over there. Su Changhe noticed Lawyer Zhang's urgency and quickly made way. President Su, this Lawyer Zhang. Shin Xingwan felt a twinge of displeasure at being ignored. I think I understand. Su Changhe maintained his smile, but his tone turned grave. What? Shin Xingwan was startled, quickly stepping in front of Su Changhe. This Qin Yuchu may not be as simple as we think. Su Changhe's tone was heavy. Isn't she merely a kept woman? How could a canary command such attention from a prominent lawyer? Su Changhe narrowed his eyes, glaring at Shin Xingwan. Are you implying she may have a relationship with the president? But it is certainly not that straightforward. Considering her background, she might be a white glove pushed forth by the mysterious president or the consortium behind her. Are you suggesting, if I am not mistaken, Qin Yuchu is the next president of Yuanbo Trade? Su Changhe's voice was dark, laced with palpable bitterness. Shin Xingwan fell silent, compared to Su Changhe's evident resentment. Her own jealousy surged like a tidal wave. Why, just because she is young and beautiful, just because she performs well in exams at school, she is nothing but a little vixen. Just look at how she flirts with Fu Hang. Not even sparing a humble delivery man, that very Lawyer Zhang, who had previously disregarded her, was now standing somewhat awkwardly before Qin Yuchu, subtly affirming Su Changhe's conjecture. Let us put aside any unfounded thoughts. We are all working people, so let us focus on our tasks, unless you can. Su Changhe's words trailed off as he slowly turned away. Shin Xingwan lowered her head discreetly, well aware of what Su Changhe's unless implied. In terms of external conditions, she felt she was not inferior to Qin Yuchu in any way, and in fact, she believed she excelled in many aspects. Evaluating a woman has never been about youth alone. Evidently Su Changhe shared this sentiment. Unless she could become the president's wife, or even just take Qin Yuchu's place. I didn't expect you to be here as well as standing before Qin Yuchu. Lawyer Zhang slightly bowed towards Fu Hang. Fu Hang appeared to either not hear or pretended not to, but out of consideration, he stepped back a few paces, maintaining a distance. Hello, Lawyer Zhang, thank you for your assistance with the matter from a few days ago. Qin Yuchu approached politely, extending her hand for a shake. It was merely my duty, Lawyer Zhang replied, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Instead, shake hands. What are we, children? What if your man has some peculiar aversion to intimacy? Lawyer Zhang was naturally familiar with Fu Hang. Aside from Yuanbo Trade, even those luxury cars and mansions were all processed by him. In fact, he had personally drafted and handled the confidentiality agreements for Yuanbo Trade. In Lawyer Zhang's eyes, Fu Hang's identity was shrouded in mystery, especially considering the substantial financial flows, which somehow remained entirely untraceable despite being completely legal. This was truly terrifying. It was not something that could simply be accomplished by having money. As for how wealthy Fu Hang was, Lawyer Zhang could not even begin to fathom the extent of it. To silently acquire Yuanbo Trade and then completely disregard it post-acquisition was an extraordinary feat. Furthermore, Fu Hang had offered him an astronomical salary, which had effectively put him into a semi-retired state. Apart from handling Fu Hang's matters, his team hardly took on any other cases, with plenty of money and little work. Where could one find such a boss? He seemed to be completely disregarding Lawyer Zhang's authority, leaving Qin Yuchu secretly alarmed as she attempted to offer a few explanations on behalf of Fu Hang. I understand, Lawyer Zhang hastily interjected, turning slightly to face Fu Hang to dispel any misunderstandings that might have arisen from his earlier indiscretion. Well then, you all carry on, I shall take the child to collect the gear. Miss Qin, should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Lawyer Zhang offered a slight bow and promptly led his daughter away. The observers nearby took note of the unfolding situation. And in the hearts of those seasoned professionals, Qin Yuchu's stature seemed to grow heavier. While they may not have seen through her as clearly as Su Changhe did, they had certainly retracted their earlier dismissive attitudes towards her. As Su Changha had remarked, given lawyer Zhang's position, there was no need for such deference towards a mere canary. Dad, is that sister your boss? Zhang Xiaolin asked her father, her confusion evident as she had remained silent until now. Stay out of work matters, he chided lightly, and why aren't you being more polite? Lawyer Zhang added with a hint of reprimand, whether or not she is indeed the boss, it is highly probable that she will be the next president of Yuan Bu Trading. He mused, his conclusion drawn from the recent acquisition of their new house. Compared to the position of a president's wife, he preferred to believe that she was merely Fu Hang's protégée. After all, with Fu Hang's financial clout, how could he possibly gift a woman a 2 million yuan house? Wouldn't it be more sensible to fetch Yunshu number 1 instead? Thus, their relationship must be one of hierarchy. And at the very least, not a simplistic one. Moreover, do not be deceived by her beauty. She is the top scorer in the college entrance examination and currently excels in all subjects at Hanshan University. Lawyer Zhang added hastily, guiding his daughter's values. Wow, Zhang Xiaolin exclaimed, utterly amazed, for in her eyes, being the top scorer in the entrance exam was akin to winning a Lifetime Achievement Award. They've already moved on. Come sit, Qin Yuchu said as she took a seat on a rock once more. Sit down, let us collect the gear. Fu Hang sighed heavily, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he hurried towards the crowd. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, watching Fu Hang's retreating figure, her brows furrowed deeper. What precisely did this man do that even lawyer Zhang showed him such reverence? It was not until Fu Hang was far away that Qin Yuchu could not conjure a coherent thought. Shrugging indifferently, she slowly shouldered her backpack, and strolled over. Regardless of who you are to me, you hold but one title, boss. As the crowd gradually began to ascend the mountain, Fu Hang, burdened with a large hiking backpack, followed closely behind Shen Qingluan, who, as the event coordinator, naturally needed to bring up the rear. This was a unilateral decision she had made. Why? To follow Fu Hang. Did she intend to flaunt their camaraderie amidst the crowd? Chapter 31, The Weight of Consumption. I apologize, I forgot that I was supposed to bring up the rear. Why don't you all head up first, Yuchu? Shen Qingluan spoke sheepishly. It's perfectly fine to stay in the back. Isn't it? We are a team, Qin Yuchu replied with a nonchalant shrug. Is your bag heavy? Would you like me to carry it? Fu Hang interjected at just the right moment, as he was always meticulous in his work. This was the most basic attitude Fu Hang maintained towards his 10,000 yuan daily salary. No need. If I have to burden you with my personal bag, I might as well not climb and just wait at the base. Shen Qingluan was about to respond when Qin Yuchu had already lifted her own backpack, unabashedly declaring her intent. Shen Qingluan inwardly cursed. He was asking about me, wasn't he? Do you have any idea how heavy my bag is? You right. You've already been of great assistance, carrying the tent and supplies. We can manage our own personal bags. Shen Qingluan turned to Fu Hang, her gaze softening. If you feel tired, just let me know. My hands can still manage. Fu Hang raised the supply bag in his hand, containing water and some bread and biscuits for the three of them along the way, but his other hand remained empty. The plan for the team-building event was to camp at a designated spot, while lunch would be resolved on the way, and dinner would involve a simple ceremony along with a series of activities. As the crowd moved onward, the management team greeted Qin Yuchu as they passed, lawyer Zhang's earlier conduct having impressed many. Shen Qingluan wore a smile, though her heart was increasingly complex and envious. Can we set off? Qin Yuchu waved her hand as the crowd thinned out, taking the lead. Shen Qingluan hurried to follow, while Fu Hang tightened his grip on his enormous hiking backpack, stepping forward with a resigned expression. This bag contained a portable tent. Although it was of high quality and lightweight, it was still a tent, and a double one at that. Not to mention he also carried a large bag of drinking water, bread, biscuits, and fruit. It wasn't that he lacked the physical strength. After enduring various peculiar performance assessments and rewards from the system, he was now wary of going for a medical checkup. His frustration stemmed from the fact that he could have been lounging in the large bed of Yunshu one, simply typing away on his phone. Qingluan, where are you? Are you tired? You're amazing. Please be careful. These standard phrases he had mastered quite well, feeling lighthearted and carefree. Fu Hang, pass me a bottle of water. After walking a short distance, Qin Yuchu suddenly turned. Are you thirsty already? Fu Hang asked, puzzled. The grilled sausage earlier was a bit salty, Qin Yuchu replied, not waiting for Fu Hang's response as she stepped up to retrieve 2 bottles of water from the bag. Here you go, Qingluan. Oh, thank you. Shen Qingluan accepted, astonished. Why are you giving this to me? I'm not thirsty. Qin Yuchu led the way, with Shen Qingluan closely trailing behind, while Fu Hang leisurely followed. Their pace was notably slow. Primarily due to Qin Yuchu's incessant chatter, the fruits provided by the company are delicious. Qingluan, do you know which company supplied them? Qingluan, could you take a picture of me? Fu Hang, please wait for us over there. Fu Hang, hand me a box of biscuits. Is there a restroom ahead? I've had too much water. Fu Hang, another bottle of water, please. I've finished mine. Shen Qingluan's smile was radiant, yet internally she cursed under her breath, muttering profanities twice for everything she had heard. Didn't they say she comes from a humble background? Why is she so demanding? We've barely walked any distance, surely the supplies are finished by now. Furthermore, didn't you start eating in the car, milk tea, chips, grilled sausages, dried plums? By the way, how on earth do you maintain that slim waist? Where do all those calories go? Is there really such a thing as a divine physique that can control fat growth? Aren't you violating biological principles? You've broken the laws of nature. Hey, there's a river down there. Let us go take a look. Qin Yuchu suddenly pointed at the end of a winding path. This isn't the main tourist route, is it? Shen Xinghuan frowned at the small path, which while not particularly rugged, clearly did not lead to the mountain's summit. Aren't we here to enjoy the scenery? Come on, let us go, Qin Yuchu exclaimed energetically, as if intent on burning off the calories she had consumed. Shen Xinghuan, despite her reluctance, soon recalled the smiles of the executives before their ascent. This is the future president. Shen Xinghuan reminded herself inwardly, pandering to this girl is far better than to that old man Su Chanha. At least I won't be taken advantage of. Shen Xinghuan joined in, while Fu Hang rolled his eyes in exasperation, contemplating that had it not been for Shen Xinghuan's presence, he might have already taken action against her. Securing the bag he held onto his backpack, Fu Hang took a deep breath. The once bulky supply bag now contained just 2 bottles of water. To say that food consumption was an art form, one truly required an atmosphere, under Qin Yuchu's influence and distribution. That entire bag of supplies had indeed been consumed in a remarkably short time. After merely a few steps, Fu Hang suddenly halted, instinctively adjusting the bag again. The 2 bottles of water were now almost weightless. It seemed he had recalled something. Was he overthinking it? Although the path appeared short, and the river seemed close at hand, it took the 3 of them a full 40 minutes to reach it. Wow, this is a scenic area, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, racing to the river's edge, arms outstretched dramatically to breathe in the air. Shen Xinghuan's expression softened slightly, a genuine sense of relief illuminating her face. This place was truly beautiful. Lush green mountains, clear waters, birds singing, and fragrant flowers. Standing before the gentle stream, flanked by dense foliage, it felt as though her spirit had been elevated after being confined in a city of steel and concrete for so long. Shen Xinghuan tilted her head back, soaking in the freshness of nature. Be careful, Fu Hang's exclamation interrupted Shen Xinghuan's moment of relaxation, causing her to instinctively glance up, only to see Qin Yuchu nimbly climbing atop a large rock by the riverbank. Yuchu, what are you doing? Shen Xinghuan exclaimed in alarm, for behind that stone was the river, with no barriers in sight. Xinghuan, this angle is fantastic. The panoramic effect will surely be perfect. Come, let us take a group photo. Qin Yuchu called out cheerfully from atop the rock, waving, get down. That's far too dangerous. Shen Xinghuan rushed forward, stopping at a safe distance. I'm already up here, it would be a shame not to take a picture. It is truly beautiful here. Then I'll pass. I'll help you take a picture instead. It's no fun if it's just me. Fu Hang, come over. Let us take a photo together. Qin Yuchu called out, tilting her chin up towards Fu Hang. Fu Hang was taken aback, and Shen Xinghuan's expression mirrored his surprise. A group photo, had she ever taken one with Fu Hang? Certainly not. A competent tea artist would never be caught taking a photo with a backup. Perhaps you should just go and take a picture. Hurry and get her down, Shen Xinghuan urged quietly. Her mind racing. Fu Hang exhaled, recalling Qin Yuchu's earlier gluttony as he gently set down his backpack and swiftly climbed onto the rock. Chapter 32, Shouldn't I know the way? Come closer. Yes, stand here, Qin Yuchu beamed, pulling Fu Hang to the center of the rock and naturally entwining her arm with his. Though the stone is deemed colossal, the area upon which one can stand is rather limited. Thus the 2 individuals are compelled to draw remarkably close to one another. Do not move recklessly, Fu Hang murmured softly, attempting to evade the situation, yet the cramped confines offered no means of escape. If I were to fall, would you save me? Qin Yuchu tilted her head slightly, resting half of it against Fu Hang's shoulder. Seriously, do not move. Fu Hang's heartbeat began to quicken. Are you worried I might feel jealous? Qin Yuchu smiled, her voice barely audible. Fu Hang fell silent, striving to maintain a cheerful facade, hoping that Shen Xinghuan would hasten to capture the moment with her camera. Shen Xinghuan, adjusting her phone for the right angle, found her trembling fingers suddenly unable to press the shutter button as the 2 on the stone posed intimately while seemingly whispering to each other. 3 words unexpectedly flashed through her mind, so well matched. Yet, it was also glaringly uncomfortable. Are you ready, Sister Xinghuan? Wait, let me take a few more. Shen Xinghuan abruptly snapped back to reality, hastily snapping several pictures. She had urged Fu Hang to ascend merely for this photograph. After all, as soon as Shen Xinghuan raised her hand in a gesture of approval, Fu Hang leapt down from the stone, feeling the coolness at his wrist and the warmth on his shoulder. A tangible sensation indeed. Turning around, Fu Hang hesitated for a moment before raising his hand towards Qin Yuchu. The stone was not particularly high, roughly a meter, easy to climb up, but descending without assistance could be quite perilous for a girl. Given their previous intimate pose for the photograph, it was only natural to offer support at this juncture. Qin Yuchu lowered her head, silently studying Fu Hang for 3 seconds, before a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Is she planning something? Fu Hang inwardly lamented. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Yuchu tilted her body, falling directly towards Fu Hang. He instinctively stepped back, bending his knees and lifting his shoulders, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Fu Hang securely caught Qin Yuchu in his arms. A princess carry. He lowered his head, only to meet Qin Yuchu's sparkling eyes. Yucho, Shin Qingwan exclaimed, rushing over. I'm fine, I just slipped a bit. Thankfully Fu Hang was here. Qin Yuchu, still somewhat shaken, exaggeratedly turned her head, her arms tightly wrapping around Fu Hang's neck. You can let go now, Fu Hang whispered, already sensing the shift in Shin Qingwan's aura, a clear indication of her declining favor. Oh, my apologies, Qin Yuchu bashfully bowed her head, though she showed no signs of releasing her grip. It was only when Fu Hang gently placed her feet back on the ground that she slowly straightened her posture. Yucho, that was too dangerous just now, please do not act so recklessly in the future, Shin Qingwan admonished as she stepped forward to support Qin Yuchu. I was just trying to show off. You'll regret this later. When Fu Hang reached out earlier, a flash of inspiration struck Shin Qingwan, prompting her to raise her phone once more. She intended to capture a more intimate hand-holding picture. But who knew Qin Yuchu would provide such a grand surprise? The image of the two tightly embracing was clearly captured by Shin Qingwan. It's alright, that was just a mistake. I grew up in the mountains. After all. Let's go, Qin Yuchu declared, picking up her backpack from the ground as though nothing had transpired. Leading the way ahead, however, the direction she chose was not the path they had taken, but rather upstream along the river. Shin Qingwan, her mind still preoccupied with the two photographs, unconsciously followed behind. Fu Hang, even more shameless, seized the opportunity to pick up the hiking bag, pretended to wipe his nose, and took a deep whiff. This was his first time being so intimately close to a girl. If it weren't for the clients nearby, the long-honed professional instincts would have kept him grounded, but he felt he could have revealed his true self just moments ago. So light, 91 pounds is no lie.so soft, certainly not what one would expect from 91 pounds. The trio quickened their pace, yet they still walked intermittently as the sun began to shift from its zenith, casting elongated shadows of the mountains. Fu Hang, do you have any food left? Qin Yuchu turned around, gazing at him with innocent eyes. The supply pack is already empty. Fu Hang raised the last bottle of water in his hand. This is the final bottle. He intended to drink it himself, but the instinct of a devoted admirer reminded him that the last bottle of water was not meant for him. I finished my snacks in the car. Sister Qingwan, do you have any left? I didn't bring any food, just hold on a bit longer, we'll have food when we reach the campsite. Shin Qingwan leaned against a tree, gasping for breath as she glanced at the riverbank beside her. The scenery was indeed beautiful, but it was undeniably exhausting. By the way, do these two possess such remarkable stamina? She herself managed to attend yoga classes twice a week, or especially Fu Hang, carrying such a hefty backpack yet not a bead of sweat to be seen. Then let us hurry to the campsite. Which direction is it? Qin Yuchu inhaled deeply, straightening her posture. However, upon uttering those words, an unsettling silence enveloped the remaining two. Why are you looking at me? Qin Yuchu blinked her innocent, delicate lashes. You don't know where the campsite is? Fu Hang was the first to inquire. Why would you think I would know? This is my first time at Qianfeng Mountain. Qin Yuchu appeared utterly innocent. But you've been leading the way all along. Fu Hang's mind was clouded with confusion, yet you never mentioned it, so I assumed it was this direction. Qin Yuchu blinked her large eyes. According to the plan. What time should we reach the campsite? Fu Hang turned to look at Shin Qingwan, who wore a bewildered expression. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An hour to set up camp and prepare dinner. Shin Qingwan, the architect of the plan, was quite familiar with the process, yet her voice grew increasingly faint. It's nearly 3 o'clock now. But where is the campsite? Fu Hang anxiously took out his phone. Damn it, no signal. You don't mean to say you don't know the way either? Qin Yuchu asked timidly. I only know the main road. Shin Qingwan was familiar with the plan, which detailed the route. But that was merely the main road. But where was the main road now? No signal on the phone. Fu Hang sighed in exasperation, glancing around. He had been here once before, but even then, he had merely followed the crowd up the steps and had descended halfway. No signal on the phone. Shin Qingwan gasped in surprise and quickly checked her own phone. Indeed, it too showed no signal. If there's no signal, that means we've strayed far from the designated route. Qin Yuchu quietly pointed out. The three exchanged glances, bewilderment etched on their faces as they surveyed their surroundings. Why is the Qianfeng Mountain scenic area called Qianfeng Mountain? It is not because there exists a mountain named Qianfeng, but rather due to the nearly 1,000 peaks that comprise this mountainous region. At this moment, they found themselves nestled between two peaks, having traversed countless valleys to arrive here. What should we do? Shin Qingwan's face finally displayed signs of anxiety as she instinctively looked towards Fu Hang. Getting lost in these mountains could have dire consequences. Do not panic. After all, this is a scenic area. Our pace on foot is slow, we cannot have wandered too far. The lack of signal may simply be due to the mountains obstructing it. If we retrace our steps a bit, we might regain signal. Moreover, we are a team on this mountain, with a supervisor and an executive assistant. If we truly got lost, they would quickly notice and send someone to look for us. Fu Hang sighed helplessly, setting down his backpack and patiently reassuring them. Chapter 33, Falling Leaves and Flying Needles. We took almost 6 hours to arrive here. Can we really walk back? I'm hungry. Qin Yuchu seemed unaffected by Fu Hang's attempts at comfort. As if she were oblivious to the severity of the situation. Isn't it because of you? Fu Hang wanted to scold her for a moment, but recalling the sensation of her 91 pounds, he merely twisted his mouth in silence. To be fair, he had assumed that following this academic prodigy would pose no issues. How extraordinary was this academic genius prior to this? Yuchu was right. We have no supplies left, and we cannot return her. Furthermore, do you remember the way we came? Shin Xingwan began to panic again. She was utterly directionally challenged, often getting lost in Han City, let alone in these mountains. I don't remember. Qin Yuchu shook her head earnestly. Do I have a rough idea of the direction? Fu Hang looked up at the path they had taken. Alright, it is indeed just a rough idea. They had traversed small paths on the way here, and every small path in these mountains seemed to look quite similar. Then let's hurry back. Shin Xingwan rose to her feet, no matter how tired she felt. She would not allow it to stop her now. The sun sets early in the mountains, and soon it would be dark. What would they do if they couldn't find the main road then? Qin Yuchu's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, brimming at the edges. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingwan completely panicked. In this place, if it turned dark, she cast a desperate glance towards Fu Hang, instinctively leaning against him. Do not be afraid, it's not as serious as it seems. If it gets dark, aren't we camping? We have a tent, after all, whether we're in the campsite or not. If they realize we haven't returned, they will contact the search and rescue team. Fu Hang reassured Shin Xingwan while glancing at Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu stood there quietly, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, yet despite the tears pooling in her gaze, there was no hint of worry to be found. I'm hungry, Qin Yuchu lamented, repeating what she had said most frequently today. You can't possibly be a mythical creature, can you? A glutton, a Pishio, a Bishi? Fu Hang inwardly scoffed, though he could not bring himself to voice any complaints given the earlier display of Qin Yuchu's hearty appetite. Indeed, will we starve to death? Shin Xingwan's mood was once again affected by Qin Yuchu's words. A natural reaction in dire situations. Do not worry, we just passed a river, right? There are fish in that river, I can catch some for you to eat. Shin Xingwan's expression relaxed at this suggestion. Indeed, they had just crossed a river not long ago, significantly wider than the first one they had encountered. Furthermore, there was a large expanse of riverbank. At that moment, Qin Yuchu had even expressed a desire to wade in, which had been swiftly prevented by the two of them. You can catch fish? Qin Yuchu's eyes brightened, the remnants of her tears glistening like crystals. You won't starve. Fu Hang replied somewhat irritably, feeling that the day's events had been rather peculiar. The three individuals commenced their journey back, having walked for nearly half an hour when they finally caught sight of the riverbank. However, as Qin Yuchu had previously remarked, the mountains tend to darken early, and with autumn now upon them, it was not yet 4 in the afternoon when the light began to fade. The scholar's judgment in this regard was indeed remarkably precise. One might wonder, is this considered geographical knowledge? Yet, how is it that you became lost? You should go catch some fish while I assist Sister Xingwan in gathering firewood. As they set their bags down on the riverbank, Qin Yuchu suddenly perked up. No need, she said, you both stay here and wait. Fu Hang also placed his bag down and began rummaging through the various pockets of his climbing backpack. In a short while, he produced a sewing kit, not the kind typically found at home, but one with large needles and thick thread. This was a convenient travel tent kit, intended for emergency repairs in the wild when the tent was torn by sharp objects. This won't do, we are in a survival situation, everyone must contribute to the team's efforts. Just as Shin Xingwan had settled down, Qin Yuchu pulled her up again. Shin Xingwan felt quite wronged, she was genuinely exhausted. Don't cause trouble, just sit quietly. Xingwan is tired, and aren't you hungry too? If you're hungry, then don't move. Fu Hang met Shin Xingwan's pleading gaze and hurriedly intervened to halt their actions. At that moment, Shin Xingwan felt truly unsettled. Although she had been tired from their earlier trek, it had been in a scenic area meant for leisure, and now, having lost their way, Qin Yuchu's mention of survival in the wild only heightened the gravity of their predicament. In that instant, Fu Hang became her sole source of support. How could she separate from him and team up with Qin Yuchu? What if they got lost again? Alright then, Qin Yuchu pouted, wanting to say something more, but was silenced by Fu Hang's warning glance. Why was he walking further away? Shin Xingwan voiced her unease as she watched Fu Hang retreat. You don't actually believe that where there is water, there will be fish, do you? Shin Xingwan fell silent. Qin Yuchu retrieved her climbing pack, resting her head lightly upon it, tilting it to gaze at Fu Hang's silhouette. He has a certain charm. Fu Hang walked intermittently. Indeed, there were fish in the water, and quite a few at that. The reason he ventured so far was because he knew that his movements while fishing should not be visible to the two women. At a sufficient distance, Fu Hang crouched by the water's edge, using his body to shield himself from prying eyes. He pinched the steel needle in the palm of his hand, twisting his wrist to form an exceedingly delicate gesture. In the next moment, he released the steel needle, which plunged into the water, accurately striking a fish in the forehead. Masterful combat skill. Falling leaf needle. Indeed, this title of master did not merely signify honor, it was a genuine testament to his prowess. This was also why the 5 ruffians to this day remained oblivious as to why they had been sent flying. This was also the reason Fu Hang was so fixated on performance evaluations and so intent on concealing his tasks. Did he truly believe the system merely handed out money? Gradually pulling the thread back, Fu Hang extracted the steel needle, fixing his gaze on the next target as he once again formed the delicate gesture. The skill was impressive, yet the unique method of exertion left Fu Hang feeling rather vexed. The title of master was indeed legitimate, yet it appeared to lack a certain seriousness. Had he truly caught one? How had he managed it? Shen Xingwan, who had been closely observing Fu Hang, suddenly stood up in disbelief. She had seen him crouching for a while, although he had been down for quite some time. He stood up with a fish in hand. Qin Yuchu smiled faintly. She would not be surprised by anything this man did. Is there a fish vendor over there? She teased upon seeing Fu Hang return. Holding fish that had been cleaned and gutted. Yes, I found a fresh produce supermarket, Fu Hang replied, rolling his eyes as he slung his climbing bag over his shoulder with one hand. Shall we go collect firewood then? Qin Yuchu said, springing to her feet. Let's head over there first. If we want to start a fire, we need to stay away from the mountainside and go to the riverbank. Fu Hang extended his hand to assist Shen Xingwan, who instinctively raised her hand but was suddenly hit by a strong fishy odor, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the fish strung together with twine in Fu Hang's grasp. Sorry, the smell is a bit strong, Fu Hang said, perceptibly stepping back a couple of paces. The odor from freshly killed fish could indeed be quite potent. If one was unaccustomed to it, they would be particularly sensitive. Give them to me. Wow, they look delicious, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, snatching the fish and bounding towards the riverbank. Chapter 34, Grilled Fish. Shen Xingwan's eyes flickered. She realized she had just lost her composure. That look of disdain had slipped through her defenses. Let us go. Fu Hang picked up Shen Xingwan's backpack, demonstrating that a qualified admirer would never concern themselves with such trivialities, nor would they display any signs of it. There's still water in your bag? Why is it so heavy? He was slightly taken aback when he lifted the backpack. Its toner, Shen Xingwan mumbled, her gaze downcast and evasive. It's so heavy, you should have given it to me sooner. Fu Hang ignored her reply, reproaching her lightly. What kind of people are these, going camping and hiking with a backpack full of snacks, finishing them before they even reach the mountain, while another one brings toner? Let me guess. With such a big bag, there must also be foundation, sunscreen, face masks. You didn't bring an entire bag of cosmetics to the mountain, did you? The stream nearby was crystal clear, just right for washing one's face. Hurry over there. Fu Hang closely followed Shen Xingwan's side. A moment of dazedness flickered in Shen Xingwan's eyes as she stared at Fu Hang's retreating figure. Perhaps it was the uniqueness of the situation that led her to a new understanding of the man's thoughtfulness. She realized that this consideration had always been present. She had merely chosen to overlook it in the past, or perhaps had taken it for granted. After all, even a block of wood, when polished for 6 years, would develop feelings. Fu Hang found a suitable spot to start a fire, placing down their belongings before venturing back into the woods. Shen Xingwan initially intended to heed Fu Hang's suggestion and wash her face to relax. However, she found herself wondering if Fu Hang's reminder to wash her face indicated that she looked rather disheveled. Yet, upon seeing Qin Yuchu crouched by the water, meticulously attending to the fish, she inexplicably checked her makeup with a compact mirror and abandoned the idea of washing her face, opting instead for a quick wipe with a wet tissue. Fu Hang returned shortly, carrying a bundle of dry firewood, glanced at the darkening sky, and disappeared into the woods once more. The sun was no longer visible, and Qin Yuchu's assessment had proven correct. They would need to prepare to stay the night. Navigating unfamiliar mountain paths at night was perilous. If it were just him, it might be manageable, but with 2 women accompanying him, Fu Hang felt uncertain. What surprised Fu Hang was that when he returned again, a bonfire had already been lit on the riverbank. Did you start it? Fu Hang genuinely inquired, astonished. Lighting a fire in the wild was no simple feat, especially without any accelerants. I might not be able to grill fish, but I was responsible for this at home since I was 6, Qin Yuchu replied, lowering her head as she skillfully skewered the fish onto suitable sticks. Is this acceptable? I truly can't grill fish. Before Fu Hang could respond, Qin Yuchu raised the fish in her hand. Very good. Fu Hang cast a deep glance at her, turning his head to conceal his emotions. Can we eat it without any seasoning? After a brief respite, Shen Xingwan felt a bit more composed. Once settled, she realized she was hungry as well. Don't worry, leave it to me, Fu Hang replied with a confident smile. Master-level culinary skills. Grilling a fish was merely a matter of technique. There were methods for both seasoned and unseasoned fish. He had even contemplated that if he ever faced a downfall and lost his job, he could likely sustain himself with his culinary skills. However, the glamorous yacht parties and lively nights were probably off the table. Before long, the distinctive aroma of grilled fish wafted across the riverbank. Qin Yuchu, seemingly unable to trust Fu Hang's culinary skills, remained crouched by the bonfire, her eyes fixed intently on the sizzling fish. Shen Xingwan had intended to assist but hesitated, deterred by the rising smoke, and ultimately withdrew. It smells wonderful. I didn't realize you had this talent, Qin Yuchu complimented sincerely. These 2 are ready to eat. Would you like to try? Since Qin Yuchu was so close, Fu Hang casually handed her the first fish before turning to offer the second to Shen Xingwan. This gesture caused a wave of discomfort within Shin Xingwan. She was to be the future CEO. The future CEO. Shin Xingwan constantly reminded herself, wow, this tastes fantastic, Fu Hang, you're amazing. I feel it's even better than what the chefs outside make. Don T, you think so, Yu Chu? After cautiously tasting a bite, Shin Xingwan's eyes sparkled. Perhaps it was due to genuine hunger, but the unseasoned grilled fish, lacking the heavy flavors of sauces found at barbecue restaurants, possessed a unique and fragrant taste. I don't know, this is my first time eating grilled fish, but it truly is delightful, Qin Yuchu replied, gazing at the gently flowing stream nearby without turning around. This statement caused Fu Hang's hand to tremble slightly. A first time eating grilled fish, it seemed to imply something beyond mere outdoor grilling. Fu Hang expertly maintained the rhythm of grilling the fish. As soon as the two had finished one fish, a freshly grilled one would be promptly delivered to them. After Shin Xingwan finished her third fish, she decided to stop eating. The taste was indeed delightful, but consuming too much could become overwhelming, especially since she had been mindful of her figure and had not eaten much. In contrast, Qin Yuchu devoured fish one after another, her petite frame resembling a bottomless pit. Shin Xingwan observed her with a complex expression. Could she truly not gain weight? You might as well crunch the fish bones and swallow them whole, she thought to herself, suddenly startled as she looked down at her own pile of fish bones. She had only eaten the middle part of the fish, leaving behind the head and tail, and the portion on the skewer, fearing they were unhygienic. In contrast, Qin Yuchu had indeed consumed nearly everything, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton of fish bones at her feet. Turning her head to sneak a glance at Fu Hang, she discovered that he was much like her, except that Qin Yuchu seemed to eat with a bit more decorum. What a pitiful girl. Shin Xingwan scoffed inwardly. Xingwan, take a sip of water and rinse your mouth, Fu Hang offered, handing her the last bottle and twisting off the cap. Shin Xingwan accepted it naturally, just as she was about to drink. She suddenly realized it was the final bottle. Slowly lifting it high, she refrained from drinking directly from the mouth of the bottle. Instead, she poured a little into the air, inadvertently spilling some due to her unsteady grip. It's the last bottle. We must conserve it. Yu Chu, you should have some too, Shin Xingwan said, placing the bottle down and giving Fu Hang a gentle glance before calling out to Qin Yuchu. Go ahead. I can manage with this. Qin Yuchu pointed to the small stream before her, dipped her hands in, and cupped some water to first wash away the grime from her mouth, before taking a small sip. Her expression one of relaxation and enjoyment. How can you drink untreated water? Shin Xingwan instinctively objected. Compared to dehydration, a few microorganisms and bacteria are nothing. I drank it often as a child. It's purely natural and unpolluted. Qin Yuchu replied, turning to reveal a carefree smile. Well, occasionally drinking a little won't hurt, and if it comes to it, I can take a couple of antibiotics after we descend. Fu Hang chuckled as he capped the bottle and placed it beside Shin Xingwan. Clearly also not intending to consume this last bit of water, Shin Xingwan cradled the bottle, lost in thought, oblivious to what was on her mind. A strange noise from beside her snapped her back to reality, where she saw Fu Hang had already opened his backpack and was setting up the tent. What are you doing? Shin Xingwan exclaimed in surprise. It's getting dark. There's no lighting in the mountains, and descending at this time could be perilous, Fu Hang explained. But are we camping here? Shin Xingwan said anxiously, rising to her feet. Though this was a riverbank, it was not far from the forest, and danger lurked everywhere. We haven't reached the designated location on time. They must have noticed by now and perhaps have already dispatched a search and rescue team for us, instead of wandering aimlessly in the mountains. It would be wiser to wait here. At least this spot offers a relatively clear view. If we set up the tent and light a campfire, we can be seen from afar. Qin Yuchu, having washed her hands, bounced over to help, entirely devoid of the fear and anxiety of being lost in the wilderness. Chapter 35, The Unexpected 85.21. Shin Xingwan fell silent. Qin Yuchu had a valid point, and she found herself unable to refute it. She could only repeatedly refresh her phone, hoping for a signal to call for help. The tent was portable and simple to set up, much like opening a folding umbrella. Fu Hang's task was primarily to clear the uneven stones on the riverbank, making space for the tent and securing it. Watching the two busy with their tasks, Shin Xingwan felt the urge to assist but was at a loss for what she could contribute. In that moment, she felt utterly superfluous. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the two photos she had secretly taken earlier, especially the one of the Princess Carrie, which she had just sneakily glanced at again. The powerful curve of his arm, the softness of his frame, his astonished expression exuding an indescribable harmony. If only she were the one being held like that. Yuchu, tell me about the president, I'm just too curious, Shin Xingwan said, her curiosity piqued. Qin Yuchu's gaze toward Fu Hang grew increasingly unabashed, and although Fu Hang continued to evade her gaze, it irked Shin Xingwan. The president. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, looking at Shin Xingwan with suspicion. Yes, I'm just too curious about our new boss. A crack. The sound of a branch snapping echoed, as Fu Hang broke a stick meant to secure the tent. He isn't particularly handsome, but he has a certain charm, Qin Yuchu said, stealing a glance at Fu Hang, pausing her work, and sitting down slowly, her eyes distant as if lost in a memory. He looks wonderful when he smiles, but he's also quite handsome when he's angry. He is not muscular, but he is solid, and being held by him gives a strong sense of security. He isn't excessively gentle, he often has fits of rage, but he is incredibly considerate and attentive. So you can trust him with everything. He is also very mysterious. I know he has many side jobs, and I still can't quite grasp what he does. However, he is indeed very wealthy. Shin Yuchu tilted her head, gazing quietly into the lush distance, her face unmasking a happiness that was utterly transparent. Shin Xingwan admitted that at that moment, she felt a pang of jealousy as she conjured the image of the man Shin Yuchu had described. And then she realized he was her ideal romantic partner. All her efforts to improve herself, her dieting, exercising, and meticulous grooming, were all for the sake of waiting for a man like him. Wow, Yuchu, you're so lucky. The president must treat you exceptionally well, Shin Xingwan said, glancing at Fu Hang with an envious tone. Yes, he is incredibly attentive. He provides me with work, warmth, helps me pay off debts, resolves my troubles, even arranged a home for me and bought me a house. Oh, he didn't get me a car because I don't have a driver's license, right? I guess I need to get one soon, Shin Yuchu said, nonchalantly bragging, her head tilted in innocence. Fu Hang stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance, as the driver's license in his pocket slipped out. He hurriedly picked it up, stuffing it back into his pocket, feeling a bit guilty. Shin Xingwan's expression turned slightly dazed. He even gifted her a house. Instinctively she glanced at Fu Hang again, catching the flustered look on his face, and a cold smirk crept into her heart. Did you see that? This is the disparity. Thoughts of the house made her feel that the gifts Fu Hang had given her suddenly lost their luster. A house from the president. It must be a luxury residence of at least 300 square meters. How did this girl end up so fortunate? Can you tell me how you two met? I'm so envious, Shin Xingwan said, feeling the envy surge within her. In the darkest and most desperate moment of my life. Shin Yuchu suddenly lifted her head, dramatically spreading her arms towards the sky. He appeared like a celestial being, stepping onto clouds of 7 colors, radiating brilliance as he descended before me, crashing into my life with a thunderous boom, occupying my entire being. Your relationship is truly remarkable, Shin Xingwan thought, her emotions complex, even wishing to avoid looking at Fu Hang. For him, I would willingly give my all. Shin Yuchu lowered her arms, turning to face Shin Xingwan, her eyes sparkling with a fervor and determination Shin Xingwan had never witnessed before. I envy you both. Shin Xingwan found herself lost in thought once more. She had initially intended to steer the conversation in a direction that would make Fu Hang clearly recognize her position. This woman merely toys with you. She is taken, her man is the president. But the look in Shin Yuchu's eyes had scorched her. There was a time when she too harbored such fantasies, yearning for a passionate love that would compel her to give everything without hesitation. Yet, as time passed, with various unscrupulous men appearing around her, and her skills in manipulation becoming ever more adept, she became engrossed in playing these games, losing herself in the process. Why was she engaging with these men in the first place? With a hint of hesitation, she glanced covertly at Fu Hang. If the man meant to walk through life with her truly was him, perhaps due to their predicament in the wilderness, Shin Xingwan's thoughts became exceedingly fragile and sensitive. The myriad memories surged forth. And for the first time, she earnestly contemplated Fu Hang as a man. Or rather, she began to envision him as a potential future partner. Gradually, the image of the man in her heart became clearer. Intertwining with Fu Hang's figure, this man, apart from his family background, seemed to possess no flaws. Deep within her memories, Shin Xingwan gazed seriously at the hazy silhouette, only to be astonished to find a woman standing quietly beside that man. Shin Yuchu, the clandestine photos hidden in her phone suddenly sharpened, replacing her imagined imagery, and an unfamiliar pang of jealousy surged within Shin Xingwan. It wasn't the typical feeling of having someone wear her discarded shoes. It felt more like her coveted handbag being snatched away. Fu Hang, head bowed, meticulously fiddled with the tent straps, tying and readying them, having done so 3 times already without success. Shin Yuchu's words echoed in his ears, quickening his heartbeat. For him, I would willingly give my all. Could it be false? Is this just a fade, Shin Xingwan? You've seen how I treat Shin Xingwan. How could you possibly think that? It is merely your manipulation, a tactic to entice me. I've seen such tactics before. Fu Hang's hands trembled slightly, his heart in disarray. Today's salary of 100,000 has been credited. Please check. It has been detected that the host is currently in an overtime state, and the overtime pay will be issued together with the next day's salary. Current target for Shin Xingwan's favorability, 85.21. Please continue the good work. Crack. After breaking that stick, Fu Hang snapped another strap, suddenly looking up. He was astonished. He had started work early this morning. Based on an 8-hour shift, it was indeed time to clock out now. But what is the favorability? 85.21. Are you kidding me? Wasn't it just 71.12 yesterday? What on earth did I do today? Shocked, he looked up only to meet Shin Xingwan's complex gaze. This gaze was filled with confusion, yet also carried an emotional depth, entangled with tenderness, indescribable, incomprehensible, and utterly inscrutable. Damn it, what is there to guess? If the moment their eyes met, Fu Hang knew he was in trouble. Was Shin Xingwan becoming infatuated, her resolve wavering? Fu Hang, why don't you take a break? Shin Xingwan's voice, soft and gentle, surprisingly conveyed an unfamiliar sincerity to Fu Hang. it will be ready shortly. Fu Hang hurriedly lowered his head, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Yuchu. Did your previous words come with a psychological assault? Why does mere accumulation of firepower possess such lethal potency? Those remarks were intended to galvanize Shen Qinghuan, to reinforce her conviction of not marrying anyone but a wealthy heir. How could the repercussions be so adverse? This defies logic. Since we are to spend the night, I shall gather some firewood. Qin Yuchu, nonchalant as ever, rose and strolled towards the woods. Allow me to assist. Fu Hang hastily got up to follow. He could not risk being alone with Shen Qinghuan, an alarming 85.12 proximity. He was in a precarious state. After all, what if a single action or word triggered an irreversible consequence? What if Shen Qinghuan was instantly overwhelmed? Congratulations to the host for achieving a first kill, a server-wide announcement of unemployment. Damn, Qinghuan, you keep an eye on the camp. Let us gather more supplies at once, Qin Yuchu called out loudly from the front. Shen Qinghuan was taken aback, instinctively glancing around. The area was indeed spacious, with a bonfire still flickering, posing no immediate danger. But why must you both go together? Shen Qinghuan glared at their retreating figures. Her teeth gritted in frustration. You already possess a godlike CEO, why must you pursue my Fu Hang? Chapter 36, the right time, place, and people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and the stars and moon had yet to rise. Darkness enveloped the sky, the autumn night breeze wafted through the mountain ravines, and the bonfire illuminated the riverbank, filling the air with an eerie stillness. Fu Hang caught some fish for future needs. Grilling them intermittently, Qin Yuchu lay peacefully by the bonfire, her eyes shining with tranquility as she gazed at the darkened sky, waiting for the stars to emerge. Shen Qinghuan had grown silent, fixated on the flickering flames. Uttering not a word since earlier. Fu Hang's heart was in turmoil. He meticulously replayed the events of the day in his mind, pondering where he had gone wrong. What exactly had he misstepped? Why had Shen Qinghuan suddenly faltered? Were you not invulnerable, impervious to all harm? Where was your protective aura, your oceanic heritage, your millennium-old green tea heart, your golden body? An alarming 85.21, a perilously precarious threshold, especially in these remote mountains. Helplessness, loneliness, unfamiliarity. The environment and time can profoundly influence one's state of mind and emotions. Without the advantage of time, place, or people, how shall this battle be fought? Wait, people. Fu Hang shifted his gaze to the reclining Qin Yuchu. Damn, even while lying down she radiated such grandeur. Ahem, speaking of interpersonal harmony, Qin Yuchu, after nurturing an army for 1,000 days, the moment to showcase your worth has finally arrived. Risk mitigation, human intervention. Yuchu, will you have some more to eat? Fu Hang suddenly spoke, his tone lacking inquiry, imbued with a hint of timidity and anxiety. Qin Yuchu turned her head, her expression one of skepticism. To be precise, this was the first instance of Fu Hang initiating conversation with her today. Qin Yuchu's peripheral vision instinctively darted towards Shen Qinghuan, only to find her body stiffening slightly. Though she did not turn to look, it was evident her attention had shifted in this direction. What is Fu Hang up to? Did you not claim this was reserve food? Qin Yuchu turned her body, propping herself up with one hand, lazily raising an eyebrow. No worries if you wish to eat. I can catch more. Fu Hang's evasive gaze quickly departed, shifting restlessly over the bonfire. This is maddening. How can a loose-fitting tracksuit cause such a significant range of motion? What if I truly gain weight? What will happen if the CEO no longer wants me? Qin Yuchu suddenly flipped upright, her legs crossed, earnestly regarding Fu Hang. I want. Fu Hang nearly blurted out. How could you ever gain weight? Fu Hang shifted his stiff shoulders, providing a flawless answer. It smells so good. Give me a piece. Shen Qinghuan's voice chimed in nearby, as she previously sheltered from the wind against the tent, sat down next to Fu Hang. They were seated closely, her shoulder brushing against his as she settled. Qinghuan, this is for you. Fu Hang's body trembled slightly, though the movement seemed somewhat intentional. Or had he gone wrong? Shouldn't she be seething with rage at this moment, overflowing with resentment? Why was she still so close? Thank you. Shen Qinghuan accepted the grilled fish but did not eat it. Instead, she leaned slightly, resting her head against Fu Hang's shoulder. The night breeze caressed her silky hair, brushing against Fu Hang's neck with a faint fragrance. Fu Hang's muscles tensed, his thoughts racing. No way, no way, no way. Is this possessiveness? Did I truly miscalculate strategically? Are you two even a couple? Qin Yuchu sat opposite the bonfire, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the pair, a subtle smirk on her lips. Fu Hang's body trembled once more, hesitantly turning his head, his timid gaze seeking Shen Qinghuan's. This gaze held equal parts anticipation, trepidation, infatuation, and a hint of helplessness. Fu Hang exerted nearly all his strength to maintain composure. In such a tense mental state, he managed to appear remarkably natural, showcasing the trials of a devoted admirer. No, Shen Qinghuan instinctively responded, but upon meeting Fu Hang's gaze, a flicker of inner conflict crossed her eyes. We are merely classmates. Fu Hang's face beamed with a smile as he earnestly turned to explain to Qin Yuchu. The textbook answer. Why do I not have such classmates? Qin Yuchu pouted, her gaze flitting between the two. You were so exceptional, surely at school. Compared to him, I fall short. Qin Yuchu interrupted before Shen Qinghuan could finish, her eyes growing more aggressive. And not even the CEO can compare. Shen Qinghuan's heart churned. What do you mean by that? Am I merely a target for flirting? It's different, the CEO is the one I fawn over. Qin Yuchu suddenly leaned forward, her exquisite smile illuminated by the flames, becoming increasingly enchanting, even possessing a hint of allure. Shen Xingwan was momentarily speechless, the layers of Qin Yuchu's verbal assault were unmistakably clear. The first strike, bluntly revealing the relationship between Fu Hang and Shen Xingwan, what a farce of merely being classmates. He is simply your devoted admirer, your backup. The second strike, my admirers do not compare to him. In contrast to them, I find him promising. Shen Xingwan was left utterly speechless. Indeed, a woman capable of taming the CEO was no simple character, not even attempting to conceal it. Are you not afraid I will relay these words to the CEO? The wind picked up. Shall we retreat to the tent for a bit of rest? After all, we have toiled all day. Fu Hang stood up abruptly, feigning to stretch his body, distancing himself from the bonfire. His mind was utterly in disarray, neither offense nor defense seemed viable. Tactically, he lacked any coherence. He needed solitude to reflect upon his current predicament and devise a detailed response plan. This night promised to be a challenging one. Shen Xingwan was off-kilter, and Qin Yuchu was even more so, the entirety of Qianfeng Mountain radiating an aura of strangeness. Should he ever return to Qianfeng Mountain in this lifetime, he would surely engage in a cycle of handstands without respite. Yes, it has indeed been a long day, let us rest together. Qin Yuchu clapped her hands and rose, smiling at Fu Hang. I'll pass, I'll keep watch for you. Upon meeting Qin Yuchu's gaze, Fu Hang felt a twinge of anxiety, instantly comprehending the intent behind her smile. That one do, you have worked the hardest today. Should the rescuers fail to find us, you are our lifeline. What shall we do if you collapse from exhaustion? Qin Yuchu expressed concern, walking around the bonfire to grasp Fu Hang's arm. You are right, the one who needs rest the most is you. Shen Xingwan instinctively stepped forward, gazing at Fu Hang with equal concern, her body naturally positioning itself between the two. I really am fine, Xingwan. Do you not know me? My work often involves staying up late. And besides, we are deep in the mountains and must monitor the bonfire. The hairs on the back of Fu Hang's neck stood on end, tired. Physically, he could hardly claim to be fatigued. But mentally, he was exhausted. Rest? How could one rest? There is but a single tent. This tent was originally designated for Shen Xingwan and Qin Yuchu. In Shen Xingwan's plan, Fu Hang was to share a tent with another solitary male colleague from the HR department. But that tent had accompanied the main group up the mountain. Chapter 37. The goddess's devotee Fu Hang was indeed correct. This was, after all, the mountains, not to mention snakes and wild beasts, should the bonfire inadvertently ignite the surrounding trees. Perhaps we should take turns to keep watch, Qin Yuchu mused, glancing around thoughtfully. Yes, you two should rest first. Fu Hang exhaled in relief, casting a skeptical glance at Qin Yuchu. Snakes and wild beasts? Are there even snakes at this season? Wild beasts? This is a scenic area. How far could they possibly venture on foot? Spotting a squirrel would be a stroke of luck. Igniting the forest, he had deliberately chosen the riverbank's center to prevent such a calamity. The bonfire was at least 180 meters away from the forest. What kind of wind would pose a threat to the woods? Is this the reasoning of a scholar? That startled us. Shen Xingwan instinctively moved closer to Fu Hang, nearly pressing against him. Snakes and wild beasts. In an instant, she perceived danger lurking in the surrounding darkness. Fu Hang opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain to Shen Xingwan, or rather, he was uncertain whether he should explain at all. How about this? I will take the first watch. You two go rest. Qin Yuchu confidently waved her hand and winked at Fu Hang. This seems inappropriate. Shen Xingwan turned her head, astonished as she regarded Qin Yuchu. By the way, are you truly unafraid? Taking advantage of the situation, Fu Hang shot Shen Xingwan an extremely precise look. What are you doing? Fu Hang was truly fatigued after a long day of lugging luggage, setting up tents, climbing mountains, and catching fish. He desperately needed rest. How about, Sister Xingwan takes the first watch? Qin Yuchu hesitated, casting a barely perceptible glance at Fu Hang. I'm helping you. Fu Hang's eyes flared with anger as he shot back. Get lost. This, Fu Hang. Shen Xingwan felt increasingly helpless, asking her to keep watch. Don't be ridiculous, not to mention her genuine fear, even if there were no danger. Standing outside while the two of them lay together in one tent, ideally, it would be her and Qin Yuchu inside the tent, with Fu Hang keeping watch outside. This arrangement made the most sense to Shen Xingwan. Isn't it the expectation for men to act this way? Where is their sense of responsibility and duty? Yet, Qin Yuchu had already made her stance clear. If she insisted on her logic at this moment, it would surely create a stark contrast in Fu Hang's mind, one that would be significant. Damn it, this girl has ulterior motives. What kind of man would let a lady keep watch while he sleeps? It seemed Fu Hang understood Shen Xingwan's inner turmoil, and with a slightly domineering gesture, he pushed her toward the tent. Shen Xingwan let out a long sigh of relief and obediently crawled into the tent. To be honest, she was utterly exhausted from the day's exertions. This man always seemed to know precisely what he wanted and would fulfill his expectations at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps, Shen Xingwan slowly settled down inside the tent. Gently stroking the fabric, the inside was remarkably tidy. Even on the riverbank, the ground was surprisingly even, clearly indicating that Fu Hang had put considerable thought into setting up the tent, with a myriad of complex thoughts. Shin Xinghuan lay down, waves of fatigue accompanied by a warmth spreading within her. The next moment, her eyes flew open. Where is Qin Yachu? Why hasn't she come in yet? She rose again, peering through the tent's opening. Qin Yachu was comfortably seated by the campfire, loosening her ponytail, tilting her head back, and languidly massaging her scalp. The flickering firelight danced, casting a warm glow that highlighted a certain alluring charm amidst her youthful exuberance. What on earth are you up to? Fu Hang averted his gaze from the scene, absent-mindedly poking at the fire with a stick. Aren't you pursuing her? I'm creating an opportunity for you. When people are helpless and fearful, their psychological defenses are at their most vulnerable. All you need to do is, rest assured, I will pretend I haven't heard anything. Qin Yachu dropped her hands, allowing her long hair to cascade down. Glancing at Fu Hang with a teasing smile, are you out of your mind? Fu Hang gripped the stick tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to strike her. Damn it, that's exactly what I'm worried about. 85.21, just a moment of inattention, and I could be out of a job, then a server-wide announcement, and I'd be unemployed. What, you're unwilling, or do you secretly want to sleep with me? Qin Yachu's gaze was dreamy, her tone languid and light. Fu Hang's anxious heart skipped a beat, his thoughts momentarily frozen. Damn, I've been teased again. Yachu, why aren't you coming to rest? Shin Xinghuan could no longer bear it. She couldn't hear their conversation, but she was all too familiar with the tension radiating from the campfire. Didn't I say so? I'll take the first watch. Qin Yachu smiled as she looked up. But Fu Hang said, he was concerned for us girls. We're in the wilderness, such considerations are irrelevant at this moment. If we don't protect our strongest asset, we might not make it out of these mountains. Right now, Fu Hang is the one who needs care the most. Qin Yachu turned her gaze back to Fu Hang, her eyes shimmering with endless tenderness and understanding. That look, while not overtly passionate, was undeniably filled with affection. Yachu was right. Fu Hang, you and I should rest first. Shin Xinghuan abandoned her original intent, swiftly approaching and pulling Fu Hang toward the tent. Yachu, you've really gone too far. Do you have no shame? What about a girl's modesty? What about her subtlety? Your gaze just now wasn't mere flirtation, it was blatant provocation, a naked temptation. You enjoy the breeze outside, don't you? Then go ahead and enjoy it. Inside the dimly lit tent, Fu Hang was at a loss. How did things develop into this? Refusing? That doesn't fit my image. Leaving outright? Wouldn't that be deemed automatic resignation by the system? Although 85.21 is perilously close, Fu Hang felt there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Lie down, sleep. Shin Xinghuan's tone was exceptionally commanding. Fu Hang, tense and nervous, carefully lay down at the edge of the tent. Barely daring to breathe, observing Fu Hang's demeanor, Shin Xinghuan felt a significant portion of her earlier anxiety dissipate. This was Fu Hang. Even when given such an opportunity, he maintained the utmost respect for her. In that moment, Shin Xinghuan recalled many men from her life, those who, despite their gentlemanly, refined, cultured, gentle, and considerate demeanor, could not conceal the possessiveness in their eyes. Even their unintentional physical touches seemed so deliberate. In their eyes, she might be a goddess, yet their actions and thoughts were sacrilegious, seeking to dominate the divine. Yet this man seemed never to harbor any improper thoughts about her. Even in conversation, he maintained a respectful distance. He was a man who truly revered her as a goddess. Quickly, let us rest for a while. Shin Xinghuan's voice suddenly softened as she lay down on the other side of the tent, coyly turning her body to present Fu Hang with an infinitely enticing silhouette. The luxurious double tent reserved by the executives was spacious enough inside. The two individuals, each lost in thought, lay at opposite edges of the tent, breathing in the carbon dioxide exhaled by one another. Though there was still considerable distance between them, an indescribable tension slowly interwove and permeated the air. Chapter 38, Desires Arise from the Heart. Fu Hang. Shin Xinghuan's voice was barely audible, like an unconscious whisper. Fu Hang's heart raced. Sister, you should sleep now. This is truly not the time for conversation. In this situation, discussing anything is likely to lead to unintended consequences. Human nature is such, neither of us desires it, and it would not bode well for either of us. Thank you. The sound of Shin Xinghuan turning over reached him. Fu Hang's muscles tensed again, knowing full well what was coming. This is all I should do. Fu Hang turned as well, their gazes meeting. Shin Xinghuan said nothing, simply gazing at Fu Hang, her eyes like water, sparkling with a hint of spring. Her delicate makeup flickered in the dim light of the tent, exuding endless emotions of affection, shyness, and allure. That dreamy gaze, in Fu Hang's eyes, translated to 85.22, 85.23, 85.24, would a slap to her face halt this deviation from core values? In Fu Hang's mind, two options bizarrely flickered. This deal will succeed, this deal will fail. But who understands Fu Hang's plight? Whether it succeeds or fails, it makes no difference to him. He faces unemployment regardless. Or perhaps, why not? Fu Hang's gaze fell upon Shin Xinghuan's lips, painted with a seductive shade of lipstick, glistening and appetizing. To be the first client acknowledged by the system, her qualifications were undoubtedly impeccable. Since he's facing unemployment anyway, why not take the plunge and seize the opportunity to claim her? It would provide a fitting conclusion to his career. That moment, lunging forward, would yield two potential outcomes. Outcome 1, Shin Ching-won would explode in fury, scream for help, and then slap herself. This deal would fail, unemployment. Outcome 2, Shin Ching-won, unable to resist, would indulge and comply, granting him a night of ecstasy. This deal would succeed. Unemployment. Fu Hang's throat tightened, his gaze growing hazy. In a unique situation, one's thoughts and psychological defenses are fragile. This applies not only to Shin Ching-won but also to Fu Hang, a young man brimming with vigor. Damn it, I'm going for it. Fu Hang felt a surge of desire rising from his heart, licking his lips as he prepared to pounce. The next moment, the tent flaps were suddenly thrust open. Fu Hang felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. It was akin to a grand move backfiring, a miscalculated maneuver. Didn't you say you'd pretend not to hear? You just come right in? I was building up my emotions, skills primed and ready, eagerly anticipating, and then you suddenly show up. The next instant, Qin Yaochu nonchalantly lay down in the space deliberately left vacant between them. The atmosphere became distinctly peculiar. The three individuals inside the tent fell silent simultaneously. Qin Yaochu remained quiet. Fu Hang was at a loss for words, while Shin Ching-won's mood grew increasingly complex. The emotions that had been brewing had indeed reached a critical point. Had Qin Yaochu not entered, something might have truly transpired. She felt a bit relieved but also somewhat regretful and vexed. Their breathing was steady and rhythmic, yet the atmosphere enveloping the tent grew increasingly strange. Fu Hang stared wide-eyed, straining to observe Qin Yaochu's profile in the flickering firelight. A finely shaped nose, a smooth and delicate jawline, long and thick eyelashes, and a rosy, radiant face. Initially, the two inside the tent had been lying on their sides, deliberately leaving ample space between them, yet Qin Yaochu lay flat, directly obstructing the space between the two. After all, it was a double tent. Two people lying down made it feel spacious, but three made it feel cramped. The first to notice this issue was Fu Hang, as he sensed the familiar softness weighing 91 pounds beside him. Fu Hang's eyes widened in shock, for in the darkness, he perceived that the body next to him was not still. She was moving. Instinctively he tried to retreat, but pressed against the tent's edge. There was no room to maneuver. In his attempt to back away, the tent swayed. Yaochu, why did you come in? Shin Ching-won could no longer remain silent. After a brief moment of astonishment and panic, she finally grasped the intricate dynamics among the three of them. I could not withstand it any longer. Fatigued, Qin Yaochu seemed to have momentarily forgotten her earlier resolute stance and irresponsibly suggested, "What about outside?" Shin Ching-won hesitated, unable to voice the words that would permit Qin Yaochu to venture out. After all, they were all young women. Moreover, they were the president's women. Surely it would be all right? Or perhaps, Sister Ching-won, why don't you go take a look first? Qin Yaochu turned her head, directing her gaze towards Fu Hang. The words I intended to say faded away as Fu Hang shot back a warning glance at Qin Yaochu. Shin Ching-won fell silent again. To send her out alone into the dark wilderness. Just a moment of rest, surely it would be fine. Shin Ching-won's tone wavered. Previously, Qin Yaochu had elevated Fu Hang's need for rest to a matter of ethics and broader perspective, making it difficult for her to utter the suggestion that he should go out. Well, let us sleep then. Qin Yaochu smiled, her eyes glinting mischievously as she looked at Fu Hang. What if I sleep in the middle? Shin Ching-won kept her attention on the two, and although the tent was dimly lit, her intuition told her something was amiss, perhaps intentionally. When Qin Yaochu lay down, she maintained a slight distance from Shin Ching-won, which resulted in her being very close to Fu Hang. You two are not a couple, so what difference does it make who sleeps in the middle? Fu Hang probably wouldn't mind, right? Or do you wish to sleep next to Fu Hang? Qin Yaochu said nonchalantly. Don't say such nonsense. I was just thinking that if the president finds out, he might not be pleased, right? Shin Ching-won inhaled deeply, deploying her trump card. He has plenty of women beside him. He should be able to understand. Besides, we are in the wilderness surviving. He should be grateful to Fu Hang for taking care of me. Qin Yaochu tilted her head, attempting to nudge Fu Hang with her forehead, her body subtly shifting closer. Shin Ching-won was oblivious to Qin Yaochu's little antics, but the words made her click her tongue. What kind of logic was this? Each to their own. But he was the president. Who are you? I'm going out for a smoke. Fu Hang could no longer endure this torment and, with a roll, sat up and almost without looking back, stormed out of the tent. Shin Ching-won let out a long breath, relieved at her astuteness. Fu Hang, always understanding the bigger picture, returning to the campfire. Fu Hang held a cigarette but could not ignite it. After 3 failed attempts, he helplessly pulled out a burning branch to light his cigarette. Qin Yaochu, this woman is simply toying with me, but could utilizing her truly diminish Shin Ching-won's affection, if her fondness crossed a certain threshold? It would become a very troublesome affair, because without neglecting work, it was exceedingly challenging to artificially lower such affection, unless another fish leapt over the dragon gate in the client's pond, for instance. With client number 3, at 82.87, a wealthy second-generation heir descended in a yacht. In the case of other clients, Fu Hang was confident in implementing risk hedging, using another client to lower Shin Ching-won's affection. Although the difficulty was similarly substantial, but Qin Yuchu, Fu Hang realized he could not comprehend this woman at all. She was a siren, no, she was a demon, yet it appeared that there were no suitable candidates around Qin Qingwan at the moment. Inside the tent, after Fu Hang left, Qin Qingwan also sat up. Sister Qingwan, are you not sleeping either? Qin Yuchu shifted her position closer. I'm scared. I can't sleep. Qin Qingwan scrutinized Qin Yuchu through the darkness. Suddenly, she had an illusion that this seemingly innocent girl was even more formidable than she was, yet she could not fathom what Qin Yuchu truly meant regarding Fu Hang. Was it merely for fun? Or perhaps, a challenge towards herself? She was the unequivocal goddess of the company, adeptly handling both male and female colleagues with grace, and this girl, who excelled in every subject at school, was she really competing for that top position? How ridiculous! Qin Qingwan felt a surge of frustration, yet she deeply resonated with the theory of rivalry among peers. For instance, when celebrities walked the red carpet, isn't it all about overshadowing one another? Actually, I can't sleep either. Forget it, let us go out, perhaps the rescue team will find us soon. Qin Yuchu suddenly stood up and, without waiting for Qin Qingwan's reaction, directly crawled out of the tent. Qin Qingwan was utterly bewildered. Aren't you the one who couldn't bear it? In truth, Qin Qingwan was genuinely exhausted, especially after experiencing a rollercoaster of emotions earlier, but suddenly thinking of the two outside. She gritted her teeth, her subconscious competitive spirit ignited. It was just a man. Did this little girl truly think she had the upper hand? When I was flirting with men, she hadn't even matured yet. Chapter 39, You gather autumn waters to embrace the galaxy. Why aren't you both sleeping? Seeing the two emerge one after the other, Fu Hang frowned. Am I destined to meet my end at Qianfeng today? The employment rate is already so low. Can't you show some mercy to society? I'm afraid you might be bored, so I'm keeping you company. Qin Qingwan casually sat beside Fu Hang. Still very close, Qin Yuchu, on the other hand, sat at a distance, not looking at the two but instead staring at the shimmering surface of the water. The night in the mountains was entirely different from the urban nightscape. Especially the sky, without the glow of the city, the stars shone with exquisite brilliance. This splendid starry sky reflected upon the flowing river truly brought a sense of serenity. Fu Hang quickly extinguished his cigarette. Licking his parched lips, unsure of what to say, he dared not mention returning to the tent. That tent now felt like a guillotine to him. Do you still remember the poem you wrote for me back in college? Qin Qingwan's gaze swept over to Qin Yuchu, beginning to shift the tone of the conversation. Fu Hang was taken aback. I can write poetry. Fu Hang could write poetry. Qin Yuchu's interest was instantly piqued. Yes, back then Fu Hang was quite the talented poet in the school's poetry club. A hint of admiration flickered in Qin Qingwan's eyes. Fu Hang's thoughts were abruptly pulled into memories. Indeed, he was once youthful and spirited, until he met Qin Qingwan. By graduation, he had secured a rather impressive job, but at that time, his focus was entirely on Qin Qingwan, always at her beck and call. He was dismissed before even finishing the probation period. After that, he lost the drive to seek employment, endlessly relying on his mother's savings. His mindset back then was the complete opposite of now. Currently, he was wholly dedicated to his career, while back then, he fantasized about establishing a family before a career. Fu Hang, show us, Qin Yuchu eagerly urged. Qin Qingwan also turned to Fu Hang with a look full of longing and nostalgia. A reminiscence of the feelings of a fisherman. Upon meeting that gaze, Fu Hang felt a jolt. He keenly sensed a pivotal moment. Indeed, he could only navigate with finesse in familiar territory. Welcome to the path of resistance. I am sorry, but I've forgotten. Fu Hang lowered his head awkwardly. He mentally calculated how many points this would drop. As expected, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Qingwan's eyes. The poems you wrote for me. I remember them all. How could you, Fu Hang, forget? Are you still the Fu Hang I know? Why not write one on the spot? This mountain, this water, this star, this moon, what excellent material. Qin Yuchu smiled brightly, her tone rising. Qin Qingwan remained immersed in disappointment, unaffected by the suggestion. Aren't you the academic prodigy? Why don't you write one? Fu Hang stirred the campfire, keeping an eye on Qin Qingwan's reaction. The progress was smooth. He pressed on. If I write, will you write too? Qin Yuchu's enthusiasm was mounting. You go first. Fu Hang disregarded her, contemplating the intensity and scale of his next move. I and the spring breeze are but travelers. Qin Yuchu turned her head, gazing into the mountains, and after a long pause spoke slowly and calmly. It's autumn now. How fitting, academic prodigy, Fu Hang retorted without courtesy. You gather autumn waters to embrace the galaxy. Qin Yuchu turned back, her gaze steady as it fell upon Fu Hang. Fu Hang was left speechless. As a graduate of Chinese language and literature, he naturally understood the subtext. This girl, Qin Qingwan, also slightly furrowed her brow. Gazing at Qin Yuchu in astonishment, was this truly an academic prodigy? Did she just come up with that off the cuff? But what did it signify? Now it's your turn. Great talent. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Ding! A temporary task was triggered. Compose a poem in picturesque scenery to woo the fair maiden. Complete the task to receive corresponding rewards. Fu Hang was preparing to make a joke to brush it off when a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. What? Fu Hang was stunned. This was the first time he had triggered such a task. Before he could process his shock, 2 lines of golden text materialized before his eyes, drunk and unaware of the heavens and the water. A boat full of dreams pressing down the galaxy. Wow, was he truly a talented poet? Qin Yuchua's exaggerated voice interrupted his thoughts. Damn, did I just instinctively read that out loud? Fu Hang was utterly astonished as the 2 lines of floating text vanished without a trace. And he met Qin Yuchua's eyes, which sparkled with wonder. Damn it, Fu Hang felt a surge of alertness and hurriedly turned to see Shen Qingwan, who wore a similarly astonished expression. In that astonishment, there was a hint of shock, a touch of joy, and a dash of bewilderment. System, you've set me up. Ding, task completed. Reward, the popular song reserved from a parallel world, along with the lyrics and corresponding singing techniques. What the hell, I take such a huge risk, and you reward me with just a song? Without time to think further, Fu Hang stood up abruptly before Shen Qingwan's emotions could escalate. This better not push it directly over 90. What to do? Qingwan, let me explain. I copied this poem. Oh no, now is not the time to show off. System, why did you do this to me? Right, the song. The system provided a song. The system never acts without purpose. This song must have profound meaning. Stealing his thoughts, Fu Hang hurriedly tried to recall the song that had suddenly invaded his mind. My hair, what song is this? Such a malicious heart. If this song were to be sung, there would be no need to wait for tomorrow's settlement. Fu Hang, you are truly remarkable. Shen Qingwan also stood up, her eyes sparkling like stars. Fu Hang's gaze faltered as he looked pleadingly at Qin Yuchu. It is your turn to step in. Aren't you going to intervene? What use is it for me to support you? However, Qin Yuchu completely ignored him, lost in the reflection of the starry sky on the river's surface. Found it, there. A shout came from the distance, followed by several beams of bright flashlight. The rescue team. Fu Hang's eyes welled with tears. How I have longed for your arrival. The motherland does not deceive me. In times of difficulty, these camouflage uniforms are always the most trustworthy support. A crowd rushed in from afar. Some clad in fluorescent vests, others being staff from the scenic area, and employees from Yuanhua. Among the crowd, Fu Hang also spotted Lawyer Zhang and Deputy General Manager Su. It was uncertain whether this sudden turn of events had affected Shen Qingwan's mood. But Fu Hang eagerly approached the newcomers. The staff of the scenic area spoke sharply, reprimanding Fu Hang severely upon arrival. Camping in the scenic area requires prior reporting and approval and must be done in designated areas. Initially, they thought there had been a real case of someone getting lost or injured, but upon seeing several people camping by the river, even lighting a bonfire, this is a 5A-level forest, a careless mistake could land you in prison. Fu Hang sincerely explained the circumstances with clear logic, continuously expressing gratitude and apologies. After confirming that everyone was safe, Lawyer Zhang promptly took over the negotiations. Su Changhe shot Shen Qingwan a fierce glare before standing silently beside Lawyer Zhang. The subsequent matters were no longer Fu Hang's concern. After such a commotion, camping was naturally out of the question. Led by the rescue team, they descended the mountain in the dark. In truth, they had not strayed far. The journey that took them several hours was completed in just 1 hour under the guidance of the rescue team back to the main road. One might say it was just bad luck, as that particular valley happened to be beyond signal coverage. On the way back, Shen Qingwan remained silent. As the event leader, she felt an undeniable responsibility for having lost herself in the mountains. Yet, amidst the crowd, Fu Hang glanced at her several times, each time perceiving something in her eyes that sent shivers down his spine. Consequently, he was considerate of her emotions, refraining from speaking to her throughout the journey. In contrast, Qin Yuchu maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly taking everything for granted. Oddly enough, it was this very attitude that led Su Changhe to fuss over her with concern during the descent. Upon reaching the entrance of the scenic area, Su Changhe suggested that Shen Qingwan accompany Qin Yuchu back, citing that the latter had been frightened. The entire company had come for the camping trip, but only a small portion participated in the rescue. The rest remained at the campsite, proceeding with the team building as originally planned. As the event leader, Shen Qingwan had no reason to leave at this time, even if it meant staying the night at the scenic area's guesthouse with Su Changhe and the others. She should wait until everyone had descended tomorrow, but who could blame Qin Yuchu for standing so naturally beside Fu Hang? The car was driven by Fu Hang, and Su Changhe could not command him. With some prior knowledge of Fu Hang and his relationship with Shen Qingwan, Su Changhe waved his hand, allowing Shen Qingwan to leave first while he remained to manage the situation. Selfishly, he felt a twinge of delight. Is this it, the next president, getting lost during a team-building exercise, affecting the team, all while making others search for her, and ultimately leaving early herself? Not at all like me, Su Changhe. In the end, I bear all the responsibility. I hope the president can recognize the reality through this incident and change her initial intentions. Chapter 40. I and the spring breeze are merely passers-by on the return journey. It was already deep into the night when Shen Qingwan sat in the back seat, drifting off to sleep once more. The events of the day had indeed left her feeling utterly exhausted. Not only was her body weary, but her emotions had also fluctuated dramatically throughout the day. especially with Su Chang's reproachful gaze and his unwillingness to say a word, leaving her deeply anxious. Fu Hang focused intently on driving, and upon noticing that Qin Shengwan had fallen asleep, he too felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Intentionally or not, he glanced at Qin Yuchu, who sat in the front passenger seat, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. Initially, lawyer Zhang had suggested that they all rest at the scenic area guesthouse for the night and leave together with the majority the following day. Yet this Qin Yuchu had the audacity to dismiss him with a mere claim of being tired and wanting to go home. Did she truly think of herself as the president's wife? I am the one driving the car. If only I had a license, I could have driven for her. Sensing Fu Hang's agitation, Qin Yuchu rested her head against the car window and spoke softly. Fu Hang ignored her, thinking to himself, you drive. If you dared, I wouldn't even sit in the passenger seat. However, he suddenly recalled another matter: capturing scenery for poetry, honoring a beautiful maiden. This was the system's task. But which maiden? Is it Qin Shengwan, or is it Qin Yuchu? Based on the circumstances at the time, it would logically point towards Qin Yuchu, wouldn't it? If it truly is Qin Yuchu, then perhaps I need not be so anxious. If Qin Shengwan explodes, I can simply switch to another home, right? System, could you provide some clarity? Is Qin Yuchu indeed the one? Fu Hang silently questioned in his heart, but the system remained unresponsive. Turning his head again, he found Qin Yuchu had closed her eyes. Just as Fu Hang thought she had fallen asleep, he suddenly heard her murmur, drunkenly unaware of the heavens and the water. The boat full of starry dreams weighs down the Milky Way. Thank you. Fu Hang's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his gaze darting to the rearview mirror, his jaw clenched. Damn system. Qingwan, we have arrived. The vehicle quietly stopped outside Qingwan's residential area, and Fu Hang gently called to awaken her. Qingwan opened her eyes, her blurry vision gradually focusing, and upon recognizing her surroundings, she seemed momentarily dazed. I see you are really tired, so I brought you back first. Where did you park the car? Fu Hang's voice was gentle and cautious. It's parked. Qingwan suddenly jolted, glancing at the front passenger seat where Qin Yuchu sat. I'll park the car first, then catch a taxi to send her home. Fu Hang blinked, his gaze evasive. He simply could not bring himself to be alone with Qingwan. Today, she had inexplicably increased in affection by over 10 points. Moreover, in that tent, Fu Hang felt instinctively that if Qin Yuchu had not entered, something would surely have happened. At this moment, if they were alone and Qingwan suddenly suggested sitting together, how would he respond? It's too late. You should first send Yuchu home. Qingwan struggled to steady her thoughts, but her mind was in a haze, making it difficult to come up with an effective response. It felt as if something was off. That works. I'll drive the car over tomorrow morning. You should go rest quickly. Fu Hang pondered slightly and obediently nodded. Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, realizing, right, I've already arrived home. Then, drive safely. On the way, hesitantly she opened the car door and cast a deep glance at Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu seemed to be sound asleep, oblivious to everything. The vehicle slowly started under Qingwan's watchful gaze, and she remained standing at the entrance of the community until the taillights vanished from view. Inside the duty room, a security guard looked on with astonishment. Isn't that the one delivering takeout? There was a girl in the passenger seat just now, right? The guard's gaze followed Qingwan as she walked into the community. Still in a daze, that lingering, reluctant expression. This guy is impressive. Perhaps I was too blind before. Late night traffic in Hanchang was still quite smooth, and within 20 minutes, the vehicle stopped at another community entrance. Fu Hang parked the car steadily, preparing to wake Qin Yuchu, but as he turned, he found himself locked in gaze with a pair of star-like eyes. You're awake, Fu Hang instinctively spoke, leaning back awkwardly to create distance. Not asleep, Qin Yuchu replied coldly. We've arrived. Get some rest early. Fu Hang turned his head away, directing his gaze out the window. What about you? Qin Yuchu remained unmoved, showing no intention of getting out of the car. Of course, I'm going home to sleep. I've been tired all day. Fu Hang replied, exasperated, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. With a snap of the lighter's flame flared, startling Fu Hang, watching the delicate fingers dance around the flame. He lowered his head to light his cigarette and rolled down the window. It's late. I might as well sleep here. Qin Yuchu put away her lighter, looking at Fu Hang provocatively. Are you sick? Is it that obvious? What are you trying to do? Hurry up and get out. I want to go home and sleep. Fu Hang took a deep drag of the cigarette, his gaze increasingly evasive. Not daring to look at Qin Yuchu. Where do you live? What does it have to do with you? What I mean is, your home could be over there. Qin Yuchu raised her hand, pointing towards a nearby 9-story building. Fu Hang closed his eyes, taking another deep drag of his cigarette before exhaling forcefully, turning to look seriously at Qin Yuchu. I feel we need to have a serious talk. Fu Hang sensed he could no longer allow this situation to continue unchecked. I'm listening. Qin Yuchu's expression was equally serious. You did that on purpose today, didn't you? Fu Hang's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Qin Yuchu. She remained silent, blinking slowly. I refuse to believe that a capable scholar who can skillfully start a fire in the wilderness could get lost in a scenic area. Qin Yuchu still did not speak, merely nodding slightly. So what exactly do you want? You are pursuing her. I'm just helping you, boss. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, revealing an innocent smile. However, the way she addressed him as boss pierced Fu Hang's heart once again. Alright, you say you want to help me, right? Fu Hang's expression turned grim. Qin Yuchu nodded vigorously. Then starting tomorrow, please do everything in your power to make her despise me. Fu Hang's tone was low, his eyes glinting with fierceness. Qin Yuchu was visibly taken aback, frowning slightly as she pulled back. Are you sure? Absolutely, definitely, and positively sure. Fu Hang replied with each word articulated carefully. He had come to a realization that at present, Qin Yuchu was likely the sole method to break the deadlock with Shin Qingluan. Although this woman exuded eccentricity in every aspect, her myriad of strategies and cunning thoughts were more than sufficient to contend with Shin Qingluan. 85.21 That was yesterday's data. Who could tell what the figures would reveal at dawn? It was truly challenging to rely solely on himself. He could not emulate the aloof demeanor of a heartless playboy. Allowing Shin Qingluan to gradually cool down, he still had to clock in, punch his time card, and commence work. Aren't you pursuing her? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. That is my concern. You're not already married, are you? Is your pursuit merely for, now fearing she might become attached to you? Think whatever you like. Did you not claim to be quite clever? Reflect on it yourself and simply inform me if you can accomplish it. I assure you, I will complete the task, boss. Qin Yuchu sweetly smiled, loosening her seatbelt. By the way, don't lose this again. You left it in the tent. Suddenly, she retrieved a vehicle registration certificate from her pocket and carefully placed it in the compartment of the passenger seat. Fu Hang's lips twitched as he instinctively checked his own pockets, only to find them empty. As Qin Yuchu exited the vehicle, Fu Hang pressed the accelerator to the floor, producing a sharp screech as he sped away. The same scene unfolded once more at the entrance of the community. Until the vehicle vanished from sight, that figure remained quietly standing at the gate. I am but a fleeting passerby with the spring breeze, while you embrace the autumn waters and gather the galaxy. Chapter 41, A Simulation Game of Nurturing? The following morning, Shin Qingluan nestled in her blanket, staring blankly at her phone screen. She had not slept soundly through the night, with countless thoughts swirling in her mind. The screen remained locked, yet notifications of messages awaited her attention. Qingluan, I am at the entrance of the community. The message had been sent 10 minutes prior, precisely at 8:45. Yet, Shin Qingluan did not reply. Nor did she even open the chat interface. You must still be asleep. I have parked the car in the community's public space, downstairs of Building 6. I bought breakfast and placed it on the passenger seat. If you awaken, remember to retrieve it. I left the car keys with the security. Half an hour later, a second message arrived. Shin Qingluan continued to gaze silently, offering no response. After a night of contemplation, she seemed to come to a realization. At 11:30 a.m. Fu Hang's message came through again. Qingluan, are you awake? Did you have breakfast? What do you wish to eat for lunch? Shall we dine out? Or shall I bring something to you? Shin Qingluan had not eaten breakfast. She had not even risen from her bed, standing on the balcony in her pajamas. This was an upscale community, well-appointed and picturesque. From her balcony, she could see the meticulously tended garden below and the nearby outdoor swimming pool. Of course, the monthly rent was not inexpensive. Fu Hang, if there was a possibility between us, it would have reached a conclusion 3 years ago. Her gaze began to search within the community, spotting the ADQ-7 parked beneath Building 6. A gaming coach could not afford to reside in such a community or drive such a vehicle. Sighing deeply, Shin Qingluan pulled the hair tie from her wrist, gathering her long waves into a ponytail, and scrolled through her phone to locate the number. Lawyer Zhang, it's me, Shin Qingluan. I truly apologize for yesterday. Her voice carried a distinctive gentleness tinged with remorse. Manager Shin, you are too courteous. As long as you are well, that is sufficient. On the other end, Lawyer Zhang was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Shin Qingluan's call. I must express my apologies. As the event's organizer, I inadvertently dampened your spirits. It was an accident. You were not at fault. Nonetheless, I must apologize. Does Lawyer Zhang have time this evening? Might I have the opportunity to make amends? Shin Qingluan lowered her stance significantly. This evening, Lawyer Zhang's tone hesitated, revealing his confusion. He had been with the company for a while but had never had the chance to invite her to dinner. Let us skip the dinner, Manager Shin, please speak plainly. Lawyer Zhang's tone gradually deepened, laced with caution. Then I shall be straightforward. I recently assumed the role of HR manager, and this event was my first project. Yet, I mishandled it due to my own shortcomings. Furthermore, I nearly placed Assistant Qin in a precarious situation. You wish to meet the CEO? Lawyer Zhang, seasoned and astute, immediately grasped Shin Qingluan's intention upon hearing Assistant Qin's name. Yes, I wish to apologize in person. Shin Qingluan did not evade the issue, acknowledging it outright. She understood that with someone like Lawyer Zhang, meandering in conversation held no purpose. Lawyer Zhang fell silent. You wish to meet the CEO? How should I respond to this? Lawyer Zhang had handled the legal affairs for Yuanbo Trade for some time, yet due to the CEO's temperament, he had always remained distant from the company's management. A habit cultivated for his own survival. Thus, he was not well acquainted with other business operations or personnel within the company, often deliberately avoiding them. With regard to Shin Qingluan, he had only previously known of her existence. However, upon their encounter yesterday, she had been with Fu Hang. This prompted him to inquire further. Good heavens, this inquiry nearly left him speechless. The delivery man, the devoted admirer for 3 years, do wealthy individuals really play like this? I know you have your connections, but there should be limits, right? Your style of play makes it difficult for others to develop. Given all these elements, Lawyer Zhang drew a startling conclusion. Fu Hang could not have acquired Yuanbo trade purely because of Shen Xingwan. Could he? And who was Qin Yuchu then? A palace harem nurturing game. Thus, when he received Shen Xingwan's call, Lawyer Zhang was surprised yet polite. However, upon learning she wished to treat him to dinner, he felt a surge of wariness and tension. After some understanding, he had vaguely deduced Shen Xingwan's style and character, even obtaining a faint sense of her subtle relationship with Su Changhada. He was utterly reluctant to engage with such a woman. Who knew what Fu Hang was thinking, but now how should he respond to her desire to meet Fu Hang? Lawyer Zhang, noticing the silence on the other end, Shen Xingwan hesitated to speak. Oh, is that so? Regarding yesterday's incident, the CEO should already be aware. Lawyer Zhang attempted to slow his speech, giving himself time to think. Upon hearing this response and tone, Shen Xingwan's heart sank. The team has not yet returned. Has it? The CEO already knows? Could it be that Qin Yuchu? Has the CEO already spoken with Lawyer Zhang? Lawyer Zhang, does the CEO? Do not worry, the CEO does not harbor any resentment, Lawyer Zhang hurriedly clarified. Might I ask if Lawyer Zhang could facilitate an introduction? I have selected some gifts and wish to apologize to the CEO in person. Regarding this, your work is highly regarded by the CEO. Here is the arrangement. I will convey your intentions to the CEO, but he has your contact information, and if he is willing to meet you, he will reach out. Su Zong, alright, I will come immediately. Lawyer Zhang suddenly responded loudly on the phone. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. I appreciate your assistance. Realizing that Lawyer Zhang had referred to Su Zong, Shen Xingwan understood her conversation was nearing its conclusion. After hanging up, Lawyer Zhang snatched the apple from his daughter's hand and took a hearty bite. The father and daughter sat in a secluded corner away from the crowd, where there was no trace of Su Zong. The adult world is so complicated, Zhang Xiaolin remarked, rolling her eyes. I remind you, when you start dating, don't go for the wealthy. Lawyer Zhang could not help but offer a word of caution. You're ridiculous, Zhang Xiaolin rolled her eyes again. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwan held the phone, her eyes flashing with unwillingness. Lawyer Zhang's words were clearly a brush-off. How difficult it is, as a company manager, especially in HR, I cannot even meet the CEO. Scrolling through her phone once more, she directed her gaze to that candid shot of herself, fixing her eyes on the woman being cradled in a princess carry. Shen Xingwan's expression darkened ominously. It makes no sense that you can, yet I cannot. Fu Hang sat in the park of Century Square, clutching a yellow helmet and smoking silently after sending out his third message without receiving a response. His anxious heart began to ease slightly. No reply was indeed the best reply. He genuinely feared a swift response from Shen Xingwan. Chapter 42, Fu Wanqing. Due to Shen Xingwan's silence, he remained uncertain about the clock-in time for today. The only thing he could do now was wait. Time stretched unbearably. At this moment, the phone rang, and instinctively Fu Hang raised his hand only to realize it was another device. Damn it, I forgot to turn it off. The ringing came from his secondary phone. Digging through his bag, he glanced at the caller ID, momentarily stunned. Lawyer Zhang. Fu Hang answered the call. Fu Zong, Shen Xingwan just called me. She wishes to see you. Knowing Fu Hang's temperament, Lawyer Zhang did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. What? Shen Xingwan wants to see me? No, wait. Shen Xingwan wants to see the CEO. Fu Hang quickly connected the dots. Yes, how did you respond? Fu Hang's tone lightened instantly, as if clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. I knew it. My Xingwan possesses unfathomable depth and a heart as steadfast as a rock. How could she possibly be so easily swayed? I mentioned that I would convey her message, but whether the CEO agrees to meet depends on his discretion. Lawyer Zhang replied honestly, showing no signs of surprise at Fu Hang's shift in mood. You did well, thank you. Fu Hang hung up the phone, clenching his fist in the air triumphantly. To meet the CEO, this is solidified. It seemed Shen Xingwan had truly undergone a transformation, recognizing reality and looking toward the future. Planning for the present. As a gaming coach, he felt temporarily safe. With a long sigh of relief, just as he was preparing to rise, his phone rang once more. It was still his personal phone. However, upon seeing the number, Fu Hang's expression darkened instantly. Fu Wanqing. The phone continued to ring, yet Fu Hang remained utterly motionless. After a considerable pause, the ringing ceased. Fu Hang lowered his head, his demeanor shrouded in gloom. Fu Wanqing, Fu Hang's biological mother. Growing up in a single-parent household, Fu Hang's upbringing was emblematic of true solitude. He had no father, and he did not even know the man's name. He was the wild child spoken of by neighbors. From a young age, he endured humiliation. He had relentlessly questioned Fu Wanqing about his father, but she remained tight-lipped. Consequently, he once believed the malicious gossip that he was the consequence of Fu Wanqing's indulgence. That she herself was unaware of his father's identity. This estrangement led to a deeply fractured relationship between them. So much so that when he was accepted into university, Fu Wanqing introduced a man into their home for the first time. And he responded with palpable indifference. The man was a Chinese expatriate, reportedly living abroad for years, introduced by a matchmaker. During dinner, Fu Hang did not utter a single word to them after that day. He stayed away from home for a long time until Fu Wanqing informed him of her impending marriage. He remained oblivious to the details of the wedding as he chose not to attend. Subsequently, he received a substantial sum of money, enough to see him through university and sustain him for a considerable time, as well as the two-bedroom apartment he had inhabited since childhood. Fu Wanqing departed in early winter that year. And he still did not make an appearance. It was only 2 months after Fu Wanqing's departure that he returned home to gather his belongings and subsequently sold the apartment. Since then, he had almost severed all ties with Fu Wanqing. He lived like an orphan, squandering the inheritance she had left behind. Occasionally Fu Wanqing would call, and he would sometimes answer, but he always maintained a cold demeanor. Did he hate her? Perhaps at one time he did, or resenting her for not providing him with a complete family. Yet upon seeing that slightly portly, honest-looking expatriate man that day, he suddenly found that he felt no hatred. Instead, he began to loathe himself. That was the first and only time Fu Wanqing had brought a man home. How could a woman who had indulged herself in her youth and bore a child out of wedlock? He despised himself for being an unnecessary burden, believing that he had squandered Fu Wanqing's life. Thus, he became even more indifferent. The man was an expatriate, destined to leave. If Fu Wanqing chose him, there could be no lingering attachments. Otherwise, she would not have been able to leave him with peace of mind. The phone rang again, and Fu Hang furrowed his brow. The caller ID still displayed Fu Wanqing. This was unusual. In the past, as long as he did not answer, the caller would refrain from calling again, at least for a short while. Fu Wanqing's calls were merely to check on his well-being. This time, Fu Hang answered the phone. Fu Hang, the voice on the other end was laced with surprise but tinged with weakness. Are you ill? Fu Hang immediately straightened his posture. No, just a slight cold. Fu Wanqing detected the anxiety in his tone and smiled with relief. She was well aware of her son's indifference, yet he was the child she had raised single-handedly. How could she not perceive his thoughts? Nevertheless, this was life. Not every choice leads to desired outcomes. Most of life consists of compromises. The coldness between mother and son was a tacit understanding. The son reassured the mother, and the mother comforted the son. Is something the matter? Fu Hang's voice grew cold once more. How's work? Is everything going smoothly? Fu Wanqing, undeterred by Fu Hang's shift in tone, asked gently. I've resigned and opened a milk tea shop. Business is fairly good. Fu Hang carefully discerned the weakness in her voice, pondering for a moment before providing an appropriate response. Have you found someone? Fu Wanqing inquired formulaically, as if indifferent to Fu Hang's career. Fu Hang frowned again, his mind strangely flickering with numbers 1, 2, 3, until Qin Yuchu intruded, startling him back to reality. Are you sure you're alright? Just a cold? A sliver of unease crept into Fu Hang's heart. You're not getting any younger. It's time you found a girlfriend. Today's girls are quite discerning. You should be aware of your own conditions when looking for a partner. Be careful. Is that the only reason you called? Fu Hang interrupted her rambling. Silence fell on the other end. Fu Hang remained quiet, lighting a cigarette, holding the phone as he waited silently, though his hand trembled imperceptibly as he grasped the cigarette. Your father has found me. After a long while, a very low whisper emerged from the other end. Boom! It was as if thunder reverberated in Fu Hang's mind. In that moment of silence, he envisioned countless scenarios. He had even considered how to have lawyer Zhang assist him with a visa. Yet he had never anticipated that Fu Wanqing would deliver such a response. I have no father. Fu Hang abruptly hung up the phone. The phone did not ring again, and Fu Hang sat there quietly. Chain-smoking. Father, you'd better not find me. I have a promising life ahead, and I do not wish to become a criminal, because I would not be able to resist killing you. Crushing the cigarette but in the palm of his hand, Fu Hang reached for another, only to discover the pack was empty. A small hand, pale as scallions, suddenly appeared from behind, delicately holding a pack of cigarettes, his usual brand. Turning in surprise, he found himself gazing into a pair of starry eyes. Yet at this moment, the vivacity was replaced with a tranquil depth akin to still waters. Fu Hang accepted the cigarettes, just as another cup of milk tea was offered to him. Yang Zhiganlu. Plop. The straw was inserted, and the slender figure settled down beside him. Fu Hang turned to look, only to find the girl staring straight ahead, puffing her cheeks as she diligently sipped from her cup. Her cheeks bulging as she chewed slowly. What brings you here? Fu Hang's voice was hoarse, feeling the warmth of the milk tea in his palm, suddenly reluctant to drink it. Just passing by. It's free anyway. So I brought you a cup. Chapter 43, Client number 3. Fu Hang was rendered speechless. So you come here every day to enjoy free milk tea. The cigarettes cost 25, just send me a red envelope. Qin Yuchu took another sip, nudging the cigarette butts on the ground with her foot. Thanks. Fu Hang lowered his head, ignoring the matter of the cigarettes, and took a hearty sip of the milk tea. I enrolled in a driving school this morning. Qin Yuchu's gaze drifted again to the distance, where the pigeons in Century Square took flight, startled by children, creating a magnificent spectacle. Fu Hang was perplexed. Tilting his head slightly after registering, I tried the car. The instructor praised my talent, saying I might become his fastest student from registration to obtaining a license. Fu Hang frowned. Are you never ending with this? Do you need to flaunt your academic prowess everywhere? By the way, are you a scholar no matter where you go, so you might consider buying me a car? A mouthful of milk tea sprayed out? And Fu Hang stared at Qin Yuchu in disbelief. Just now, he wanted to take back his thanks. You think a pack of cigarettes can trade for a car, but one from that day was quite nice. The ADQ-7 very impressive. How about that one? Qin Yuchu carefully handed him a tissue. Why do you say that so matter-of-factly? Fu Hang was utterly astonished. Previous clients always beat around the bush, hinting and suggesting. Otherwise, Qin Yuchu's innocent tone carried a hint of childlike playfulness, leaving Fu Hang momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't there a flaw in that reasoning? It's quite inappropriate for our current relationship to directly ask for a car. Right? Fu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Which is more expensive, a house or a car? Qin Yuchu suddenly asked earnestly and naturally. So, wait, buying you a house is… Fu Hang suddenly paused. Oh, why would I buy her a house? She's not even a client. Qin Yuchu remained silent, her big eyes glimmering as she awaited Fu Hang's next words. No, wait, Fu Hang suddenly realized, Qin Yuchu isn't a client. Why am I treating her this way? She still owes me money. How had things evolved to this point? What had he overlooked? The two exchanged a long gaze, one innocent, the other perplexed. Fu Hang, a voice of uncertainty broke through from beside them. Li Weiyang. Fu Hang was taken aback, swiftly freeing himself from his previous emotional state. This was professional instinct because Li Weiyang was a client number 3. It's really you. What brings you here? Li Weiyang's gaze shifted from Fu Hang's face to the yellow helmet beside him. Then to Fu Hang's yellow vest, and finally back to Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu's eyes sparkled as she quietly sipped her milk tea. I thought you went abroad. Fu Hang quickly diverted the topic. Li Weiyang, the first client to surpass an 80 approval rating, had reached an impressive 83.87. Then a wealthy second-generation heir appeared out of nowhere, followed by a whirlwind marriage and relocation abroad. I'm back for a bit. A hint of discomfort flickered across Li Weiyang's face. And this young lady is just a passerby. Qin Yuchu set down her milk tea, smiling sweetly. A passerby? Li Weiyang looked skeptical. You two just exchanged glances like you were in a love story. Since when did Fu Hang know such a beautiful girl, and she's so young? A college student, perhaps? Also, why is Fu Hang delivering takeout? Investment failure. In Li Weiyang's eyes, Fu Hang was a free-spirited investor living off his mother's foreign inheritance. Leading a life of leisure. I was passing by and saw this guy heartbroken from a breakup, so I decided to lend a hand and warm his heart. Qin Yuchu pointed at the pile of cigarette butts on the ground. The words elicited a slight frown from Li Weiyang, who raised her eyes to gaze at Fu Hang, believing half of Qin Yuchu's statement. Is this sister really your unfaithful ex-girlfriend? Qin Yuchu innocently inquired of Fu Hang. No, we are merely friends. Li Weiyang trembled slightly, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. Strictly speaking, Qin Yuchu was not entirely incorrect. At that time, Fu Hang had ardently pursued her, and she had developed a considerable fondness for him. However, later, yes, we are just friends. Fu Hang abruptly stood up, instinctively coming to Li Weiyang's defense. Although they were no longer in a client relationship, many habits are difficult to change, especially considering this individual once had a favorability rating as high as 83. 87. However, during that period, Fu Hang was simultaneously courting two women. With Xin Xingwan's demeanor remaining steady, he felt little sense of urgency, unlike this time, thus expanding his business was imperative. Are you alright? Seeing Fu Hang rise, Li Weiyang instinctively took a step forward, only to suddenly awaken, halting her advance. I am just this way. Fu Hang instinctively patted his yellow vest, his gaze evasive. Has my persona collapsed? Here, he was an investor. Li Weiyang, hailing from a well-off family, would never be inclined towards someone from the social underclass. Which was why Fu Hang had initially devoted considerable effort to establishing his persona. He even subscribed to financial online courses, learning a plethora of incomprehensible jargon. I have arranged a meeting with someone. We can chat when free. Li Weiyang wished to say more, but the inquisitive gazes of passers-by filled her with discomfort. We can chat when free. Fu Hang, as if granted a reprieve, anxiously rubbed his hands together. Li Weiyang stepped away in her heels, leaving chaos in her wake. Is she really your ex-girlfriend? Qin Yuchu tugged Fu Hang back into his seat, her face glowing with curiosity. Yes. Fu Hang shot him a glare, pondering that silhouette as he pulled out a cigarette. A flicker, a flame ignited before him, startling Fu Hang once more. Is this my lighter? I never claimed it was mine. Qin Yuchu shrugged. Quick, elaborate. What is there to elaborate? She is merely an ex-girlfriend. Fu Hang, disinterested, lowered his head to light the cigarette, inhaling faintly. Having smoked a bit too much today, his mouth tasted bitter. Why have I smoked so much today? Like Xin Xingwan's. The flame extinguished, and Qin Yuchu tucked the lighter into her pocket, seemingly speaking casually. Fu Hang abruptly turned his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon Qin Yuchu. Like Xin Xingwan, which type of? Clarify. The implications of that statement were minimal. What did this woman know? Why such a strong reaction? Did I guess correctly? Guess correctly about what? Fu Hang's inner alarm bells rang. Qin Yuchu remained silent, nearly narrowing her eyes as she observed him. That gaze sent chills down Fu Hang's spine. You do not like her, Qin Yuchu enunciated deliberately. Who do I not like? Xin Xingwan. After all that, you think I do not like her? Fu Hang hastily countered. Feeling insulted, that is slander, an affront to my professional integrity. Do not deceive me. I can see through you. What do you know, you little girl? Have you read a few romance novels and deemed yourself an expert in emotions? Shin Yuchu refrained from responding, instead lifting her chin like a studious scholar. Hey, then tell me, who do I like? It wouldn't be you, would it? Fu Hang scoffed, curling his lip. You do not like me, at least not now. Shin Yuchu lowered her head, her voice unusually calm. Fu Hang was momentarily at a loss, a pang of sorrow rippling through him in the shadows of his heart. It felt unfamiliar, yet this unfamiliarity filled him with unease. Chapter 44. Be more tactful, let us go. It is time to eat. Shin Yuchu rose, pulling Fu Hang up with determination. You can go by yourself. I have no appetite. Fu Hang warily regarded Shin Yuchu, who increasingly struck him as enigmatic. I am heading to the Ping An restaurant. Shin Yuchu clung to Fu Hang, refusing to let go. What does my going to Ping An restaurant have to do with you? Fu Hang retorted, exasperated. He wasn't in the mood for a meal today. What am I even doing today? I should be feeling quite low. That is the Ping An restaurant. Shin Yuchu stood firm, gazing earnestly at Fu Hang. He felt increasingly bewildered under her intense scrutiny. Yet he certainly knew Ping An restaurant, the finest establishment in Han City, which he regarded as exorbitantly expensive, a bowl of slow-cooked congee daring to cost 288. And a 300cc cola with a slice of lemon priced at 198. He had been fortunate to visit twice, once with Shin Chingwan and once with the recently departed Li Weiyang. Of course, both occasions were covered by the system. But if you do not go, can I afford the meal? Shin Yuchu blinked her large eyes, delivering a reason that left Fu Hang speechless. Fu Hang stared agape at her, bewildered by her self-assuredness. Let us go, you are a corporate president. What is wrong with treating your assistant to a meal? Shin Yuchu ignored him, tugging him along. But that place is not a small diner. You cannot just walk in and find a seat. Fu Hang attempted to resist. I have already made a reservation. Shin Yuchu opened her phone to display the reservation confirmation. What have I missed? Have I missed your growth? How did you transform into this? Have you driven this? Fu Hang raised the helmet he held in his hand, at a loss for words. No, I checked online, and it said that ordinary vehicles are not allowed into the parking lot there. Shin Yuchu turned, offering a friendly reminder. You have a reservation. Fu Hang gritted his teeth. He finally recalled what he had encountered today. Father, what bad luck. It would be good to indulge in some retail therapy to ward off the bad vibes. This is called revenge spending. I just do not want you to be discriminated against. After all, your net worth exceeds $1 billion. Shin Yuchu smiled. Me. Fu Hang was taken aback, forcefully gesturing to his yellow vest and again raising the helmet. Am I the one who fears discrimination? Fu Hang chuckled. You have become quite proud. Shin Yuchu pouted, snatching the helmet from Fu Hang's grasp. Yucho. Another voice rang out, startling both of them. A sun-kissed boy with a guitar approached. You rejected me for this delivery person? Layla looked incredulously at their entwined hands. Fu Hang halted, bemused by the rapidly unfolding drama. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, how many characters have emerged? This one. Fu Hang subtly withdrew his hand, signaling to Shin Yuchu, looks like a singer from Han University. Shin Yuchu raised her milk teacup, taking a hearty sip, but as it was nearly empty, air rushed through the straw, producing gurgling sounds. A singer. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by the ambiguous identity. Yucho. Lei Li's eyes widened, filled with disappointment. He could tolerate Lu Junkai from the student union, and even the 191 centimeters tall Yao Jun from the sports academy, but a delivery person. He felt insulted. Let me clarify this. Shin Yuchu once again took Fu Hang's hand, raising it high. It has nothing to do with whether he delivers or not. Therefore, even if you were to deliver, I still would not like you. Shin Yuchu spoke with utmost seriousness. Must you be so direct? Could you not be a bit more tactful? Fu Hang protested, suddenly recalling certain matters. That is his venture capital, the target customer cultivation. I arrange work, buy houses. What am I after? Oh, pardon me, allow me a moment to rephrase. Shin Yuchu furrowed her brow slightly, genuinely releasing Fu Hang's hand and thoughtfully pondering. Fu Hang gazed skyward at a 65-degree angle, while Lei Li's forehead bulged with veins, killing with words. As Layla prepared to storm off in indignation, Shin Yuchu suddenly lifted her head, sincerely and earnestly looking at Lei Lu. I am, facing this gaze, Layla felt a tremor in his heart, instinctively standing tall. That I appreciate your admiration. Your pursuit has taken me by surprise, leaving me anxious and uneasy. You must be aware of my background and family situation. Being beside an exceptional boy like you makes me feel insecure. Shin Yuchu's tone was calm, flowing like a gentle stream, like a clear spring, like autumn dew on blossoms, like a soft breeze against the face. I cannot meet your fervent gaze, just as I cannot confront my own heart. You are bright, handsome, and carefree. You will ultimately be a dazzling gem in the eyes of others, and Shin Yuchu lowered her head, silently inching closer to Fu Hang. I am still that ugly duckling under the eaves. Some things cannot be transcended by mere effort. A barrier known as class. At least at this stage, standing beside him brings me peace. Shin Yuchu lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. No, Yucho, it is not like that, Hugh. Layla was utterly absorbed in the scene, his expression fervent, almost roaring. Please let me be alone. Shin Yuchu interrupted him. tears trembling in her eyes as they cascaded down her cheeks. She turned away, hastily clutching Fu Hang's shirt and sprinting off Yucho. Layla felt as though his heart had been pierced, reaching out but merely grasping at fleeting autumn air. It is all my fault, I am just too exceptional, no. For Yucho, I can change. He dashed out of the park, while Fu Hang remained stunned, as if witnessing a celestial event. System, just this, will you not say something? No acknowledgement. Do you harbor a prejudice against her? Where did you learn this? Seeing the system remain unresponsive, Fu Hang joyfully inquired of Qin Yuchu. I knew it. I knew I would not misjudge, a natural-born saint. I have been binge-reading numerous romance novels recently. What do you think? Qin Yuchu turned, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. Absolutely perfect. If one were to nitpick, it could be said that the tears were excessive. Fu Hang engaged in an academic discussion with a professional demeanor. What? Qin Yuchu frowned. Does it seem ostentatious? There was no such impression. The emotions were indeed quite profound, however, if the tears did not cascade down but merely swirled within the eyes. That kind of pent-up intensity, held yet unspilled, could leave more room for interpretation for the audience. Qin Yuchu nodded earnestly, noting this insight. By the way, do you still read romance novels? Fu Hang inquired, surprised that a top student could be so whimsical. It's necessary for work, he added. He halted, feeling a strange sensation. Do you still want a drink? He asked as Qin Yuchu headed towards the milk tea shop. Isn't it for the helmet? Qin Yuchu turned, a look of skepticism on her face. Damn, I completely forgot what I came here for. You lost your focus that quickly. I haven't even gotten out of character yet. Chapter 45, a dramatic turn of events. A delivery-exclusive electric bike arrived at the entrance of Ping'an Hotel. And predictably, it was stopped by the security guard. However, the anticipated discrimination and mockery did not manifest. The guard's demeanor was entirely appropriate for the establishment, politely inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Fu Hang was somewhat taken aback. The meal ordered by Shin Qingluan was still occasionally from upscale restaurants, and despite his attire he had faced numerous interruptions. It wasn't until Qin Yuchu presented her reservation details that the guard, after kindly directing the parking location for the bike, made him suddenly realize the courteous guard's behavior wasn't due to an elevated sense of professionalism, but rather because of Qin Yuchu, a woman. Indeed, she was the finest adornment for a man. Seated in their reserved spot, Fu Hang continued to marvel at the situation, then glanced at Qin Yuchu, inexplicably reminded of Fu Wanqing's words. You're no longer a child. Ugh, such misleading words, disrupting my resolve. I am a steadfast worker. What talk of romantic entanglements? How unambitious! Wow, truly extraordinary. A dish costing me a year's living expenses, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, her eyes wide with exaggeration as she subtly winked at Fu Hang while holding the ordering tablet. You were too hasty. Perhaps you should reconsider. Fu Hang rolled his eyes. Don't even mention it. My annual salary would barely cover a decent meal here. Ding, a peculiar voice echoed in his mind. Triggering a temporary quest. The music of another world requires sharing. Disseminate restraint in an appropriate manner. Upon completing the task, rewards would be granted. Fu Hang abruptly looked up, gazing in bewilderment at Qin Yuchu, who was still ordering. System, is that you? His heart raced, trembling with a mix of excitement and trepidation, yet, the system remained unresponsive. What's wrong? Qin Yuchu, noticing his unease, paused her actions. Nothing. Go ahead with your order. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, scanning the surroundings. It was illogical. The system never acted without reason, and this was the second occurrence. And both times, Qin Yuchu was present. Share a song? You want me to sing here? Fu Hang began to wrestle with the dilemma. If his client were seated before him, he would have no qualms. It was work. After all, it was about making money, not embarrassing at all. But with Qin Yuchu sitting across from him, a wave of inexplicable shame washed over him. Why don't you take a look at the menu? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuchu noticed Fu Hang's anxious demeanor and gently pushed the tablet towards him. It's alright. Just order whatever you like, Fu Hang said, casually glancing at the menu. Perhaps we should discuss the matter of buying you a car. A pang of discomfort shot through him as he saw the numbers on the bottom right corner. The car purchase could wait until he obtained his driver's license. Qin Yuchu seemed entirely oblivious to Fu Hang's subtle hints, raising an eyebrow as she continued browsing the tablet. Miss, moderation is key. Fu Hang leaned closer, whispering a gentle reminder. After this meal, who knows if there will be another chance? You might scare off your target. Qin Yuchu replied calmly. What if he decides to slip away during a bathroom break? That would be newsworthy. Wouldn't it? Fu Hang offered a friendly warning mixed with a hint of threat. Qin Yuchu paused, contemplating his words. Exactly. A teachable moment. No, however, unexpectedly she tossed her bangs aside and resumed perusing the menu. Fu Hang was at a loss for words, turning his head away. It wasn't about financial capability. Fu Hang felt it was crucial to instill in her a proper understanding of consumer habits and risk assessment. If she continued this way, what would happen to that guy with the guitar, and the vice president of the student council? After placing the menu with the waiter, Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Have you been here before? she asked, raising a glass of lemon water, only to find it without a straw, making her drink somewhat awkwardly. Yes, Fu Hang nodded. With Xin Xingwan, Qin Yuchu squinted her eyes. Fu Hang rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage further. Or perhaps with the lady behind you. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu raised her eyebrows in exaggerated surprise. Behind, Fu Hang paused, turning in suspicion at Li Weiyang. His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed Li Weiyang approaching, her steps faltering. A friend? The man beside Li Weiyang turned coldly, but the next moment, he spotted Qin Yuchu. If it's a friend, then a greeting is in order, he asserted, taking Li Weiyang's hand and striding toward Fu Hang. What a coincidence. Fu Hang stood politely, a gesture of respect owed to a client, especially when accompanied by a man. Hello, aren't you going to introduce yourself? The man smiled, glancing at Li Weiyang. What a coincidence. This is my husband, Wang Haitao. This is Fu Hang. Li Weiyang introduced them awkwardly, her expression somewhat uncomfortable. Fu Hang, Wang Haitao paused, clearly recognizing the name. Hello. Fu Hang extended his hand, politely shaking his. So this is the rich second generation? Truly impressive, a paragon among men. It's you. Wang Haitao continued to hold Fu Hang's hand, his expression growing peculiar. You know me. Fu Hang inwardly scoffed. Such theatrics were acceptable during work hours, but after hours? He wished to avoid this charade, yet how could he ignore the fact that this guy had once saved him from embarrassment? Fu Hang owed him a favor. I've heard of you. Wang Haitao finally released his grip. Smiling meaningfully. This is, Li Weiyang interjected, redirecting the conversation to Qin Yuchu. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Yuchu, a student sponsored by Mr. Fu. Qin Yuchu didn't even rise, tilting her head to watch the two with a sweet smile. A sponsored student? Both Li Weiyang and Wang Haitao paused, surprise flickering in their eyes, particularly Li Weiyang, who had been lightly rebuffed by Qin Yuchu not long ago, never imagined she was a university student sponsored by Fu Hang. But wait, weren't you the one who was delivering takeout after your investment failed? Li Weiyang tilted her head, realizing Fu Hang still wore the same outfit from before, just sans the conspicuous yellow vest. You've changed quite a bit. Li Weiyang discreetly scanned the restaurant. You're delivering takeout now, bringing a sponsored student here. I was joking earlier. Mr. Fu took over a milk tea shop, but business was mediocre. So he decided to deliver takeout himself to conduct market research. Qin Yuchu explained gracefully, clearly understanding the unspoken context. Li Weiyang's expression shifted to realization. This was indeed Fu Hang's style, hands-on in everything. Miss Yuchu, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I have your number? Wang Haitao, however, disregarded the conversation entirely, approaching Qin Yuchu directly and producing his phone. Are you flirting with me in front of your wife? Qin Yuchu turned her head, an expression of perplexity on her face. We are actually in the process of getting a divorce. We just met with the lawyer this afternoon. Wang Haitao, oblivious to any impropriety, smiled at Li Weiyang and earnestly explained. You're getting divorced? Fu Hang was taken aback. Wasn't this a bit hasty? How long had it been? 6 months, 8 months. Sorry for the awkwardness. Li Weiyang's expression was strained. Particularly in Fu Hang's presence, there was a sense of, you must have been blind to choose me over such a person. You see me, you could have had someone like me. Or even a sponsored student like this. It was quite the melodrama. Fu Hang was equally at a loss. This was a difficult conversation to navigate. I appreciate your concern, please bear with me. Unfortunately, I have no interest in men who are getting divorced. Qin Yuchu exclaimed dramatically, casting a glance at Fu Hang as if asking, should I give a more tactful version? It's alright, there will be opportunities. Wang Haitao exhibited remarkable composure, his expression revealing no hint of displeasure as he nodded and walked inside. Sorry for the interruption. Li Weiyang managed a forced smile as she waved and followed him. Chapter 46. I do not wish to regret. As they watched the two depart, Fu Hang remained contemplative, while Qin Yuchu leaned forward, her lively eyes scrutinizing him curiously. What is it? Fu Hang shot her a glare. Don't you have anything to say? Qin Yuchu spoke in a low voice. What thoughts could I possibly have? Many actually, for instance, feelings of melancholy, or perhaps delight, maybe schadenfreude, or even gratitude, or regret. Qin Yuchu's tone was playful, yet the last two words were spoken with utmost sincerity. What could I possibly regret? Fu Hang turned his face away, disdainfully curling his lips. What one desires remains unattainable, while what one possesses is undervalued. During moments of togetherness, one cannot let go, yet in separation, one longs for those times. Life is nothing but a series of regrets. Is it not? Qin Yuchu's gaze was piercing, her voice imbued with unique emotion. Fu Hang fell silent, unable to pinpoint which words had struck a chord within him, yet inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming sense of sentimentality. So what? Fu Hang raised his eyes, challenging Qin Yuchu's gaze. That was merely work. You wouldn't understand, therefore, I do not wish to live in regret, Qin Yuchu asserted firmly, as though pledging an oath. In that moment, Fu Hang was astonished to see a semblance of conviction reflected in her eyes. Goodness gracious. Fu Hang, feeling a pang of guilt, averted his gaze. He admitted that he was scorched by that look. Sincerity, after all, is often the most painful. A waiter approached, balancing a tray, and set down 2 cups. To his astonishment, the first one contained a drink. Fu Hang peered into the cup, skeptically stirring with a spoon. Mango sago, he was taken aback. Well, let's see what distinguishes the 288 from the 68. After all, the difference between the 28 and 68 at the school gate is negligible. Shin Yuchu laughed joyfully, but her smile dimmed when she realized there were no straws. The school has the 28. Do you come every day by bus just to drink the 68? Fu Hang was at a loss for words. The 28 costs 28, while the 68 costs nothing. Shin Yuchu regarded Fu Hang as if he were a fool. Dejected, he turned to signal the waiter. "2 straws, the larger ones." Shin Yuchu beamed, her smile as sweet as a mango sago with extra milk. Dishes began to arrive, each more exquisite than the last, making Shin Yuchu positively giddy, particularly a dish named Emoshan Shoshui, which was actually a set of 4 landscape paintings of the world of the wealthy, is truly beyond imagination. Shin Yuchu exaggeratedly remarked. "Indeed." Fu Hang echoed her sentiment, raising his wineglass and downing the sour red wine in one gulp. "Just this, a bottle nearing 6 figures, he had indeed been here twice before." But on those occasions, the young ladies had skillfully known their limits, thus many of these dishes were a first for him. Should he reconsider his approach, being wealthy but not spending? Isn't that absurd? The food was delectable. Certainly worth the price, and both of them dined with great enjoyment, their essay project coming up in the next phase for the company. After a while, Shin Yuchu suddenly spoke. Fu Hang was taken aback. Looking up in confusion, he momentarily failed to comprehend what Shin Yuchu was referring to. "It's the project with Hangyu Group." Shin Yuchu put down her chopsticks and explained earnestly, and then, a bottle of red wine had been mostly consumed by Fu Hang. While Shin Yuchu had not touched a drop. At this moment, he was beginning to feel a bit tipsy. Shin Yuchu remained silent, simply gazing intently at Fu Hang, her eyes focused on his slightly dazed expression. "It's nothing." After a prolonged silence, Shin Yuchu suddenly smiled broadly, lifting a glass of lemonade. "Are you referring to Yuanbo trading?" Fu Hang seemed to finally recall something. "Alright, no matter how expensive the wine, it's not worth it if you drink too much. You can settle the bill." Shin Yuchu smiled again, her expression still innocent and radiant. "Wasn't it you who ordered it?" Fu Hang smirked. "Why order something if you're not going to drink it? That's a whole day's salary. I just wanted to see if every person who drinks would frighten me." Shin Yuchu's tone suddenly faltered as she raised a hand to touch her cheek. Fu Hang's intoxication faded, leaving him feeling somewhat bored. "Not everyone becomes." "Well, I understand now." Shin Yuchu nodded seriously, though her signature smile did not appear, her eyes remarkably clear. Fu Hang averted his gaze, as if reluctant to touch that purity. "Settle the bill." Fu Hang paid with a nonchalant demeanor, without hesitation, while Shin Yuchu insisted on having the waiter print a receipt, meticulously checking each item, clutching the receipt tightly in her hand. "This somewhat diminishes the imposing air I had just now when I scanned the bill." Standing up, Fu Hang chuckled softly. "By Shin Yuchu's ear, a meal costing over 100,000. Should I not treasure it? This might be the only one of its kind in my lifetime." Shin Yuchu still kept her head down, carefully scrutinizing the numbers on the receipt. In the future. Fu Hang paused, his subsequent words left unspoken. It was complicated. Would they come again? Who would pay? Himself? Or the system? Whichever it was, Fu Hang was unwilling to confront it directly. "If we come again, it will be my treat." Shin Yuchu seemed to understand Fu Hang's unspoken feelings, suddenly looking up and saying earnestly, "Come on, you still owe me several $100,000. Fu Hang replied, half-jokingly. "Wasn't that agreed upon as a form of compensation?" Shin Yuchu's tone shifted dramatically. "When did I ever say?" Fu Hang's brow twitched, but in the next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, freezing in place, and by the time he attempted to turn away, it was already too late. "You clearly." Shin Yuchu continued to tease, but upon sensing Fu Hang's unusual demeanor, she followed his gaze and was met with a similar expression of surprise. "Shin Xingwan, what day is it today? Can't you arrange your appearances more reasonably? Is the plot being pushed forward so carelessly?" Shin Xingwan was equally taken aback at the sight of them, for seated across from her was Su Changhe, sister Xingwan. Shin Yuchu was the first to regain her composure, her eyes locking with Shin Xingwan's. And without hesitation, she joyfully walked towards that direction. The layout of Ping An Hotel is quite meticulous, providing excellent privacy between seats. However, how should one put it, as long as it isn't a private room? Or even if it is a private room, there should be moments when the door is open, right? What a coincidence. "You all." Shin Xingwan, upon noticing Shin Yuchu approaching, signaled to Su Changhe and quickly stood up. "Fu Hang and I just finished eating." "Oh, Vice President Su is also here." Shin Yuchu seemed to just notice Su Changhe, momentarily taken aback, and hurriedly greeted him. "Oh, Xingwan and I happen to have some matters to discuss. And this must be Fu Hang, right? We met yesterday." "Hello." Fu Hang greeted stiffly just as he took his first sip of red wine. The system's daily settlement notification arrived, indicating Shin Xingwan's favorability rating, 79.89. As expected, after a night of cooling off, Shin Xingwan's rating had indeed fallen back to a safe line, yet, with her sudden appearance, he hoped nothing would go awry. Chapter 47, Meeting an Old Traditional Chinese Medicine. "Dr. Yutu?" After a brief moment of shock, Shin Xingwan quickly found a breakthrough. The embarrassment should not be hers, but rather Shin Yuchu's. As for Fu Hang, she had 100 ways to explain it later. Well, Fu Hang saved me yesterday, and I invited him to a nice meal as a thank you, Qin Yuchu replied, her demeanor casual and composed. You and Fu Hang dining alone, the president will. Shin Qingwan's expression turned complicated as her gaze flickered to Su Changhe. Is this the bill the president picked up? You don't think the two of us could afford this, do you? Qin Yuchu responded cheerfully, not forgetting to wave the receipt in her hand. Shin Qingwan's keen eyes caught sight of the figure on it. Her expression momentarily frozen. The president truly cares for assistant Qin. Su Changhe coughed lightly, smiling as he spoke. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, a touch shy, exuding the innocence of a young girl. Then I won't disturb you. Enjoy your meal. Qin Yuchu waved her hand, pulling Fu Hang away. Goodbye. In front of Su Changhe, Fu Hang maintained a demeanor of utmost propriety, but when he glanced at Shin Qingwan, a flicker of awkwardness crossed his eyes. One that Shin Qingwan deftly noticed. Damn it, I've done all I can, the rest is up to fate. At least, he had just given himself a score of 9.8 for that glance. Once they departed, Shin Qingwan's expression turned sour. Was it because of the president, or because of that Fu Hang? Su Changhe's tone was devoid of emotion. Naturally, it's the president. Who would have thought that Qin Yuchu had some tricks up her sleeve? Inviting a man to dinner and having the president foot the bill, Shin Qingwan quickly adjusted her mood, though she was unsure of why she felt displeased during that brief eye contact. Are you so certain it was the president who paid? Su Changhe raised an eyebrow. Of course, I know that Fu Hang can't possibly afford to treat a young lady to a meal costing over 100,000. Shin Qingwan's tone dripped with bitterness. The last time Fu Hang had taken her out, she had only ordered a few extremely ordinary dishes, and the total had barely reached a few thousand. Su Changhe chuckled lightly, slowly swirling the wine in his glass. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. Shin Qingwan's thoughts became tangled, and she suddenly found the entire table of food unappetizing. The numbers on that receipt kept flashing in her mind. Especially since this meal was something she had arranged with Su Changhe, and she would likely end up paying for it. Su, you need to think of a way to secure your position. Otherwise, the president's seat will. Shin Qingwan hesitated to speak. What can I do? I can't even see the president. Su Changhe's tone shifted abruptly, as if the previous discussions and hints had never occurred. You truly can't see the president? You are currently the decision-maker in the company, aren't you? Shin Qingwan pressed, unwilling to give up, showering him with faint praise. I'm merely the executive vice president. The signing authority lies with Assistant Qin. Su Changhe remained calm and collected, leisurely taking a sip of red wine. Shin Qingwan inwardly cursed. Now you're playing it cool. I refuse to believe you aren't anxious. Would you be content? Though she said this, she knew he understood the company's matters better than anyone. The president had simply been charmed by Qin Yuchu, and as long as Shin Qingwan suppressed her displeasure, forcing a smile as she continued to remind him. Su Changhe remained silent, his head bowed as he continued to eat with focus. Seeing this, Shin Qingwan too fell into a resigned silence. The conversation had reached a point where further discussion would only seem forced. Diminishing her own worth. Lawyer Zhang's daughter must be in her second year of high school, right? Considering the time, isn't her coming-of-age ceremony in half a month? Su Changhe suddenly initiated small talk. Thank you for the reminder. President Su. Shin Qingwan was taken aback, quickly expressing her gratitude, yet inwardly she found it futile to complain. If things were smooth with Lawyer Zhang, why would she go to such great lengths to invite him to dinner? The Hangyu project is set to be presented tomorrow. If all goes well, there will be a negotiation meeting with Hangyu next week. Su Changhe continued the casual conversation. Shin Qingwan was again taken aback. Why was he telling her this? I'm in the HR department, right? For such a significant project, I don't even have voting rights. The heir of Hangyu has reportedly just returned to the country and has begun to take over the company's affairs. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be responsible for this project. Thank you, President Su, for your guidance. Shin Qingwan grasped the meaning, forcing a smile while striving to suppress the urge to douse him with wine. What do you take me for? Public relations, a social butterfly? Stepping out of the restaurant, Fu Hang exhaled deeply and headed towards the parking area for electric bikes, only to be abruptly halted by Qin Yuchu. Let's take a taxi. Your car will be safe here. Besides, with this, she waved the small receipt in her hand, they won't charge you for parking. Come on, a meal costing over 100,000 even if it gets lost. The restaurant would compensate with a new one. It's inconvenient to come back tomorrow. Fu Hang attempted to resist. No drinking and driving. Though Qin Yuchu lacked a driving license, she had been studying traffic regulations diligently since deciding to obtain one. An electric bike? Fu Hang was left speechless. Isn't an electric bike still a vehicle? Did you buy your license with money? Another jab from the academic elite. Ultimately, the two boarded the ride-hailing car summoned by Qin Yuchu. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the community, and Qin Yuchu promptly marked the order as completed before exiting. The ride-hailing driver turned to Fu Hang, who remained in the car, his expression one of astonishment. You just marked it completed. Fu Hang rolled down the window. What else? Qin Yuchu replied, puzzled. And what about me? The Fu Hang was incredulous. You get out? What for? To go home? To your place? It could very well be your home. Qin Yuchu chuckled again. Do you find this amusing? Fu Hang's tone grew colder. Home, a term he meticulously avoided, despite residing in an opulent mansion atop Han City, spending over 100,000 on a meal. I must at least show some gratitude, right? Qin Yuchu leaned against the car window, her laughter enchanting. Have you had too much to drink? Fu Hang was once again at a loss for words. Is drinking too much a problem? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, her gaze mischievous. Strive. Fu Hang barked. Boss, the order is completed. It's a fixed price, direct transfer. Fu Hang rolled up the window. The driver cast a hesitant glance at Qin Yuchu outside. His expression complicated. Am I really driving? The driver seemed reluctant, sensing there might be more to salvage. After all, this car had come from the Ping An Hotel, and the girl's claim of a meal costing over 100,000 might indeed be true. Are you also tipsy? Fu Hang was utterly exasperated. The driver shook his head at Qin Yuchu, pressing the accelerator. The vehicle weaved through the bustling streets, and Fu Hang stared out at the flickering neon lights. Lost in thought, the driver occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, a wave of inexplicable sadness rippling through the car. Buddy, I know an excellent traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Get lost. Fu Hang's forehead was throbbing. Hey, the driver paid no heed to Fu Hang's outburst, nearly sighing heavily. What a pity about that girl, a true beauty, who says money can solve everything. This sigh nearly left Fu Hang breathless. The phone rang. And Fu Hang frowned. It was a work call, damn it. It's after hours, and I forgot to turn it off. Qingluan. Fu Hang swiftly answered the call. Just because I didn't reply to your message today. You went out to dinner with her alone. The moment the call connected, a cold interrogation came through. Fu Hang's heart tightened, and three options flashed in his mind. Option 1. Q. How could I possibly be angry with you? Option 2, W. Qingluan, let me explain, it's not what you think. Option 3, she's your company leader. I couldn't refuse. Holding his phone, Fu Hang fell silent, aggressive, preemptive. He decided to accept it, not resisting, but rather yielding. Option 4, our default. The phone call lingered in an awkward silence, neither party continuing the conversation. I had dinner with President Su because it was work-related. After all, I made a serious mistake yesterday. After a long pause, Shen Qingluan suddenly explained in a low voice, her tone nearly choked with emotion. See, a devoted admirer isn't always on the offensive. Sometimes a well-timed defense is more effective than aggression. I'm sorry, it was actually because of. Fu Hang's voice was thick with regret and guilt. Do I understand? Shen Qingluan interrupted him. Fu Hang's lips curled into a wry smile. Qingluan, your sense of rhythm has improved again. By the way, was it really the president treating you all to dinner today? Shen Qingluan seemed to shake off her earlier emotions, her voice growing more gentle. Yes. Fu Hang furrowed his brow slightly. Recalling lawyer Zhang's call, a president? Where would I find a president for you? Should I pay to hire an actor? Would the system consider that performance fraud? The Ping An Hotel doesn't support signing bills. How did the president pay? Shen Qingluan asked curiously. Qin Yuchu tapped the payment code and sent it directly to the other party. I see. Have you reached home? Shen Qingluan's tone carried a hint of disappointment but quickly moved past that topic. I'm still on the road, almost there. Why, haven't you returned yet? Should I come to pick you up? I'm on my way too. Since you've been drinking, you should rest early. Shen Qingluan suddenly declined. Okay, you should rest early too. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Alright, good night. Good night. After hanging up, Fu Hang's gaze out the window grew more complex. The driver in the front seat, however, was astonished. This was clearly not the same girl from earlier. It seemed money truly could be all-powerful, but still, are you sure you don't want that traditional Chinese medicine doctor's number? It might have some effect. Let's go somewhere else. To Yunshu Binjiang. Fu Hang spoke. He suddenly no longer wished to return to the rental apartment he had inhabited for years. He wanted to go home. The driver took a deep breath, signaling to change lanes, thinking there might still be hope. Buddy, I think I understand you a bit now. Maybe it's not entirely your fault. If that were the case, the traditional Chinese medicine doctor would likely be of no use. The vehicle turned around at the traffic light. And the driver continued to glance at Fu Hang in the rearview mirror, attempting to discern some hidden depth. Then Fu Hang's phone rang again, still that work phone. He looked at the caller ID. His expression quite complicated. Li Wei Yang, should I answer? Fu Hang was torn from a professional standpoint. Playing the devoted admirer was akin to being an ex-boyfriend, and a competent ex should vanish from each other's lives the moment they part ways. Especially when one is getting married. Even burning paper during Qingming festival would be an offense. If you're single, and I'm devoted, that's passion, persistence, faithfulness, I could worship until the end of time. But if you're married, and I'm still devoted, that's disgraceful, shameless, lewd, and vile. You must face moral condemnation, righteous judgment, public ridicule, and systemic punishment. Weiyang. Fu Hang ultimately answered the call. Is it convenient to talk? Li Weiyang asked, rather abruptly. I was just about to head home. Fu Hang understood immediately. I apologize for today. On the other end, Li Weiyang's voice held a hint of melancholy. It's nothing. Don't let it bother you. Fu Hang grasped the implications of her words. You may not mind, but it ultimately stemmed from me. You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand. Fu Hang interrupted her, turning to gaze out the window. They must be nearing home. You haven't changed at all. Li Weiyang fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Fu Hang remained quiet. Big sister, your emotional direction is rather dangerous, you know, my company has rules against taking private jobs. Did that female college student get sent back? Li Weiyang teased like an old friend. Yes. Fu Hang's words became increasingly cautious. That girl is quite remarkable, young, beautiful, and smart. Fu Hang chuckled dryly, unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. Can we talk? Li Weiyang suddenly inquired. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, once again grasping that this discussion would not revolve around Qin Yuchu. That I'm at the coffee shop where we first met. Fu Hang hesitated to respond. He was genuinely conflicted. By the way, in our line of work, is there any after-sales service? I'll wait for you, Li Weiyang said, not allowing Fu Hang further contemplation before hanging up. Fu Hang rubbed his forehead, a look of desolation on his face. Buddy, we've arrived. Should I drop you off at this entrance? The driver turned to him with admiration, his demeanor both reserved and respectful. Fu Hang regarded him, his expression a complicated mix. From a professional standpoint, he had no reason to maintain any ties with Li Weiyang. From a personal perspective, he was even less inclined to have any further entanglements with her. Did he have feelings for Li Weiyang? Honestly, yes, but those feelings were akin to a farmer's attachment to a hoe, a worker's to a hammer, or a skilled driveress to an excavator. It was a relationship rooted in duty. Li Weiyang was a client, a product. She was someone he had once cherished, adored, surrounded, and pampered. However, that was all work. Fu Hang scanned the payment, opened the car door, and simultaneously typed a message on his phone. Sorry, I can't come over right now. He clicked send and powered off his phone. That night Fu Hang went to bed early but slept restlessly. In his dreams, he found himself back in his childhood home. In the tubular building he had sold years ago, quietly picking vegetables, the familiar silhouette busied itself at the stove, asking him about various matters at school. He responded with a measured detachment, his gaze fixated on that figure. Just as slender as he remembered, the movements were as deft as in his recollections. The hair pinned up was a bit disheveled, but the neck was fair, and the stray strands fell like rising smoke. Filled with the warmth and mundanity of life, Fu Hang felt warmth welling in his eyes, his hands and feet turning cold. The word mother, which he had not uttered in ages, caught in his throat. And his nose began to sting. Setting down the vegetables, Fu Hang stood up calmly, realizing at that moment that he had grown much taller than her. The floral apron turned slowly, adorned with a sweet smile. Brimming with innocence, purity, naivety, Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang jolted awake, traces of tears lingering at the corners of his eyes, yet his back was drenched. This woman is undoubtedly toxic. Chapter 49, Hidden Intentions. Good morning, Qingwan Jie, at the foot of the company building. Qin Yuchu greeted Shin Qingwan with vibrant energy, holding 2 food containers in her hands. Yuchu, why are you up so early? Shin Qingwan, stepping out of the rideshare, scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Fu Hang. Her gaze settling on the 2 food containers in Qin Yuchu's hands. Buying breakfast, Qin Yuchu lifted one of the containers, offering it to Shin Qingwan. This, Shin Qingwan looked puzzled. I saw on the menu at Ping'an restaurant yesterday that they served breakfast. So I thought I'd give it a try today. Qin Yuchu smiled as she linked her arm with Shin Qingwan's, leading her into the company. Did you buy this from Ping'an restaurant? Shin Qingwan was taken aback, turning her head again to search for Fu Hang's figure. He mentioned yesterday that he would bring him breakfast today. Their unspoken agreement was that if they had discussed it the day before, Fu Hang would not disturb her that morning. If there was no specific request, he would arrange it according to her preferences. Fu Hang truly is considerate. But where is Fu Hang? Why hasn't he shown up? Fu Hang bought it. Qin Yuchu stopped in front of the elevator, stating it as a matter of course. Shin Qingwan's eyes widened with confusion, struggling to untangle the logic behind this. You said you went to buy breakfast. How did it turn into Fu Hang buying it? Shin Qingwan asked tentatively. We went together to buy it, but he paid. Qin Yuchu flashed a sweet smile, captivating the attention of everyone waiting for the elevator, who dared not meet her gaze directly. You went with him, then where is he? The elevator arrived, but Shin Qingwan's reasoning became even more muddled. I asked him to drop me off, and he left right after. Qin Yuchu stepped into the elevator, admiring herself in the mirror while casually fixing her slightly disheveled hair. This is just my hair being messed up by the safety helmet. Dropped you off? Shin Qingwan also noticed Qin Yuchu's movements, and as her logic became clearer, a surge of unnameable anger ignited within her. I've realized that during the morning rush, electric bikes are faster than buses. I wonder if I can get Fu Hang to take me from now on, since he is already bringing you breakfast. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, unconcerned with the thoughts of others in the elevator. Electric bikes are still relatively dangerous. Shin Qingwan forced a smile, offering a kind reminder. True. Qin Yuchu shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning to the office, Shin Qingwan slammed the exquisite food container onto her desk. Ping'an restaurant, that's quite far. It would take nearly an hour to reach by electric bike. Wouldn't it? Buying breakfast together, just a coincidence. Damn it. Shin Qingwan pieced together the logic. Fu Hang must have picked up Qin Yuchu first, and then at her insistence, they rode closely together on the electric bike, traversing half the city to Ping'an restaurant for breakfast, only to return across the city to drop Qin Yuchu at work. just to get his own breakfast. As a secondary thought, in an instant, the lavish breakfast from Ping An restaurant lost its allure. Shin Xingwan even felt an impulse to toss it into the trash can. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and directly dialed Fu Hang's number, but just as her finger hovered over the call button it froze. After a long pause, she switched screens and sent Fu Hang a message. "Thank you for such a lavish breakfast, you really shouldn't have," pouting emoji. As expected, Fu Hang replied in seconds. As she put down her phone, Fu Hang was feeling constipated. He had suffered from insomnia. Waking up in the middle of the night and not being able to fall back asleep, all because he was preoccupied with the electric bike still at Ping An restaurant, while he had spent the night at Yunshuno. 1.As dawn broke, he headed out. He chose not to take a taxi, thinking it was still early. Instead, he rode a shared bike through the morning dew. He often did this, as it seemed to remind him that he was no different from those hard-working individuals who rose early each day. Arriving at Ping An restaurant, he encountered the last person he wished to see that morning, Qin Yuchu, that woman who wouldn't let him rest even in his dreams. The ensuing events unfolded much like Shin Xingwan had speculated. Qin Yuchu insisted on eating breakfast there, and Fu Hang reluctantly agreed, as Shin Xingwan's meal was reimbursed anyway. Together, they wove through the city in the early morning, and Fu Hang felt an unfamiliar sentiment. Looking around, he noticed many couples sharing rides, some bleary-eyed, some full of energy, some tightly embracing, and others aloof and silent. They too held breakfast in their hands, some carrying soy milk and milk, others with thermal containers hanging from their bikes. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Fu Hang suddenly felt an unprecedented warmth of life, like the tousled hair scattered across a fair neck dam. Fu Hang shook his head vigorously, the memory of the apron turning left an indelible mark on him. Suddenly, a crystal-clear steamed bun appeared before him, pinched between delicate fingers. Fu Hang hesitated for 3 seconds before lowering his head to take a bite of the bun. Glancing sideways, he caught the envious gaze of a man beside him. While behind him, a round-faced middle-aged woman was devouring pancakes with gusto. Fu Hang suddenly felt that the 98 yuan for the crystal-steamed bun was indeed worth it, perhaps due to an emotional stir. After dropping Qin Yuchu off at the company building, he left directly. An inexplicable feeling lingered within him, and he told himself it was fear of the system's judgment. Right, why are you alone? Fu Hang put down his phone. Surveying the milk tea shop, although this establishment was suffering from significant losses, the space was still sizable, and he continued with the previous arrangement of 2 staff members per shift. However, this morning, there was only 1 server in the shop. "Boss, Xiaoli might be resigning." The lone server, Xia Xiaofeng, poked her head out from behind the bar. "Resigning? Didn't he just start?" As Fu Hang frowned, the Xiaoli had been with them for less than half a month. A new hire after he took over, and the contract drafted by lawyer Zhang was quite harsh, stipulating that if an employee voluntarily resigned within the first month, their salary for that month would be forfeited, covering training and uniform costs. Thus, if Xiaoli left just like that, he would truly lose half a month's salary. "I heard he broke up." Xia Xiaofeng shrugged helplessly, her expression wistful. "Broke up?" Fu Hang smirked slightly. "Young people, I heard his girlfriend cheated on him." Fu Hang shook his head. In such situations, he found it hard to empathize. For him, switching service providers was perfectly normal, just like Li Weiyang. This is the workplace. And it's the market, boss. What do you think love really is? With no one around, Xia Xiaofeng made a cup of mango sago and placed it in front of Fu Hang, sitting down opposite him. "How would I know?" Fu Hang replied, feeling as if he were being asked about a past romance. "Boss, don't hide it. Just share a couple of experiences." Xia Xiaofeng gazed at him with admiration. Chapter 50, the tolling of the octagonal cage. Qin Yuchu he had seen, and she was truly stunning, beautiful and gentle, kind to others, like a fairy sister. "So, are you dating someone?" Fu Hang felt flattered by the compliment. "Not really, just Xiaoli. We actually got along quite well, but seeing him like this makes me question love. You know, he pursued his girlfriend for a long time. Who would have thought that less than 3 months into their relationship she would cheat? Therefore, young people are still too naive." Fu Hang took a sip of his milk tea, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. How to put it? The server sat up straight, ready to impart wisdom. Do you think once you win someone over, they are yours? If not, then what? Wrong. Just because you've won them over, doesn't mean you've secured them. Fu Hang scoffed. If you have that mindset, you are not worthy of Yuchu. A loud shout came from the entrance, startling Fu Hang nearly into choking. Turning in astonishment, he found a tall, imposing figure standing at the door, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Standing tall with a massive black box slung over his shoulder, the morning sunlight streamed in behind him, radiant and resplendent, enveloping him in a golden glow, exuding a magnificent and grand presence. Wow, he even has special effects when he makes his entrance? I am almost pulled into the scene. Are you sure this ISNTA script? A hero? Here for a meal or to stay? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, slowly rising to stand behind the server. I am here to find you. The newcomer strode in confidently. Are you the one who sings at Han University? With the dazzling effects turned off, Fu Hang finally recognized the visitor as the bright young man he had met in the park yesterday. Still carrying that guitar? Goodness, I thought I was in the wrong scene. I'm Layla, from the Music Academy of Han University. Layla maintained his commanding presence, his gaze intense. Sit down, what would you like to drink? Fu Hang smiled. Water. Layla leaned back in his chair across from Fu Hang, maintaining an air of authority. Yuchu's favorite drink is mango sago. Then let us have mango sago. Layla waved his hand dramatically. But the guitar on his back restricted his movement, forcing him to adjust his posture, hesitating whether to set the guitar down. Fu Hang snapped his fingers at the server, and Xia Xiaofeng quickly rushed to the bar to prepare. 68 cash or scan. Fu Hang picked up the payment code at the bar, his face adorned with a professional smile. Lei Luo's expression stiffened, his commanding presence faltering. Payment, 68 yuan, thank you for your patronage. The sound of the cash register chimed, and Fu Hang smiled as he placed the payment code back down, taking a seat in front of Lei Le. Do you work here? Layla set his guitar aside. Beginning to gather his emotions anew, this shop is mine. Fu Hang grinned. Aren't you a delivery person? Layla glanced at the safety helmet invest in the corner. Market research. Fu Hang adopted the persona designed for him by Qin Yuchu. Layla fell silent, his previously brewing momentum wavering. How do you know I'm here? Fu Hang tilted his head, curious about the answer. Yuchu often drinks the milk tea from this place. I see her with it every time at school. Layla adjusted his breathing, providing his answer. At school, I keep a close watch on her. Are you here to find her? Fu Hang suddenly realized, you seem to have some thoughts. Of course. Layla's demeanor regained its assertiveness. Embodying a spirit of unwavering determination, you arrived too early. She usually comes around 10:30. Fu Hang glanced at his watch, having grown accustomed to wearing it since acquiring it. Consequently, he often forgot to turn off his work phone. Ah, she'll come at 10:30. A look of surprise crossed Layli's face. Initially, he had merely hoped for a stroke of luck. Encountering Qin Yuchu at school was a challenge, as she rarely attended classes. At first, he was captivated by her beauty, but as he delved deeper into his investigations, he found himself overshadowed by her formidable brilliance, top of her class, guaranteed to be recommended for further studies. A student from a financially struggling background, working to support herself, these attributes, when combined with the appearance of a stunning girl, could infinitely amplify her appeal. Layla was entranced, especially yesterday, when he heard and witnessed this nearly perfect goddess possessing such a fragile heart and deep-seated insecurities. His heart shattered into countless minuscule fragments, each reflecting the tears that fell when Qin Yuchu turned away. He vowed to use his humble soul to save and awaken the goddess's divinity. To stand beside her under the spotlight, basking in the attention of the crowd, enjoying unparalleled beauty, and showcasing her brilliance to the world. Thus he came. However, it seemed the plot was not unfolding as he had envisioned. You don't mind at all, Layla regarded Fu Hang, whose smile radiated kindness. Why should I mind? You've already paid. Fu Hang pointed to the Yangji Ganlu that the waiter had just set down. That is not what I meant, Layla bristled, feeling his noble intentions were being belittled. It doesn't matter. As a customer, you are a god. Fu Hang's smile grew increasingly benevolent, but I'm here to compete with you for Yuchu. Layli's eyes widened in anger, his posture straightening as his turbulent spirit began to coalesce once more. It would taste terrible if it gets cold. Try it quickly. This is Yuchu's favorite flavor. Fu Hang thoughtfully inserted a straw into the drink for him. Layla paused, instinctively lowering his head to bite the straw, the sweet milky flavor bursting in his mouth, dissipating the momentum he had been gathering. It's quite good, Layla evaluated sincerely. No wonder Yuchu likes it so much. If you like it, you could recommend it to your friends, Fu Hang replied cheerfully, always seeking to expand his business, reiterating that a competent salesperson must not only seek clients but also cultivate them. The atmosphere grew peculiar, and Layla struggled to find the right words to express himself. So tell me, how are you pursuing Yuchu? Fu Hang took the initiative to ask. Layla was momentarily taken aback. Unable to grasp Fu Hang's intentions, but his instincts told him that the main act had finally begun. This was a contest between men. Fu Hang's inquiry was skillfully crafted. He didn't ask why Layla liked her or what he could do for her, but rather how he was pursuing her. Was it a provocation, a mockery? No, this was the ringing of the bell in the octagonal cage. I send her things she likes. Layla leaned back, providing a response that was both offensive and defensive. What does she like? Fu Hang's gaze landed on the Yangji Ganlu before Layla. First blood. Layli's face stiffened momentarily. He didn't even know her favorite drink. It's fine, don't worry about it. What did you give her? Fu Hang gently prompted. Lipstick. Layli's confidence began to wane. Cosmetics. Do you think she isn't pretty enough? Implying she needs makeup to compensate. Double kill. Layli's eyes flashed with fear. And Fu Hang smiled, continuing his guidance. Snacks. That's acceptable. Her roommates should appreciate that. Layli's face grew increasingly awkward as he understood Fu Hang's implication. Triple kill. Did you send her flowers? Fu Hang took a sip of his milk tea, asking calmly. I was preparing to send some, but haven't yet. Layla instinctively replied. How are you planning to send them? A bouquet? A bunch? Or an entire truck? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, inquiring earnestly, as if he were a teacher guiding a student. I don't know. It's fine. Let me tell you, remember this. Don't make elementary mistakes. When gifting to a girl, it's all about maximizing benefits. What does maximizing benefits mean? You should have learned this. Fully utilize the advantageous surplus value of capitalism to obtain the highest profit at the lowest cost. Got it. Fu Hang swept his hair back, tilting his head to showcase his jawline, his facial features quite defined, complimenting his nose. This was a compliment from Li Weiyan. Leilu appeared dazed. I'm in the music department. Quadruple kill. Let me put it this way, if you plan to send a bouquet, be prepared for the long haul, one bouquet every day until she falls for you, or until you give up. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. This approach focuses on emotional companionship, letting her grow accustomed to your presence. Layla nodded earnestly, seemingly enlightened. If you plan to send a bunch, then start with 999 flowers. This emphasizes a visual effect. The instant visual impact can trigger dopamine release, elevating emotions and expectations to a critical point. Layla nodded again, the defiance in his eyes completely dissipating. As for sending an entire truck, that caters to her vanity. This wouldn't suit Yuchu, so I advise against wasting money. Layla blinked, licking his dry lips. What else? Have you tried asking her out? Fu Hang set down his milk tea, taking out a cigarette and offering it to Layla. Layla waved it away, indicating he didn't smoke. Fu Hang nodded, unconcerned. Lighting one for himself and not smoking is a plus. Don't emulate those cool scenes from movies. Most girls dislike smoking. Fu Hang took a deep drag, releasing a cloud of smoke rings. Layla found that posture rather appealing. The waiter, Xia Xiaofeng, thoughtfully brought over a disposable cup to serve as an ashtray, blissfully ignoring the no smoking sign on the wall. So have you asked her out? I couldn't get her to come. She rarely comes to school. Layla answered honestly. There's no rush. There will be opportunities. What do you plan to invite her for? Dinner, shopping, movies? I plan to invite her to my personal concert. Layla licked his lips, his demeanor showing a notable shift. A concert? You seem quite talented. Holding a concert at university indicates you have a following. Yes, I actually do some streaming on the side. I have some popularity at school. Layla suddenly regained a bit of confidence, and then invite her to hear other girls scream for you. Fu Hang blinked, a peculiar expression on his face. Having a specialty is also a plus, but remember, while having a talent is attractive, if that talent becomes your profession, it is no longer a specialty but a means of survival. Therefore, as someone involved in music, you must tailor your approach. This is how you deliver specific emotional value. Tailor my approach. Layla fell into deep thought, the confusion on his face evident. Fu Hang extinguished his cigarette and snapped his fingers. If she is inexperienced in the world, take her to see the wonders of life. If she has seen the world, take her for a ride on a carousel. Xia Xiaofeng from behind the bar spoke plainly. Layla was utterly stunned. What kind of place was this? Even a waiter possessed such insight, so profound, so philosophical. Thus, whether it's a concert or a singing event, nothing compares to singing a song just for her. Fu Hang, ever the teacher, reached for his milk tea, only to find it empty. The perceptive Xia Xiaofeng promptly brought over a glass of lemonade. Fu Hang had a habit of only drinking 1 cup of Yangji Ganlu a day. Unless the boss lady was around. Is this singing giant trying to pursue the boss lady? The boss is teaching him how to woo her. Truly a boss. When faced with challenges, one must rise to the occasion. Even creating obstacles if none exist. Sing just for her. Layla felt as though a brand new door had swung open before him, the kind with a skylight. Come on, sing a song for us to hear. Fu Hang crossed his legs, giving Layla an encouraging look. Alright. Layla, without hesitation, took out his guitar. At that moment, he had completely forgotten why he had come today, but that no longer mattered. He had encountered a master. The heartfelt and passionate performance began, and Fu Hang raised an eyebrow slightly. And not bad. This vocal quality is quite remarkable. The key is that Layla's voice is very pure, one could even say it's innocent. This is a voice made for love songs. How about that? As the final note of the song faded, Layla took a stroll through familiar terrain, and a renewed sense of confidence coalesced upon his face. Remarkable. I award you a score of 98, deducting 2 points merely to guard against your potential arrogance, Fu Hang proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. So shall I sing this piece? Laylu, brimming with excitement, finally received his mentor's approval. This one, you didn't create it yourself? Fu Hang frowned, questioning the significance of singing someone else's song. Maximizing benefits, I presume, originality. Very well, I shall give it a try. Laylu inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to cultivate his emotions. Fingers dancing across the guitar strings. It appeared this lad truly had some hidden talents. However, Fu Hang gradually began to furrow his brow. What is this? Is this what you call a song? He glanced at the waiter, finally confirming that the issue lay not within his own taste. Fu Hang raised a hand, interrupting Laylu. Does your music academy not offer language classes? He inquired, testing the waters. Laylu, feeling a bit deflated, clutched his guitar, looking somewhat aggrieved. Fu Hang sighed, realizing why singers in the entertainment industry often thrive perpetually while true masterpieces emerge only once in a decade. Lyrics and melodies, indeed, reside in two distinct realms. Furrowing his brow, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Fu Hang's gaze. He had a temporary task at hand. The golden tunes from parallel worlds required sharing, a rational dissemination, given the absence of urgency in this task. Fu Hang, who was somewhat image-conscious during off-work hours, did not feel compelled to rush. There was no use in haste. Presently, Shin Qingwan's favorability hovered around the 80 safety line. What if another song became a hit? Rational dissemination. Should he hand this song over to Laylo? Was that reasonable? It seemed quite reasonable indeed. Hand me the guitar. Fu Hang licked his lips, settled himself, and said, please fasten your seatbelt. I am about to showcase my prowess. Ha! Layla momentarily froze, mechanically offering the guitar to Fu Hang. Fu Hang embraced the instrument, strumming casually. Layla's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he actually play? Cough, cough. Performance assessment for the second client exceeding 70 favorability, masterful guitar skills. Chapter 52. My opposition. I have never resisted your charm, though you have never been enamored with me. I always gaze at you with a smile, my affections effortlessly shimmering in my eyes. Fu Hang closed his eyes, slowly beginning to sing. Layla was left in awe, utterly captivated by the celestial performance. As a music student, to achieve such prowess while still in school spoke volumes about his professional caliber. With just a single line, he sensed the extraordinary nature of this song. A golden tune. This was undoubtedly a love ballad of exceptional quality. I once envisioned, during the lonely nights, that you would finally care. Nestled in my room, your eyes closed as you kissed me, without uttering a word, embracing me tightly in your arms. Fu Hang continued with his eyes shut, his voice neither too soft nor too loud. Melodious and lingering, weaving emotional threads around the room. Layla's eyes widened further, nearly compelled to kneel in reverence. The lyrics, though simple, radiated sincerity, and the melody flowed with elegance. Yet, that was not the crux. The focal point was Fu Hang singing. A professional singer, I love you wholeheartedly. If for the very first time I shed my reservations and allowed myself to fantasize about everything concerning you. As Fu Hang concluded the song, he slightly tilted his head. A tinge of melancholy in his emotions. This was his first time performing this piece, but while singing, the expression and release of feelings required an audience. Xin Xingwan, the image he had envisioned in his mind. Yet just as he began the second line, that image transformed. She was puffing her cheeks, sipping on milk tea. She hugged her shoulders, crying in a corner. She sat on the back of an electric bike. Clutching a bun, she stood on the balcony of her new home, laughing heartily without a care for her appearance. She was innocent and carefree, lively and adorable, headstrong and unreasonable, enchanting and vibrant. She was intelligent, brave, fragile, and lonely. Layla gazed silently at Fu Hang, not daring to breathe, while Xiao Xiaofeng stood at the bar, immobilized, fearful of disturbing Fu Hang's emotions. Cough, cough. How was that song? Fu Hang vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel those peculiar feelings. Restless spirits, do not disrupt my resolve. Teacher, did you write this? Layla swiftly altered his stance, standing atop the pinnacle of his most familiar domain, leaving no room for his previous uncertainty. It could also be attributed to you. Just sing it for her. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of determination evident within. Layla was left dumbfounded. He understood all too well the value of such a song. Maximizing benefits, this song had yet to be released. He could claim it as his own and sing it to her, believing it would touch her heart. Fu Hang's lips twisted into a dangerous arc. Layla fell silent, torn between temptation and the professional integrity of a musician. Thank you, but I cannot. After a long deliberation, Layla's voice emerged low and contemplative. Why not? Fu Hang inquired, perplexed. I can sing it, but if I claim it as my own, that would be plagiarism. Layla raised his gaze, looking earnestly at Fu Hang. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. This lad truly had potential. But if I don't say anything, no one will know, right? Fu Hang persisted, trying to persuade him. Sorry, I am a musician. Layla's gaze rekindled with a pure light. Just sing it for her. It's not like I'm asking you to sell it. Moreover, I never intended to release this song. Fu Hang transformed into a devil, kneeling down, unconcerned about such trifles, maximizing benefits. You're not preparing to release a song like this? Layla was taken aback. Do you want it? Fu Hang's eyebrows arched. Layla nodded fervently. I already told you, didn't I? You mean I can publicly sing this piece in the live stream? Of course. Fu Hang chuckled. Would I go to such lengths if you weren't going to make it public? Do you really think my strategies are limited to a mere segment of damage? I plan meticulously. How could my vision be so narrow? Layla left the milk tea shop in a daze, cradling the weighty manuscript of lyrics and melodies, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit today. Boss, shall I publish a book? I'll take out a loan to buy it. The waiter, Xiao Xiaofeng, stood respectfully beside Fu Hang, as if receiving a head of state. Do your best. I have high hopes for you. Fu Hang nodded in satisfaction, feeling invigorated by his display. Yet, why did he still sense an obstruction in his thoughts? The thought that eluded Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu. At that moment, she entered the conference room with a bright smile. Yuchu, Xin Xingwan was taken aback. This was a high-level company meeting, and Qin Yuchu had never attended before. Where should I sit? Qin Yuchu glanced around the conference room, slightly apprehensive. The room was small, and there were few people given it was a high-level meeting, yet all the seats at the round table were occupied. I apologize. I wasn't aware Assistant Qin would be coming. I'll have someone add a seat immediately. Su Changha hastily stood, politely signaling to a secretary to move a chair. I can manage on my own. As the secretary passed by Qin Yuchu with a chair, she politely stopped him, placing it next to the round table, right beside Xin Xingwan. Hey, Assistant Qin can't sit there, you're the president's assistant. Come on, move your chair over here. Su Changha frowned, reprimanding the secretary and shifting his chair to create space. No, I'm just here to learn. It doesn't matter where I sit, Qin Yuchu politely declined. Sitting down directly. Su Changha, seeing this, furrowed his brow slightly, a smile on his face that seemed forced, but now that she was already seated, insisting further would be awkward. Since everyone is here, let us commence today's meeting. We have 3 agenda items today. The first topic, an update on the Tianyu cooperation project. The second topic, the company's revenue for this quarter. The third topic, advancing the cooperation project with Hengyu Group. Following Su Changha's indication, the secretariat began the formal meeting. Qin Yuchu sat quietly, her notebook open before her, yet it remained blank. Several times Shen Xingwan turned to sneak glances at her, noticing that she seemed to have drifted away. Her thoughts entirely detached from the meeting's content. Su Changha clearly noticed this as well, stifling a laugh as he diligently analyzed the various data presented by his subordinates, continuously offering directives so the meeting proceeded smoothly. And the rarely attending lawyer Zhang also discreetly appraised the 2 women across from him, judging solely by appearance. Neither outshone the other, each possessed their own unique charm. Shen Xingwan's aura was slightly more alluring, while Qin Yuchu was somewhat reserved, yet it was undeniable that both were breathtakingly beautiful. Could it be that this boss is genuinely attempting to cultivate a harem at Yuanbo? Lawyer Zhang's thoughts were similarly absent from the meeting. He had no stake in business matters, nor could he concern himself with them. Moreover, Yuanbo's profits had little to do with him. His salary was only partially funded by Yuanbo, with the greater portion coming from Fu Heng directly. The head of the legal department at Yuanbo Trade, note that was merely a side job. His primary role was Fu Heng's personal lawyer. I oppose. Suddenly a voice shattered the tranquility within the conference room. Lawyer Zhang was momentarily stunned, for the voice belonged to Qin Yuchu, seated across from him. Oppose? Oppose what? He turned in surprise to the large screen displaying the third agenda item, the cooperation plan with Hengyu Group. The project manager standing nearby wore a similarly bewildered expression as he regarded Qin Yuchu. He had just passionately presented his proposal, and even Su had nodded in agreement, appearing extremely satisfied. Clearly, this project was set to proceed smoothly. Yet now an assistant was voicing opposition. Chapter 53, The Unveiling of the Dagger. Assistant Qin, may I inquire about your reasons for opposition? Su Changha squinted, a benevolent smile adorning his face. I simply feel that this project is not appropriate. Qin Yuchu replied, idly twirling a pen in her hand, uttering a statement that nearly caused Su Changha to lose his composure. Assistant Qin may not have been paying close attention earlier. This project is poised to become a pivotal endeavor for Yuanbo in the next phase and serves as a vital link for strategic collaboration with Hengyu Group. Su Changha patiently explained that although the project proposal is only now being presented, he has already invested considerable effort in its advancement. The current status of several projects regarding capital recovery remains unclear. While the project with Tianyu promises substantial returns, it has yet to enter a profit phase. Simultaneously pursuing cooperation with Hengyu poses a significant risk to the operational cash flow. Qin Yuchu straightened her posture and picked up the thermos on the table. Surveying the entire conference room, it appeared that she was the only one who had brought her own cup. Assistant Qin, you are still young and new to the company. You may not fully understand our operational methods. Trade companies, the head of the project department could no longer hold back, as this project was one he and Su Changha had diligently championed. He had even made considerable sacrifices to cultivate relationships with Hengyu. If the project is successfully approved, it would mark a significant advancement in his personal career, potentially leading him to the position of vice president. But I see the risks. Qin Yuchu shrugged nonchalantly. Is there any business without risk? Shen Xingwan frowned and murmured. She lacked the authority to vote on the project's decision, but that did not prevent her from making a sarcastic remark. She was still mulling over the breakfast incident. However, we could completely avoid this risk, Qin Yuchu stated bluntly. If we proceed in this manner, the company's growth will be constrained. Once we establish a connection with Hengyu Group, leveraging their public company's influence could lay a solid foundation for Yuanbo's future IPO. Su Changha took a deep breath, his tone growing somber. Why does Yuanbo need to go public? Who said anything about going public? Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, though her tone remained calm. Su Changha paused, incredulous as he looked at Qin Yuchu. This assistant, who had been largely unnoticed since joining the company, except for the time she got lost during a team-building event, was now being so confrontational. Did she truly perceive something? Or perhaps, isn't it the collective aspiration for the company to go public? Shen Xingwan, possessing her own principles, thought Qin Yuchu's assertion was utterly nonsensical, but I haven't heard the president mention it. Qin Yuchu was unyielding, turning her gaze with significant intent towards Shen Xingwan across the table. Lawyer Zhang raised an eyebrow, his hands excitedly rubbing together beneath the table. Isn't this more thrilling than a palace drama? It seems retirement won't be dull. Assistant Qin Yuanbo has always upheld the principle of mutual benefit in collaboration. Within the management, we engage in mutual consultation. Su Changha spoke coldly. Everyone present understood that he was the driving force behind this project. Being undermined by a mere girl at this juncture would irrevocably damage his standing within the company. Which Yuanhua are you referring to? Without waiting for Su Changhe to respond, Qin Yuchu interrupted him once more. Su Changhe's tone was mocking. Which Yuanhua, the one before the acquisition or after? Assistant Qin, is your statement a reflection of your personal views or the president's? Su Changhe's temper was rising. Does it matter? Qin Yuchu twisted the thermos, revealing a straw, and pouted as she took a sip out. Su Changhe was momentarily taken aback, particularly by her drinking gesture. Though harmless, it was quite insulting. Yet he quickly regained his composure. According to the company's current regulations, the planning and execution of projects are based on assigned responsibilities. As the executive vice president, I have the authority to make decisions regarding project implementation. Su Changhe no longer concealed his stance. He could not afford to back down. Today, retreating would leave him with no ground to stand on. Moreover, the Hangyu project was a crucial element of his strategy and could not be overlooked. So you just need to sign. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, watching him with curiosity. The truth will out. She directly attacked his weak point. Indeed, for such a significant project, is your decision sufficient? It requires the president's signature. I'm sorry, but I have signing authority. If I refuse to sign, there's no chance. Assistant Qin, running a company is not child's play, nor can it be compared to a school simulation project. Are you truly willing to jeopardize the company's IPO plans? Su Changhe's expression darkened completely. Qin Yuchu's words had undeniably struck him like a resounding slap of the executive vice president. Without signing authority, was he not akin to a puppet emperor, and she, Qin Yuchu, was the empress dowager holding the seal and governing from behind the curtains? Let me reiterate, I do not know how the previous Yuanhua operated, but in the short term, Yuanhua will not go public. Qin Yuchu scanned the room, her gaze sweeping over the conference room. Yuanhua not going public? She was uncertain, yet she knew that Fu Hang had certainly not considered such a prospect. Given Fu Hang's nature, could he truly be unaware of such a significant project with Hangyu if Yuanhua does not go public? Fu Hang remains the sole chairman. Once the company goes public, it could easily fall into others' hands. Unreasonable. Su Changhe slammed the table. Assistant Qin, let me confirm once more. Is this resolution your personal opinion or the president's? The project supervisor inhaled deeply, filled with reluctance. Qin Yuchu turned to him, regarding him earnestly for a moment, then tilted her head to look at Lawyer Zhang. Does it matter? She replied again, from a legal standpoint. It does not. Lawyer Zhang, understanding her glance, responded helplessly. Let us conclude today's meeting. Everyone should perform their respective duties, and the company will continue to develop normally. Everyone will receive their salaries and bonuses when the company thrives. So shall we all. Although we at Yuanhua engage in trade, we also deal in tangible goods. We are Yuanhua Trade, not Yuanhua Finance. For those who enjoy trading stocks, feel free to do so, but remember, investment carries risks, and one must proceed with caution. Qin Yuchu slowly stood up, her tone unremarkable. As she concluded her final statement, her gaze fixed on Su Changhe's face. Then, with a sweet smile, she took her thermos and exited the conference room. Lawyer Zhang. Su Changhe turned to Zhang, a look of resignation on his face. I am merely legal counsel. I do not participate in company operations, Zhang replied with a broad smile as he rose. Please help me contact the president. I need to see him. A grave expression enveloped Su Changhe's face, reminiscent of a founder who had barely commenced their venture before meeting an untimely demise. I will ensure he is informed. Lawyer Zhang nodded and departed the office. He finally understood why the president had positioned Qin Yuchu in this role. She was undeniably the Empress Dowager, with an imposing aura stretching 280 meters. Shin Qingwan was in for a treat. An extended silence fell over the conference room. Without Su Changhe's indication, the other supervisors hesitated to leave. After a lengthy pause, Su Changhe wearily waved his hand. Only then did everyone rise to depart, with the project department head being the first to leave. Shin Qingwan wished to stay, but upon meeting Su Changhe's gaze, wisely chose to withdraw. The conference room was left with only Su Changhe, who glared at the spot where Qin Yuchu had just sat. A betrayal at the last moment, the truth revealed. Chapter 54. Welcome to the Road of Confrontation. Fu Hang was still in the loft of the milk tea shop when he received Lawyer Zhang's call. President Fu, the copyright for that song has been successfully registered. Song? Copyright? Fu Hang sprang from the bed. It's not Jincheng, is it? I just sent it this morning, and now you tell me the copyright is registered? Are you kidding? Do I have to juggle both this and the entertainment industry? I'm already quite busy, thank you. Yes, it is Jincheng. I didn't expect you had such talent. President Fu, I am truly in awe. Thank you for the compliment. Fu Hang suddenly felt the sky outside darken, the lights dimming. According to your instructions, the lyricist and composer are both credited under your stage name, Qinghe. Qinghe, what a ridiculous name. What respectable person goes by Qinghe? Will people be addressing me as Teacher Qinghe in the future? How unfortunate, Hanyang Qinghe County, that is your ancestral home, isn't it, President Fu, in this day and age? Few young people pay attention to such things. Lawyer Zhang mused. Please draft a letter of authorization for the song usage rights and send it to me as soon as it's ready. Fu Hang disregarded the other man's musings, hastily seeking to remedy the situation before jeopardizing the future of a potential superstar. Sure, I'll have someone take care of it right away. Additionally, Su Changhe wants to see you. Lawyer Zhang hesitated but ultimately fulfilled his promise. What does he want to see me for? Another team-building exercise? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, recalling the substantial expenses incurred during the last team-building event he had inquired about with Qin Yuchu. This morning's meeting revealed some differences of opinion between Assistant Qin and him. Lawyer Zhang thoughtfully provided a relatively tactful explanation, which also served as a test. Is it Assistant Qin's stance? Or the President's? He wondered aloud. Elaborate. Fu Hang's interest piqued. It primarily concerns. Lawyer Zhang impartially recounted the events that transpired in the conference room. As a lawyer, his descriptions were objective and meticulous. Even without embellishing any emotions, Fu Hang found himself nodding in appreciation. So, what is the President's stance? Lawyer Zhang, seeing Fu Hang remain silent after hearing the account, decided to probe further. What do you think? Fu Hang instinctively asked. I am merely legal counsel. Lawyer Zhang maintained his position. Then I shall pass on meeting with Su Changhe. Fu Hang grimaced. He suspected Su Changhe's intent was to persuade him. But what good would that do? He himself lacked operational expertise. Fu Hang was well aware of his own limitations. Compared to himself, he would rather trust Qin Yuchu, the finance prodigy. Surely she wouldn't lead him astray. Especially regarding the IPO issue, going public, I am utterly oblivious to the identities of the companies that have gone public. Those in finance are akin to predators, mercilessly devouring their prey. Now, regarding my response to him. By the way, what is the protocol for appointing or promoting management within a company? Fu Hang pondered for a moment, humbly seeking guidance. He may lack understanding of finance, trade, or business, yet he possesses an astute comprehension of human nature. Qin Yuchu's actions this morning could very well lead to unrest among the staff, and Su Changhe has deeply rooted influence in the company, necessitating proactive measures. The appointment of management is governed by relevant agendas. And one simply needs to follow the standard promotion procedures. As for hiring, it is advisable to engage a headhunting firm. Zhang Lawyer responded earnestly. Are there any reliable firms you are acquainted with? Fu Hang inquired. There are a few with whom I have collaborated. Please assist in contacting them, asking them to keep an eye out for suitable talent. No problem. Do you have specific positions in mind? None. Fu Hang smirked. How could he possibly know what positions were available? He was entirely in the dark about the company's structure. I understand, but, according to company bylaws, the appointment of management has always been the responsibility of the vice president in charge of personnel. And that position is currently vacant. How is it vacant? What happened to the former vice president? Fu Hang was taken aback. How could the vice president of our company simply disappear? Ahem. It turns out that the previous one was taken away by the former owner. Moreover, this position requires your personal appointment. Zhang Lawyer nearly bit his tongue. Had it not been for the series of impressive maneuvers executed by Fu Hang, the system, he might have harbored doubts at this moment. Oh, I see. Fu Hang thoughtfully tapped the edge of the bed. Are there any special requirements for this position? Fu Hang asked once more. And not particularly. It mainly involves handling personnel-related procedures for management. Are there any suitable candidates? Fu Hang queried again. Zhang Lawyer fell silent. At this moment, he would refrain from offering any opinions. What about Qin Xingwan? Fu Hang's eyes suddenly brightened, recalling an intriguing possibility. She is somewhat lacking in qualifications. Considering she was just recently promoted to personnel supervisor, Zhang Lawyer offered an objective assessment, but on the other end of the line, he was clenching his fists tightly. Here it comes, just as I expected. Lacking qualifications, a sophomore student being granted signing authority directly, while Qin Xingwan is at least the personnel supervisor of the company. That's true. Fu Hang readily acquiesced. Is it feasible to grant permissions without a formal position? In principle, there is no issue. Qin Xingwan is already the personnel supervisor, and it suffices to elevate her authority and responsibilities. The former vice president also oversaw various tasks, and personnel was merely one of them. Very well, let us proceed this way, and I appreciate your assistance in facilitating this. Fu Hang felt quite pleased, even somewhat anticipatory. However, the formal appointment documents will require your signature. My signature, can't Yuchu sign instead? That is certainly acceptable as well, Zhang Lawyer replied, slightly surprised. I will speak to her about it. Then, please communicate with Qin Xingwan, instructing her to begin scouting for exceptional talent at the grassroots level within the company. And to draft a preliminary list for future reference. She can also start engaging with the headhunting firm. Understood. Zhang Lawyer's response was remarkably succinct. This meant to allow Qin Xingwan to cultivate her own influence? Will the next step involve a power struggle akin to a royal court? Zhang Lawyer became excited. He finally discerned that Yuanbo trade was merely a plaything for Fu Hang, who had no genuine interest in profit and loss. Their thoughts were entirely elsewhere. No wonder Qin Yuchu had been so confident earlier. But I wonder just which financial magnate scion is this? Qinghe County, surname Fu, a hidden aristocracy. Please take care of the company's matters, but do remember to keep my identity confidential. Before hanging up, Fu Hang made sure to impart this instruction. After ending the call, he rubbed his hands together, feeling that this company might finally serve a purpose. 79.87, this figure remains perilously high, but what if I suddenly gain the president's favor and my position's authority is elevated? Would they still regard me as merely a delivery person or a gaming assistant? Hello, 2 cups of mango sago. A familiar voice drifted up from downstairs. Are you coming down, or should I come up? Chapter 55, I will support you in the cozy booth of a milk tea shop. Fu Hang and Qin Yuchu sat across from each other. The loft contained only a single bed. And Fu Hang felt uneasy, refraining from inviting Qin Yuchu upstairs. Why do you have such a peculiar grin? Qin Yuchu inquired, regarding Fu Hang with curiosity. Did you have an argument with someone this morning? Fu Hang chose to overlook that description. Oh, aren't you completely uninformed about the company? Qin Yuchu was astonished, but quickly deduced the candidate in question. Most likely it was Zhang Lawyer who had contacted Fu Hang. Exuding confidence, Fu Hang gave a thumbs up. You have no objections. Qin Yuchu stirred her straw, glancing at Fu Hang with intrigue. I trust in the caliber of a university scholar. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. What about Su Changhan and project supervisor Wu Weiman? They likely won't be pleased. Qin Yuchu also arched an eyebrow. Are you concerned about their potential underhanded tactics? That's to be expected. If I were slapped in the face like that, I'd feel a certain way too. Qin Yuchu took a sip of her milk tea. If they don't want to work, they can leave. We will replace them. Fu Hang shrugged, determined that no one but clients should be allowed to make him feel uncomfortable. Why does that sound so awkward? Qin Yuchu chuckled, realizing that her initial thoughts were correct. Fu Hang would never keep those two around. Their complexity within the company was too great. By the way, why are you doing this? Fu Hang suddenly became serious, convinced that Qin Yuchu's motives were far from petty revenge. This girl, though whimsical and reckless in appearance, had a remarkably clear sense of purpose. To expand and strengthen the company, Qin Yuchu tilted her head, a strand of bangs falling delicately over her forehead, and then, to support you. Qin Yuchu's gaze sharpened, her response unwaveringly earnest. I am not easy to support. Fu Hang's expression began to shift uncomfortably. Thus, I shall strive diligently, she spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Ahem, to prevent Su Changha and the others from acting rashly, I have contacted a headhunting firm and also plan to elevate Shin Qingwan's authority. When the documents are ready, could you sign them? Fu Hang, feeling overwhelmed by the atmosphere, hastily changed the subject. Sounds good. Qin Yuchu replied without hesitation. What shall we have for lunch? I have to get back to work. Fu Hang grabbed the yellow vest beside him, suddenly finding it all rather dull. Whatever you choose, I will have that too. I am not picky. Qin Yuchu waved her hand, handing Fu Hang the helmet on the table. Stepping out of the milk tea shop and onto the electric bike, Fu Hang felt a sense of unease wash over him. Why was it that anything involving this girl seemed so unervingly strange? After enjoying lunch at the company, Qin Yuchu returned home to change into sportswear before appearing at the university. In her hands was a simulated case extracted from the collaborative project proposal between Yuanbo and Hengyu. She had noticed some irregularities in the document but still had many questions. She needed to seek external assistance, enlisting the help of genuine experts to help analyze and interpret the content. Thus she compiled a simulated case, avoiding the inclusion of any specific companies or related data, and arranged to meet with Professor Li, a renowned authority in the finance department at Han University. He was also Qin Yuchu's mentor. Aside from the esteemed sociology professor, Wang, however, just as she arrived at the entrance of Professor Li's office building, she was intercepted. Qin Yuchu, hello, Lu Sr., Qin Yuchu greeted politely. The person was Lu Junkai, vice president of the student council in the finance department at Han University and her senior by 4 years. Hello, Lu Junkai's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Yuchu seemed even more beautiful. How could such simple sportswear exude both youthfulness and elegance? What a coincidence. Qin Yuchu stood quietly, clutching her file. She resembled a blooming lily swaying in the wind. Radiating grace. Actually, I was waiting here for you. Lu Junkai gathered his courage, finally expressing his intent. Waiting for me? Yes, I came to see Professor Li for his signature this morning and learned that you had an afternoon meeting with him. So I decided to wait here for you. Yes, there's something you need. Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, displaying innocent curiosity, her expression clear and sincere. I have good news to share. I have successfully applied for an internship at Yuanbo Trade. Lu Junkai boldly lifted his chin, pride evident in his demeanor. Yuanbo Trade. Qin Yuchu was genuinely surprised. Yes, the very Yuanbo Trade that ranks among the top tier in Han City, although it has yet to go public. Given its current trajectory, an IPO is imminent. Lu Junkai radiated confidence, as if he were the founder and helmsman of Yuanbo Trade himself. Congratulations, Qin Yuchu responded with an odd intonation, though I am only an intern now. I firmly believe that with my abilities and my experience in the student council, I will secure a permanent position after my internship concludes. Lu Junkai began to boast, his expression increasingly haughty. I have no doubt you will. Qin Yuchu maintained her composure, her smile unwavering, her gaze bright and clear. I heard that Yuchu is also interning elsewhere. Lu Junkai suddenly shifted the topic, expressing genuine concern for Qin Yuchu. Yes, indeed, Qin Yuchu nodded. Don't bother with those smaller companies. Aside from doing menial tasks, you won't learn much. Once I start at Yuanbua, I will recommend you as well, given your academic performance and my endorsement. They would be unlikely to refuse. Lu Juankai's neck tilted upward, as if trying to elevate his status further. Thank you for looking out for me, senior, Qin Yuchu replied courteously, her smile broadening. Don't mention it. As your senior, it is my duty to look after you. Lu Junkai keenly detected the fleeting smile that had graced the other's lips, feeling as though his lung capacity had significantly improved. And his breathing had become remarkably more effortless. Qin Yuchu maintained her smile, quietly observing him. Lu Junkai tilted his head back, silently accepting her gaze. After a prolonged moment, an air of awkwardness enveloped him. How should he steer the conversation forward? Did Yuchu approach Professor Li today to seek advice? Lu Junkai deliberately omitted the term classmate, as they would soon be colleagues in the same company. And such formalities seemed unnecessary. Well, I haven't been to school much lately, and I've accumulated quite a few unresolved issues, he remarked. Qin Yuchu lifted the folder she had been cradling against her chest, revealing a substantial stack of printed papers within. You must prioritize your studies, Lu Junkai advised earnestly. I understand, thank you for the reminder, senior, she replied, exchanging another smile. The atmosphere grew tense with lingering awkwardness. I wonder if Yuchu is free this afternoon? Lu Junkai ventured hesitantly. Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, not providing an immediate answer. Actually, I'm starting work at Yuanbua tomorrow. Given it's a large company, the dress code is quite strict, so I plan to check out Baida this afternoon to purchase a suitable work outfit. Qin Yuchu's smile remained intact, her brow still raised, nearly blinking innocently. I thought I could ask you for your opinion. After all, a girl's perspective is often more discerning. Lu Junkai bit the bullet, articulating his request for today. Professor Li is rather difficult to schedule with, and Qin Yuchu glanced down at the hefty folder in her hands. Of course, academics come first. Lu Junkai quickly grasped her implication and adjusted his tone. Right, there is plenty of time ahead. Rushing could backfire. Yuchu is so innocent. I wouldn't want to startle her with undue haste. Shall I go find Professor Li now? Yuchu inquired tentatively. Please do, and remember, if you ever have questions, you can reach out to me. Yes, I will seek your guidance if needed, senior, Qin Yuchu politely nodded, turning to head towards the elevator. Watching her depart, Lu Junkai's gaze lingered, filled with admiration. What a pure-hearted girl. No need to worry, senior will take care of you. As Qin Yuchu stepped into the elevator, she bit her lip anxiously. What should she do? This scenario at the company was becoming increasingly complicated. Chapter 56. I am still that unmarried man. While Qin Yuchu toiled diligently for her company, Fu Hang was experiencing yet another pivotal moment in his career, or perhaps a fortuitous opportunity? Ding! The system scanned and confirmed the current target, Li Weiyang, meeting the criteria for engagement. As Li Weiyang is a returning guest, the benefits during the engagement period would double. Would you like to accept the engagement mission? Fu Hang stared blankly at the exquisite woman in white seated before him, the notification echoing in his mind, unable to articulate a single curse, stuck in a bewildered state. A returning guest? Doubling benefits? The second project he had long desired was unfolding in such an unexpected manner. Was there truly a shortage of women in Han City? If given the choice, Fu Hang would absolutely prefer not to encounter this woman again. For Li Weiyang was exceedingly emotional, meticulous, sensitive and passionate, easily moved, low defenses, erratic positioning, susceptible to critical damage. What does critical damage imply? A mere careless compliment could potentially trigger a critical reaction, skyrocketing her favorability. This also explained how within a mere 3 months, her favorability could soar to 83.79, yet she could turn around and hastily marry Wang Haitao when he had pursued her previously. Fu Hang had been exceedingly cautious, fearful of inadvertently overwhelming her with affection, but now, Shen Qingwan's situation had recently become unstable. Without a safety net, he could very well find himself unemployed one day. I accept. Fu Hang's eyes sharpened, a glimmer of determination flashing within. Double the rewards, 200,000 a day, 1.2 million a month, doubled, not including performance bonuses, approaching 300 million in guaranteed salary for the year. He was all in. What is wrong? Is there something on my face? Li Weiyang, meeting Fu Hang's sparkling gaze, questioned with a hint of suspicion, touching her own face. No, it's just it feels like a lifetime ago. Fu Hang quickly shifted into work mode, displaying his meticulous nature. Li Weiyang's pupils dilated, her head tilting slightly, evidently affected by his words. Fu Hang was still the same Fu Hang, having just finalized her divorce that morning. She felt a hollow void within her and had unconsciously found herself in this CAF, unexpectedly encountering Fu Hang. So, is this market research? Li Weiyang adjusted her emotions, donning a broad smile, sort of knowing oneself and the enemy. Fu Hang smirked slightly, establishing his persona, which would be difficult to alter. He had come to buy a caramel latte after accepting Shen Qingwan's assignment. It truly felt serendipitous to encounter her here. What about that university student? Li Weiyang teased, studying. I suppose, Fu Hang speculated, noting the lack of response to his messages. Qin Yuchu would only reply promptly if she weren't in class. You've changed significantly, you haven't, Fu Hang replied without hesitation. The world and its people have transformed. A hint of melancholy cross Li Weiyang's features. Rain doesn't fall endlessly, yet it does rain consistently, does it not? Li Weiyang's eyes widened in surprise at his words. She understood their meaning. Well, bad things will eventually pass, but those who care for you will remain steadfast. I'm sorry. Abruptly, Li Weiyang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Memories of the past surged forth, overwhelming her with emotion and shattering the gloom that had clouded her heart for days and even months. How could she have given up Fu Hang for Wang Haidao? That resolute decision now seemed utterly absurd. Fu Hang said nothing, merely observing her quietly, seemingly accepting her apology while silently conveying, "It's all right." Li Weiyang's emotions finally spiraled out of control, and she buried her face in her hands. Weeping. Fu Hang understood that her tears were not solely for him, they encompassed her hopes for marriage, disappointment in Wang Haidao, confusion about the future, and a rejection of her past life. "Sir, your caramel latte." The attendant timidly stood to the side, quietly placing a takeout cup of coffee on the table. Internally, the attendant was bursting with curiosity. What an intriguing pairing, these two were entirely mismatched. The woman radiated the aura of a societal elite. Stunningly beautiful, impeccably made up, fashionably attired, and exuding elegance in her demeanor, even her handbag spoke of its lavish price. To be honest, such clientele was common in their establishment, as they catered to this demographic. Yet, the man opposite her, he frequented their CAF as well. A delivery guy, perhaps, but here they were, sitting across from each other. One was lost in deep affection, the other gazing with longing. Had a mutual friend passed away? It seemed improbable for their social circles to intersect, did it not? A friendship born from delivery. "You go on with your work, I'll be fine for a bit." Li Weiyang suddenly raised her head, the traces of tears still evident, stubbornly speaking with a quavering voice. "Call me if you need anything," Fu Hang replied, rising slowly and giving a gentle shake of the coffee cup in his hand. "I am now a divorced woman." Li Weiyang's tears surged anew, yet she defiantly refrained from wiping them away, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang. "I remain that unmarried man." Fu Hang smiled softly before turning to leave. Li Weiyang once again concealed her face, this time weeping openly. Her sobs echoed behind him as Fu Hang walked steadily forward, slowly fastening his helmet. "Damn it, what is going on? How did a marriage turn into such an emotional ordeal? Am I now a self-destructive entity? A mere casual remark can break your defenses? No wonder the double pay. I feel if I linger any longer I could take her home without needing dinner." Indeed, a woman who has been married is unlike any other, seasoned and worldly. Is the system really playing such a grand game? Qin Yuchu departed Professor Li's office at 5 in the afternoon. Walking along the main path of the campus, her thoughts remained tethered to their earlier discussion. Who knew there were so many intricacies involved? Thankfully, she had acted decisively, otherwise, once this project commenced, Yuanbo would have been irrevocably tied to Hung Yu's ship. According to Professor Li's analysis, there was no trap, and the returns were standard. It was merely that the timeline would stretch out considerably. At that point, Su Changhe would leverage his existing public relations and connections, leaving the company in a precarious position. Su Changhe's influence within the company would be magnified indefinitely. By then, not only would it be challenging for her, but even Fu Hang would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with Su Changhe. Unless they bypassed Su Changhe and established another line within Hengyu. Yet, Hengyu, as a publicly traded company, would have no reason to forsake its interests to assist her. Thus, even if the project succeeded, Yuanbo would still incur substantial costs. Such far-reaching schemes, such nefarious tactics, it was evident that those who occupied such positions were by no means simple. Qin Yuchu pondered silently as she strolled through the campus, making her way towards the cafeteria. Given Su Changhe's intentions, it was imperative to expedite her progress. Having thwarted his plans, he was likely to take swift action soon. Zzz. Zzz. The distinctive electric hum from the sound system interrupted Qin Yuchu's thoughts. She turned, curious about the source of the sound, only to discover a makeshift wooden stage had been set up at the entrance of the cafeteria, where Leilu, dressed to the nines, was embracing a guitar and gazing fervently in her direction. A club activity? Qin Yuchu frowned slightly, yet due to his ardent gaze, she smiled in return, remaining still as she stood there quietly. "Hello everyone, I am Leilu from the Music Academy. I apologize for interrupting for a few minutes." Leilu, having received Qin Yuchu's smile, radiated ever more enthusiasm. "Qin Yuchu, I have a song I wish to dedicate to you," Leilu said, lowering his head and speaking in a heartfelt tone. A wave of astonished murmurs erupted around them, as both men and women swiftly gathered in a throng. Leilu had garnered a modest reputation at school, the last time he had publicly confessed his feelings in the cafeteria. It had caused quite a stir, yet now, this grand spectacle was unfolding. "I have never resisted your charm, even though you have never been captivated by me. I always gaze at you with a smile. My affections effortlessly shimmering in my eyes." Leilu, undoubtedly a prodigy from the Music Academy, had mastered this song within a single day, performing it live. He could have done even better, but he had received news that Qin Yuchu had returned to school that afternoon. Wow, this song is so beautiful. Is he confessing to Qin Yuchu? Who is Qin Yuchu? You don't know Qin Yuchu. She is the academic star from the School of Finance. Incorrect, she is the campus belle of the School of Finance. Don't be ridiculous. Are there even beautiful women in the School of Finance? I've never seen any. My dear classmate, if you turn your neck 52 degrees to the left, you will realize just how shallow you are. No way. Chapter 57. I want to see him. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but soon all chatter faded, for the song truly pierced the soul. I once imagined you finally caring for me in the solitude of night. Closing your eyes to kiss me, holding me tightly without uttering a word. Layli's voice continued to resonate, and he performed exceptionally well, showcasing the rich experience he had accumulated from years of live streaming. Qin Yuchu felt incredibly fortunate. If Layla were to propose to me on the spot, I would gladly accept. The song is indeed magnificent. Did Layla compose it? Qin Yuchu stood quietly on the main road outside the crowd. Her eyelashes fluttering slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. I love you deeply. For the first time in my life, I let go of my reservations and allowed myself to daydream about everything concerning us. This song struck a chord deep within her heart, stirring her most genuine emotions. Her eyes misted, but Qin Yuchu paid no mind, simply standing there, immersing herself in thoughts of her and him. Many students around her took out their phones to record the moment. Some capturing Layla, others focusing on Qin Yuchu, yet she showed no signs of retreating, holding her folder close and quietly savoring the experience. As the song concluded, Layla stood on stage with his guitar. His fervent gaze unwavering, Qin Yuchu and he exchanged a distant look, both wearing expressions of enjoyment and gratitude. Together, agree to him. The crowd erupted into cheers, the atmosphere igniting with fervor. It seemed impossible for Qin Yuchu to have dinner in the cafeteria today. With a slight sigh, she remained motionless. Layla finally realized, tossing his guitar to a roommate before hurriedly leaping off the stage, running towards Qin Yuchu. The onlookers trailed behind, encircling the two. Yuchu, will you be my girlfriend? I will always stand by your side. Layli's face radiated excitement, his eyes sparkling with sincerity and passion. Shall we take a walk? Qin Yuchu smiled, tilting her head toward the outer crowd. Sure. Layla felt euphoric. He knew Qin Yuchu was timid and insecure, and he had already taken a significant risk in this grand setting, but judging by how things were unfolding, there was hope. The mentor was indeed not deceiving him. As Layla expressed his gratitude, the perceptive classmates made way. The two walked side by side towards the school gate, causing the crowd behind them to stir. This incident quickly went viral on the campus network, and videos uploaded by bystanders gained immense popularity, propelling Layla from a campus internet celebrity into the music realm. Of course, that was a story for another time. At this moment, the two strolled beneath the shade of trees at a leisurely pace, embracing a unique sense of tenderness, a melody of youth, a rhythm of early winter. Neither spoke, quietly enjoying a fleeting moment of warmth. The song was wonderful. I truly loved it. Thank you. After a while, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and Qin Yuchu spoke softly. As long as you enjoyed it. Layli's heart raced once more. Who wrote the song? It was a friend of mine. Layla faltered, but recalling the authorization he had signed earlier, he found his courage. I want to meet him. Qin Yuchu paused, turning to look at Layla intently. My friend dislikes social gatherings. Layla forced himself to explain. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. Bring your friend? Alright. Layla instinctively blurted out. It's a deal. You have my number, right? Let me know when it's arranged, and I'll make the reservation. Qin Yuchu smiled, waving her hand as she stepped into the ride-hailing car that had just pulled up at the school gate. What? Layla was taken aback. She was leaving just like that. Whose car is this? When did it arrive? I must thank you today. This is the most beautiful song I have ever heard, and you performed it splendidly. Before closing the door, Qin Yuchu turned and flashed another smile. The most beautiful song of my life. A wave of happiness surged through Layla, making him feel dizzy, as if the air around him had turned pink, and countless colorful bubbles emerged from the ground, floating into the sky and filling it entirely. The ride-hailing car drove away, while Layla remained lost in a sea of bliss. I have never resisted your charm. Although you have never been captivated by me, I always smile at you, and my feelings easily overflow in my eyes. Inside the car, Qin Yuchu hummed softly, though her pitch was slightly off. The lyrics were perfect. I always smile at you. Do you know, I never understood what it meant to smile. That night, as the campus network exploded with excitement, the spirited Lu Junkai returned to school holding an expensive suit. Then, he felt struck by lightning. Lu, you have a path to death. He stood in the dormitory bathroom, his eyes blazing with fury. He then began frantically inquiring about their whereabouts, what they had done. At that moment, the unique gossip nature of college campuses began to flourish. The versions Lu Junkai learned were numerous. Some claimed they went to a romantic Western restaurant for a candlelit dinner. Others said they went to the cinema to watch the newly released romantic film Wedding Heist. There were even rumors that they sat side by side in the campus park, singing songs together all night. Some claimed they even went to a hotel for a night of joy. Various rumors were detailed and compelling, with corroborating evidence emerging from eyewitnesses in neighboring classes or photos from dormitory mates. That night, Lu Junkai resorted to stealing his roommate's anxiety relief pills to finally fall into a deep sleep. Even in his dreams, he continued to curse Lei Lu the following day, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Lu Junkai suppressed his internal turmoil and strode confidently towards Yuan Trade. A mere performer, in the end, would never be on the same level. Lu Junkai, will make you understand that people are ranked in tiers. Standing beneath the Yuan Trade building, Lu Junkai had completed his mental preparations, the confidence and determination returning to his face. Without the dark circles, he would have appeared even more imposing, turning his head. He glanced at a delivery worker in the corner, his disdain and pity unabashedly evident. This is what levels are. He did not rush inside but stood there, savoring the sense of fulfillment that a major company brought. This is the essence of the future, the rippling waves of time. Here, a commercial genius would rise, and he would lay the most solid foundation for this business empire, until it soared into the sky. Radiant and brilliant, and he, Lu Junkai, would stand atop this towering edifice, overlooking all. Fu Hang was nearly dumbfounded. This person looked so familiar. Wasn't he the one who came to show off during the meal the other day? Oh no, the vice president, what the heck, why is he here, dressed like that? Is he working here? It can't be Yuan Trade, can it? And what's up with this guy? Does he have so much inner monologue? I can feel the aura of idiocy radiating from you even from 8 meters away. Is the threshold for Yuan Trade really this low? Shin Xingwan, the HR manager, must not be doing her job well? Chapter 58, Smoke blurs the eyes. Of course, Fu Hang had little time for reflection, as it was time to work. The ride-hailing car door opened, revealing a slender leg stepping out, followed by a khaki-colored blazer. Today, Shin Xingwan had styled her voluminous waves high, exposing her delicate, fair neck, showcasing the competence of a professional woman. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and quickly approached. His movement caught the attention of Lu Junkai, who was still engrossed in his performance. The bright yellow vest was simply too eye-catching. He turned his head suspiciously, only to be struck dumb. In that instant, he began to doubt his own beliefs. Before him was a figure, stirring sunlight in the morning haze. As lovely as spring blossoms, as pure as autumn chrysanthemums, her eyebrows and eyes concealed grace, while her smile radiated warmth. How could such beauty exist in the world? In that moment, his thoughts became tangled. He seemed to see 2 enchanting figures raising their hands towards him. One was youthful and radiant, the other alluring and affectionate. Which one to choose, the innocent and pure Qin Yuchu, or the captivating sister before him? Fu Hang was momentarily dazed. Shin Xingwan's aura seemed different today. He stood farther away than usual, bashfully extending the food box without even greeting her. Thank you, we'll talk later. Shin Xingwan confidently took the food box, nodding with great warmth, swept away by a gust of wind as she headed into the company. What the heck? What day is it today? Why is everyone acting so strangely? Fu Hang shivered and hastily left the sea of gossip. Lu Junkai watched as Shin Xingwan gracefully passed by, leaving a trace of fragrance in her wake and taking with her an endless sense of melancholy. In that moment, Lu Junkai felt himself teetering on the brink of indecision. Had it not been for the echo of senior resounding in his mind at that crucial juncture, he might have succumbed to his hesitation. My apologies, Yuchu Jr., but I have chosen this older sister. A young man freshly emerged from campus finds it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of a mature and charming woman. Wake up, a teasing voice rang in his ears, causing Lu Junkai to flush with embarrassment, as it belonged to a passerby. Dude, who was that stunning beauty? After a brief moment of shame, Lu Junkai hurriedly pursued her. You don't know her, I just started working today at Yuanbua Trading. Lu Junkai. He politely extended his hand to the stranger from Yuanbua. Then this is your HR manager. The man shook Lu Junkai's hand in a courteous manner before walking away. Clearly, he was not from Yuanbo. It was impossible for such a large office building to be entirely occupied by Yuanbua, as the company was not substantial enough to warrant its own premises. The mention of an HR manager reignited Lu Junkai's fervor. His enthusiasm for this class was increasingly palpable. Upon returning to the milk tea shop, Fu Hang finally grasped the source of Shin Xingwan's transformation. It appeared that lawyer Zhang's efficiency was commendable. This move seemed to have been astutely calculated. Today's settlement would surely yield surprises. Could it rebound to 70? Still, he preferred the poised and composed Xingwan, who navigated life's vicissitudes with grace, unperturbed by praise or blame, impervious to harm, and immune to toxicity. You must hold strong. That recently divorced individual over there is truly unreliable. Fu Hang stretched languidly, preparing to ascend to the loft for a brief respite. Boss, Haven T, you checked the news? The server hesitantly interjected as Fu Hang was about to ascend the stairs. Another nuclear wastewater discharge? Fu Hang queried in surprise. No, it's Lei Lu. That kid has become famous. The server winced, contemplating the boss's current state. Oh, how did that happen? Fu Hang's interest was piqued. It was that song. Layla performed it at school yesterday. The server lamented. Yes, really disappointing. Is that so? How was the response? Ding. Task completed. Share the music of the parallel world. Rewards include songs, actor and legend along with corresponding vocal techniques. Ding. A temporary mission has been triggered. Share the songs, actor and legend, too. And upon completion, rewards will be granted. Point 2 Notification chimes resonated in Fu Hang's mind, leaving him bewildered. What is this? This is the reward. Am I really to mingle in the entertainment industry? And 2. A series of tasks. Boss, the response was explosive. I see. Fu Hang waved his hand dismissively, feeling utterly disillusioned. The system's verification, how could it not be explosive? Oh, the server retreated a step, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. Now you feel the sting? Let us see how you managed to salvage this. Could you show me the video? Was he confessing to you? Chu? Halfway up the stairs, Fu Hang suddenly paused, turning to look at the server. Yes, even the boss lady has become famous, the server timidly replied, pulling out her phone. Oh, really? Fu Hang's face lit up with joy as he hastily descended the stairs. The server opened the campus network of Han University, revealing that the post had reached the top. With an alarming number of comments and views, the post was titled, Han University's Shocking Divine Song, the God of Song confesses to his goddess. Fu Hang smirked, clicking on the video. From a bystander's perspective, the sound and image quality were mediocre, but the atmosphere at the scene was undeniably vibrant. As the video played, Fu Hang remained silent, simply watching intently. He observed Lei Li's heartfelt performance and Qin Yuchu's quiet listening. Subsequently, Fu Hang settled into a booth, silently scrolling through the comments, becoming increasingly engrossed. Wasn't everything proceeding according to his plans and expectations? Yet, what was this strange emotion? Why did he feel an emptiness within, a suffocating sensation, until he came across a comment? They went straight to the home and next to the school. My roommate's hometown friend witnessed it firsthand and even took photos of them checking in. Fu Hang felt as though he had been struck hard in the chest. Was this the reason you didn't reply to my message this morning? Skipping breakfast? Oh, the hotel provides breakfast. Fu Hang set his phone down, lighting a cigarette, only to discover a plastic ashtray already set on the table. Where did this come from? Fu Hang asked in astonishment. I just bought it this morning, the server, Xia Xiaofeng, replied earnestly. Isn't smoking prohibited here? Fu Hang pointedly gestured to the conspicuous no smoking sign on the wall, a wisp of smoke curling around his fingertips. I thought you might need it today. The server retreated a couple of steps, her hands gently rubbing together. Fu Hang fell silent, taking a deep drag. His expression contorted. The phone rang, and Fu Hang gritted his teeth as he pulled out his phone, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust upon seeing the caller ID. Lei Lu, you dare call me? Speak. He managed to squeeze a word out through clenched teeth. Master. Oh no. Mentor Lei Lu on the other end clearly sounded intimidated, stammering, spit it out. Fu Hang was blunt, but he pressed the receiver tightly against his ear, trying to catch any sounds from the other side. So, do you have time for lunch? No, I want to treat you to a meal, Lei Lu insisted. Treat me, just you. Fu Hang, cigarette in mouth, glared with lethal intent. Damn it, are you trying to show off? No, there is also. Yuchu. The suffocating feeling returned, almost making Fu Hang lose his grip on the cigarette. Is she next to you now? Fu Hang's voice turned cold. No, she wants to see you. She said if I brought you along, she would agree to have lunch with me. Lei Lu hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. This mentor was a formidable figure, not someone to be trifled with, although he still didn't understand why his mentor was helping him pursue Yuchu. What? Fu Hang's lips twitched, ash falling, and burning him on the chin, causing him to grimace. The smoke blurred his vision. Looking up while holding the cigarette was somewhat better, but that wasn't important. What mattered was, she would agree to lunch if I came along? This plot development is all wrong. Chapter 59. Taking advantage you didn't get together yesterday. Fu Hang flicked away the cigarette but, sitting up straight. No. But things progressed very smoothly yesterday. Did you see the video? She was so moved she cried. That look in her eyes. I regret standing too far away. I couldn't see clearly at the scene. Did you check the campus network? Everyone is talking about us. I ask you, after you confessed yesterday, where did you go? Fu Hang interrupted. I walked her to the school gate. She took a car and left. Did she agree? Not explicitly, but I feel there is a chance. She complimented me, saying it was her favorite song of all time. Lei Li's voice began to brim with excitement, and then, she said she wanted to see me. Fu Hang's voice suddenly calmed, feeling a surge of clarity. As if muddled thoughts were dissipating, and clarity was rising. The heavens are clear, and the earth is turbid. The heavens move, and the earth is still. The base of all existence flows from clarity, while movement stems from stillness. A person who maintains tranquility will find the world returning to harmony. She said she wanted to meet the songwriter. Lei Lu awkwardly responded. Oh, did you tell her I wrote this? Fu Hang reclined casually in his chair, propping his legs up. With a wave of his hand, the server understood and went to prepare the dessert. No, I said it was from a friend. So, master, do you have time for lunch? She asked me to arrange it with that friend to inform her. Are you an idiot? Fu Hang replied, exasperated. What if she finds out that I wrote this song and you had a part in it? But you've already registered the copyright, right? Lei Lu retorted, feeling at a loss. If he had known the response would be so overwhelming, he wouldn't have acted so pretentiously. Why not just take the credit? With a mentor of such caliber, what was wrong with a little free credit? That makes sense. Fu Hang smirked slightly. The system was meticulous, and this matter likely wouldn't be kept under wraps for long. It would be far more troublesome if it backfired later. So, mentor, do you have time for lunch? Fu Hang remained silent, shaking his head as he left Layla hanging. This incompetent fool can't handle anything. Mentor, I have another request. I want a live stream for an hour every day at the milk tea shop. Is that okay? Seeing Fu Hang's silence, Layla seemed to have an epiphany. Oh, Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. A live stream at the milk tea shop. This kid could draw quite a crowd, especially in college. If he streams for an hour every day, he might truly invigorate the shop sales. Are you sure you want me to accompany you? The stakes are clear, right? I'm confident. Lei Lu's voice suddenly took on an unusually resolute tone. After yesterday's pink sky, his self-assurance was at an all-time high. Fine then, if you want to throw caution to the wind, don't blame me. I'll send you the address shortly. You remember to follow my lead during the meal. Got it. By the way, I'll start the live stream tonight. After hanging up the phone, Fu Hang leisurely sipped his dessert while humming a tune. I'll turn a blind eye to your performance. Boss, what did Layla say? Did they get together yesterday? The server leaned in with curiosity, having already guessed the answer from Fu Hang's expression. Fu Hang scoffed dismissively. The server smiled as he returned to the bar. By the way, isn't that Shaoli still owed half a month's salary? Have him send over his account. Fu Hang suddenly turned around. Boss, are you going to pay him? I'm in a good mood today. Those who have suffered from heartbreak still deserve ample warmth. If everyone contributes a little love, the world will transform into a beautiful place. The boss is generous. You should hurry and find someone. It's exhausting doing it all alone. I have a fellow townsman who will bring the boss to see me tomorrow. He is quick and diligent. Alright, if his character is good, then he is the one. Fu Hang shook his head and returned to the attic. Lying down on the bed, however, he couldn't help but open Chinyochu's social media account. It was still the message he had sent in the morning. What did you have for breakfast? Read but no reply. Where did you go? Back to school for classes. Suddenly Fu Hang felt an impulse to go and see that apartment. Never mind, he would run into her during lunch anyway, burying his head in the pillow. Fu Hang prepared to take a short nap. 2 cups of mango sago. She must be upstairs, right? Suddenly a familiar voice echoed from downstairs. The boss already had a cup in hand. Oh, then just 1 cup. Chinyochu looked up, locking eyes with the head that peeked through the curtain. What brings you here at this hour? Did you not go to school? I was planning to sleep in, but the company called me over. Chinyochu rolled her eyes. What could be so urgent? Fu Hang, puzzled, walked down from the attic. The personnel supervisor's authority upgrade documents need to be signed off urgently. Chinyochu glared, her voice tinged with morning irritation. Assistant Chin, hard at work. Fu Hang stood at attention, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Have you seen the Han City campus website? Chinyochu suddenly spoke up. Why would I need to look at the campus website? It's all over the short video platforms. Fu Hang replied with a smile. How does it feel? Chinyochu's tone remained calmed. I didn't expect that singer from Han University to have some talent. Yes, I really like that song, very much. Chinyochu tilted her head slightly, repeating that she liked it. As long as you like it, music can cultivate one's character, cleanse the mind, and purify the soul. Chinyochu remained silent, simply gazing at Fu Hang. So, have you had breakfast? What are you having for lunch? Fu Hang, feeling uneasy under her gaze, attempted to change the subject. I have an appointment for lunch. Chinyochu turned to leave. Take care, watch your step. Fu Hang exaggeratedly called out from behind, pondering what expression Chinyochu would have when she saw him during lunch later. After arriving at the company, Chinyochu headed straight to Lawyer Zhang's office. The relevant documents had already completed the procedures, she just needed to sign her name. Chinyochu did not linger, briefly checking the document's content before decisively signing it. My apologies for making you come all this way. Lawyer Zhang politely apologized. In his view, it was only right that Chinyochu didn't come to the company today. After all, with the establishment of the West Palace, the East Palace should naturally feel a bit emotional. Right, they probably had quite a quarrel last night. I should be the one apologizing. I woke up late today. Should I head back to the office now? Chinyochu did not offer any other excuses. Candidly admitting her tardiness, however, this mere admission confirmed Lawyer Zhang's suspicions. He said nothing more. At this point, any further comments would be inappropriate, and he politely escorted Chinyochu to the door, turning down the corridor. Chinyochu unexpectedly encountered the enchanting Shen Xingluan. Yuchao, what brings you here so late? Shen Xingluan smiled warmly, yet her smile held a different charm. I only work 1 day a week. I should be resting today. Shouldn't I? Chinyochu replied with a sweet smile. It's all my fault. I made Yuchao run an extra trip. It's part of my job. After all, I'm just an assistant, but I must congratulate Sister Qingwan. With just one small step forward, you'll be vice president. I hope to trouble Yuchao for more support in the future. I'm just an intern. Sister Qingwan, you truly jest. The two passed each other, with Shen Xingluan still wearing her gentle smile. The personnel authority of the company's management, after today, her power within the company would be considerable. Strictly speaking, she could even influence Su Changhe's employment, though it remained unclear why the president had suddenly made such a decision. It did not hinder her ambitions. How to leverage this? By riding the wave. If Su Changhe wanted to secure his position, he would have to rely on the influence of Haingyu Group. A university student like Qin Yuchu, who could directly refute the executive vice president at a management meeting, was benefiting from the president's authority, and why couldn't Chen Qingwan do the same? She had risen from a mere team leader to personnel supervisor in such a short time. Wasn't it time for her to elevate her status further? What would others in the company think? With Qin Yuchu's precedent of challenging Su Changhe, it would be much easier for her to operate in the future. Yu Chao, what are you having for lunch? I'll have Fu Heng bring it over, Chen Qingwan kindly suggested. Thank you, but I have an appointment for lunch. Qin Yuchu also turned, offering a sweet smile as she pushed open her office door. Chapter 60, Senior Brother Protects You. The appointment document for Chen Qingwan was circulated across various workgroups within the company, causing a stir at once. As expected, the rumors Chen Qingwan anticipated began to spread. Lu Junkai, who had just been assigned to the second project group for his internship, had just found his workstation and had not yet inquired about the personnel supervisor's information when he overheard his senior colleagues discussing it. In an instant, he felt his worldview collapse. Why are women in this world so unaware of self-respect, self-love, self-pity, and self-appreciation? A naive young girl deceived by a love song, while a capable female leader scrambles for power and position. Is Bosley on the 28th floor? Lu Junkai wallowed in self-pity when a colleague who had just gone out for a smoke returned and spoke to others. Isn't it normal for Bosley to be on the 28th floor? Yuanbo Trading has rented the 5th floor of this office building. The marketing department is on the 24th floor, the sales department on the 25th, the project department on the 26th, and the logistics, personnel, and secretarial offices on the 27th, with the executive management on the 28th. The person referred to as Bosley is Li Tianming, the deputy supervisor of the project department and also the head of the second project group. Strictly speaking, he has his own office on the 28th floor, although it is small. Why is it small? Because he is a deputy, therefore Li Tianming rarely goes to the 28th floor, he usually stays on the 26th floor. Working alongside the second group, which makes him more approachable, he was called up by Assistant QI and I in the break room. I was right next to him. Assistant Qin personally called him. What's going on? Yesterday, he confronted the project supervisor, and today he is meeting with the deputy supervisor. News of Qin Yuchu directly rebuffing everyone in the meeting could not be kept secret. It spread right after the meeting ended that morning. Coupled with Supervisor Shen's authority over personnel appointments, it seemed the company was about to undergo significant changes. What projects are our second group currently pushing? The group leader was also eavesdropping on the gossip. Instantly seizing a golden opportunity, the second group has been suppressed for so many years. Could this be their chance to rise? They are all listed here. A colleague quickly opened a document, which listed various data. Evidently, the basic quality of the employees below is commendable, which is why Yuanbo has achieved its current scale. The group leader quickly scanned the document, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was familiar with these projects, but they were all minor, insignificant ones. What about the projects that haven't been approved? They are all similar. The situation we had before, except for, another colleague suddenly paused, turning to look at the others. The down jacket project? The group leader tentatively asked. I have the project proposal here. A colleague quickly opened their computer. However, this project has been rejected 3 times. The down jacket project, hosted by Li Tianming, had required considerable effort, involving 3-party cooperation, and was intended for overseas trade, but due to stockpiling and payment issues, it had been rejected 3 times. The entire second group had essentially given up on it. This one, send me the data. Everyone review it. Remember, don't speak out of turn. The second group's leader promptly issued the order. In the workplace, no one is easy to deal with, especially in large companies. Without some acumen, one would have been eliminated long ago. Half an hour later, Project Deputy Supervisor Li Tianming returned to the 26th floor, brimming with excitement. The down jacket export project has officially been approved. Lu Junkai had experienced several ups and downs in just 2 days, and now he appeared dazed yet invigorated. He had just joined the second project group, and they were about to turn the tide. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? Even the deputy supervisor of the project department joked that he was a good omen and urged him to perform well. It seemed that after 3 months of internship, the chances of staying on were quite high. Since Supervisor Shen is the president's person, could he perhaps try to reach out to Yuchu the Junior? An individual involved in music. How much insight could they possibly have? Yesterday, Yuchu must have been swept away by that ridiculous song. With a bit of emotional appeal, he could surely persuade her to reconsider. After spending a considerable time in the restroom building up his confidence, Lu Junkai finally took out his phone and opened the pinned contact number. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go eat. It'll be crowded if we're late. A colleague from his group passed by and gave his shoulder a friendly pat. Someone who could make it to vice president in the student union likely has decent emotional intelligence. Just half a day into the significant turnaround for the second group, Lu Junkai had already become quite familiar with his colleagues. I'll be right there. Lu Junkai smiled foolishly. Do you know where the cafeteria is? Yes, the personnel department mentioned it when I joined this morning. It's on the third floor, right? Hurry up. As his colleague left, Lu Junkai once again prepared to express his feelings. But after a long time, he couldn't quite organize his thoughts. Never mind, I'll talk about it tonight. I shouldn't delay my work this afternoon. Lu Junkai exited the restroom, and the entire 26th floor was deserted. He walked into the elevator, pondering how to approach the conversation that evening. Should he be direct? That would be too rude. The innocent and naive Yuchu seems too vulnerable to withstand it. A subtle reminder? But what if she, being so innocent, fails to comprehend? Lost in thought, the elevator doors slid open, revealing that he had unwittingly arrived at the first floor. Engrossed in contemplation, he had forgotten to press the button for his desired floor. The demanding pace of work in a large corporation is indeed extraordinary. Having only spent half a day, he already felt slightly overwhelmed. Lu Junkai sighed, turning to re-enter the elevator, only to be startled by a figure emerging from the adjacent lift. Yuchu, his face lit up with surprise. Senior, Qin Yuchu was equally taken aback, not expecting to encounter him after evading him all day. In her mind, she had been primarily stationed on the 28th floor. Believing there would be little chance of crossing paths with Lu Junkai. Were you looking for me? Lu Junkai's face flushed crimson. Truly, he felt like the chosen one. Yuanbo Trading was undeniably his destined haven. No, I am the fortunate one for Yuanbo. We complement each other. Actually, I am interning here as well, Qin Yuchu stammered, biting her lip. What, you are interning at Yuanbo? Lu Junkai's excitement intensified. Can you believe it? This is what fate has ordained. 1,000 miles of destiny tethered by a single thread. He had been pondering how to introduce Yuchu to Yuanbo, considering she was merely a sophomore, yet, unexpectedly, she seemed to resonate with him on the same wavelength. Qin Yuchu merely smiled awkwardly, recalling how Lu Junkai had boasted the previous day. That's wonderful. I am in the project department, Group 2. What about you? Which department are you in? Lu Junkai asked eagerly, oblivious to any potential awkwardness. Ah, which department? The assistant to the president. Does that count as a department? Qin Yuchu mused for a long moment before responding honestly. I don't actually have a defined department yet. I see, no worries, I will take care of this, senior. After all, you are only a sophomore, and securing an internship at Yuanbo Trading is already a remarkable achievement. Don't rush, our Group 2 has just initiated a significant project. And we are in need of personnel. I will find an opportunity to speak with our group leader and see if I can have you transferred to our group, Lu Junkai declared confidently. Completely missing the subtle hint in Qin Yuchu's gaze. Thank you, senior. Qin Yuchu felt a slight toothache, but Fu Hang mentioned the need for subtlety. No worries, once you join Group 2, I will look after you. Come, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Let me treat you, Lu Junkai said, pulling out the employee card issued by the company. Chapter 61. To help me, my mentor has gone to such lengths. The benefits at Yuanbo Trading are indeed commendable. While the internship salary is not particularly high, interns are provided meals. I actually have plans for lunch, Qin Yuchu replied with an apologetic smile. Plans? Lu Junkai suddenly realized something, scrutinizing her attire. Oh my gosh, is that you? Qin Yuchu, a little suit, a fitted skirt, black stockings, and stilettos. Are you meeting Leilu? Lu Junkai asked cautiously, his voice trembling. Qin Yuchu innocently nodded, feeling no need to fabricate a lie. Indeed, Lu Junkai's eyes widened with fury. His gaze reddening. You must listen to me, Yuchu. Leilu is not a suitable match for you. These musicians are certainly not ideal partners, now that you are interning at Yuanbo, with a bright future ahead. You must not jeopardize your prospects, Lu Junkai implored, visibly distressed. There was quite a commotion yesterday. I just wanted to treat him to a meal to express my gratitude, Yuchu. Lu Junkai intended to say more, when suddenly a revelation struck him. A meal, gratitude, if they don't need to be thanked, then does Yuchu not need to explain to me? It's merely gratitude. Lu Junkai suddenly felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with renewed energy. Aha, Qin Yuchu nodded. Do you need me to accompany you? Lu Junkai perked up, feeling a surge of protectiveness. A mere internet celebrity trying to entangle Yuchu, that seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Qin Yuchu's expression turned peculiar as she thought. This guy is quite theatrical. By the way, does Fu Hang know he is here? Fu Hang would surely find this hilarious, right? Be careful, and if you need anything, call me. I'll be waiting for you at the company. Lu Junkai said, giving Qin Yuchu a steadfast and reliable look. Goodbye, senior. Qin Yuchu smiled as she waved, stepping away in her heels. As Lu Junkai watched her depart, his gaze was dreamy. In that moment, he even contemplated where to buy a house in the school district. Qin Yuchu arrived at a nearby Western restaurant, which was of moderate quality but boasted some unique decor. Passing by downstairs, she found herself enamored by the hanging plants on the balcony. Where's your friend? Upon reaching their reserved table, she discovered Layla had arrived early but was alone. I'm sorry, my friend had an unexpected matter and cannot make it. I just learned about it myself. Layla's face turned a shade of embarrassment. Having inquired about Fu Hang upon his arrival but learned that Fu Hang would not be coming, Qin Yuchu frowned, standing silently. I'm sorry, he really did promise to come the next time. I will definitely arrange for him to be here. No worries, I still owe you thanks for yesterday. I genuinely enjoyed that song, Jin Yuchu said with a sweet smile, sitting down in her chair. I'm glad you liked it, Layla sighed in relief. A smile spreading across his face, the simple steak set was savored by Jin Yuchu with grace, her movements slow and elegant, occasionally engaging Lei Lu in conversation about amusing anecdotes from his live streams. Lei Lu, on the other hand, ate with great caution, his demeanor controlled as if he were entertaining important guests. Every time Jin Yuchu spoke, he would place down his knife and fork, listening intently until the topic concluded. Only then would he resume eating. Yuchu, did you see yesterday's video? Eventually, Lei Lu asked tentatively. I never expected to suddenly become famous. I felt a bit nervous. Jin Yuchu glanced up, a hint of reproach flickering in her eyes. I apologize for not considering it. I simply prefer not to be the center of attention. Yuchu, you were so exceptional. Lei Lu hesitated, unable to voice the rest of his thought as Jin Yuchu's pleading gaze stifled him. Alright, I will definitely be more mindful in the future. The meal proceeded pleasantly, and when it came time to settle the bill, Lei Lu insisted vehemently it's unacceptable for a girl to pay when dining out. He reached for the payment code from the waiter. This was agreed upon beforehand. This meal is my way of thanking you, so it's only fair. Jin Yuchu sat quietly, making no move to contest. You agreeing to dine with me is my gratitude. To be fair, Lei Lu opened his phone, successfully completing the payment. Jin Yuchu raised her hand, accepting the receipt from the waiter upon seeing the total. She initiated a transfer to Layla from her phone. Yuchu, Layla chided, his gaze filled with fondness. If you wish to have another occasion, you should accept the money. This meal is on me. Jin Yuchu's tone remained calm. Very well. Layla trembled slightly, obediently accepting the payment. Thank you once again. Jin Yuchu stood, making a slight bow. Are you leaving? Layla's hand slipped into his pocket, where he had prepared tickets for the movie Marriage on the Wrong Track. Reputedly a romantic film adapted from a popular web novel, the kind that is irresistibly sweet. I have to get to work. I'm interning. Jin Yuchu replied with a bright smile. Then allow me to escort you. Layla said, releasing the movie tickets and hastily rising, but paused mid-step, for before them stood Jin Yuchu, her face a picture of astonishment as she gazed behind him, following her line of sight. He too was struck dumb. Behind them, the door to a private room adorned with hanging plants swung open, revealing his life mentor Fu Hang, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, one hand affectionately resting on Fu Hang's arm. Master, you are so gallant. Layla nearly teared up, realizing the extent of Fu Hang's efforts to assist him in pursuing Yuchu. Fu Hang, however, was utterly speechless. It seemed he had arrived at the restaurant early. Perhaps due to a mischievous whim after receiving Lei Lu's address, today marked the first day of Shin Qingwan's promotion, and she likely intended to revisit her approachable persona by heading straight to the cafeteria. Declining Fu Hang's offer to bring her food, but Fu Hang had not anticipated that upon entering the restaurant, he would encounter Li Weiyan. Just as he recognized her, his phone buzzed with a text. Are you free for lunch? Let's eat together. Are you psychic? Li Weiyan's face radiated joy as she brandished her phone, displaying their chat history. It's a form of mental connection, Fu Hang remarked with a deep, enigmatic smile, while inwardly he cursed 1,000 times. But what could he do? Was it more important to eat and gossip or to focus on work? After all, this client was offering double pay, although the guest returning today had achieved a remarkable 70.23 rating on her first day. Hadn't she just gotten divorced? Surely there would be a grace period. The meal in the private room passed in serene tranquility, with the two exchanging little more than occasional glances. Silently sharing their mutual appreciation for the calm. Then, Li Weiyan suggested a stroll downstairs to the park where they had reconnected. What could Fu Hang say? It was the client's request. Rising, he opened the door. Fu Hang's heart raced as his hopes were realized without any drama or surprise. Their eyes met, and they regarded each other. You are? Li Weiyan was equally astonished, glancing at Jin Yuchu before looking at the sunlit young man standing opposite her. Jin Yuchu, what a coincidence to see you again. Mr. Fu was here as well, she greeted with utmost poise. What a coincidence. Fu Hang forced a strained smile, meeting Lei Li's gaze filled with gratitude. I watched your video. Being young is truly wonderful. Li Weiyan suddenly stepped forward, scrutinizing Fu Hang from head to toe. The reason she took the initiative to invite Fu Hang today is likely due to having stumbled upon that video earlier this morning. It turns out that female university student is not Fu Hang's girlfriend. They are merely benefactors to one another, or perhaps, this girl is quite the expert, or perhaps, unfaithful. She considers herself to be quite knowledgeable about Fu Hang. Singular, devoted, meticulous, and warm-hearted, such a man is, indeed, too easily deceived by women. Wasn't she once a victim of this herself? Thus she wishes to have a conversation with Fu Hang. If their relationship is indeed uncomplicated and pure, that would be a good thing. Kind-hearted individuals deserve to be treated kindly. If Fu Hang has been deceived, then she must offer her assistance, advising him just as he has always supported her. If Fu Hang has been betrayed, oh dear, shouldn't two individuals, both wounded in love, find solace in one another, comforting each other and warming their hearts? Yet, upon seeing Fu Hang for the first time, all thoughts of these concerns faded into insignificance. Fu Hang remains the same. Fu Hang, Chapter 62. You might consider pursuing further studies. For instance, at this moment, facing the young couple ahead, Fu Hang displays a remarkable calmness, a serene demeanor, even exuding genuine blessings from his eyes. How serendipitous! Fu Hang has already devised a dozen contingency plans in his mind, remaining utterly unperturbed. Apologies, I must return to the office now. We can chat later. Qin Yuchu smiles and bows slightly. Huh, aren't you a student? Li Weiyang inquires, her gaze shifting towards Fu Hang. In turn, Qin Yuchu replies softly, then waves goodbye to Lei Lu and gracefully turns to leave. Throughout the encounter, apart from that initial moment of astonishment, she exhibits not a trace of awkwardness. Youth is truly a blessing. Li Weiyang links her arm with Fu Hang's, gazing at the youthful figure retreating, inevitably reminded of that video. It's a pleasure to meet you, your taste is remarkable. And your singing is quite impressive. Li Weiyang turns to smile at Lei Lu, then continues walking out with Fu Hang. Lei Lu watches them depart, wishing he could kneel and pay his respects. With such a mentor, what more could one desire? In this lifetime, I shall exhaust every effort to serve my master. The bubble tea shop remains devoid of business, with the server Xia Xiaofeng idly resting on the counter. Engaging in idle chatter with a fellow villager preparing for an interview the next day, boasting about the owner's grand achievements, the distinct sound of high heels approaches, prompting Xia Xiaofeng to muster a smile and look up. Only to beam the next moment to, "Is the boss lady here, or perhaps the Yang Zhigan Lu? I just had a meal, so I want tea drink now. I'll take a cup with me when I leave later." Qin Yuchu replies politely, yet she heads directly upstairs. "The boss isn't up there. I know, I'm just taking a short break." A faint voice from upstairs carries down. Xia Xiaofeng raises an eyebrow. Her expression a mix of curiosity and ambiguity. Lei Lu upped. On the 26th floor of Yuanbua Trading, Lu Junkai, facing his first day of work, finds himself unable to immerse in his tasks due to the midday break extending into overtime. He frequently checks his phone, contemplating making a call, only to restrain himself repeatedly. The break is nearly over. Why hasn't she called me yet? Has she returned, or is that Layla still clinging on? Preventing the junior from leaving, but would it be impolite to call now? After all, his relationship with the junior hasn't been made public yet. Lu Junkai is in a state of deep conflict. What are you daydreaming about? This report needs to be used in the afternoon. You can handle data statistics, right? Don't make any mistakes. Li Tianming, passing by, gives Lu Junkai a nudge. University students, who knows how long it will take before they can apply what they've learned. Yes, supervisor, Lu Junkai quickly responds, redirecting his focus to the computer. Yet, nearly 5 minutes pass before his thoughts drift again. As the bell signaling the end of the break rings, the overtime concludes, and the formal workday begins. The junior must have returned by now. Shouldn't I check on her? I forgot to ask which floor her workstation is on. Without a specific department, it's rather difficult to locate her. Isn't it, if only she were in the project department. With this thought, Lu Junkai looks at the project group leader approaching, Sui Jie, his mentor and direct superior, and his spirits lift. "Xiaolu? Are you adjusting well?" Sui Jie greets him warmly, meeting his gaze with a friendly inquiry. "Very well, thank you for your concern, master." Lu Junkai immediately stands from his workstation. "There's no need to be so tense. We real colleagues now, be a bit more relaxed. Our group doesn't have so many rules. Just focus on doing your tasks well, that's what matters most." Sui Jie pauses to encourage Lu Junkai with a pat on the shoulder. "Yes, master. Keep it up, master." As Sui Jie prepares to leave, Lu Junkai gathers his courage, calling him back in the harmonious atmosphere. "I have a favor to ask." Lu Junkai takes a deep breath. Recognizing how courteous his mentor has been towards him, and that the supervisor has begun to see him in a new light, suggesting that he values his potential, bringing this up now, it shouldn't come across as abrupt. "Right, oh, go ahead." Sui Jie shows considerable tolerance towards this request for a transfer bead. When one encounters a stroke of good fortune, one's spirit is uplifted. "Well, I have a junior who is also interning here at Yuanbua. But she hasn't been assigned to a specific department yet. Since we have a big project coming up, I wanted to ask if she could be transferred to our group. Rest assured, she performs excellently in her studies and will undoubtedly be competent in her role. If need be, I can assist her as well." Lu Junkai exhales deeply, presenting his request in one breath. Sui Jie subtly furrows his brow. "This is rather forward, isn't it? The first day of work, you're already bringing this up. Are today's university students so unaware of the weight of their words? However, it is indeed a fact that the second group will be quite busy ahead. Alright, just give me her name, and I'll inquire at the HR department shortly." Sui Jie sighs softly, considering that it's merely an intern. Treating it as an early reward for the transfer bead. What if she turns out to be another lucky charm? After being suppressed for so many years, this kid might just have a turnaround. Whether it's good luck or bad is another matter, but one can only hope. "Thank you, master. Her name is Qin Yuchu." Lu Junkai excitedly clenches his fists, exclaiming Qin Yuchu's name loudly. Silence. A deathly silence. The once bustling office area comes to a standstill as Lu Junkai's voice reverberates through the space, all activity halting abruptly. What is going on? Lu Junkai is astonished. He is genuinely taken aback by this scene. It is too bizarre. Could it be that the junior has offended someone in the company? Is she a taboo within the company? Is that why she still hasn't been assigned to a specific department? You read from Hanshan University, the School of Finance. The inquiry comes from Li Tianming, the project's deputy supervisor, standing a short distance away. He only knows Lu Junkai is an intern, but he hasn't had the chance to review the specifics. Yes, Lu Junkai quickly turns around, responding earnestly. The junior you mentioned is Qin Yuchu, a sophomore from your finance school. Li Tianming continues his questioning. Yes, Lu Junkai starts to sweat. Has his junior truly offended someone? Could it be the supervisor's superior? Supervisor Li, is it your intention to have her transferred to our project group? Li Tianming's face reveals a strange smile. It is. I wish to recommend her, as she is my junior. Lu Junkai digs his toes into the ground, but the call of senior under the setting sun straightens his back. In ancient times, one could rage for a beloved. Today, Lu Junkai, shall bear the burden for you. Rest assured, junior, your senior will protect you. Does she know? This question comes from Sui Jie, the group leader of the second group. She will surely agree. Our group is so united and harmonious now that we have Assistant Qin's support. Under the leadership of Supervisor Li and Group Leader Su, we will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Lu Junkai plays a clever game, believing that flattery is always in fashion. Now is the time to elevate the leaders. Clap, clap, clap. Group Leader Sui Jie gives Lu Junkai a shoulder 3 firm pats before departing with the documents. Damn, I thought she was a lucky charm. Turns out she is just a lucky pig. Has the admission criteria for Hanshan University dropped so low? Who let this guy in? How has this fool made it to his 4th year? Note, it shouldn't be the university's issue. After all, that university produced a 2nd-year prodigy. Those 3 pats seemed to serve as a signal. The office area erupted into noise once more, everyone returning to their duties as if nothing had happened moments before. Lu Junkai stands in a daze, perplexed by the situation. Watching his mentor walk away, he turns his gaze back to Li Tianming, only to find him looking down, resuming his previous tasks without acknowledging him further. What exactly is going on here? Is the junior's transfer request a go or not? Is it easy to pursue further studies at your school? A curious colleague from the adjacent workstation inquires. What? Lu Junkai fails to grasp this sudden shift in topic. I think you might consider pursuing further studies. The colleague offers this sincere suggestion, then turns back to discuss work with others. Leaving Lu Junkai to ponder alone. Chapter 63, Fu Hang's persona. Even those with the most whimsical thoughts would not speculate on Lu Junkai and Qin Yuchu's relationship, let alone entertain the notion that the second group's success was due to Lu Junkai's influence. Why has Qin Yuchu become Assistant Qin? Everyone is well aware, each in silent agreement. Until the end of the workday, no one has broached the subject of Qin Yuchu with Lu Junkai. The colleague's attitudes towards him remain unchanged, yet he senses a hint of something else in the gazes of the second group members. Sympathy. Is this the bubble tea shop you invested in? Li Weiyang walks alongside Fu Hang into Ganlu Bubble Tea. She appears in good spirits, her eyes darting about in curiosity. Just having some fun. Fu Hang wears a subtle smile, internally sighing for the 3rd time today in exasperation. Dining was one thing, but now we're wandering through the park, and during this stroll, she deliberately brushes against me. Didn't you just get divorced? Where, pray tell, are your 3 obediences and 4 virtues? What of your modesty, your shyness? What has become of the decorum befitting your affluent upbringing? Do you truly harbor no psychological burdens, no cooling-off period, no interlude of solitude? In the park, a complete rendition of deep affection. Misty rain unfolded, yet Li Weiyang suddenly proposed a visit to the newly opened milk tea shop of Fu Hang. Having conducted personal market research, was she merely indulging in whimsical play? The decor, however, was quite charming, and the ambience of the store felt particularly warm. Standing at the center of the shop, Li Weiyang meticulously surveyed her surroundings. Upon locking eyes with the waiter, Xia Xiaofeng, she offered a polite yet enthusiastic smile. Xia Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded and averted his gaze towards Fu Hang, who remained entirely focused on Li Weiyang, thus ignoring the significant message conveyed in Xia Xiaofeng's glance. What shall we drink? Fu Hang inquired, deftly pulling a napkin from the table to wipe the already immaculate surface, gesturing for Li Weiyang to take a seat. What is your signature drink? Li Weiyang tilted her head, appreciating this detail of Fu Hang's. Mango pomelo sago, then let it be mango pomelo sago. As Li Weiyang settled down, her gaze continued to scrutinize the intricacies of the decor. Fu Hang, without turning back, signaled a 2 gesture to Xia Xiaofeng. What is upstairs? A private room. Li Weiyang noticed the curtain drawn across the loft. To be honest, that curtain appeared rather cheap, severely detracting from the overall layout and aesthetic. It's a storage room, Xia Xiaofeng almost shouted in response before Fu Hang could speak. His focus intensely concentrated. A storage room? Li Weiyang exclaimed, startled by the overly dramatic waiter. Fu Hang, now suspicious, finally turned to Xia Xiaofeng, who was looking down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xia Xiaofeng was genuinely nervous. What could be happening? Why had the boss suddenly brought a goddess into the mix? Moreover, she exuded the aura of a legitimate matriarch surveying her territory. In situations like this, could the boss not have given a heads up? A simple text would suffice. Here I am, an inexperienced single dog, utterly unequipped to handle this scenario. Surely you don't mean to imply there is someone lying upstairs. Using this space as a storage room seems wasteful. Li Weiyang hesitated for a moment before rising to head upstairs. The place was quite disheveled, and it hadn't been tidied. Two disposable cups obstructed Li Weiyang's path, containing the lemon water Xia Xiaofeng had brought out. Boss, please have some water first. Xia Xiaofeng turned his head, giving an knowing look towards Fu Hang. Fu Hang, perceptive enough to catch the underlying message in that glance, failed to comprehend it fully. I've just taken over. I haven't had a chance to tidy up upstairs. He instinctively pushed the lemon water towards Li Weiyang. Your waiter is quite well trained. Li Weiyang regarded the lemon water on the table with a quizzical expression. Which milk tea shop serves lemon water? A diligent young man, Fu Hang complimented sincerely, again meeting Xia Xiaofeng's gaze, though a bit neurotic. He added silently to himself, "Is business always like this?" Li Weiyang didn't dwell on it further. Lifting the lemon water to take a sip, after wandering the park, she indeed felt parched. It was this thirst that had prompted her to check out Fu Hang's milk tea shop, otherwise, it wouldn't have been her to take the initiative. Would it? Are there any special measures in place? Li Weiyang smiled, looking expectantly at Fu Hang. Do you recall that rather charming young man from earlier, Qinyochu's singing boyfriend? I suppose he isn't entirely out of the picture yet. Fu Hang offered a somewhat evasive explanation. I'm planning to have him come to the shop for a live broadcast. A live singing session. Li Weiyang was momentarily taken aback, her attention swiftly redirected. Yes, he's quite the little internet celebrity. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. This might actually work. They have significant popularity, particularly in the local university town. How did you come up with this? Is he willing to come? Starting tonight, Fu Hang replied with a confident smile, understanding that different clients required distinct energies. Otherwise, what was the point of the effort? With Xin Qingwan, he was a timid, insecure gaming coach and part-time delivery worker. But with Li Weiyang, he was a seemingly aimless yet self-assured playboy investor. Tonight, but was yesterday's incident not orchestrated by you? Li Weiyang's thoughts raced as she suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Otherwise, it would be illogical for the commotion from yesterday to lead to an invitation today. If that's truly the case, this marketing strategy is quite formidable. Does Fu Hang possess such foresight and capability? Fu Hang met Li Weiyang's sparkling eyes, bracing himself to explain. Damn it, this woman has indeed changed since her divorce. When we discussed investments before, she barely acknowledged my words, and now, why is she so invested? So perceptive? Strictly speaking, yesterday's events could be considered my own planning. But my intention wasn't for this, was it? To attract traffic, boost sales, increase performance? No, I was merely looking to cultivate target customers, to enhance sales, elevate performance. Why does this sound so awkward? Li Weiyang fell silent, savoring her milk tea while her thoughts were once again stirred. Why had she once decisively chosen to marry Wang Haifeng in haste? Was it merely for financial reasons? Perhaps that was part of it, but only a fraction. Her background afforded her a different perspective on wealth than Xin Qingwan's urgent need for it. Another reason for her impetuous choice of Wang Haitao was the confidence and assertiveness he exuded. Women are naturally drawn to strength, especially emotional ones, yet now Fu Hang revealed an aspect she had never encountered or considered. His marketing strategy and planning demonstrated that he was far from a mere wastrel living off his family's wealth. Idly waiting for life to unfold while trailing behind women. Indeed, this was the persona Fu Hang had established in front of Li Weiyang, wealthy but not excessively so, available and considerate, yet lacking in capability. Ambition, vision, and decisiveness. Chapter 64. Milker, a bit you have truly changed. Li Weiyang lifted her gaze, her wrinkled nose tinged with a hint of mischief. Had she previously overlooked his merits, or had her presence inspired him to awaken, transform, and strive for improvement? Previously, she had critiqued Fu Hang for being hands-on in everything, simply because he personally delivered whatever he brought, even takeout. But now, he was conducting market research himself. Really, all Fu Hang's internal alarm bells rang. That look in her eyes was decidedly unsettling. Was this the price for double pay? The intensity of the work was clearly beyond what a standard hourly wage could justify, given the circumstances. He might not earn this money for long. Li Weiyang remained silent, thoughtfully sipping her drink while tracing circles on the straw with her tongue. Fu Hang's fists clenched, his face reddening as he turned his head away in evasion. Damn it, this double pay isn't going to end today, is it? Can I meet the performance metrics? No, I must find a way to impress her, or else before I can make my move, this married woman could self-sabotage and eliminate her own chances. The distinct sound of high heels echoed from behind, the unique noise of them striking the wooden stairs. Li Weiyang, whose gaze had been somewhat glazed over, suddenly widened her eyes, her previously glistening orbs now sparking with intensity. Fu Hang, equally taken aback, turned to see a pair of long proportionate legs descending with sprightly steps. Qin Yuchu, what brings you here? Fu Hang was genuinely astonished. Just on my lunch break, Qin Yuchu replied, offering Li Weiyang a polite smile as she casually picked up Fu Hang's half-consumed mango pomelo sago. We'll chat later, I'm going to be late. Without waiting for Fu Hang to say another word, her heels clicked sharply against the floor as she rushed toward the door. Fu Hang's gaze followed her until her figure vanished at the entrance. Still unable to grasp the unfolding events. A chill autumn breeze swept through, prompting Fu Hang to shiver as he noticed the dark expression on Li Weiyang's face. Fu Hang opened his mouth. Utterly unable to keep pace with the scene's narrative. Li Weiyang said nothing, rising directly to head upstairs. Fu Hang instinctively lifted a hand but hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. The curtain was drawn aside, revealing Li Weiyang's frosty demeanor. The expansive loft contained only a single double bed, just that bed, with nothing else at all. With such sparse furnishings, the scope for imagination was decidedly limited. Options were few and far between. Especially given that Qin Yuchu had departed in haste, the bed linens were left in disarray, presenting a rather shocking sight. A storage room. Li Weiyang's voice was unusually cold as she furrowed her brow. Fu Hang opened his mouth, staring blankly at Xiao Xiaofeng. Xiao Xiaofeng had already turned away, washing the nearly unused ice shaver at the sink when Qin Yuchu had descended. Li Weiyang took a deep breath, the chill on her face gradually receding as she walked down the stairs at a measured pace. Indeed, if yesterday's confession had been a meticulously crafted marketing ploy, the script's content could hardly be taken at face value. The hired singer and campus belle could not possibly be a real couple. Had she truly underestimated him before, or had her presence catalyzed such a significant transformation within him, to orchestrate a marketing strategy involving his own woman in such a scenario? How could he allow a girl to be in such a place? The apartments nearby were affordable, yet this space was bustling with foot traffic. Or did he possess such proclivities? Li Weiyang's voice regained its composure, but her gaze remained icily piercing. Fu Hang felt the left side of his body tremble. What on earth was happening? You have truly changed, Li Weiyang coldly remarked, turning on her heel and storming out of the milk tea shop. What on earth was this? Fu Hang, at a loss for words, dashed behind the counter, seizing Xiao Xiaofeng. I warned you. Xiao Xiaofeng was utterly innocent. Why was she up there? Fu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Xiaofeng blinked. Your woman is sleeping in your bed, and you ask me why? Damn it. Fu Hang also realized this, cursing under his breath as he slumped back into his chair, staring at the half-finished cup of mango pomelo sago before him. His complexion more dismal than one suffering from constipation. He felt wronged. Who would have thought that merely 2 days into operations, he would encounter such a hellish scene? Just this incident, how much goodwill would it cost him? After all his hard work, diligence, and humility, how long would he have to grovel? Wait a minute, lose goodwill. Fu Hang's gaze fell once more on the half-filled cup of mango pomelo sago, his attention lingering on the lipstick-marked straw. Just moments ago, a nimble tongue had twirled around it. Good grief, Qin Yuchu was quite something. Isn't she? This one sip of milk, is Li Weiyang not rejuvenated? On the 28th floor of Yuanbo Trading, Shin Xingluan caught sight of a figure entering the office through the blinds, her eyes narrowing slightly. To her left lay a mobile phone, playing the viral confession video that had taken the campus by storm. To her right was an internal document marked with the project proposal for the Down Jacket project from Group 2. How audacious of you. Shin Xingluan withdrew her gaze, letting it glide past the phone screen and fixate on the signature at the end of the project proposal. After a long contemplation, she pulled out a sticky note pressed beneath the table sign, which detailed the contact information for several headhunting firms. This had been provided to her by lawyer Zhang in the morning. Remembering Zhang's ambiguous instructions, a flicker of fervor ignited in her eyes. The position of project department supervisor was about to be vacated. She had suspected this since yesterday. However, at that time, the HR supervisor was still unable to intervene in appointments of such rank. As for now, Shin Xingluan set aside the sticky note that recorded the headhunter's contacts and retrieved a list she had organized that morning. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the name of the deputy supervisor of the project department, Li Tianming. What a pity, she was just a step too late. In that case, Shin Xingluan's lips curved into a smile as she compared the phone numbers on the sticky note, picking up her mobile. The moment she switched screens, she gazed at the youthful and radiant figure reflected on the display, a knowing smile gracing her face. Li Weiyang sat in her car, her eyes vacant as she fixated on the dashboard. She had been parked in the lot for quite some time. The inexplicable anger she had felt earlier had faded, replaced by a profound sense of solitude and melancholy that enveloped the space. The fragrance of gardenia from the car air freshener remained refreshing, sparking a sudden memory. This was a gift from Fu Hang, just because she had casually remarked on the scent one day while passing a shop playing gardenia blossoms. She received this bottle of car freshener the very next day. That man was always so considerate and meticulous. Leaning wearily against the seat, she suddenly found herself feeling rather ridiculous. It had only been a few days since the divorce. Yet here she was preoccupied with thoughts of another man. Did she truly have a reason to be angry? Did she have a legitimate stance of indignation? No, she had been the one to leave him for Wang Haitao. And after she had turned her back on him, was it wrong for him to meet other women? Looking at his current transformation, where did these changes stem from? Was it not a result of her own callousness? Habitually glancing at her phone once more, she noted the absence of any notifications. Li Wei Yang felt increasingly despondent, just like Wang Haidao. After she discovered his affair with his secretary, he hadn't offered a single explanation. Chapter 65, The Fall. Keep it simple, speak in a straightforward manner. Riding her beloved electric scooter, Fu Hang hummed along to the hit song from Parallel World, a sense of bliss radiating from his face. Today was yet another day of leaving work early. Just 5 minutes ago, Shen Xingwan had replied, "There is a company social event this evening." The response was decidedly formal, implying through its very wording that she would be unavailable to attend to him later. Then, the system notification chimed in. Today's salary of 300,000 yuan has been credited. Current affection level for the target Shen Xingwan, 72.58, Li Weiyang, returning client 69.52. Please continue the great work, host. Shen Xingwan had dropped directly to 72.58, a splendid signal, making her promotion strategy a stroke of genius. Moreover, Fu Hang's thoughts were now illuminated. Since this method proved effective, if one day Shen Xingwan suddenly experienced a surge of affection, could he not attempt it once more, perhaps directly promote her to vice president? Naturally, what delighted Fu Hang even more was that Li Weiyang, this returning client, had finally dipped below 70. This was indeed the best news of the day. In fact, upon seeing Li Weiyang return and surpass the 70 mark yesterday, he had felt a tinge of regret. He felt he had squandered an opportunity, overly eager to showcase results, surviving grants 1 DPS. And in turn a GDP, especially after witnessing that maliciously intimate moment with the straw today. Was this truly a test of leadership? Fortunately, he had exercised foresight and laid his traps in advance. Indeed, those who do not plan for the future will inevitably face present woes. Kindness will always be rewarded in unexpected ways. The phone in his pocket vibrated, causing Fu Hang's lips to twitch. His mood instantly soured. Damn it, he had forgotten to turn his phone off. Pulling over, Fu Hang retrieved his phone. Qin Yichu. He was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief. It wasn't about working overtime. Thank goodness. What's up? Fu Hang answered the call. Are you back? Yes. Fu Hang sounded somewhat detached. To be honest, he was still somewhat averse to the idea of her lying silently in his bed. It wasn't a matter of cleanliness, but rather that such actions could easily disrupt his career. Today was merely a coincidence. If she were to pull a stunt like this again, the situation would become incredibly awkward. Are you angry? What would I be angry about? Fu Hang scoffed. Li Weiyang is angry? A bit. Didn't you manage to appease her? What's your business? Fu Hang's patience was waning. I ordered a package, but I can't carry it upstairs. What did you buy? A vertical steamer. Fu Hang fell silent, 100 reasons for refusal spinning through his mind like a slot machine, ultimately landing on 3 words. Where are you? At the milk tea shop. Qin Yichu's voice brightened suddenly. Fu Hang hung up the phone, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Well, who could blame her? She had accomplished something today. He sensed that she might play a pivotal role in his future endeavors, even if she couldn't become a client. She would undoubtedly serve as a useful tool. Once more, he returned to the milk tea shop on his electric scooter. Spotting her lively silhouette from afar, she stood quietly at the entrance, holding a yellow safety helmet adorned with a colorful bamboo dragonfly. The two exchanged minimal words. Fu Hang parked, and the girl swung onto the scooter, resting her hands on Fu Hang's shoulders as they set off. Unbeknownst to them, Xia Xiaofeng, who had been peeking from behind the bar, could not help but raise her eyebrows. The 2 yellow safety helmets bobbed in the wind, the bamboo dragonflies spinning above, mirroring the radiant smiles on their faces, bringing comfort to passers-by, gripping the handlebars. Fu Hang maintained a stoic expression until her hands wrapped around his waist, causing him to appear somewhat flustered. Where did you get your hat? Fu Hang attempted to strike up a conversation. I bought it. Isn't nice. Childish. Fu Hang rolled his eyes in disbelief, but the next moment, he slammed on the brakes abruptly, coming to a halt in the middle of the road. The sudden stop caused a jolt between them. And Qin Yichu playfully huffed, preparing to complain, only to see Fu Hang tilt his head and toss aside the scooter. Dashing across the street, the scooter toppled unexpectedly, and an unprepared Qin Yichu fell to the ground. As she clumsily looked up to scold him, she saw the figure racing forward, leaping over the median strip. Qin Yichu finally sensed something amiss and followed Fu Hang's gaze upward. And the next moment, her heart nearly leapt from her throat. A child, on the 7th floor balcony across the street, a small child dangled precariously. The child was tiny, visibly no more than 2 years old, at that wobbly age of learning to walk. At this moment, the child was suspended outside the balcony, swinging its tiny feet, its delicate hands clinging desperately to the drying rack, poised to fall at any moment. This was the 7th floor. Fu Hang leaped over the barrier, utterly unconcerned with the astonishing speed at which he was moving. His vision far exceeded Qin Yichu's. The instant he spotted the child, he knew the little one could not hold on for much longer. Ducking to avoid a speeding car, Fu Hang's eyes scanned the area ahead, his focus sharpened as he increased his speed, taking a leap onto the roof of a parked car, using the momentum to grasp the 2nd-floor security window. With a powerful pull, he flipped over and seized the third-floor balcony. A scream erupted behind him from Qin Yuchu. Just as Fu Hang steadied himself, a shadow plummeted from above. Too late, the child was exhausted. Fu Hang's pupils dilated, adrenaline surging through him as the world around him slowed. His gaze darted rapidly across the scene, his mind racing with calculations. 3, 2, 1. Fu Hang lunged forward, his eyes fixed intently on the falling child. His peripheral vision locking onto the air conditioning unit suspended outside the third floor. Qin Yuchu had just crossed the median and instinctively looked up, only to see the child release its grip. Its small body helplessly descending, despair flashed in her eyes as tears spilled forth, and she screamed in horror. Yet before her cry could fade, she witnessed the figure scaling the exterior make a desperate leap toward the falling child. He caught it. Qin Yuchu's eyes widened in shock, but what good was catching the child, that was 3 stories high? In an instant Qin Yuchu's mind went blank. Grasping the child, Fu Hang felt a slight sense of relief deep within his heart. His left hand firmly gripping the exposed copper pipe of the air conditioning unit, his leaping body trembled slightly, but in the next moment Fu Hang cursed under his breath. Resolutely, he released his left hand. The sensation from his left hand felt surreal. The air conditioning unit was not secured. If he held on, both he and the child would undoubtedly plummet, taking the air conditioning unit with them. As his body spun irregularly through the air, Fu Hang began to count down internally. 3, 2, 1. At the moment of landing on the car roof, Fu Hang tossed the child upward, the height barely sufficient to counteract the child's downward momentum. A loud crash echoed as Fu Hang landed heavily on the roof of a parked car. May Mother Earth protect you, may the holy light be with you. Fu Hang silently offered his gratitude to the system. Were it not for this extraordinary physique, were it not for the reflexes and explosive power of a grandmaster, both he and the child would have met disaster. Chapter 66, The Delivery Hero Lying on the Car Roof. Fu Hang coughed forcefully to steady his shaken breath. He cautiously lifted the child, meeting a pair of round, glistening eyes, pure, clear, filled with confusion and curiosity. Clearly, the child had yet to comprehend the ordeal they had just experienced. A smile blossomed on Fu Hang's face as he struggled to sit up, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a phone raised in the distance, prompting him to swiftly turn his head. Shielding his face with the child, damn it, there had been no time to think earlier, and his series of actions had been purely instinctive. And now that the child was safe, he realized the gravity of the situation in front of the camera. If this were captured, he might face immediate unemployment. A hero cannot afford to be a sycophant. What to do? The commotion from the fall had attracted a large crowd, and numerous vehicles were pulling over. Fu Hang hung his head, anxiety replacing the joy of saving a child. The vehicle swayed as a shadow loomed overhead. Was someone climbing up? Are you okay? An anxious voice trembled with a hint of tears. Qin Yuchu, I cannot be photographed. Fu Hang swiftly thrust the child into the other person's arms and decisively leapt off the car. The moment he hit the ground, Fu Hang stumbled, after all, jumping from the third floor and landing on his back. Even with the car cushioning the fall, the impact of gravity was something even a grandmaster struggled to withstand. But there was no time for reflection. Fu Hang kept his head down and dashed away. Countless lenses were trained on his retreating figure, leaving onlookers perplexed. Why was the jumper running away? Call the police, a feminine voice snapped, drawing the crowd's attention back to the scene. Fu Hang received a call from Qin Yuchu 10 minutes later. The police had arrived. She explained the events to the officers, who took the child to contact the parents, while Qin Yuchu worried about Fu Hang's injuries, after Fu Hang repeatedly assured her he was fine. Qin Yuchu ended the call without mentioning why he had hurried away. Half an hour later, she dialed Fu Hang again, wanting to know his whereabouts, intending to visit him, but the call could not go through. Fu Hang had turned off his phone. Anxious, Qin Yuchu returned to the opposite side of the street, hopping onto an electric bike that passers-by had pulled to the side, making her way to the milk tea shop. Naturally, Fu Hang would not be there, and it dawned on her that she had no idea where he lived, leaving her at a loss. She then proceeded to the hospital, inquiring about any patients injured from the fall. One by one, she searched through hospitals, not even sparing small clinics. By 9 o'clock that evening, she received a call from the police, asking her to come to the Han City precinct to provide a statement. A statement? Exhausted, Qin Yuchu's eyes widened. Was being a good Samaritan really necessitating a statement? At 11 that night, her expression a mix of emotions, she left the Han City precinct, after another fruitless attempt to call Fu Hang. She rushed to the next hospital that night. A video of a delivery man heroically leaping from the third floor to save a baby quickly went viral online. The delivery hero became an overnight sensation. Trending at the top of social media. Fu Hang lay in the bathtub of Yunshu No. 1, meticulously scrolling through videos from various angles, watching each clip with intense scrutiny, almost frame by frame. This was not narcissism, but rather a deep-seated anxiety regarding his professional identity. After watching videos for an entire night, his anxious heart finally settled. Most of the footage online captured his descent, and due to his deliberate concealment, none showed his face clearly. The most informative video was filmed from within a residential building across the street. It began with a girl's selfie, then she noticed the child hanging outside and anxiously turned the camera toward the child. At that moment, a figure wearing a delivery helmet leaped into the frame, stepping onto the car roof and vaulting to the second floor. The wide-angle lens captured the entire rescue, yet due to the distance, Fu Hang's face remained unseen. Letting out a long sigh, Fu Hang replayed his leap to save the child, feeling a rush of admiration for the heroic figure he had become, silently giving a thumbs up and sending a carnival emoji to the videographer. A dull ache throbbed in his left shoulder, a minor soft tissue bruise, but Fu Hang felt elated. With his physique, he would recover in a few days. That night Fu Hang slept exceptionally soundly, dreaming of soaring through a bustling city in a tight red suit, rescuing those in peril while countless beauties cast him flirtatious glances, inviting him into their embrace. At 7 in the morning, his alarm rang punctually, and Fu Hang awoke feeling refreshed. However, before he could finish dressing, his work phone rang. Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang hesitated before answering the call. "Are you alright?" A voice filled with surprise greeted him as soon as the call connected. Fu Hang frowned slightly, while the tone was filled with joy. The voice was notably hoarse. "I'm fine. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You really are okay? Why would I lie to you? Then where are you?" The voice on the other end started to quaver. "At home." For some reason Fu Hang's voice began to falter. "Why did you turn off your phone?" The quivering tone intensified. "I was tired, so I turned it off to sleep." There was silence on the other end. Only the sound of soft sobs. Listening to the muffled breathing mixed with tears, Fu Hang felt as if his lungs had been pierced, making it difficult to breathe. "Are you really okay?" After a long pause, the voice confirmed once more. "I'm really fine. I was just about to call you to buy breakfast." "What do you want for breakfast?" Fu Hang steadied himself, asking gently. "A jianbing from Aunt Liang." Qin Yuchu hesitated for a moment before replying softly. "Aunt Liang." Fu Hang searched his mind for the location of this shop, the one across from the city hospital. "Alright, I'll deliver it downstairs at your office shortly." "Okay." After hanging up, Fu Hang rubbed his face vigorously, looking at his reflection in the mirror, his expression complex. Sitting on the toilet, he smoked a cigarette, idly scrolling through videos of the delivery hero, before realizing there were no new updates. He then clicked on Shin Qingwan's contact. Qingwan, it's time to rise. A beautiful day begins anew." He hit send, feeling numb as he proceeded with his morning routine. "Good morning." 5 minutes later, Shin Qingwan replied, "What do you want for breakfast?" "How about a jianbing?" "Sounds good, thank you for your trouble." Another 5 minutes passed, and as Fu Hang slipped on his shoes, Shin Qingwan replied punctually. Fu Hang put away his phone, glanced at himself in the mirror once more, then headed downstairs. He decided against wearing the conspicuous delivery uniform. Even though his face had not been captured, it was best not to attract attention. In case someone recognized him, it would be awkward. After all, the persona of a fellow villager seemed to have already taken root at Shin Qingwan's company. Whether he wore it or not was irrelevant. Chapter 67. Is that the president? As he made his way to the basement, Fu Hang gazed at the eye-catching GT900 before him, his expression filled with helplessness. This car had been won in a second anniversary raffle, a global limited edition priced at 33 million. It was the kind of car that rental companies wouldn't even accept. For some reason, after receiving Qin Yuchu's call, he suddenly thought of this vehicle. With no other car around, he decided to drive this one to the hospital parking lot. It would make it easier to rent a shared bike from there. This was how Fu Hang rationalized his decision. Placing his hand on the door, he successfully unlocked it with his palm print, and the sleek headlights illuminated. Throughout the journey, Fu Hang listened to the morning news on the car radio with a detached demeanor. Not even bothering to smoke. As he turned the corner and looked up at the city hospital, he scanned for Aunt Liang's jianbing stall, only to realize it was merely a roadside stand, not a storefront. Puzzled, Fu Hang's gaze shifted to a particularly desolate figure illuminated by the morning light. She was still wearing the same suit from yesterday, her cropped pants revealing slender ankles. Yet the professional attire did little to convey vitality. With vacant eyes, she slumped against a tree on the roadside, gripping a phone connected to a power bank tightly in her hand. A safety helmet adorned with a bamboo dragonfly lay discarded on the ground beside her. Fu Hang pulled over, staring blankly at her. This was a hospital, and it was not uncommon to see someone bearing such an expression early in the morning. Yet in that moment, Fu Hang thought of many things. He understood that her demeanor had nothing to do with the hospital's occupants. As a luxurious sports car parked by the roadside, it drew the attention of many passers-by, yet those who rose early to earn their living had little curiosity. They merely glanced and hurried away. For instance, the girl seated on the ground did not even bother to look up. It was only when someone sat beside her that she turned her head slightly, her eyes widening in surprise when she recognized the person next to her. In the next moment, she discarded the mobile phone that she had clung to desperately, extending her hands towards Fu Hang, swiftly yet cautiously caressing his chest and back. Fu Hang understood her intentions and offered no resistance, silently observing her. Her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot, a clear sign of a sleepless night. She pressed against his injured shoulder, feeling a pang of pain, yet he showed no reaction, not even a flicker of expression. "I told you, I'm fine." Fu Hang grasped her hand, retrieved the phone from the ground, and gently pulled her up. Qin Yuchu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang's eyes. As she looked on, a smile broke through her tears. Fu Hang took her hand and led her to the crepe stand. 3 crepes, one with double pork, no scallions, ginger, or garlic, the other 2 with pork floss and sweet chili sauce. Shin Ching 1 doesn't eat scallions, ginger, or garlic in the morning. The vendor, an elderly woman, was warm and nimble. But upon noticing the downcast Chin Yuchu, she fell silent. It was early in the morning, and she had seen this girl sitting nearby. Assuming someone in her family was in the hospital, she had encountered such circumstances too often while running her stall to say much. She had also seen the luxury car and noticed Fu Hang descending from it, which made it even more inappropriate for her to comment. It was not just about money, the situation with the illness was more complicated. After receiving the 3 prepared crepes, Fu Hang turned and intercepted a passing delivery person. 500 yuan, please prioritize delivering this to Yuan Bo Trading. I can pay up front. Without waiting for a response, Fu Hang revealed the payment code. The delivery person showed no hesitation, accepted the crepes from Fu Hang, noted the recipient's phone number, and beamed as he dashed away. Throughout, Chin Yuchu said nothing, quietly observing Fu Hang as he composed a text message. Xingwan, I have an urgent matter and cannot come, but I've asked a delivery person to bring it. Please remember to receive it. After hitting send, Fu Hang took Chin Yuchu towards the GT900. It was only when he opened the passenger door that she realized he had driven there. The electric bike is still over there. Chin Yuchu hesitated to speak. It won't be lost. Fu Hang blocked the doorframe with his hand, urging Chin Yuchu to get in. A ride-hailing car passed by, and a woman in the back seat, engrossed in her phone, noticed a text notification pop up, her brow furrowing slightly just as she pondered how to reply. Her attention was drawn to the luxury vehicle by the roadside, but in the next instant, the woman sat upright with shock. Chin Yuchu, Shin Chingwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look. Just as a bus approached from behind, obstructing her view to its Chin Yuchu, she is still wearing yesterday's clothes, and beside her is the president. Is that the president's car? Damn it, I didn't see clearly just now. Stop the car, Shin Chingwan shouted anxiously. The intersection ahead, the light will change soon. We can't change lanes here. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, responding with a hint of resignation. Shin Chingwan anxiously turned to peer behind. But the bus blocked her view completely. Instinctively, she reached for the car door, only to find it locked and unyielding. Madam, what you're doing is very dangerous, the driver cautioned, noticing her actions and slowing down. Shin Chingwan gritted her teeth in frustration, but with the morning rush, the cars behind were closing in, making it impractical to slow down or maneuver around the bus. After the traffic light changed, the ride-hailing car pulled over, and Shin Chingwan sprinted towards the back, yet, upon arriving, there was no trace of the luxury vehicle. Why did they come here so early? Shin Chingwan surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on the entrance of the city hospital. No change of clothes. Could it be a sudden illness? No, if they were going to the hospital, they would have parked in the lot. This isn't a parking area, even disregarding the fines. A sensible person wouldn't park here indiscriminately. As she pondered, her eyes swept over Liang Dama's crepe stand, but her gaze lingered not a moment longer. She hailed another cab and, while waiting, began searching luxury car websites. As soon as she opened the page, she spotted the GT900 valued at 33 million. Gazing at the price, Shin Chingwan's expression grew complicated. The GT900 drove directly to the residential complex where Chin Yuchu lived, and the security guard at the entrance didn't even inquire. Simply raising the barrier, let us eat the crepes first, then take a shower and have a good sleep, Fu Hang gently suggested as they sat on the new sofa in the living room. Chin Yuchu nodded silently, accepting the crepes. They sat at either end of a 3-person sofa, a single space between them, silently munching on their crepes. The child is alright. Fu Hang could no longer bear the silence and attempted to spark a conversation. Yesterday, during the phone call with Chin Yuchu, she only mentioned that the police had arrived and the child had been handed over to them, without divulging further details. Upon hearing his question, Chin Yuchu set down her crepe. Looking at Fu Hang with a complex expression, "What's wrong?" Fu Hang asked, startled. "That child was taken by a human trafficker. He is an abducted child." Chin Yuchu's words were shocking. "What?" Fu Hang exclaimed in disbelief. After the police arrived yesterday, they tried to contact the family, but they couldn't reach them no matter what. Eventually, the police took the child back to the precinct, after leaving my phone number. I departed. At 9 o'clock that night, the police called me. At first, I thought they had reached the family and that they wanted to thank me. I told them I was just passing by and didn't know them. Chin Yuchu seemed to recall something and hurriedly added, and then Fu Hang dismissed the question, and then the police asked me to come to the precinct to help with a statement. A statement? Fu Hang was taken aback. The child was trafficked, and those living there might be the traffickers. No, the child was trafficked. Why would they want to contact you? Fu Hang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. They suspect that you are a human trafficker, Chin Yuchu said softly, looking down at me. Fu Hang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The reversal was too sudden, catching him off guard. Yes, when they returned to the precinct, they couldn't reach the family. The records indicated that the occupants were tenants, but the phone was unreachable. Later, they sent someone to the scene but still found no one. They interviewed the neighbors, And no one recognized the family or even knew they had a child. This raised the alert of the investigating officers. They returned to apply for permission to forcibly enter the premises and began cross-referencing information. Soon, they identified a child with similar information who had been abducted 6 days prior, and the family had already reported it. These were what the police later told me when they questioned me. How did I become a trafficker? Fu Hang still found it hard to accept. I risked my life to save a child, and now I'm a suspect. The eyewitnesses' statements only noted that you were holding the child and fell from upstairs. Then you abandoned the child and ran away. Fu Hang was left speechless. Logically, he was indeed a prime suspect. However, later the police saw the video from the delivery rider online, showing you running across the street. And they apologized to me, explaining the situation. They even mentioned wanting to award you for your bravery, asking me if you were a retired Special Forces soldier. Qin Youchu's mood suddenly lifted. Did you tell them we knew each other? Fu Hang's expression fell again. They later found the surveillance footage from that area, showing us riding an electric bike, but I told them you don't like being in the spotlight and don't want people to see your face. Fu Hang took a despondent bite of his crepe, feeling utterly disheartened. In the end, it was inevitable. Considering the official's need for someone to pin it on, it's really not hard to find someone with current technology. They were already offering awards for bravery, so it's impossible to keep it under wraps. I told them we were afraid of retaliation from the traffickers. We should be cautious of retaliation. Qin Youchu suddenly spoke earnestly. Fu Hang's eyes brightened, pleasantly surprised by her quick thinking. You're sharp. That's an excellent point. The police must consider that. Were you in the police station for long? Fu Hang soon furrowed his brow. If that's the case, I feel quite uneasy. Were you interrogating a suspect? An overnight interrogation? No, I left around 11. Qin Youchu lowered her head again. The electric bike must be out of battery by now. Fu Hang's eyes flickered as he guessed where she had gone after leaving the police station. Yes, I waited at the city hospital afterwards. Fu Hang found himself at a loss for words. A certain part of him stirred intensely, like a stirring rod with barbs. It was damned. This time, he understood what was being stirred within him. Hurry and eat, then get some sleep. Fu Hang stood up, placing the unfinished crepe on the table. Where are you going? Qin Youchu startled. To pick up a package. Fu Hang flashed a smile. While carrying the package back, he received a text message from Qin Youchu. An 8-digit code. Fu Hang recognized it as the password for the new house's door lock. He stared at the number for a while before replying with another string of digits. This is my other phone. When that one is unreachable, this one will definitely connect. Unlocking the door with the password, Fu Hang found the living room empty, the master bedroom door closed, with faint sounds of running water coming from within. Fu Hang quietly settled into the living room, unboxing the delivery to assemble a standing iron. The sound of running water ceased, followed by the sound of slippers against the floor, then the hum of a hairdryer. Fu Hang poured himself a glass of water, drank it down, set the iron aside, and silently sat back down on the sofa. After finishing a cigarette, the sound of the hairdryer stopped. Fu Hang extinguished the cigarette but then waved his hand to disperse the smoke. Feeling thirsty again, after downing a second glass of water, he remembered the unfinished crepe and earnestly resumed eating. In the master bedroom, there was an eerie silence, as though the occupant had succumbed to slumber. Fu Hang glanced around, wishing to assist in some manner. To his astonishment, he noticed that the room was impeccably tidy, the desk was devoid of dust, and the floor gleamed like a polished mirror. Frustrated, he made his way to the balcony, where he spotted clothes hanging out to dry. Some he wished to see, others he dared not. Clearing his throat with a forced cough, Fu Hang returned to the sofa and lit another cigarette. However, after just a few puffs, he extinguished it, standing up with a calm demeanor at the doorway of the master bedroom. She was not a client, unbound by the constraints of the system, Fu Hang reminded himself. He then grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it. Indeed, the door was not locked. Like a thief, he pushed it open just enough to reveal a silhouette with graceful curves, clad in a silk camisole. A blanket draped over her shoulders, her bare calves appearing strikingly fair. Fu Hang's eyes flickered, and the hand gripping the doorknob trembled slightly. Ding dong, the phone on the table chimed, causing Fu Hang to startle. And he quickly closed the door, almost leaping towards his phone. Qin Youchu, lying on her side, trembled slightly but did not open her eyes, maintaining her posture. The sound of Fu Hang opening the door was soft. She did not hear it, yet the faint scent of smoke wafted in, signaling her that the door had been ajar. The noise of the door closing was somewhat louder, and she caught that. A faint smile appeared on her face as she kept her eyes shut, serene as if she had truly fallen into a deep sleep. Fu Hang clutched his phone tightly as he rushed to the balcony. Staring at the screen in a daze, the message contained just 4 words. Is it you, sender, Li Weiyang? What the hell? You recognized a figure with a resolution of 480. In that instant, Fu Hang comprehended her meaning. And only then did he recall that he had forgotten to clock in for the double pay. Logically speaking, I had only donned a takeout uniform in your presence. Shouldn't it have been Shin Ching-won who recognized me first? I wear this in front of her every day. Fu Hang was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Just then, his phone vibrated, indicating an incoming call. Shin Ching-won, Chapter 69. Send me your address. Xingwan, did you get the breakfast? Fu Hang bit his lip and answered the call. Are you injured? The voice on the other end was filled with concern. No, how could I possibly be injured? I was busy this morning. I saw Qin Yuchu, she was holding a child. Xingwan interrupted him directly. Fu Hang was taken aback. Damn it, in focusing on whether he had been captured on camera, he had forgotten that Qin Yuchu had indeed made a public appearance. Are you currently in the hospital? Xingwan pressed on. No, I truly haven't been injured. Fu Hang earnestly explained. Really, have I ever lied to you? What are you having for lunch? I'll bring it to you. You'll know when we meet. Fu Hang attempted to salvage the situation. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. You should rest well these days, don't bother coming, I can eat in the cafeteria. I'm really fine, be good, listen to me, Xingwan asserted with unusual dominance. Alright, fine. Fu Hang took a while to compose himself before mustering the appropriate emotions. After hanging up, Xingwan stared at her phone. Slightly dazed, she had seen a video of the takeout hero while eating breakfast after arriving at the office that morning. After watching it several times and recalling the sight of Qin Yuchu holding the child, she connected it to Fu Hang. Given the circumstances, she felt compelled to make the call. However, Fu Hang's adamant claims about wanting to deliver lunch left her puzzled. If Fu Hang said such things, it implied he was either uninjured or only slightly hurt, yet, having fallen from a building, why would he still want the other person to deliver food? Xingwan found it hard to fathom. There should be a limit to exploitation, and once that limit was crossed, the repercussions could be troublesome. There could even be extreme reactions, as frequently seen in the news, whether as a devoted admirer or a mere backup. They often dwell in the self-satisfaction of unreciprocated efforts, yet once that satisfaction exceeds their capacity to endure, it morphs into a desperate quest for redemption, wherein giving transforms into demanding. With a slight sigh, Xingwan turned her head, instinctively glancing toward the office across the way. Qin Yuchu had indeed not come to work. Wait, Qin Yuchu was absent from work, she was at the hospital this morning? Yesterday, when Fu Hang rescued someone, Qin Yuchu was present. Fu Hang was injured, and she accompanied him to the hospital. Did the president pick up Qin Yuchu from the hospital this morning? In an instant, everything seemed to fall into place. Had Fu Hang seen the president, that hasty glance earlier, first drawn by the luxury car and then by Qin Yuchu, only vaguely catching sight of a man opening the door for her? Without noting any distinguishing features, without a moment's hesitation, Xingwan redialed Fu Hang's number. The line is busy. Engaged, Xingwan continued to call. Just as Fu Hang hung up, his phone rang again. Li Wei Young. Fu Hang stared at the flashing screen. Feeling weary, this woman was nothing like Xingwan. She was not easily fooled. Even if Xingwan knew he was the takeout hero, it wouldn't change much. Her resolve was unwavering, unafraid of any malevolence. But Li Wei Yang was different. She was an exceptionally emotional woman, easily ignited into a frenzy. The ringing ceased momentarily, only to resume immediately. Still Li Wei Yang. Fu Hang understood that if he did not answer, she would continue calling until his phone died. Wei Yang. Fu Hang answered the call. Where are you? The voice on the other end was filled with urgency. I'm at home. Don't lie to me. Which hospital are you in? Tell me. The voice on the line was almost a roar. I truly am at home. I am not injured. Fu Hang tried to salvage the situation. Give me your address. I'm coming now. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, hearing a flurry of hurried footsteps on the line, followed by a door slamming. I knew it would come to this. Fu Hang looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, willing his tears not to fall. Is Qin Yuchu by your side? The voice on the other end, noticing Fu Hang's prolonged silence, abruptly halted before coldly asking him. Fu Hang's eyes brightened as he turned to glance toward the master bedroom. That was an interesting line of thought. Yes. Fu Hang replied earnestly. What of it? Am I going to eat her? There's nothing between us. We're completely innocent. So what are you afraid of? You were injured, and I don't even have the right to visit. The voice on the other end suddenly became animated, followed by even quicker footsteps. Damn it, Li Wei Yang, you're being unreasonable. And what about your fake gestures? Send me the address now. Immediately, Li Wei Yang was on the verge of hanging up, and Fu Hang could already hear the sound of a car unlocking. I'm not at home. Fu Hang hurriedly interjected. Letting this woman know where I live would be a real headache. Not to mention the current apartment. Where are you in the hospital? The voice on the other end finally stabilized, as Li Wei Yang sensed Fu Hang's concession. Fu Hang looked up, gazing into the distance of the city. Second hospital. After a moment's hesitation, he calculated the distance and relayed the address. It wasn't too far from the second hospital. Li Wei Yang ceased her inquiries and abruptly hung up even after the call ended. Fu Hang could still hear the roar of the engine from the other end. With little time to ponder, Fu Hang cast a complicated glance at the master bedroom door before slipping on his shoes and dashing toward the elevator. He needed to reach the hospital before Li Wei Yang. What a predicament! The front door closed softly, and the sleeping beauty in the master bedroom lazily shifted her position from lying on her side to lying on her back. Her pristine calves slightly bent. She had yet to open her eyes, but a faint smile lingered on her face. While Fu Hang was still in the elevator, his phone rang once more. Xingwan? When will this end? Fu Hang tugged at his hair in frustration, his expression contorted. Qingwan, what's wrong? Fu Hang's voice was unusually gentle. Which hospital are you in? Qingwan's tone was markedly different from before. After numerous failed attempts to get through, she sounded a bit annoyed. I'm really not in the hospital, I'm at home. Fu Hang weakly explained. Where is your home? Send me the address. Qingwan's voice remained calm. Yet icy. A template, is it? Are you both attending the same online course? I'm at the second hospital. Fu Hang capitulated, feeling exhausted. He wasn't worried about the two women crossing paths. Qingwan would unlikely come during work hours. She was a career-focused woman. Particularly after just being promoted. The second hospital. Qingwan on the other end paused. Wasn't he supposed to be the city hospital? Why is he at the second hospital? Qingwan, I really am fine. It's just a minor shoulder bruise that will heal in a few days. Fu Hang patiently explained as the elevator arrived, and he quickened his pace. Then, you should rest well, I'll come see you after work. Qingwan's tone suddenly softened. After hanging up, Fu Hang broke into a run that he dared not drive the GT900, it was too conspicuous, and given the time and distance, four wheels might not be swifter than his two legs. Li Weiyang might still be at her old place. If so, it would take half an hour to reach the second hospital. Since the morning rush had passed, it would only take less time. Half an hour was ample time for Fu Hang to arrive at the hospital before Li Weiyang. However, it wasn't just about arriving first. He also needed to set up the scene. Chapter 70. The chef's intuition. Chen Xiaoyuan was a nurse in the orthopedic ward of the second hospital of Hanchang. With 3 years of experience, having just completed her routine morning rounds, she found a rare moment of leisure, leaning against the window on the 7th floor of the ward, gazing out at the bustling city below. Working as a ward nurse was an exceedingly demanding role, and she often utilized this moment to clear her mind and relax. However, her attention was swiftly drawn to a figure dashing along the sidewalk below. A man was running under the warm embrace of the morning sun, a figure fervently pursuing both the dawn and the wind. He stood tall and striking, radiating vitality, and with the discerning eye of Chen Xiaoyuan, who had once excelled in anatomy, she instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this man. Was he a professional athlete? Even from a distance, through the fabric of his clothing, Chen Xiaoyuan could discern his remarkable athletic coordination, explosive strength, control, and the exquisite definition of his muscles. Due to professional habits and a hint of personal interest, her phone often maliciously suggested various fitness enthusiasts and athletic videos, yet those influencers and renowned athletes paled in comparison to the man downstairs in terms of muscular control and bodily prowess. For a moment, Chen Xiaoyuan was utterly entranced. However, the next instant, a flicker of suspicion crossed her bright eyes as she noticed the man chasing the wind turn into the entrance of the second hospital. Was he running so fast because someone significant in his life was ill? She rose onto her toes, her gaze following his figure, a trace of sympathy illuminating her face. Surely he was heading to the emergency room? Should she go down and check? After all, she had been working in the hospital for 3 years and had made quite a few acquaintances among the medical staff. Perhaps she could offer some assistance? Chen Xiaoyuan toyed with the hem of her clothing. Caught in a dilemma, the nurses were not permitted to wander off their posts without cause, and being discovered would lead to deductions from her evaluation score. Her lips pressed together beneath her mask as her gaze flickered, the image of the man basking in the morning light persistently occupying her thoughts. Perhaps just a quick glance. After all, the emergency room was on the first floor. Stealing a furtive glance at the nurse's station, noticing no one was paying attention to her, she tugged at her mask and made her way to the elevator. How should she approach him if they met? Should she greet him? Would it be too abrupt to approach directly? He must be out of breath after such a run, right? Would it be appropriate for her to pat his back and help him catch his breath? His back must be sculpted, with a texture akin to marble and the grain of walnut wood. Standing before the elevator, Chen Xiaoyuan unconsciously clenched her small fists, feeling her cheeks flush beneath her mask. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the safety door beside the elevator swung open, and the man, exuding an unrestrained aura of vitality, abruptly appeared before her. His complexion was flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and he appeared slightly breathless. Beneath the snug fit of his jacket, his solid chest rose and fell rhythmically. With this captivating rhythm, a wave of warmth cascaded forth, crashing against Chen Xiaoyuan's gently rounded figure like waves against a cliff. She gazed at him in rapt fascination, her pupils momentarily unfocused, her body trembling slightly as if enveloped by his intoxicating presence, layer upon layer, swaying, rippling. The admission process proceeded unusually smoothly. After Fu Hang expressed his desire to be hospitalized to the rather peculiar yet earnest little nurse, within 10 minutes, he found himself resting in a special care room typically reserved for select individuals. While changing into the striped hospital gown, Fu Hang mused that it had indeed been too long since his last visit to the hospital. The service had evidently improved to such a considerate extent. The door to the ward swung open, and the seemingly peculiar yet exceedingly attentive little nurse entered, holding a stack of forms. "Hello, I am your responsible nurse. My name is Chen Xiaoyuan." The petite nurse lowered her head, pointing to her name badge. The badge was positioned rather high, making it difficult for Fu Hang to see its contents from his angle. Hello. Fu Hang replied politely, bending to adjust the buttons of his newly donned attire. Please provide your social security account, as many of the upcoming checks can be covered by insurance. Jin Xiaoyuan's cheeks flushed as her gaze inadvertently fell upon the hint of sculpted abs beneath his attire. Absolutely perfect. It was indeed worth the risk of being penalized for her performance. Oh, I do not have insurance. Fu Hang buttoned his shirt, flashing a courteous smile. The little nurse was petite, and although her face beneath the mask likely still bore the softness of youth, her twinkling peach blossom eyes shone brightly, exuding warmth. What? Jin Xiaoyuan paused briefly, surprised. No insurance. However, upon meeting his sunny smile, she quickly dismissed this minor disappointment. Then I will need to fill out some basic information to process your admission. The doctors are currently busy, but they will come by shortly to conduct an initial examination. Jin Xiaoyuan approached with the forms, her small tiger teeth nibbling at her lip. My shoulder is injured. And it's quite urgent. Can you wrap a bandage, the kind that winds around in circles? Fu Hang glanced at his watch. It seemed Li Weiyang should be arriving soon. One must always perform in full attire. With no detail overlooked. A bandage, Jin Xiaoyuan blinked in surprise, but the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as Fu Hang began to remove his shirt. This chest, those abs, those biceps, her tiger teeth graced her lip. But she was oblivious to the sensation. Ahem, my shoulder is injured. On the back. Fu Hang hesitated, sensing that the nurse's gaze was somewhat unusual. It was as if a chef had just encountered a prime cut of meat. This was not an illusion, it was the instinct of a master chef. Oh, Jin Xiaoyuan's cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly moved behind Fu Hang. Indeed, the clearly defined lines, the stark contours. In the next moment, Jin Xiaoyuan's gaze trembled slightly, revealing a hint of concern. She noticed a slight redness and swelling, likely a bruise from an impact. He indeed was injured, though the injury did not seem severe enough to warrant hospitalization. To contemplate admission for such a minor injury clearly indicated that he was a man who took great care of his body. With this thought, Jin Xiaoyuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, and trusting such a perfect physique to her care brought her a sense of comfort. Yet she soon pondered, if he cherished his body so much, why had he run so recklessly? Did he not realize that one should avoid strenuous activity when injured? In that moment, Jin Xiaoyuan felt a surge of indignation on his behalf. Can we bandage this here? Fu Hang, noticing the nurse's delay, couldn't help but urge her again. Li Weiyang had already sent him a message inquiring about his room number. Of course. Jin Xiaoyuan straightened her posture, her response crisp and decisive. Can we proceed now? Fu Hang was taken aback. Perhaps an overly enthusiastic medical staff was not necessarily a good thing. Please wait a moment. The little nurse dashed away in quick strides. Fu Hang exhaled deeply, watching his phone begin to vibrate in silence. Li Weiyang must have arrived at the hospital, and upon seeing his lack of response, had called. Fu Hang chose not to answer, switching screens to Li Weiyang's contact, editing the room number but refraining from sending it. The little nurse soon returned, a roll of medical bandage in hand, her sparkling eyes brimming with eagerness. Fu Hang tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling increasingly like a fish being scrutinized by a chef. Silently, he clicked send on his phone, cooperating with the little nurse's work, mentally preparing himself for the performance ahead. Sure enough, just as the little nurse was about to tie off the bandage, the sharp sound of high heels echoed from outside the room. In the next moment, the door swung open. Chapter 71. Attentive care. The unexpected visitor caused Jin Xiaoyuan, who had intended to tie a charming bow with the bandage, to instead neatly secure it, briefly outlining some precautions before awkwardly departing the room. Li Weiyang's presence was undeniably commanding, particularly as her gaze radiated concern and tenderness upon entering, leaving Jin Xiaoyuan feeling that merely being alone with Fu Hang was somehow sinful. With the little nurse gone and before Fu Hang could take charge, Li Weiyang stepped forward tenderly to fasten his buttons. Then, following the little nurse's instructions, she began to tidy up the room, boiling water with the special care ward's kettle, disinfecting the bedside table, armrests, and slippers with alcohol. Ultimately, she even washed Fu Hang's face with warm water. Throughout the entire process, not a word was exchanged, while Fu Hang maintained a calm exterior. Internally he was in turmoil. The most dreadful scenario had unfolded. Despite Li Weiyang's seemingly irate and domineering tone over the phone, Fu Hang understood the reasons behind her demeanor. An emotional woman is easily swayed. Upon confirming that the heroic figure who leaped from the third floor to save someone, ultimately crashing down, was indeed him, it was clear she had embarked on a self-driven campaign of affection. Fu Hang had anticipated various countermeasures, yet none of his devised strategies seemed effective for the current predicament. You have indeed changed a great deal. Li Weiyang remained silent, but Fu Hang could not allow such emotions to linger unaddressed in the ward. Observing the growing depth of her feelings, he felt compelled to momentarily set aside his principles and decorum. Yesterday, thanks to Qin Youchu's serendipitous assistance, Li Weiyang's fondness for him had dipped to 69.52, and he could not afford to let it slip away. The implication of Fu Hang's words was unmistakable. Li Weiyang had transformed, matured, and learned to care for others. In her previous life as a pampered heiress, she had been oblivious to such matters. She was a woman who lived in an ivory tower, untouched by the hardships of the world, basking in morning dew while avoiding the dust of the seasons. She was also the only one who had taken his affections for granted. So, what constitutes growth? What drives such growth? Marriage. Attack the roots to save the branches, strategize to conquer the heart. Li Weiyang's movements faltered, and her entranced gaze flickered as she silently seated herself on a nearby chair. The little nurse returned with the ward's doctor, who, after a brief inquiry, began examining Fu Hang's injury. The bandage, which had signified the completion of a phase of tasks, was mercilessly unwrapped by none other than Chen Xiaoyuan. This time, however, her movements were markedly more cautious, influenced by Li Weiyang's penetrating gaze. Devoid of any careless touches, the doctor furrowed his brow slightly, complimenting the professionalism of the bandaging technique. Little did he know that Chen Xiaoyuan had acted against protocol, wrapping the patient without the attending physician's consent. He assumed it was a preliminary first aid measure administered prior to the patient's arrival at the hospital. After his inquiries and observations, he concluded that Fu Hang's injuries were not severe. Fu Hang had attributed his injury to a fall from a chair while changing a light bulb. Such minor injuries hardly warranted a stay in an intensive care unit. A glance at the family member attending to him revealed that, while not ostentatiously adorned, her attire was unmistakably of considerable value. The wealthy, the doctor mused inwardly. A cursory examination confirmed his initial assessment. There was nothing amiss, merely a bruise, which had he arrived a tad later might have healed spontaneously. A preliminary assessment indicated no skeletal damage. Nevertheless, during the conservative observation period, I recommend conducting an MRI and some additional monitoring, the doctor noted, scribbling swiftly in the medical record while casting a serious look at Li Weiyang. With your level of concern, it would reflect poorly on my professionalism if I were to treat this matter lightly. Li Weiyang politely expressed her gratitude as she escorted the doctor out of the ward. However, the young nurse promptly retrieved a syringe from the cart she had brought. What on earth? Fu Hang gasped. Having just been impressed by the doctor's meticulousness, which had spared him from being unceremoniously ejected from the hospital for wasting medical resources, he had clearly understood the disdain and contempt that had nearly crossed the doctor's face. But now, what was this blood extraction for a routine blood test? The nurse explained earnestly. Surely there is no need for that, Fu Hang exclaimed, his eyes widening. He was not afraid of the needle, but rather of what the blood test might reveal. At this moment, he was uncertain of his own humanity. Should a scientist suddenly declare him a synthetic being, he would likely believe it. A blood test was indeed necessary. Do not worry, my technique is quite proficient. It won't hurt, the nurse reassured him, her voice adopting a soothing tone reminiscent of an older sister comforting a child about to receive an injection. Be good, listen to the nurse. Li Weiyang leaned closer, grasping Fu Hang's hand. This was the first thing she had said since entering the room. To his astonishment, Fu Hang sensed the essence of Fu Wanqing in those words. He was reaping what he had sown. His mind still grappling with the implications as he felt the prick of the needle, fixating on the syringe, he felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, the bright red liquid appeared normal. His greatest fear was that the nurse would draw out a golden synthetic oil. After the blood was drawn, the nurse attentively placed an oxygen mask on Fu Hang, casting a discreet glance at Li Weiyang before quietly exiting. As Fu Hang felt the mask enveloping his face, he began to question whether he had inadvertently bribed the doctor. Was there truly a need for an oxygen mask? Was this merely a prop prepared by the production team, unbeknownst to him? The doctor, who had just left, was deliberating whether to arrange a comprehensive physical examination for Fu Hang, lest it fail to reflect the hospital's meticulous care, seriousness, dedication, and the compassionate nature of medical professionals. The ward fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the rhythmic sounds of the oxygen machine. Fu Hang, with nowhere to direct his gaze, closed his eyes in feigned slumber. Meanwhile, Li Weiyang also fell silent, sitting quietly with her vacant stare fixed on the floor, where lay a pair of blue slippers that she had just sanitized with alcohol. Had she changed so much? Indeed, when had she ever cleaned someone else's slippers? She had never even cleaned her own. Were such tasks not the domain of the housekeeper? Yet why had she felt so naturally inclined to clean his slippers? She had just understood Fu Hang's words. He must have been praising her, commending her for her thoughtfulness and capability in caring for others after their marriage. But had she ever cared for that man before their divorce? Was it possible that her inability to care for others had led to that man's? No, he had been entangled with that secretary long before their marriage. Chapter 72. Friends and family. Fu Hang appeared to be asleep, his breathing steady, his complexion serene. Li Weiyang rose to adjust the blanket around him, quietly observing the man before her. In her mind, the image of him plummeting from the third floor, crashing heavily onto the car roof, resurfaced. He had the audacity to claim he fell while changing a light bulb. A flicker of pride crossed Li Weiyang's eyes at the thought of the delivery hero, the man who had always cared for her, now resting peacefully like a child before her. As a blush crept across her cheeks, Li Weiyang gently stood and moved toward the ward door. Having rushed in earlier, she had forgotten to bring anything. She needed to purchase some essentials downstairs. Tissues were a must, as the ones in the ward were too coarse. She needed a water cup as well, preferably one with a straw since Fu Hang would find it inconvenient to lie down. A pillow would also be beneficial, as his left arm hanging would surely be uncomfortable. Perhaps she should buy another pair of slippers. The soles of these felt rather stiff. The moment Li Weiyang stepped out, Fu Heng abruptly opened his eyes. Damn it, this is a disaster. If he did not take action, he would surely miss out on the system's evaluation rewards today. Even with his eyes closed, he had felt Li Weiyang's intense gaze upon him. That look alone was worth 88. But how could he break the impasse at this juncture? Should he summon Shen Qingwan for a risk hedge, setting aside whether Shen Qingwan would even come? What if she did, with her current declining favorability? Holding the position of HR manager, her influence was substantial. One misstep could lead to disaster. Wouldn't that mean losing everything? If it were not absolutely necessary, he would refrain from introducing the two clients, as the repercussions could be dire. Squinting, Fu Heng recalled that haggard face. Lost in thought, he pulled out his phone and sent a text message. He was reluctant to call her at this moment. When Li Weiyang returned laden with bags, the young nurse was once again wrapping Fu Heng's bandage up. This was Fu Heng's insistence, as this prop would be needed for the upcoming scenes, since the setup was already prepared. He hoped to use it to request a few days of sick leave from Shen Qingwan. The nurse cast a suspicious glance at the items Li Weiyang was carrying, secretly delighted. Was she planning to stay here for an extended period? She had discerned the situation from the doctor's instructions and had been concerned that the other party might catch on and discharge themselves the next day. What of having a family? I am not interested in you. I merely wish to tend to this body. Care for the patient. What shall we have for lunch? Li Weiyang organized the items she had purchased, placing them in their respective locations. This marked the second sentence she had spoken to Fu Heng. Fu Heng seemed taken aback, a look of conflict crossing his features. Where is Qin Yuchu? Why isn't she here? Li Weiyang instantly understood the expression and casually responded. She went to rest. She didn't sleep at all last night. Fu Heng averted his gaze, his tone hesitant. Let her rest well. If you want something to eat, I will buy the same. Li Weiyang smiled warmly. This man at least knew how to feel guilty, unlike that other man who had cornered her in the office, after only 6 months of marriage. Moreover, what was Fu Heng guilty about? She was the one who had exited the vehicle first. If there was an available seat, was he not entitled to occupy it? Fu Heng was still formulating his words when the ward door swung open. Feeling better, Qin Yuchu, clad in a casual outfit, entered with a weary smile, carrying a thermos. Upon seeing her clearly fatigued face, both occupants of the room were momentarily taken aback. Li Weiyang felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to articulate why. However, Fu Heng was genuinely stunned. How long had it been since he sent that message? Not wishing to disturb Yuchu's rest, he had simply texted, "I'm hospitalized at the second hospital." His plan had been to wait for Qin Yuchu to awaken, see the message, and then call him, allowing him to answer the phone in front of Li Weiyang. He had anticipated that the call required no cooperation from Qin Yuchu. He could perform the entire act himself. But who could have predicted that Qin Yuchu, who should have still been sound asleep, would appear in the ward? Who had informed her of the room number? Moreover, she was carrying a meal box. I know you possess extraordinary foresight, but such uncanny predictions frighten me. Qin Yuchu exhibited no surprise at Li Weiyang's presence, instead offering her a polite, sweet smile. Setting down the meal box, she moved to the foot of the bed and adjusted the electric bed's position. Only then did Li Weiyang realize that Fu Heng had been resting in an uncomfortable half-reclined position. With the bed adjusted to a more supportive angle, Qin Yuchu casually took the pillow Li Weiyang had just bought and placed it behind Fu Heng. Li Weiyang felt no resistance to Qin Yuchu's actions. Rather, she felt increasingly anxious. She watched as Qin Yuchu lifted the dining table, wiped the surface with the wet wipe she had just purchased, and began to arrange the food containers she had brought. A light porridge accompanied by 4 small dishes. It was somewhat bland, but if he persevered, tomorrow he would have chicken soup. Qin Yuchu pulled out a tissue and tucked it into Fu Heng's collar, then sat beside him. Fu Heng wore a contented and happy smile, the genuine emotion in his eyes unmistakable. It was truly the first time he had been treated with such meticulous care. Li Weiyang turned her head away, her expression complex, unable to bear the sight before her. The warmth of the scene stirred a sense of bitterness and sorrow within her. Fu Heng shifted his sitting posture, about to raise his hand to take the spoon from Qin Yuchu's grasp. However, he noticed that Qin Yuchu did not offer it to him. Instead, she carefully scooped a spoonful of blue on it gently, tested the temperature with her lips, and then brought it to Fu Heng's face. Almost instinctively, Fu Heng opened his mouth and swallowed the congee that had just touched Qin Yuchu's lips, although he could not discern any particular flavor. He was certain that this mouthful was far more delicious than the 298 yuan dish at the Ping An Hotel. You should rest well. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Li Weiyang said. Unable to remain seated, she was reluctant to depart, but the rising anguish within her made it hard to breathe. In that moment, she felt an even greater torment than when she had pushed open the door to that office. Fu Heng wished to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, another spoonful of congee was sent down. Qin Yuchu turned her head, casting a grateful glance at Li Weiyang, yet she made no move to see her off. Li Weiyang forced a smile and departed hastily. With just a single glance, she had become the friend visiting a patient, while those remaining were merely the family members caring for the ailing. What did the doctor say? Once Li Weiyang had left, Qin Yuchu finally inquired about the patient's condition. Nothing much. How did you know I was here? Fu Hang dropped the pretense and asked the question that had been on his mind. Wasn't it you who told me? But I never mentioned the ward number. There are medical guides. One inquiry and they would know. Qin Yuchu looked at Fu Hang as if he were a fool. But why did you bring food? Qin Yuchu did not answer, instead glancing at the clock on the wall, her meaning clear. It was mealtime. I can manage on my OW end. It's really no trouble. Fu Hang struggled to sit up straight. However, Qin Yuchu ignored him, continuing to feed him spoonful after spoonful, each one accompanied by the same initial gesture. In truth, the kanji had cooled, yet she insisted on touching each spoonful to her lips before licking them after the kanji made contact. Fu Hang swallowed with effort, unsure whether he was consuming kanji or something else entirely. Chapter 73, Room 6. The atmosphere in the ward was once again infused with a peculiar sentiment, this time imbued with an unusual warmth and harmony. The one harboring such thoughts was not Fu Hang, but rather the young nurse, Chen Xiaoyuan. She had come to inquire if assistance was needed in ordering meals, as the private ward offered supplementary services. Yet, upon entering, she was taken aback, momentarily believing she had entered the wrong room. Where had the urban beauty in the long trench coat gone? Who was this neighborly girl with even more striking beauty? Sister, don't joke around, you two are practically radiating love. Wouldn't it be simpler to just kiss? The young nurse did not dare to say much, merely asking a token question before leaving in a state of shock. Indeed, exceptional men were not meant for her to covet. No matter the angle, she felt dwarfed. After all, she had once been on the list of campus beauties. Alone, she could still claim to be cute. But with two together, all that remained for her was to be kind-hearted. This meal left Fu Hang with a lingering sense of satisfaction, primarily due to his relaxed state of mind. The expression on Li Weiyang's face as she departed assured him of his safety. No matter how formidable the stock market, it could not withstand the onslaught of Qin Yuchu. At that moment, he felt it was worthwhile to nurture a Qin Yuchu, even considering increasing his investment to support her development. Encouraging her to continue her efforts with perseverance. By the way, didn't she mention wanting a car? What about you? What are you having for lunch? Fu Hang accepted the tissue from Qin Yuchu. Feeling as if he had lost his ability to care for himself. Dang. Qin Yuchu exaggeratedly hummed as she revealed another layer from the insulated container. To his surprise, there was yet another bowl of kanji. I feared you might not be full, so I prepared an extra portion. Since you refuse it, I shall reluctantly consume it myself. Saying this, Qin Yuchu began to feed herself with the very spoon Fu Hang had used. Spoonful by spoonful, despite the presence of chairs and a table nearby, she chose to nestle on the hospital bed, close to Fu Hang. Suddenly Fu Hang felt a flicker of doubt about his earlier intention to leave the hospital after Shin Qingwan's visit. Perhaps staying a few more days would be beneficial. After tidying up, Qin Yuchu peeled an apple that Li Weiyang had purchased for Fu Hang, yet she made no mention of Li Weiyang at all. Then she unfolded the foldable couch prepared for companions in the private ward, leaned against it, and closed her eyes. She fell into a deep slumber. Fu Hang got up twice, once to use the restroom and once to sneak out to the balcony for a smoke. Each time, she remained undisturbed, gazing at her peacefully sleeping face. Fu Hang remained silent. Around 6 o'clock, Qin Yuchu left rather abruptly, even neglecting to ask Fu Hang what he would have for dinner, yet Fu Hang understood her reason for departing at that hour. Causing his previously tranquil heart to stir once more. At 6:15 Shin Qingwan arrived, bringing with her a serving of Lansao beef noodles, complete with meat and egg. She sat in the companion chair like an old friend. Watching Fu Hang eat while engaging in light conversation, the topics revolved primarily around Fu Hang's heroic act of saving a life. She expressed confusion as to why the authorities had not acknowledged him publicly or why the news had not covered his actions. Is it because they are waiting for you to be discharged? Fu Hang subtly indicated that the child might have been a victim of abduction, entangled in a criminal case, and that the police, for protective reasons, had chosen not to publicize the matter. Shin Qingwan understood and, with Fu Hang's encouragement, reminded him to rest well before taking her leave. Fu Hang put down his chopsticks, lost in thought as he observed the cilantro floating atop the broth. The settlement had already come through, 300,000 yuan. Even without actively checking in, the system had accounted for Li Weiyang's portion. Shin Qingwan's favorability rating stood at 70.01, Li Weiyang's at 73.12. Despite her status as a delivery girl, Shin Qingwan's rating continued to decline, while Li Weiyang's had indeed seen a slight increase. Fu Hang knew that had it not been for Qin Yuchu's timely intervention, Li Weiyang would likely have seen a significant rise today. The young nurse approached with the blood test results, her expression oddly peculiar. Indeed, exceptional genes were not something ordinary people could aspire to. The data from the blood test was astonishing. Almost all the values were at the pinnacle of human capability. Had she not personally collected and submitted the sample, she might have doubted its authenticity. How could anyone possibly be so perfect? The textbook data was not supposed to represent reality, with a body like this. Hospitalized? The young nurse might have discovered Fu Hang's pretense for being in the hospital. It seemed the backyard was on fire, and he had come to the hospital to take refuge. The morning had been one thing, but now another visitor had arrived seamlessly. The aura of the last guest was unmistakably that of a professional elite, especially those legs. If she posted a screenshot online, it would have the old lechers drooling all night. At Fu Hang's request, the young nurse helped to remove the bandages that had fulfilled their purpose. Of course, during the process, she inadvertently conducted a close examination of the movement patterns of his pectoral muscles and the growth patterns of his biceps. Holding the bandages, still imbued with Fu Hang's scent, the nurse advised him to smoke less. With her keen sense of smell, she had detected the faint scent of smoke upon entering, yet she could not say much. After all, what did it mean to be in a private ward? It simply afforded certain privileges, otherwise, why would the bed fee be tenfold that of a regular ward? A standard bed in a regular ward costs 80 yuan a day, while this one starts at 800 yuan a night. Silently closing the ward door, the nurse could not help but caress the bandage in her hands, contemplating whether to take advantage of the moment to do something. Is this room occupied by Fu Hang? A cold voice cut through the air, startling the nurse. Thankfully, she wore a mask, allowing her to maintain a semblance of composure. Looking up in astonishment, the nurse's lips twitched. Another one. The individual before her was every bit as stunning as the previous three beauties, imposing in height, easily measuring at least 1.7 meters, with short hair, a handsome visage, and an upright posture. She exuded an air of confidence. This room, the nurse dejectedly pointed to the door behind her and left, her spirits low. The ward door opened once more, and Fu Hang stared in astonishment at the newcomer. Who was this girl? He didn't recognize her. Hello, I am Ing Yanan from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Han City Police Bureau. I have a few questions I need Mr. Fu to answer. The newcomer was remarkably straightforward, producing her badge and getting straight to the point. Fu Hang frowned, then his pupils constricted, and the furrowed brow gradually lifted. The rapid shift in his expression left Ing Yanan bewildered. Fu Hang's demeanor was entirely involuntary. Upon seeing a stranger enter, he was puzzled and wondered if she had entered the wrong room. Hearing her identify herself as a police officer, Fu Hang understood but felt a surge of irritation and disdain. He thought of how Qin Yuchu had been treated like a suspect, interrogated late into the night. It was clear that even after the facts had been clarified, they still sought him out, suggesting that he remained under suspicion. The woman's demeanor did not seem like that of someone coming to express gratitude. What truly sent Fu Hang's expression spiraling out of control was the voice that echoed in his mind. System monitoring indicates that the target, Ing Yanan, meets the requirements for the strategy. Will the host accept the strategy task? Chapter 74, Investigation. Mr. Fu seems quite surprised by my arrival, Ing Yanan remarked, narrowing her eyes as she took a seat in the companion chair beside the bed, her posture straight and commanding. I am surprised by your efficiency. I was only admitted this morning, yet you have found me by evening. Fu Hang leaned against the bed, his expression neutral. In the age of big data. Ing Yanan smiled slightly. Then how is it that the lost child remains unfound? Fu Hang's tone turned cold, showing no mercy. Ing Yanan's demeanor irked him. If she treated him this way while he lay bedridden, what had Qin Yuchu endured during her interrogation yesterday? He paid no heed to the prompts echoing in his mind, and a sudden wave of irritation washed over him at the incessant voice. Setting aside the anxiety that Li Weiyan had caused him in recent days, along with juggling two jobs, he felt overwhelmed. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the retracted hospital bed, and a flicker of contemplation passed through Fu Hang's eyes. Indeed, I am quite overwhelmed. Ing Yanan's expression grew serious in an instant, a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment tugging at the corners of her mouth. Fu Hang's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve. You possess remarkable skills and courage. Not even the finest officers in the police force would manage as you did under similar circumstances, let alone myself. Ing Yanan quickly regained her composure, her smile returning. Yet her words remained sharp and pointed. So, are you here to present me with a commendation? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, glancing at her empty hands. Recognition must await the furtherance of the case, as I have already explained the pertinent details to your girlfriend. So, Officer Ing, are you here to seek compensation for the damage to a vehicle or the ruined air conditioning unit? The resident on the third floor has chosen not to pursue the matter. The owner of the damaged vehicle has filed for an assessment and is still navigating the process. However, we have made contact with the relatives of the rescued child, who have expressed a willingness to assume the costs. Ing Yanan spoke slowly, her sharply defined nose accentuating the cold professionalism of her demeanor. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and fell silent. Do you harbor animosity towards us police officers? Ing Yanan's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing her lips. I risked my life to save others, yet my friends and I were treated as suspects. Do you believe I should feel positively towards you? Fu Hang chuckled. Moreover, I saved a child who had been abducted. At this point, Fu Hang could not suppress his indignation and delivered another blow. But at that moment, you surely didn't know the child was abducted, did you? Ing Yanan's eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into a smirk. You've taken the bait. Fu Hang fell momentarily speechless, rushing to save someone without regard for your own safety. Logically, you need not have left in such haste. Besides, you were injured. Would it not have been wiser to remain and await medical personnel? I do not relish the spotlight. Fu Hang tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling a pang of discomfort. How could he explain himself? It seemed logically tenuous. Surely he couldn't admit to fearing fame and thus being unable to play the sycophant. Ying Yanin crossed her legs, rhythmically tapping her foot on the ground, her gaze fixated intently on Fu Hang. This Fu Hang was undoubtedly more complex than he appeared after reviewing the footage last night. The other officers shifted their investigative focus, yet she, upon learning Fu Hang's name, approached the matter with diligence, quietly researching his background. The information was quite straightforward. A local, raised in a single-parent household, his mother remarried a few years ago and moved abroad. After graduating from university, he had seemingly squandered his potential, living idly with registered information on food delivery and ride-hailing platforms. Unwilling to relent, she further examined his banking transactions. It was then that Ying Yanin discovered a discrepancy. This delivery worker without a stable job was surprisingly extravagant, although her access did not allow her to uncover too many details. A recent transaction where he paid in full for a house for his girlfriend and a record of spending over $100,000 on a meal was enough to raise her suspicions. Where did his money originate? Thus she promptly reported her findings to her superior. The supervisor regarded her diligence seriously but soon provided a response. The funds traced back to an overseas account, though the exact origin remained undetermined for the time being. However, all transactions were deemed legitimate, with complete documentation. It appeared the money was from his mother abroad. The investigation hit a standstill, and the supervisor commended her thoroughness while advising her to redirect her focus. The traffickers had not resurfaced, likely having been alerted and gone into hiding. Although they had acquired the tenant's information, locating a deliberately concealed individual among the vast population was no simple task. Moreover, the abducted child had an undisclosed identity. Should the traffickers escape, she would have no face to show to that person. With all progress stymied, her attention turned back to Fu Hang. That afternoon, she reached out to an old comrade of her father's. A relative working in the Economic Crimes Department. Utilizing her personal connections, she investigated Fu Hang's assets. She could not fathom how a man still renting could afford to pay $2 million in cash for a house for his girlfriend. The response from her uncle in the Economic Crimes Department left her bewildered. What exactly does your mother do abroad? Who did she marry? Yun Shu number 1, Yuanbo Trading, ADQ7 is one thing, but a GT900 valued at $33 million. You have that car and yet chose to buy a second-hand electric vehicle. Are you taking your girlfriend shopping on a delivery scooter? Of course, these were her thoughts after the fact. At the time, her uncle's explanation was rather formal, filled with complex terminology she struggled to grasp. The crux of the matter was that they could only ascertain so much. Specifics beyond the case's scope were outside her uncle's investigative authority. In summary, Fu Hang had usage rights, disposal rights, and even transfer rights concerning the assets in question, yet they did not belong to him personally. For the first time, she questioned her understanding of capital and legal knowledge. It was no wonder her father preferred to work in the Perilous Criminal Investigation Unit rather than the Economic Crimes Division. She struggled to comprehend her uncle's professional jargon, her urgency compelling her to ask whether it was illegal. The discouraging answer was that everything was rational, compliant, and legally protected. These revelations left her disheartened yet even more perplexed. Naturally, she could not report this information, and recalling her superior's dissatisfied gaze earlier that morning, coupled with the child who had yet to be returned, she gritted her teeth and resolved to confront this man herself. As anticipated, she was correct. Falling from the third floor would undoubtedly result in injury. And the footage corroborated this. Following the hospital records, she arrived at the ward. Fu Hang harbored considerable animosity toward her, confirming her suspicions of this man was indeed problematic. Chapter 75, A Failed Punishment. Are you quite wealthy? Ying Yanin suddenly raised an eyebrow, tilting her chin in inquiry. As you can see, Fu Hang shrugged, casting a glance around the hospital room, which resembled a hotel suite. He was confident that his assets could be concealed from most. Yet eluding the scrutiny of authoritative bodies was an entirely different matter. Just as this officer had stated, we live in the age of big data. However, he also trusted that the system would not lead him astray. Those funds must be legitimate and lawful. If it could not achieve this, what good was the system? You possess such wealth, yet you still deliver food. Ying Yanin feigned curiosity, her expression softening. Do you not read romance novels? Fu Hang replied calmly, romance. Ying Yanin blinked in surprise. Of course I do. But what does that have to do with you? She quickly grew suspicious. The domineering CEO falls in love with me. The domineering CEO pretends to be a poor boy in love with me. The domineering CEO pretending to be a delivery worker approaches me, a divorced, unemployed mother. Indeed, in the next moment Fu Hang spoke with an air of arrogant bravado. Since you question my motives for shunning the limelight, allow me to divulge the reason I cannot appear on camera. Fu Hang sighed in resignation. You may review the hospital surveillance. Today, several young women have visited this room, and they recognized me merely by their silhouettes. Ying Yanin fell silent. How can you be so brazenly unfaithful? I am simply a man with a natural weakness for beautiful women, and they seem to share a similar attraction to me. Fu Hang suddenly chuckled, causing Ng Yanan to shudder at the unsettling confidence exuding from him. Officer Ng, you truly align with my aesthetic. Would you care to exchange contact information? Fu Hang nonchalantly grabbed his phone. His disheveled appearance in the hospital gown unable to mask his roguish charm. A colleague will reach out to Mr. Fu regarding the commendation shortly. We sincerely appreciate your selfless act in saving that child. Your actions have indeed salvaged a family. With that, Ng Yanan rose, stifling the impulse to deliver a swift kick to his face, and exited the room. Yet, as she reached the nurse's station, she intercepted a nosy young nurse. Has anyone visited Fu Hang today? Ng Yanan's expression was grim. Well, Chen Xiaoyuan's face turned peculiar. Is there about to be a scandal? Without uttering a word, Ng Yanan produced her work ID of the Criminal Investigation Department. Chen Xiaoyuan's eyes widened, astonished by the audacity. Does he have a girlfriend in criminal investigations and still dares to fool around? This matter pertains to a specific case. I kindly ask you to provide accurate information. Ng Yanan's tone was calm, yet her stance was unequivocal. There have been visitors, Chen Xiaoyuan replied with a pout, but the case requires. I don't buy that, she countered. Male or female? Female, how many? 3 or 4? 3 or 4? Counting you, it's 4. Chen Xiaoyuan was unusually forthright, deciding that if she couldn't gain anything, they might as well share the downfall. Ugh. Were they pretty? Ng Yanan asked impulsively. Yes, you all fall within the same league. Chen Xiaoyuan lamented, nodding. Only the kind-hearted nurse should advise you to be virtuous. Fine, where's the monitoring room? Can you take me there? Ng Yanan felt the need to confirm matters herself, although Fu Hang's words are logically sound. The man himself is undeniably peculiar. His skills and decisiveness are unmatched, even by the elite soldiers of the army. Chen Xiaoyuan feels utterly bewildered. Are you still going to review the surveillance footage? Is it appropriate for you to abuse your authority in such a manner? Thankfully, there are no cameras in the intensive care unit. Otherwise, would this stunning yet unreasonable policewoman have arrested herself on charges of indecently assaulting a patient? Unbeknownst to Fu Hang, a series of events unfolded in the corridor. He rose and stepped onto the balcony, disregarding the medical staff's protests as he lit a cigarette. Damn it, just yesterday, he was fretting over business expansion. And now all of a sudden business is booming? A police officer? Are they expecting me to be a police dog? I'm just a damn simp, alright. Due to exceeding the waiting time, the system defaults to confirmation. And the current target's affection level increases. Ng Yanan current affection level, -15. The affection level of the target is negative. Daily salary is halved. The host is urged to improve the target's affection level promptly. A jarring voice echoed in his mind, and Fu Hang slowly parted his smoke-filled lips, tears streaming from his eyes, provoked by the haze. Have you no sense of humanity? I didn't even choose this. Did I? Fu Hang exploded in fury. Moreover, what on earth does it mean for my daily salary to be halved? Ng Yanan's salary is halved, only 50,000. All salaries will be halved if the target's affection level does not meet the normal threshold on evaluation day. The cold voice provided a straightforward response. Fu Hang's hand, clutching the cigarette, began to tremble, a manifestation of his anger at being mocked. System, I have never inquired before, but what happens if the strategy fails? Fu Hang's voice was chillingly cold. Since activating the system, he had diligently completed tasks and had never encountered a failure. The previous 4 targets, including Li Weiyan, all had affection levels exceeding 70 before suddenly entering new relationships. At that time, the system determined that it did not constitute a failure. The system's explanation for failure: if the affection level drops below 25 after initiating a strategy task, the task is deemed a failure. If the task is not actively abandoned, all rewards and benefits derived from the target will be revoked. Fu Hang was taken aback, so ruthless, but upon reflection it seemed reasonable. If the work is not completed, all wages paid must be reclaimed. Had he signed a betting agreement? What if he actively abandoned the task? Fu Hang pondered for a moment, turning his gaze to the folded sofa bed. If he actively abandons the task, all benefits will be reclaimed, related memories erased, and the system will seek another host. The cold mechanical voice delivered a chilling message after a brief pause. All will be reclaimed, memories erased. Is my life being reset? Fu Hang silently lit another cigarette, lost in thought. Chen Xiaoyuan returned from the monitoring room, her expression forlorn. That detective sister is truly ruthless. After confirming the footage, she even recorded the appearances of several other girls on her phone. Fortunately, the chaotic scene did not unfold on the spot. After obtaining the footage, the policewoman hurriedly left the IT scene. She is off to gather more compelling evidence. That was close. It was fortunate that she had pulled back from the brink and refrained from any extreme actions. But should she remind Fu Hang, scumbag, he deserves it, Chen Xiaoyuan mused, only to spot a familiar figure approaching from the end of the corridor. It was the sweet smiling girl next door, looking up at the heavens. How dare you show up, little girl, you delicate flower? Can you stand up to them? With 3 parts pity, 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts envy, and a hint of jealousy, Chen Xiaoyuan watched as Qin Yuchu entered the ward. Laden with bags. What did she bring? Pajamas and slippers? You're not planning to stay here tonight, are you? What to do? I'm not on a late shift today. Should I find someone to switch with? I might miss the exciting drama. Chapter 76. I am in grave danger. As the little nurse pondered whether to find someone to switch shifts, Fu Heng came to handle his discharge. Already discharging, you have many tests scheduled for tomorrow. The little nurse felt a pang of uncertainty, fully aware of the reason behind Fu Heng's discharge. This is orthopedics. It wouldn't be particularly troublesome if he stayed. The doctors are on standby. Don't you know whether I'm sick or not? Fu Heng was in a foul mood. Since the act was over, he saw no need for pretense. Damn it. So many tests, all that's left is the gynecological exam. It's better to return home early. The little nurse failed to grasp Fu Heng's insinuation, casting a regretful glance at the accompanying Qin Yuchu. Such a pure and lovely girl, she must still be a student. What a shame to be so young and already subjected to such cruelty, deceived both emotionally and physically, while also facing the future storms from other women. Sigh, if the news spreads relentlessly at school, it would be unbearable. The discharge process went exceptionally smoothly. Fu Heng paid and left. Once outside the hospital, the two hailed a cab, with Fu Heng directly providing Qin Yuchu's address. Upon reaching the community entrance, Qin Yuchu alighted, carefully placing the hospital's bundled bags down. She had arrived with 2 bags, and now, being thrifty, she left with none, having packed 3 bags instead. I can't carry them upstairs. Qin Yuchu blinked her eyes. Fu Heng looked innocently bewildered, saying no. I'm the patient, alright. Reluctantly, Fu Heng exited the vehicle as well. Do you sleep in the master bedroom or the guest room? As soon as they entered, Qin Yuchu tilted her head and inquired without waiting to set down her belongings. Fu Heng raised an eyebrow, thoroughly astonished. I've tidied up the guest room too, if you prefer not to sleep in there. You can take the master bedroom, just the sheets I haven't changed yet. I don't have any extras at home. Qin Yuchu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Fu Heng remained silent, merely gazing at her. Young lady, do you have any idea what I went through today? My emotions are highly unstable. I am in a perilous state. Do you know the source of my steadfastness in maintaining my chastity all these years? It is my faith in work, that is my sustaining belief, and today, just moments ago, my faith has wavered. I am in danger. I might recklessly do something, and don't think there will be any good outcome. I might not even remember you tomorrow. Moreover, at that point, I will possess nothing, and you will also have nothing. In fact, I might not even remember you. Fu Heng said nothing further, abandoning his burdens and turning to exit the door. The GT900's headlights flared, its engine roaring fiercely as it sped out of the community. This girl, who was not within the system's designated parameters, should, in theory, be beyond any intervention by the system, yet what does that matter? What is she, anyway? The taillights blinked as the car vanished into the night. On the 9th floor, a solitary figure stood on the balcony, watching the departing vehicle. What exactly are you afraid of? I can sense your desires. The following day, Fu Heng turned off his phone. He intended to skip work for the day. Initially, he had considered shutting down both phones, but recalling his promise made to someone yesterday that at least one phone would always be reachable, his finger hesitated over the off switch. Assistant Qin, I still have the same question. Is this the president's directive or yours? In the conference room of Yuanbo Trading, tensions were palpable, and Su Changha's expression was darker than the last time. I still stand by my answer. Does it make a difference? Qin Yuchu, seated at the main table, turned with a smile, her days calm. Just moments ago, Qin Yuchu proposed cutting 3 planned projects and reallocating more funds to the Down Jacket project. Those 3 projects were all spearheaded by Su Changha. This suggestion was made without prior consultation with anyone, catching even the deputy supervisor of the project department, who was merely observing off guard. The Down Jacket project is an overseas venture, primarily aimed at purchasing domestically inexpensive down jackets to export to underdeveloped regions, profiting from the trade price difference. The project proposal was driven forward by Deputy Supervisor Li Tianming, who harbored a small ulterior motive. The factory plan for procurement is owned by a distant relative of his, which is on the verge of closure. The factory had effectively ceased operations, and the so-called procurement was merely a means of clearing out excess inventory. Of course, the offered price was sufficiently low, and the products had merely fallen out of style domestically, prompting Li Tianming to entertain this idea, unfortunately due to transportation risks and the uncertainty of sales overseas. The project proposal had already been modified 3 times, only to be rejected by Su Changha each time. Eventually, Qin Yuchu bypassed Su Changha and initiated the project, allowing Li Tianming and the entire second group to see an opportunity. However, with Qin Yuchu's sudden move, Li Tianming was left stunned. The original proposal had been to acquire the factory's excess inventory in 3 phases, with the first batch being merely a small trial. Yet, Qin Yuchu's implication was to immediately purchase all remaining inventory at a 20% discount. On the surface, it seemed reasonable, potentially yielding significant theoretical profits. However, the risks involved were entirely different. After all, this was international trade. If the goods failed to sell, returning them would not be a simple matter. Moreover, this would necessitate drawing funds from other company projects. In an instant, many, including Li Tianming, understood this was not finance, it was politics. You must think carefully. If this project does not meet expectations, many of the company's upcoming projects will be affected, including the recent collaboration with Tianyu. Su Changhan inhaled deeply, speaking slowly, there is nothing to worry about. If funds are insufficient, we can simply ask him for more. Qin Yuchu shrugged, her words dismissive. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Changha was met with derision. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Given the circumstances, it was imperative to adhere to the established procedures and protocols, thus a vote was necessary. Those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. Su Changha sighed, attempting one last desperate struggle. Even though he was acutely aware that the outcome of the vote would change nothing, the company was about to be entirely under the control of the Qin family. Qin Yuchu was the first to smile and raise her hand. Her gaze sweeping slowly across the conference room, those she fixed her eyes upon in Su Changha's incredulous stare, each lifted their hands in unison. Among them was Shin Qingluan, who had just acquired voting rights. The only individuals who did not raise their hands were Su Changha and project supervisor Wu Weiman. The smile on Qin Yuchu's face was sweet, yet to Su Changha, it appeared frigid. Others had not misjudged. Qin Yuchu's maneuver was not merely a business tactic but a political one. Through a crude and juvenile approach, she sought to marginalize Su Changha, her aim being to obstruct the advancement of those three projects. After analyzing the situation with Professor Li, she had discerned Su Changha's methods, using projects to ensnare the company's funds and stabilize his influence within the organization. These three projects were essentially akin to the collaborative endeavors with Hangyu. They were profitable but had an exceedingly long timeline, and the partners involved were of considerable stature. However, they were on a smaller scale, operating subtly, since Qin Yuchu had already grasped Su Changha's intentions. How could she acquiesce to his desires? How could she allow Fu Hang's company to fall under the dominion of others? Fu Hang might be indifferent, but she could not afford to be. Rather than allowing the company to be gradually devoured in the future, it was far wiser to take risks now, incur some losses, and excise this malignant tumor. Chapter 77, Project Department Supervisor. The project proposal had been approved by the upper management, and all departments were cooperating in an orderly fashion, each fulfilling their respective roles. When Li Tianming returned to the 26th floor, where Project Team 2 was located, with the latest news, the entire team erupted in excitement. They were oblivious to the underlying political machinations, only aware that Team 2 was truly on the verge of soaring. With this momentum, successfully executing the project would not merely be a dream of promotion and salary increases. Among those shaken the most was the new intern, Lu Junkai. The thought of his junior going to such lengths for him was overwhelming. That day, he could no longer restrain himself and went to the HR department to inquire about Qin Yuchu's workstation. He needed to confront his junior directly and ascertain who she had offended within the company that had caused her mentor and supervisor to tread so cautiously around her. His thoughts were simple. If he could bear the burden, he would shoulder it for her. If not, he would simply stand alongside her, ready to leave Yuanbo together. He believed that with his background and her achievements, they could undoubtedly find better opportunities elsewhere. This was a man's responsibility, a realization of his duty as a senior. Then, in the HR department, he stumbled upon an astonishing truth. Yuchu, his junior, was none other than Assistant Qin, the very assistant who had been taken under the CEO's wing and ascended to prominence in a single bound. It felt as if his very soul had been vacated in that instant, and he returned to his dormitory in a daze. That night, as he tossed and turned, Lu Junkai suddenly came to a profound realization. Through this sordid transaction, he glimpsed the brilliance and greatness that lay beneath. His junior truly held him in her heart. When did Project Team 2 begin to witness a turning point? It was on Lu Junkai's first day of employment. The Down Jacket project was one that his junior had championed, even going against the tide to push it forward, undeterred by the prospect of offending the company's executive vice president. All in an effort to secure more opportunities for herself. How much bitterness and hardship lay hidden behind this, how laughable it was that he had once looked down upon the woman who had been taken advantage of. Unaware of the truth, and today his suspicions were confirmed, she could have advanced the project gradually but chose to put the company at such risk, seeking immediate results. What was her motive? It was to ensure his complete involvement in the project during his 3-month internship. At that time, his resume would bear a weighty and illustrious chapter. Even if the company worried he might outshine his superiors, he would still navigate his way through with grace. With such a resume, where could he go that would not regard him with favor? By then, his junior would no longer have to endure humiliation. They could advance together, establishing their own path. Lu Junkai lowered his head, fervently suppressing the torrent of tears, his fists clenched tightly. Even if it meant death, he would ensure the project's realization, not betraying his junior's earnest intentions. Why was he still here, after Li Tianming assigned a temporary task? He turned to see Lu Junkai behaving unusually and could not help but poke Team 2's leader, Suijie. Suijie coughed forcefully to mask his embarrassment. Lu Junkai's current state was quite mortifying for him as a mentor. I inquired with HR, but there has been no response from them. An intern, going to such lengths? Li Tianming was irritated. This was a crucial period, and having such a Na'vi individual on his team was a source of constant concern. The HR representative, Xiao Lu, mentioned that he is quite friendly with Assistant Qin. On his first day, Assistant Qin had a pleasant conversation with him at the elevator entrance. Sui Jie glanced around and muttered quietly. You're not being influenced by him, are you? Don't you know why she is called Assistant Qin? Li Tianming chuckled, nearly exhaling fire through his nostrils. I will keep an eye on him. As soon as there's news from HR, I will handle it without delay. Sui Jie forced a smile, pretending not to understand. What was he supposed to do? He felt quite powerless. After all, he was merely a group leader nearing 50. Everyone knew the ambiguous relationship between the emperor and the empress, yet without an imperial edict, who would dare to act against the empress's wishes? Sui Jie's thoughts were consumed with HR matters. Yet at that moment, they had no inclination to deal with an intern's affairs. Shen Xingluan scrutinized the resume in her hands, her brow deeply furrowed. Qin Youchu's actions were becoming increasingly audacious. One could not underestimate this university student, who was indeed formidable, a true tiger. Was she not explicitly attempting to force Su Changhe out? Su Changhe might hold on for various reasons, but project supervisor Wu Weiman would not wait much longer. European and American prestigious schools, returnees, Shen Xingluan found herself in a dilemma as she regarded the resume before her. This resume had just arrived from a headhunting firm. It belonged to a graduate from a prestigious university who had returned from abroad. And her family seemed to be part of a large enterprise. If she were to bring this individual on board, it would undoubtedly replace Wu Weiman in the supervisor role, not for any other reason, but simply to block Qin Youchu's path to promoting Li Tianming. Why had the CEO suddenly granted her authority? Was it not to support someone to keep Qin Youchu in check? Otherwise, situations like today would become a frequent occurrence, and the company would truly become a Qin enterprise. Staring at the information before her, Shen Xingluan was torn. The qualifications listed were impeccable, at least on paper: a master's from a prestigious university, a returnee specialized in the field, backed by a prominent family with established connections. The only drawback was, she was too stunning, and too young. Would recruiting such a woman into the company ultimately lead to her becoming a Shen Xingluan suddenly paused at the marital status section of the resume. Divorced. A smile crept across her face. Surely the CEO would not set his sights on a divorced woman, even if he did. She was not on the same competitive level. Moreover, shouldn't Qin Youchu be the one worrying? The corners of Shen Xingluan's mouth curled upward. That day, Shen Xingluan arranged a time for an interview with the headhunting firm and simultaneously, in the name of the company's HR department, sent out a notice of intent to all mid and lower level employees regarding the recruitment process. Indeed, it was merely a declaration of intent, devoid of any detailed plans. In simple terms, the company was willing to promote some mid and lower level management personnel, and those interested in assuming such roles were invited to come forward. In other words, would you like a promotion? As for what positions might become available, or to what levels they might rise, apologies, but that is still under consideration. In an instant, the entire company buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Weiyang exited the hospital with a complex expression. She had intentionally waited until after 10 in the morning to come, knowing that by that time most would be in class or at work, but who could have known that upon her arrival? Qin Youchu was indeed absent, and so was Fu Hang. He had actually been discharged. Moreover, he had left the previous night. He hadn't even informed her of his discharge had it not been for her pressing him. He might not have even mentioned his hospitalization to her. Was his hasty discharge also due to her? Had Qin Youchu seen her at the hospital and felt displeased, sitting in the car? Lost in thought, she only snapped back to reality when the coffee she had purchased grew cold. Hesitantly, she took out her phone. The number you dialed is currently turned off. She felt an overwhelming urge to throw the coffee away in frustration. A sense of loneliness washed over her. At last, the man she once summoned and dismissed at will had reached a point where she could no longer contact him, resting her forehead against the steering wheel. Tears threatened to spill as she thought to herself, if only she hadn't been so willful, so proud in the past. Would the outcome be different now? The car's Bluetooth phone rang, the melodious ringtone causing her to tense with surprise. Glancing at the central display, she saw an unfamiliar number. Gathering her breath and emotions, she pressed the answer button. Hello, Miss Li, this is Zheng Xiaozhou, who spoke to you previously. Hello, Mr. Zhang. According to your earlier request, we have found a suitable position in Han City. When would be a convenient time for you to meet with the other party? Which company? Yuanbui Trade, with a preliminary intention for the position of Project Department Supervisor. Chapter 78, Human Trafficker. After hanging up the phone, Li Weiyang took a deep breath. She had heard of Yuanbui Trade. It was said that they had planned to collaborate with Hangyu not long ago, but it seemed that nothing had come of it. However, one must indeed summon the spirit to invigorate oneself and seek out some endeavors. It is futile to extricate oneself from one quagmire only to plunge into another. Engaging in work, without a doubt, serves as the most effective means of diverting one's attention. Of course, she had no intentions of returning home. Her father had largely ceased to involve himself with the company affairs, and although her brother cared for her, his wife was quite difficult to deal with, perpetually fretting that she might return home to usurp their possessions. How laughable! The shares of the company had been settled for years. I shall not relinquish them, and you think you can simply take them. As for employment, she would rather labor for others than partake in that chaos, lest her once harmonious household be left in disarray. She had never contemplated working at her own company, and now that she was divorced, the prospect seemed even more distant. Regarding Yuanbo, she did not reply immediately, for the project between Yuanbo and Hangyu was still under discussion. If she were to take up a position there, would she be thrust into the responsibility of that project? Hangyu had long since designated that scoundrel Wang Haitao to oversee it. How could she approach him for collaboration? Never mind, Yuanbo had been thriving in recent years. She should not bring misfortune upon them, as private enterprises faced enough challenges. Fu Hang languished at home for a considerable time, but eventually he could no longer remain idle. It was evident that solitude is ill-suited for one burdened with worries. The thoughts swirling in his mind grew increasingly terrifying, and the pessimistic emotions began to spiral into despair. After midnight, he discarded the remnants of the instant noodles he had barely touched, donned his coat, and stepped outside. He left his work phone behind, casting it aside in his home. He was eager to test the consequences of a day spent in apathetic idleness. What penalties might the system impose? There were aspects he had never contemplated before, and now, he felt the need to probe them little by little. He chose a seldom visited alley, intent on finding a humble eatery to satiate his hunger with a few simple dishes and a bottle of white liquor. All while relishing the local dialect and engaging in casual banter with the elderly gentleman at the neighboring table. However, as soon as he entered the alley, his brow furrowed in discontent. He quickened his pace, blending into the crowd. 30 seconds later, he emerged from a street corner, clutching a skewered sausage, his cold gaze fixated on a statuesque beauty scanning her surroundings. Had a human trafficker been apprehended, how idle could one be? Observing the figure exuding a hint of frustration, he spoke curtly. Ing Yanin jolted, turning awkwardly. I am indeed in pursuit of someone, she declared defiantly. After reviewing the hospital surveillance footage yesterday, she had come to believe it, temporarily dismissing Fu Hang as a suspect in her heart. Yet, human traffickers were notoriously elusive. The relevant capture orders had already been issued, and personnel were dispatched to various transport hubs. The airport and dock had been sealed off immediately, indicating that the suspect likely remained in Hancheng. The potential locations where the suspect might appear had all been heavily monitored. Due to a minor lapse in her duties, she had been assigned to this neighborhood by her petty-minded superior, the sole reason being that a tenant, suspected of being involved, had made a purchase at a convenience store here a month prior. She had been staking out the area since early morning, and as boredom set in, she unexpectedly spotted Fu Hang. This was no trivial matter. Just yesterday, I was doubting you. How could one who ought to be hospitalized appear in a location where a suspect might be present? Without a moment's hesitation, Officer Ing Yanin trailed him. Yet, the top student of her police academy's theoretical exams found her first attempt at surveillance thwarted within 10 minutes. Arrest me? Are you still not giving up? Fu Hang's expression darkened considerably. He yearned to discover how much punishment -15 would entail after a good thrashing. You have no idea how much I lose in a day because of you. Do you? Who said I was here to arrest you? I am. Ing Yanin met Fu Hang's gaze, faltering and evasive. In that moment, she realized that regardless of his innocence or guilt, her actions were decidedly inappropriate. If he were innocent, would this heroic endeavor of hers cause him harm yet again? If he were guilty, would she not be alerting him prematurely? What are you doing? Fu Hang's patience wore thin. I am looking for Wang Guifeng. Wang Guifeng. Fu Hang was puzzled. Who was that? Wang Guifeng. Stop, don't run. Suddenly Ing Yanin's eyes widened as she sprinted towards a woman ahead. What is happening? Fu Hang was taken aback. The authoritative shot startled the middle-aged woman, suspected to be Wang Guifeng. However, instead of turning, she took off, fleeing into the crowd. Don't run, Ing Yanin bellowed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had not anticipated encountering Wang Guifeng here. Wang Guifeng, the tenant from the 7th floor, was reported to hail from a village on the border of a remote province. Her residence registered for domestic services. However, after the child fell from the building, she vanished without a trace, and contact had been impossible. That night, the police forced entry and found no signs of habitation, yet recent activity suggested otherwise, and it was clear that more than one person had been involved. This was a trafficking ring, and that rental unit was merely a temporary hideout. You cannot escape my sight. I was the champion of the police academy's sprint and obstacle course. A predatory glint surfaced in Ing Yanin's eyes. This second-class merit was assured, yet, in the next moment, as she accelerated, a frying pan flew in from the side. Instinctively she ducked, only to lock eyes with a pair of malevolent ones. A partner. Ing Yanin quickly recognized the identity of the man she was glaring at. After hurling the pan, he turned and fled, heading in the opposite direction from Wang Guifeng. A trafficker. Ing Yanin barely had time to think, casting a sharp glance at Fu Hang before sprinting after the man. That look conveyed questions, warnings, urgency, and a plea for assistance. In her mind, Wang Guifeng was already on record. Even if she escaped, finding her again would be simple. However, this obstructive man did not appear in the files, making him a priority to apprehend. As for Fu Hang, judging by his bewildered expression, he did not seem like a collaborator. If he understood her intent and chose to assist, that would be ideal. If he opted not to chase, it was also understandable, for Fu Hang bore no obligation. Nonetheless, her subconscious hoped he would lend a hand. She had no backup in the vicinity. Capturing two suspects alone would be impossible. The moment she departed, she noticed Fu Hang moving, pursuing the direction Wang Guifeng had fled. Her heart settled. With the skills of a delivery hero, Wang Guifeng surely could not evade capture. Fu Hang felt utterly speechless. He had anticipated a leisurely day, enjoying music, only to find himself embroiled in a police drama. Yet, when Ng Yanan uttered the word trafficker, a glint of lethal intent flickered in Fu Hang's eyes. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. Chapter 79. Why are you stealing men behind my back? Ng Yanan's suspicions were not unfounded. Before the delivery hero, even a middle-aged woman would stand little chance to eye in less than 100 meters. Wang Guifeng found herself caught by Fu Hang, who had deliberately slowed his pace to observe for any other accomplices. Help, someone's attacking me, Wang Guifeng screamed, her voice piercing the air as she twisted her body to bite at Fu Hang's hand. Her movements swift and ruthless. Crack! Fu Hang raised his hand, almost without a moment's hesitation, and with a swift motion, he dislocated her jaw. The cry ceased abruptly, yet Wang Guifeng was undeterred. Despite the pain, she swung her hands at Fu Hang's face. Crack, crack, her arms fell limply before they could even reach him. Fu Hang then forcefully shoved Wang Guifeng to the ground, coldly regarding her as the horrified onlookers bore witness. A dull thud echoed from a distance. Fu Hang instinctively recoiled, glancing back in alarm. A gunshot. Did that woman really have a gun? How brazen, firing in a crowded area. But in the next instant Fu Hang sensed something was amiss as he observed Wang Guifeng's expression. Even with her dislocated jaw contorting her features, she exhibited no fear upon hearing the gunfire. Rather, her malevolence intensified. It was not Officer Ng Yanan who had fired. Fu Hang's heart raced. He stepped forward. Placing his foot upon Wang Guifeng's ankle, crack, crack. The sound was sharper and clearer than before. Wang Guifeng's ankle shattered beneath his weight. This is a trafficker. Call the police, Fu Hang shouted to a bystander who was preparing to film with their phone. Before turning to rush towards the source of the gunfire, initially, the crowd was bewildered, shocked by Fu Hang's brutality. He had, without a word, broken the woman's jaw and then her arms, rendering her incapacitated, and had even crushed her feet. What enmity lay between them? But upon realizing she was a trafficker, several bystanders sprang into action, restraining Wang Guifeng, while others began dialing the police. Ng Yanan, clutching her waist, seethed with fury as she crouched at the entrance of a clothing store. Not far from her, a middle-aged man holding a service worker at gunpoint aimed the barrel menacingly at her. Initially, everything had gone smoothly. The man had overestimated his physical prowess and underestimated her agility as the police academy's obstacle course champion. As they weaved through the throngs of people, the distance between them shrank. Suddenly, the man faltered, losing his rhythm and stumbling. As she witnessed him fall, she envisioned medals and accolades, and she could almost see the proud smile on her father's face, who was perpetually stern. The middle-aged man crashed to the ground but quickly scrambled to his feet, yet he seemed severely injured, collapsing again after only a few steps. Ng Yanan slowed her pace, preparing to subdue him from a suitable angle. In close-quarters combat, women often faced disadvantages due to physicality. It was best to strike decisively, as her instructor had repeatedly advised. In the next moment, the middle-aged man charged towards a clothing store along the street. At that moment Ng Yanan felt a surge of panic, for the suspect's actions indicated a refusal to surrender, instead preparing for a fierce resistance. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed inside. However, she soon realized her haste had been ill-considered. The adversary possessed a firearm. This was a grave situation. Alas, she was struck by a bullet. The pain was excruciating. The two locked eyes. A bizarre standoff ensued. The difference lay in the middle-aged man's eyes, which betrayed a flicker of terror, while Ng Yanan's gaze radiated determination and resolve, embodying a courageous spirit unafraid of sacrifice. It was this very look that caused the middle-aged man to hesitate. Was this woman truly a tiger? Even after being shot, she exhibited such ferocity. You earn a mere few thousand a month. Is it worth it? You cannot escape. My colleagues will arrive shortly. Human trafficking, armed assault on police. Your best fate is life imprisonment. Yet, confronted with the dark muzzle of the gun, Ng Yanan showed no sign of retreat. Behind her, it was as if a crimson curtain rose, embroidered with golden letters. Those were the vows she had sworn beneath the national emblem. The middle-aged man's eyes slowly filled with savagery. She spoke the truth. Being captured would still result in a bullet to the head. One murder would suffice. Ha, ha, ha. A strange and chilling laughter broke the middle-aged man's brewing resolve. He turned his gun towards the doorway, where a man suddenly appeared, looking decidedly unhinged. After firing, he realized that apart from this foolish woman who had barged in, all other bystanders had long since fled, leaving the entrance deserted. Suddenly, a man laughing with such madness disrupted his thoughts. You two have your day, a fitting retribution. The man, however, paid no mind to the gun's muzzle, but rather approached the female officer on the ground with frenzied steps. Ng Yanan was momentarily taken aback. The man was none other than Fu Hang, who should have been pursuing Wang Guifeng. Smack! A resounding slap sent Ng Yanan's head reeling, her body spinning from the force. Stunned, she raised her head, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her mind buzzing. You truly are in league with him." The slap had bewildered the armed middle-aged man as well. What was happening? Is this an ally? Was the boss sending reinforcements? No, he was the one who had stood beside the female officer earlier. They were indeed in cahoots. He was a policeman. Stay back. The middle-aged man suddenly understood. Tightening his grip around the neck of the waitress he was holding hostage, shouting enraged. However, Fu Hang did not even glance in his direction, fixated instead on Yin Yanin lying on the ground. "You wretched woman, this is the retribution for the green hat you made me wear." Fu Hang articulated each word with a twisted expression. What? The three inside the clothing store were taken aback. "I pursued you for 6 long years, 6 years. Through wind and rain, I was ever at your beck and call, bowing at dawn and dusk, offering incense thrice a day. I treated you like a deity. Yet you betrayed me with another man." Fu Hang's voice rose to a hysterical crescendo, drowning out the sobs of the waitress. Yin Yanin stared in disbelief. Was this man deranged? Smack! Another slap silenced her, sending her mouth to the side. However, compared to the previous blow, this one was less painful. "Tell me, what have I ever done to wrong you?" Fu Hang's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted. "You demanded 600,000 in betrothal gifts. So I sold my family's house, forcing my parents to live in a straw hut. You insisted the marriage certificate bear only one name, and I acquiesced. You claimed your brother needed a wedding. And I sold my car. You expressed a desire for a new handbag, and I quit smoking. I worked during the day, delivered food at night, and spent weekends as free help at your family home, managing all household chores and tutoring your dim-witted brother's son with his homework, even washing socks for your sister-in-law. Tell me, where have I wronged you? If you do not love me, why did you marry me? Speak, speak, why did you betray me with him? With him?" Fu Hang suddenly cradled his head in his hands, breaking down into anguished sobs. Chapter 80. Give me a reason not to kill you. What had once been a tense standoff in the clothing store now suffused with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. It was a bitterness more profound than mere heartbreak. The terrified waitress fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at the weeping Fu Hang. I did not." Yin Yanin seemed to be swept up in this overwhelming emotion. Feeling as though she had committed some heinous act deserving of wrath, her earlier bravery faded into insignificance, as if she had brought about her own doom. "No, you still wish to quibble?" Fu Hang looked up, his eyes filled with desperation, causing Yin Yanin to tremble. "I asked the child his..." Fu Hang suddenly rasped, forcing the words out. The tone was devoid of humanity, as if it had emerged from the depths of an abyss. The armed middle-aged man shuddered in response to, "I have type A blood." "You do too? White then, is our child type B?" Fu Hang's voice was choked, a metallic rasp reverberating as he spoke. "Tell me it is a genetic mutation. That my smoking caused this." "I believed you, truly I did, but you should not have hidden from me, allowing the child to call that man father." Fu Hang's voice crescendoed, a heart-wrenching cry. Fu Hang suddenly threw his head back, emitting a chilling, eerie laughter that sent shivers down the spine, striking at the very core of sanity. "It's all right, don't be afraid, my dear, I would never harm you. My love for you is boundless. You are so beautiful, so alluring. I shall never forget the tenderness of your first embrace. I watched you, as you slowly bled to death," Fu Hang declared, stepping back, distancing himself from Yin Yanin, gazing at her with a crazed expression that twisted his features grotesquely. This countenance sent chills down the middle-aged man's spine, rendering him unwilling to aim his gun at Fu Hang. The soft fear of the strong fear the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the shameless. But what does the shameless fear? A madman. Such a person, with a mind unhinged, bizarrely stands atop the food chain. "Are you not a policeman?" Your mother said. "Even if I know everything, I am powerless against you. I am powerless. I dare not move against you. You are a policeman." Fu Hang suddenly roared again, his hands flailing wildly. "I am a coward. I watch helplessly as my wife is with another man. My son must call him father. I must work to support that bastard. I am a coward." Fu Hang's emotions spiraled out of control, his flailing arms colliding with a row of display racks in the clothing store, toppling heavy structures and sending garments flying. The middle-aged man's feelings were a tumult of confusion. Was he not fleeing for his life? He was a wanted criminal, holding hostages. He had shot a police officer. How had the scene transformed so abruptly? Could they not show him some respect? Before the garments had even settled, he felt the gun in his hand tremble, as a hand reached through the swirling fabric, expanding in his view. Before he could react, a tightening sensation gripped his neck, suffocating him entirely. His limbs grew heavy, and the waitress he had been holding collapsed, the gun falling to the ground as the scattered garments fluttered down. He felt his feet lift off the ground, panic flooding his senses as he looked down, only to meet a pair of icy eyes. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Fu Hang hoisted the middle-aged man effortlessly, baring his teeth in a cold, predatory smile. As Yin Yanin was placed onto the ambulance, she cast a complex gaze back at Fu Hang through the crowd. There was confusion, gratitude, a hint of unexpressed admiration, and, of course, an undeniable trace of pity. Such raw emotion, it could not be feigned without personal experience. Who would have imagined that he had endured such tribulations? Was that why he no longer believed in love? Was that why he had become one to provoke women at every turn? The middle-aged man, now loaded onto the prison transport, trembled uncontrollably, having lost control of his bodily functions, his pants clinging uncomfortably as the autumn breeze chilled him. He felt bewildered. He had been fierce and ruthless, unyielding in his disregard for life. Why, upon meeting those eyes, did he feel as though he stood at the gates of hell? It was a terror that emanated from the depths of his soul. This fear was quickly confirmed as not mere illusion. His wrists were crushed, his ankles shattered. Unlike Wang Guifeng, whose hands had been dislocated, his wrists were obliterated. He would never again be able to hold chopsticks to eat. That afternoon Fu Hang spent at the police station. Whether for human trafficking or armed assault on police, these were serious crimes necessitating thorough documentation. Fu Hang was treated with unprecedented reverence, even the head of the Han City Police. Director Chen Xiao personally came to offer his regards. Unlike the last time he had saved someone, this was indeed an act of valor, as he had directly assisted the police in capturing 2 major criminals and rescuing an officer from the line of fire. Humans are inherently self-serving. Is it not natural for there to be distinctions in relationships? Director Chen gripped Fu Hang's hand firmly, his smile warm and genuine, when Fu Hang delicately proposed that his information and likeness be omitted from future news reports. The director patted his chest, assuring him of the highest level of witness protection to ensure Fu Hang's safety and prevent retaliation from criminal elements. The two engaged in amiable conversation, and as Fu Hang departed, Director Chen personally escorted him to the exit. You assert that this formidable individual is requesting the initiation of the witness protection program, genuinely fearing retribution. At Century Square, the officer responsible for driving Fu Hang away, after dropping him off, wore a peculiar expression. He was the first to arrive at the scene, having clearly observed the injuries on the 2 suspects. Individuals like that, under normal circumstances, such cases would require documentation. Wouldn't they? This, I heard Sister Yanan mention it briefly yesterday. Another officer, watching Fu Hang's departing figure, hesitated while licking his lips. Oh, this is a master of time management. The 2 gazes cast from within the car shifted from admiration to reverence. To safeguard the target's personal safety and complete a triggering task, eliminate violence and maintain peace. A project proposal as a reward. Fu Hang's steps faltered as he approached the milk tea shop, his face a canvas of bewilderment. What is this? Fu Hang glanced around, his hands empty. Where is the reward? And what on earth is a project proposal? I vanquished 2 vicious criminals, and this is what I receive. By the way, what about the reward for saving the child? I jumped from the 3rd floor. Did you just pretend not to see the system? Where is the reward for saving the child? The system remained unresponsive. Damn it, how unfortunate, Fu Hang pouted, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. For some reason, he craved a sip of mango sago since the moment he crushed that armed man. However, when he stood outside the entrance of Ganlu Milk Tea, he was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, oblivious to the half-burned cigarette that fell from his lips. What on earth is happening? Chapter 81. The milk tea shop erupted. I merely took half a day off work and inadvertently captured 2 fugitives. Gazing at the milk tea shop, which could almost be described as overcrowded, Fu Hang confirmed several times that the sign overhead indeed read correctly. The queue extends to the entrance. Where did the barrier at the door come from? Does the shop even have such a thing? Fu Hang hesitated to approach, cautiously observing with his head lowered. Then, he heard the ethereal and pristine sound of singing emanating from within. Lei Lu, he actually came to live stream? The effect is this impressive. Being prudent, he donned a mask and squeezed his way inside. Indeed, the crowd inside far surpassed that outside, leaving no space to stand. Meanwhile, Lei Lu, at that moment, was flamboyantly positioned atop his resting loft. Setting up his live streaming equipment, the curtain haphazardly pushed aside. The atmosphere inside the shop was delightful, almost rivaling that of a music festival. All were young individuals, mostly university students, holding milk tea and swaying to the music, creating a genuine sense of a fan gathering. Yet at that moment, Fu Hang suddenly realized a grave issue. I acted rashly. With things like this, where am I supposed to rest in the future? Where will I lay back? If I wish to buy milk tea for Qingwan in the future, will I have to queue as well? The milk tea shop seems to have revitalized, but does this establishment even need to make a profit? The staff's wages are issued by the system. Their profitability has nothing to do with me. Enlightened, Fu Hang's gaze toward Lei Lu turned sour. No, something is amiss. Fu Hang shifted his gaze from Lei Lu to a girl seated on the stairs. This girl, clad in a fur-collared shawl, gracefully crossed the steps with her long, fair legs peeking out from beneath her leather shorts, encased in black leather boots that hugged her shapely calves. So white. So long, but who are you? It was evident that she too had set up a live streaming device, striking various sweet poses for the camera. His gaze continued to sweep across the throng, only to discover several others also live streaming amidst the crowd. What on earth is going on? Fu Hang located Xia Xiaofeng among the crowd and without uttering a word, yanked him outside. Boss, you're here. Wow, you're truly amazing. Look, our shop's business is booming. Upon seeing Fu Hang, Xia Xiaofeng was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. A milk tea shop on the brink of closure, selling just 2 cups a day. How long has it been since the boss took over? What is the situation? Please enlighten me. Hearing this, Fu Hang felt a pang in his jaw. As Xiaofeng animatedly recounted the events, Fu Hang gradually understood. Last night, Layla, true to his word, arrived at the milk tea shop and commenced his livestream. This was Layli's first livestream since that confession video. Although he previously claimed to have a bit of popularity, it was largely confined to the vicinity of Han University, during peak times. His audience might reach over 1,000, but usually, it hovered around a few hundred. However, he seemed to have underestimated the traffic generated by that video. Once the live stream began, the viewer count skyrocketed to 3,000. And after singing Reserve twice, it surged to 5,000. Layla was thrilled. When had he ever experienced this? Thus, under the encouragement of netizens, he began to narrate the backstory of his confession in vivid detail. Embellishing it further, during this time, he certainly did not forget his benefactor, continuously emphasizing the support and encouragement he received from the milk tea shop owner, recounting how timid and dejected he had been. And how, after numerous enlightening discussions with the milk tea shop owner, he finally mustered the courage to take a bold step, creating a legend. He frequently promoted the milk tea shop, which soon sparked backlash from netizens. With some questioning whether he was beginning to promote products now that he had a bit of traffic, Layla vehemently denied ever receiving a single cent from the milk tea shop and directly addressed the viewers in the livestream, proclaiming that from that day forth, he would be live streaming every day from this very milk tea shop, and only from this shop in the future. Such a resolute stance led many to believe in the purity of his friendship with the milk tea shop owner. That evening, as the viewer count surpassed 10,000, he excitedly announced that local viewers who arrived before he ended the stream would receive a complimentary cup of the signature Mango Sago. Ultimately, 17 college students came to join in the fun, 3 of whom were Layli's roommates. When the stream ended, the highest concurrent viewers had reached 12,809. Layla was ecstatic, genuinely grateful to his mentor, because of the previous day's promotion. As soon as the shop opened the next morning, several college students began trickling and sampling the milk tea and taking photos at the entrance. However, it was not a large number, just a few dozen cups were sold that morning. Yet, after watching the data from the live stream the previous night, Layla found himself unable to sleep. Having tasted success, he returned after lunch, fully equipped for another round. Xiaofeng was naturally delighted, eagerly assisting him. The afternoon's livestream did not garner as much popularity as the previous day's. Given it was midday, how many people were watching their phones? Nevertheless, Layla remained undeterred, passionately singing and chatting with viewers. When asked if he would give away milk tea today, he cleverly responded that there would be a limited number of 10 cups, which would be distributed via a lottery. He stated that he was a student and lacked funds. The viewers expressed understanding, and the viewer count maintained around 2,000. Then, unexpectedly, someone appeared on camera during the live stream. Li Weiyang. After being turned away at the hospital, Li Weiyang, feeling bored, seemingly sought out a reason and came to order a cup of Mango Sago. Li Weiyang visited. Upon hearing this, Fu Hang's expression turned peculiar. What is this young lady up to? After that scene with Qin Yuchu, she still hasn't cut her losses. Is she truly trapped? She ordered a cup of Mango Sago, but she paid for it. Xiaofeng observed Fu Hang's expression closely and, almost instinctively, added, Li Weiyang's unexpected appearance caused a stir in the livestream. Layla had seen Li Weiyang before. She seemed to be the mentor's wife? Instantly, he began to scheme, subtly shifting the camera toward Li Weiyang. He said little, opting to select a few heartfelt love songs and began to sing. The viewers in the livestream were stirred. What do they enjoy the most? Such unexpected encounters and authenticity. This candid footage is far more captivating than those overly filtered beauties. Moreover, Layla's livestream had no beauty filters applied, a fact the viewers had repeatedly confirmed. As Layla put it, he was a singer who despised relying on looks for success. Therefore, the suddenly appearing customer, without the enhancement of filters, is genuinely a beauty? Damn, does this milk tea shop have such a high-quality clientele? Li Weiyang ordered a cup of milk tea and quietly sat in a booth, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Fu Hang had mentioned to her that Layla's live streams attracted viewers, yet she hadn't taken it seriously. Instead, her mind wandered back to marvel at this man's planning and execution. He has truly changed significantly. Sipping her milk tea, she almost regarded Lei Lu as the resident singer of the milk tea shop. Not bothered by the live stream camera, she instead smiled politely and nodded. That smile made the viewers in the live stream feel it was worth it, even drawing the attention of female viewers, who were captivated by the aura radiating from her smile. The viewer count in the live stream began to soar. Chapter 82. A breath of fresh air in the livestream after sipping half a cup of milk tea and listening to 2 songs. Li Weiyang suddenly requested to hear Reserved. This was perhaps the most common request in Layli's livestream, and he was aware of this, thus searching for reasons to decline today. A music streamer who solely sings one song risks being labeled, which is detrimental to his growth, yet how could he possibly refuse the request of his mentoress wife? He immediately began to sing Reserved. The melodious tune and soul-stirring lyrics echoed within the milk tea shop. And Li Weiyang was not hearing this song for the first time. She had come across that video numerous times. However, at this moment, it was the most earnest listening experience she had. Her gaze was vacant, fixated on the milk tea before her as she immersed herself in the ambience crafted by the lyrics and melody for the first time, letting go of her reservations, imagining everything between you and me. The live stream appeared as beautifully composed as a meticulously filmed music video, with viewers flooding the chat with praise. Meanwhile, a few passionate college students had rushed out of campus, eager to encounter the elegant working woman who clearly had a story to tell. The viewer count in the livestream reached 7,000 to thank you. As the song concluded, Lee Wei-young came back to her senses, politely expressing her gratitude before standing to leave. On the table remained only half a cup of unfinished mango pomelo sago. With a faint lipstick mark on the straw, a silent testament to a poignant and untold story that once unfolded here, Layla felt as though he had found his sanctuary in this bubble tea shop. Utterly lost in the joy of the moment, he had long forgotten the plan to broadcast for an hour. Instead, he contemplated settling down in this tea shop. Thus, he continued to sing, chatting, and joking when weary. Sipping the tea before resuming his melody. As word spread, the afternoon saw a steady influx of patrons to the shop, most of whom were there to take photos or watch the livestream. Of course, a few hopeful souls harbored dreams of a serendipitous encounter. Most of these onlookers were university students, reveling in their leisure. This influx meant that more faces began to appear within Laylee's livestream. What characterizes university students, youth, beauty, sunshine, and vitality, regardless of gender. Let us not forget that it was still afternoon, classes had yet to conclude. Those industrious pillars of society, buried in their studies, would not be found here at this hour. Viewers watching the livestream were genuinely astonished. Was the clientele here truly of such caliber? Although they did not match the allure of the previous sophisticated woman, these charming young men and women were undeniably delightful. Just as many seasoned onlookers began to fidget, the camera captured yet another figure. Unlike the innocent demeanor displayed earlier, this newcomer exuded grace and warmth, dressed in a simple yet elegant professional outfit. Shin Yuchu appeared, embodying both competence and vitality. Laylu immediately halted the broadcast and rushed over to greet her, pausing only his singing and interaction while keeping the camera rolling. Although Shin Yuchu was somewhat taken aback by Laylee's performance in the bubble tea shop, she recalled that her presence was meant to draw attention to Fu Hang's establishment, and thus she responded with remarkable cooperation. The two stood quietly at a distance from the camera, whispering to each other and occasionally breaking into soft laughter. The audience in the livestream fell into a hushed silence. What unfolded before the lens was a scene of youthful shyness and pure unspoken affection. The two protagonists of this confession video stood there, serenely sharing feelings that lingered unspoken yet weighed heavily on their hearts. There was no artifice, no scripted dialogue, no banter, or suggestive movements, just a refreshing current of authenticity that cleansed the viewers, who had been tainted by the sordidness of the internet. The stream championed sincerity and truthfulness. The popularity of the live stream began to soar, as those who joined were captivated. Additionally, many who had come early to join the excitement remained, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture this beautiful moment and swiftly posting it on campus networks, eager for their friends and family to witness the unfolding drama in real time. In truth, Shin Yuchu did not linger long. She had merely come to purchase bubble tea. After Xia Xiaofeng handed her the prepared drink, she waved at the camera with a smile and departed. Yet at that moment, the online viewer count surged past 10,000. Returning to the camera, Laylu explained that Shin Yuchu came from a modest background and had secured an internship while studying, juggling work and studies. Thus she needed to hurry off to her job. Many viewers accepted this narrative, and a flurry of supportive comments urging Layla to take good care of the girl flooded the screen, along with a few celebratory emojis. Meanwhile, the bubble tea shop began to fill with those university students who had come to join the spectacle, and the atmosphere escalated in excitement, thanks to the influx from campus networks. The viewer count in the live stream skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 28,414 by 3 o'clock. This marked yet another personal milestone for Laylu, prompting him to put forth even more effort. But who was that person on the stairs? Fu Hang, upon hearing of Shin Yuchu's visit, displayed little reaction, merely feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Layla featuring her in the stream. Xiao Qi, you don't know her? Xia Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise. Qimo, known online as Xiao Qi, was a girl who had loved singing since childhood. She had never attended university and had worked as a resident singer in a bar after graduating high school. When live streaming gained popularity, she seized the opportunity and became one of the few renowned singing streamers in Han City. With her sweet looks and fiery personality, she excelled in outdoor broadcasts, engaging with her audience effortlessly. However, she had recently encountered some challenges. Viewers often experienced aesthetic fatigue. Those who genuinely enjoyed her singing might not be interested in her appearance, while those drawn by her looks rarely devoted time to listen to her perform. Consequently, her popularity began to wane. The barrier to entry in the live streaming industry was low but fiercely competitive, with new and creative streamers emerging daily to teach seasoned veterans how to attract an audience. Naturally, she had seen the confession video. Those in her line of work had to stay attuned to the movements of their peers. Xiao Qi's team was already drafting plans for a reshoot. Setting the scene for a marriage proposal, she had also been keeping an eye on Leilu, the rising star of the live streaming world. Yesterday, she had observed Leily's broadcast, which had been unremarkable but not foolish. He had the sense to capitalize on the wave of attention. However, she wondered why he had chosen a bubble tea shop as his stage. Was there a financial backer involved? Would such a swift pivot backfire? Today, upon seeing Leilu broadcasting again, she suddenly conceived a plan. She could ride this wave of popularity. Swiftly she gathered her team and equipment and headed to the bubble tea shop. Her arrival stirred a small commotion, for compared to Leilu, she was a prominent figure in the Han City live streaming scene. She feigned interest in buying bubble tea, greeting the audience with enthusiasm upon spotting Leilu. When the viewers encouraged her to sing, she turned to Leilu and the others present, inquiring whether she could also start her own live stream. And thus, the PK commenced, both online and offline simultaneously. In an instant, the bubble tea shop ignited with excitement as countless local viewers flocked to the scene, while bewildered passers-by halted to witness the spectacle. Chapter 83, Rising Difficulties System. I have a question. Whose profits does this bubble tea shop belong to? After digesting the bewildering prelude, Fu Hang wearily waved away Xia Xiaofeng as another server had called out to him several times. The workload was overwhelming. Were there any bags to collect the money? Fortunately, Xia Xiaofeng had the foresight to summon 2 night shift workers back to assist. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The project's revenue is allocated based on the target customer. What? Wait, let me sort this out. The target customer here should be Xin Xingwan, right? The reason I applied was that Xin Xingwan likes this bubble tea shop. If it closes, it would be difficult for me to indulge. So I bought it to ensure my convenience. Is that correct? So the earnings from this shop belong to Xin Xingwan? On what grounds? Are you certain you understand what you are saying? I can give you an opportunity to rephrase your statement. After all, the system errors, network delays and data loss are quite common. Fu Hang's expression contorted with frustration. He could understand if the profits were not allocated to him, otherwise it would be a blatant bug. Xin Xingwan likes sour fish. Bought it. Xin Xingwan enjoyed amusement parks, purchased them. Xin Xingwan fancied BSJ, acquired it. Within 6 months, Fu Hang could buy out Han City. Then, what was the point of indulging? Initially, Fu Hang had presumed that the system would reclaim these profits and redistribute them to him as a salary. Isn't that what unscrupulous businessmen do? Yet, how could he fathom that these earnings would be awarded to Xin Xingwan? This was absurd. Logically, it made no sense. The critical question was, who would provide the funds? How would they be transferred? Would he be the one to give them? Would Xin Xingwan be puzzled upon receiving money? Am I a mere game assistant, gifting her a bubble tea shop? What was the purpose of constructing this persona? The system reiterated its earlier message word for word. Fu Hang fell silent, feeling as though this was the system's way of punishing him for his daily idleness at work. This was a subtle increase in the game's difficulty. Or perhaps, it was time to confront Xin Xingwan directly, drive the GT900 straight to her face and boldly declare, I am the CEO, then gift her a bubble tea shop, thereby exploding her data and claiming her affection in one swoop? Then leave with a swagger that seemed rather enticing. After all, he had 2 backup options in Li Weiyang and Ing Yanan. A solid plan, wasn't it? Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with mischief as he stroked his chin, revealing a sly grin, but in the next moment, he hesitated. Li Weiyang was not as stable as Xin Xingwan. Few women could remain steadfast and committed to their mission. There were not many like her, who had maintained their resolve for 6 years. If any complications arose, it would be challenging to remedy. To indulge or not to indulge? Fu Hang's gaze wandered. No, Li Weiyang was far too unpredictable, given the current situation. She might even explode faster than Xin Xingwan. And then there was Ing Yanan. Setting aside her identity in the criminal investigation team, her fierce nature intimidated Fu Hang. When she got riled up, she truly was a force to be reckoned with. Engaging with her was akin to risking a bite that could cost him a chunk of flesh or a tooth. No, he could not make hasty decisions. He needed to maintain composure and avoid recklessness. Lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the office building peeking from the distance. That was where Yuanbo Trading was headquartered. Upon returning to the shop, he stood in a position out of the camera's view, waving at Leilu. Layla had noticed Fu Hang earlier but hesitated to leave the valuable stream data behind, casting a respectful glance from afar. However, upon seeing his mentor beckoning him, he disregarded everything else and hurriedly pointed the camera at the bar, broadcasting the bubble tea making process before rushing down. Behind him, Shao Qi eyed him suspiciously, speculating about Fu Hang's identity. That's enough for today. Stop, Fu Hang said coldly, his impatience apparent. Stop? Leilu was taken aback, realizing the implications for the stream's data. He truly hesitated to comply. 5,000 viewers, stop when I say to stop. Fu Hang smirked. Leily's brow twitched, suddenly grasping a possible reason. Is master concerned that I might overexpose my popularity? Upon grasping this notion, Leily's face radiated with a smile, and he promptly turned around, causing that individual to cease as well. Fu Hang added a remark upon receiving Leily's message. Shao Qi pondered for a moment and apologized to the audience in the livestream before singing another song and subsequently ending the broadcast. She sensed that it was not the most opportune moment to sign off as her popularity was on the rise. However, this was someone else's establishment. Xiaoqi neatly packed her equipment and cheerfully approached Fu Hang, scrutinizing the young proprietor, yet she found it rather perplexing that, despite the bustling business, he wore such a sour expression. Hello, I am Xiaoqi, thank you for your efforts. Xia, please serve each of them a cup of mango pomelo sago. Fu Hang politely nodded and turned to ascend the staircase. Xiaoqi was taken aback. Was he ignoring me? I brought traffic and promotional heat to your venue, and I have over 100,000 followers. Is a cup of milk tea all it takes to dismiss me? Watching Fu Hang walk away without pause, Xiaoqi felt deeply dissatisfied. The data from today's livestream could be considered a win-win. Yet it seemed that the victory belonged solely to her and Layla. He merely rode on the coattails of their popularity, didn't he? Goodness, with such a boss, it's no wonder the business had previously been lackluster. With a huff, Xiaoqi gathered her equipment and team and departed, leaving the complimentary milk tea behind. As the livestream concluded, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and those waiting in line for milk tea began to lose patience. Leaving in droves, before long, the once bustling tea shop fell eerily quiet. Of course, a few customers remained seated in booths, either taking photos, checking in, or engaging in idle chatter. Fu Hang drew the curtain across the loft once more and collapsed onto the bed. Feeling utterly drained, the shop's revenue surely wouldn't be settled on the same day, would it? Previously, they sold only 2 cups in a day, most likely purchased by himself. When discussing profits, it merely reflected the daily losses. However, judging by today's turnout, the earnings should be considerable. If settled today, wouldn't Shen Qingwan receive her payment? The project settles on a monthly basis, the system gently reminded him. Fu Hang exhaled softly, relieved to know there was still room for maneuver. Light footsteps echoed up the stairs, soft and steady. Boss, Xia Xiaofeng's voice floated in from outside, sounding cautious. Come in. Fu Hang replied curtly. Boss, it was Layla who insisted on coming up. He got carried away singing, and I couldn't stop him, Xia Xiaofeng explained in a hushed tone, assuming Fu Hang's stern expression was due to someone intruding on his private office. From now on, keep an eye on him. Don't let him come up. Find someone to erect a wall and install a door, Fu Hang said, irritated at the thought. This was his space, not meant for public access. Besides, it was quite a nice spot for a midday rest. Understood, I'll contact a renovation company shortly. We can have it done in a couple of days at most. Also, shouldn't we consider hiring more staff? Today, I've temporarily reassigned the evening shift, but if this continues, 2 people per shift will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. If they can't manage, we'll limit the sales. What tea shop treats its employees like workhorses? Fu Hang snapped, his temper flaring. I'm already worried about this. And you're bringing it up. With the tea selling like hotcakes, you seem pleased, don't you? What does it matter to you? Is the money going into your pocket? You're just an employee. Chapter 84, Business Trip with a Male Colleague. Xia Xiaofeng was left speechless. There was something off about that statement. Was it concern for subordinates? Yet Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Limitations? Goodness, I'm a commercial genius, afraid of making money. I simply one tea cell, and that solves everything. Yes, starting tomorrow, you will post a notice that each type of milk tea will be available in limited quantities every day. The total number of cups cannot exceed. How many did we sell today? Up to now, nearly 400 cups. However, most of those sold later were the plain milk tea, as we were short on the other supplies. Xia Xiaofeng, confused by Fu Hang's intention, answered honestly. Of course, this was also one of the reasons he had come to see Fu Hang. They needed to increase their supply procurement. See, I told you, if our supplies can't keep up, how can we function without limits? Fu Hang asserted, his attitude self-assured. Xia Xiaofeng remained perplexed. If supplies were insufficient, couldn't they simply purchase more? What about yesterday? How many did we sell then? Yesterday, since we only started the live stream in the evening, there weren't many customers, but we still sold about 100 cups. Alright, starting tomorrow, we'll limit it to 200. No 150 cups, once they're gone. That's it. Fu Hang hesitated for a moment, calculating the expenses of the tea shop. Selling 150 cups a day should help maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Right, moreover, if this continues, they might find themselves without customers in no time, and he would revert to his former tranquil days. As for Shen Qingwan, there would be nothing more to worry about. Selling only 150 cups a day? Xia Xiaofeng was astonished, utterly bewildered by Fu Hang's strategy. Yes, and also we need to expedite the hiring process you mentioned. Working 2 shifts is too taxing. Once we have enough personnel, we'll implement a 3-shift system, tentatively assigning 6 people per shift, for at the counter and 2 serving. Fu Hang's thoughts began to expand. While cutting costs, he also aimed to increase revenue. He wasn't certain of the exact profit margin per cup of tea, but he knew it had to be highly lucrative. What if selling 150 cups still yielded a profit? Hire a few more people and spend some money. What is there to fear about losses? It is not my money being lost. 6 people per shift, 3 shifts. Xia Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had suggested hiring more staff out of concern for potential oversights, as this involved food that needed to be handled with care. Yet now, with limits in place, why hire more, and why so many? are we only hiring summer interns now? You handle the hiring, and from this moment on, you're the manager of the shop, you will have the final say here. Your salary will be doubled, Fu Hang declared with authority, having high hopes for this young man who could confidently refer to him as boss. Xia Xiaofeng's expression was a whirlwind of emotions, struggling to keep up with the rapid shifts. So I'm the manager now, my salary doubled, the pay for the others will remain the same as before, you expedite the hiring process. Fu Hang took a deep breath, feeling a surge of confidence. Having swiftly resolved the pitfalls the system had laid out for him, boss, if we limit sales, we won't need that many people, and isn't 150 cups a bit too few, if customers come and we don't serve them? That would look bad, wouldn't it? Suddenly faced with a doubled salary, Xia Xiaofeng's sense of responsibility surged, instantly embracing the role of manager. To think like the boss, increase the workforce, reduce working hours, this was essentially a covert pay raise. And he needed to show gratitude. That's easy enough. You'll need to buy a few timers, those that record seconds with a single press, then organize some staff training to precisely outline every step of the tea preparation process. Down to the second, specify how many times to stir, how many seconds to shake, and list everything. Extend the time it takes to prepare a cup of tea, ideally aiming for 10 minutes per cup. This way, customers can't complain, they'll appreciate our attention to detail. Fu Hang's mind was racing, ideas flowing with clarity. Xia Xiaofeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In that case, let us close for business tomorrow. Sort out the hiring and training, and we'll reopen once everything is set. Also, don't forget about my door. Fu Hang felt invigorated, striding downstairs. He believed he was quite clever, closing for business, who would have thought? You've become popular, and I'm suggesting a pause to let things cool down. What will the eager customers think when they find the tea shop shuttered, stepping out of the establishment? Fu Hang stretched luxuriously, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. Today's salary had already been credited, totaling 400,000 yuan, with his current objectives being Shenxingwan's affinity rating at 71. 11 Li Weiyang's at 69.03, and Ng Yanan's at 29.95. Please continue your efforts, host. Salary paid for a day off. Shenxingwan's rating dipped slightly, and Li Weiyang adjusted as well, but Ng Yanan, after all I did to save your life. How is it only 29, Doug? What a fickle woman. As for Ng Yanan's affinity returning to normal, Fu Hang was not surprised. Even after slapping her twice, he had indeed saved her life. Surely she wouldn't hold a grudge to such an extent. The market index remained stable, and Fu Hang felt a surge of happiness, just as he was about to find a place to continue his plans for the afternoon, to indulge in, to cultivate his artistic sensibilities. Fu Hang hesitated once more. Previously he had been diligent and conscientious, never once contemplating skipping work or taking leave. Since the salary would be paid even for a day off, could he perhaps continue to test the waters? Fu Hang licked his lips, his mind wandering again. As night fell, he dressed impeccably, adorned with a watch worth hundreds of thousands, and drove his GT 900 out. Destination: Buckingham Palace Private Club. He had no ulterior motives. Merely wishing to critique the decadence and vice of the wealthy, the car rolled into the exclusive parking lot of the club. Under the watchful eyes of the security personnel, another well-groomed guard in a uniform and white gloves approached promptly. Raising a hand to assist with the door, however, Fu Hang did not lock the vehicle. Instead, he hesitated, glancing at the incoming call displayed on the car's screen. Qin Yuchu. It was his personal phone ringing. He had tossed his work phone at home and hadn't turned it on all day. After a moment's pause, he rolled down the window to wave at the guard before closing the window again and switching the call to his phone. Is your shoulder feeling better? Qin Yuchu's voice was gentle. Yes, it's almost healed. Fu Hang's tone was calm. Have you eaten? I have, and you? I have too. The conversation fell into silence, and Fu Hang felt a bit stifled inside the car. He glanced at the guard standing off to the side and opened the window again. Do you have time tomorrow? Qin Yuchu spoke again. I should go to work. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, instinctively about to respond, but then he noticed the calendar displayed on the car's screen. Tomorrow is the first day of the new month, a day off for you. I see. Qin Yuchu's voice carried a hint of despondency. Actually, we really don't have to go to work. Fu Hang, driven by an inexplicable impulse, offered a remedy. Really? The tone from the other end brightened significantly, a smile appearing on Fu Hang's lips. Could you accompany me on a business trip? A business trip? Fu Hang's smile faltered. You want me to join you for overtime when I have a day off tomorrow? There's a project underway at the company involving substantial funding. We're collaborating with a clothing factory. And I'm concerned. I want to see it for myself, Qin Yuchu said cautiously. Where to? Not far, just to Deep City. I've checked the navigation. It will take 3 hours. Fu Hang hesitated. I've only been to Han City. I haven't visited other cities. Qin Yuchu's voice suddenly grew weak, filled with guilt, timidity, and shyness. Fu Hang's heart tightened, nearly yielding to her request, but he quickly regained his composure. Is this really you, Qin Yuchu? Do you think this is the first day I've met you? Where's your exclusive voice pack for Digi? You're going on a business trip alone. The company hasn't arranged for anyone else. Fu Hang scoffed. What do you think I've been doing for the past 3 years? I've been through it all. There are a few colleagues from the project team who will also go, but they're all men. When do we depart? Should I come pick you up? Fu Hang sat up straight. Asking earnestly, the agreed time was 3 in the afternoon, but, I want to go today. Qin Yuchu hesitated before speaking again. Leaving today? Yes, the collaborator is a distant relative of the project's deputy supervisor. I want to visit the factory tomorrow morning. Going undercover for a private visit, a very meticulous approach. No objections there. Going alone, that's why I'm scared. I want you to accompany me. What time do we leave? Can we go now? Wait for me. Chapter 85. Don't go. Fu Hang was always meticulous in his work. Considering that Qin Yuchu was going for a private visit, he parked the GT900 and returned to the dealership to fetch the more understated ADQ7 in contrast to the 33 million GT900. The ADQ7 appeared modest and unpretentious. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the black SUV merged onto the highway leading to Deep City. Given that it was a business trip, Fu Hang naturally inquired, "How has the company been lately?" Then, Assistant Qin switched to professional reporting mode. Fu Hang, listening, felt increasingly bewildered and drowsy. In nearly half an hour, the ambitious Fu Hang, who had been reveling in his brilliance as a business prodigy at a milk tea shop, recognized the sobering truth. He was merely suited to be a sycophant. However, he did glean some information that was Deputy General Manager Su Changhe was not likely to hold on for much longer. One should never be deceived by this woman's seemingly fragile exterior. She could be quite ruthless when necessary. He wondered about Shin Qingwan's situation, too. Based on his understanding of her, granting her such leeway should have resulted in some developments. Yet Fu Hang refrained from asking Qin Yuchu about it. He knew the boundaries of conversation, what could be said and what could not. Fu Hang was not merely professional, he was astute, though Fu Hang did not bring it up. Qin Yuchu initiated a discussion about Shin Qingwan. Recently, Shin Qingwan had been quite active, consecutively rolling out several job competition plans, encouraging numerous mid to lower level employees to self-nominate. If these plans were implemented, the company would undergo significant changes. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, choosing not to engage further in that topic. Feigning indifference, Qin Yuchu quietly observed Fu Hang's profile, ceasing her work report. As the vehicle sped onward, the dialogue between the two dwindled. The navigation system incessantly reminded them of the distance remaining, and as they approached their destination, their conversation became nearly non-existent, with the planned inspection set for tomorrow and the clock reading 9 in the evening. It was naturally impractical to conduct a private visit at this hour. What would they do upon arriving in Deep City? I understand your feigned restraint. You comprehend my deliberate aloofness. We both acknowledge the unspoken agreement between us. From the moment he received that call, Fu Hang had a foreboding sense that something significant might occur today. Yet, was it fair? It felt reminiscent of a Klitsch plot, without the golden hoop. I cannot save you. With the golden hoop, I cannot love you. An inexplicable sense of guilt began to stir within Fu Hang, causing him to feel restless. He rolled down the window and pulled out a cigarette. With a flick, a flame ignited before him. This woman's hand always seemed to appear at the most opportune moments. Fu Hang did not glance at her, focusing instead on lighting his cigarette, his gaze fixed ahead. In the next moment, Fu Hang's eyes widened in shock, his hands gripping the steering wheel tight, muscles tensing as he firmly controlled the direction, while his foot shifted from the accelerator to the brake in an instant. A loud crash, a vehicle ahead collided with the guardrail and began to roll over due to inertia. Fu Hang's reaction was swift and decisive, managing to slow down and steer to the side. Observing the car that had rolled onto its side against the barrier, Fu Hang's expression morphed into one of fury. He was not far from the other vehicle, the line of sight clear. Moments earlier, another car had been traveling alongside the one that had crashed, which is why Fu Hang instinctively braked in time. He saw very clearly that the black SUV, which had been overtaking, suddenly swerved, perhaps due to fatigue or distraction. The collision occurred at an unfortunate angle, leading the white car to crash into the barrier. This was a serious traffic accident, yet the black vehicle simply drove away without a hint of slowing down? Go outside the barrier and call the police. Fu Hang activated his hazard lights, flung open the door, and sprinted toward the accident scene. Qin Yuchu appeared somewhat panicked, but her instinctive obedience to Fu Hang was almost second nature. And without hesitation, she exited the car and climbed over the barrier. Fu Hang was quick, but as he reached the front of the accident vehicle and looked up, terror flashed across his face. The undercarriage was smoking, a new energy vehicle. Without a moment's delay, Fu Hang grasped the barrier, leaped up, pressed against the window of the car that was precariously perched against the barrier, and forcefully attempted to pull the door open. The door was locked. He couldn't budge it. Pressing against the window, he pounded on it desperately to alert the passengers inside. Yet in the next moment, the fear in Fu Hang's eyes deepened through the window. He glimpsed the interior scene. 2 adults and a child. The front seat housed a male driver, presumably the father, while the back seat contained a young mother and a child secured in a safety seat. The child was very small, almost the same age as the child he had saved that day, but at this moment, aside from the child firmly restrained in the safety seat, both adults were slumped over. Their heads pressed against the deformed airbags, completely unresponsive. Were they unconscious, dead on the spot? Fu Hang had no time to ponder further. He tugged at the door with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. Glancing at the thickening white smoke, Fu Hang gritted his teeth, clenched his right fist, and swung it violently at the window. A dull thud resonated. Fu Hang's fist trembled slightly, but his eyes widened in surprise. It hadn't shattered. How much force had he put into that punch? It hadn't broken. Had the craftsmanship of domestic new energy vehicles reached such heights? Yet the smoke billowed, and he could smell the acrid scent. He didn't understand the principles of new energy vehicles, but he had seen on the news that once these cars caught fire, extinguishing the flames was exceedingly difficult, with no time to think. Fu Hang retracted his fist and swung again. Fortunately, his masterful physique did not let him down. On the fifth punch, the window finally shattered. Ignoring the cuts from the glass, Fu Hang opened the door. Reaching for the child while also assessing the two adults inside, they were not dead, merely unconscious. However, Fu Hang's position was awkward since the vehicle was tilted. The window he had broken was positioned upward, making it impossible for him to simultaneously reach the woman in the back seat. The acrid odor intensified, and with no time to deliberate, he scooped up the child and jumped down from the barrier. Raising his head, he locked eyes with Qin Yuchu, who was preparing to climb over to assist. Holding the child, Fu Hang dashed across the road, handing the wailing child to Qin Yuchu. Be careful. Qin Yuchu's face was a picture of panic. She had initially wanted to help, but now, after taking the child, she was utterly at a loss. Fu Hang returned to the vehicle, his complexion growing increasingly grim, for he believed he had seen a flicker of flames. Yet the position of the car was far from ideal for a rescue. He squeezed into the open back door but found he couldn't reach the adults inside unless he climbed atop the car and crawled in. But doing so would put him at risk. Leaning halfway into the vehicle, Fu Hang strained to grab the seatbelt of the woman in the back seat, calling out loudly. He could see that the driver in the front seat was completely unconscious. But the woman in the back still had some awareness. Nearly dazed from the violent impact, the woman in a stupor seemed to hear Fu Hang's urging and unfastened her seatbelt. Fu Hang seized her hand and pulled her out of the car. They tumbled to the ground, and as Fu Hang looked up, the flames had grown more intense. Without hesitation, he scooped up the still dazed woman and sprinted toward the opposite side of the road. Qin Yuchu stood frozen in place, holding the child. This time, she did not heed Fu Hang's warning, remaining motionless by the barrier. Stay here and don't move. Fu Hang set the woman down, turned, and dashed back toward the accident vehicle. Fu Hang, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Fu Hang glanced back and saw the terror in her gaze. He understood that look. Don't go. Chapter 86. The long hair in opposition. The vehicle was already ablaze. He had done enough, but Fu Hang hesitated for merely a second before resolutely charging toward the other side once more. However, just as Fu Hang was about to ascend once more, fierce flames erupted, and a surging wave of heat instantly rendered his approach impossible. Despair flickered in Fu Hang's eyes, while the weight of unbridled fury threatened to tear his heart asunder. Just a little, just a fraction more. His gaze darted around the wrecked vehicle, desperately searching for a means of rescue. Climbing was no longer an option. The system had bestowed upon him a grotesque physique, unparalleled reflexes, explosive power, and remarkable control. Yet, he was no Superman. He could not withstand the searing inferno. In the next moment, Fu Hang plunged into the isolation zone, bracing himself against the rear of the wrecked car. A primal roar, piercing the heavens, erupted from his throat. The vehicle swayed, sliding down from the isolation zone. Indeed, he had never contemplated lifting a car, but merely pushing it down the isolation zone, and he succeeded. The car lay on its roof at the roadside, flames licking the undercarriage, yet the fire rose, at least allowing the driver trapped within to endure a few more seconds. The blaze grew increasingly ferocious, and Fu Hang stole a glance through the open door. The expression on his face remained grim. Even if he squeezed inside, there was no way to extricate the driver from this angle. Lowering himself, Fu Hang approached the driver's compartment, attempting to tug at the warped door handle, but it remained immovable. Feeling the oppressive heat radiating from above, Fu Hang gritted his teeth and clutched the deformed door open. Fu Hang's voice resonated once again through the night sky, his muscles swelling with exertion. A sudden release of pressure surged through his hands, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It opened. Ignoring the dancing flames, Fu Hang shoved the twisted door aside, reaching for the driver. The seatbelt was unfastened, and the warped steering wheel pressed against the driver's chest, rendering his hand unable to reach inside. Damn it! Fu Hang pounded and shouted at the driver, yet there was no response. The flames intensified, and Fu Hang felt a stinging sensation on his skin, while the driver inside displayed alarming signs of charred blackness. The seatbelt wouldn't budge. Time was running out. Fu Hang anxiously tugged, but the seatbelt remained steadfast. Glass. An idea struck Fu Hang, and he turned to search for the shattered glass from the rear seat. However, after attempting to use the shards on the seatbelt, despair washed over him. The tempered plastic glass was utterly incapable of cutting through. Suddenly, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of a white gas surging toward Fu Hang. Dry ice. A fire extinguisher. Fu Hang turned to see a man brandishing a fire extinguisher, aiming it at him. The searing sensation dulled slightly, but Fu Hang paid it no mind, gripping the glass shards and pulling with all his might. He understood well that this vehicle's dry ice extinguisher would not quell the flames. He was racing against time. Brother, it's a hybrid. The man spraying the extinguisher seemed to realize something, his voice laced with urgency and fear. Hybrid. Fu Hang's heart raced as he glanced at the car's dashboard. Indeed, it was a hybrid, which meant there was a fuel tank. The seatbelt had already been severed halfway. Should he give up? Fu Hang hesitated for a brief moment, but soon determination flashed across his face. Everything the system had bestowed upon him was not merely for him to be a mere bystander, akin to that child, or this driver. It's about to explode. The man's voice grew increasingly frantic. And Fu Hang could sense the dry ice spraying on him. Receding moments later, the extinguisher ceased its discharge. Fu Hang fixed his gaze on the frayed seatbelt, urging it to yield. Almost there. It would snap soon. He did not look back, nor did he harbor resentment toward the man. It was evident that he was merely a passerby, and his immediate rush to assist was already commendable. That he had no reason to demand that others take the same risks he had. The man retreated with urgency, gripping the extinguisher tightly. As Fu Hang had surmised, altruism and bravery should always be exercised with one's own safety in mind. He too had family, loved ones awaiting his return. The fire from the wrecked vehicle raged dangerously, poised to explode at any moment. Remaining here, the man retreated swiftly, casting a complex glance at the blazing wreck. Suddenly the extinguisher in his hand felt lighter. And he turned in astonishment, witnessing a cascade of long hair fluttering as a slender figure seized the extinguisher from him and charged toward the inferno. The stinging sensation on Fu Hang's face intensified. And he felt as though his hair might catch fire. He was so close, just a little more. The white dry ice sprayed forth once more, and Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time to turn around. He relentlessly cut through the seatbelt. It snapped. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Hang grasped the driver and violently yanked him from the vehicle, hoisting him onto his shoulder as he turned to flee. Catching sight of the figure wielding the extinguisher, "Run!" Fu Hang had no time for reflection, only the urgency to shout as he sprinted forward with the driver in tow. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The shockwave toppling the three individuals in their flight. At the emergency center of Han City Second Hospital, Fu Hang sat numbly before the bed, gazing intently at the woman lying there, her eyes firmly shut. She appeared to sleep soundly, so tranquil that Fu Hang was hesitant to breathe too loudly, fearing he might disturb her. He could not fathom where this seemingly frail woman had found the courage to charge forward while others retreated in the face of danger. Who bestowed upon you such bravery? Are you reckless enough to gamble with your life, or do you possess a system of your own? Fu Hang's eyes conveyed a myriad of emotions. Danger, do not go. But if you do, then I will accompany you. Shin Yuchu slumbered, having been administered a sedative by the doctor at Fu Hang's suggestion. Fortunately, her injuries were not severe, after being thrown by the blast. She had merely scraped her arm upon landing. However, the extent of any potential head trauma would require thorough examination results. Nevertheless, according to the doctor's assessment, it should not pose significant issues. As for Fu Hang, he had been shaved bald, his eyebrows singed away, his bare scalp unbandaged, yet smeared with copious ointment. His shaven head glistened with an almost polished sheen, exuding an air of authority, grateful for the omnipotent system. He marveled at how this bizarre physique had indeed granted him some flame resistance. The driver remained in critical condition. While he had merely lost his hair, however, his right hand was heavily bandaged. The tempered glass had proven no less dangerous than it was in severing the seatbelt. After stealing a glance at the delicate, pale face once more, Fu Hang suppressed any less than noble thoughts and quietly exited the ward. Upon reaching the hospital staircase, he lit a cigarette, furtively scanning for any medical personnel nearby, but soon he noticed two men approaching him. One of them, clad in a police uniform, had already crossed paths with him earlier that day. "This is Mr. Fu," the officer said, wearing a grateful smile as he introduced Fu Hang to an elderly farmer standing beside him. The old farmer, dressed plainly, appeared to be in his 50s, with a stooped back and a face weathered by the elements. He seemed to limp as he approached, taking labored steps. "You saved my granddaughter twice," the elderly farmer stammered, his lips trembling and his voice hoarse as he gazed earnestly at Fu Hang. "Thank you." The old man's right hand lifted slightly, but it fell back down almost immediately to his side, as he solemnly bowed to Fu Hang. "No need for such formalities, sir. Anyone would have done the same." "I'm just relieved the child is safe," Fu Hang replied, forcing a smile, though his gaze was complex. What a twist of fate! The child he rescued at the accident scene was none other than the girl who had fallen from the building that day. Moreover, the two adults in the car were not the child's parents as Fu Hang had presumed, but officers tasked with escorting her home. This family had endured so much. The child was abducted. Then she fell, only to be rescued from a car accident on her way home. This child would surely grow up to achieve great things, Fu Hang mused inwardly. The old farmer straightened up, eyeing Fu Hang with sincerity, clearly not one for many words, pursing his lips before bowing once more. Fu Hang hastily intervened, feeling uncomfortable. "Is this a ceremony or something?" Moreover, for reasons unknown, he felt a subconscious resistance to the old man's deep reverence. Was it due to the man's background? That barely perceptible lift of the hand did not escape Fu Hang's notice. Was he attempting to salute a retired soldier, or merely seeking to shake hands? Fu Hang's thoughts raced, for the old farmer exuded an odd aura. Despite his humble attire and somewhat dazed expression, with murky eyes and a limp, Fu Hang felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him as he approached. Have the culprit's vehicle been located? Fu Hang shifted the topic. The old farmer's identity mattered little to him. His instinct to save others had been his sole motivation. All he sought was clarity of thought. Yet, the black car that had struck the victims without even slowing down left him seething with anger. We are currently investigating that, the accompanying officer replied, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the old farmer. Responding politely, we must catch that bastard. Fu Hang spoke vehemently. Mr. Fu, your girlfriend has awakened. A nurse's voice suddenly echoed in the corridor. Then I shall not disturb you any longer, Mr. Fu, the old farmer said earnestly. Seemingly preparing to bow again. Fu Hang quickly grasped the old man's hand, shaking it firmly. As they passed each other, Fu Hang furrowed his brow slightly. The grip was strong, calloused hands betraying years of labor. In that brief moment of contact, the weight of the pressure intensified. An odd thought flickered through Fu Hang's mind. This man had blood on his hands, and not just one life. With lingering questions, Fu Hang hastened toward Chinyochu's ward. In the corridor, the old man turned, quietly observing Fu Hang's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. Mr. Duan, call me old Duan, you must be exhausted after a long day of travel. Would you like to rest first? The doctors are attending to the child, and our people are keeping watch, Chen Xiao inquired. Is Director Chen present? The old farmer's voice remained calm. Director Chen should be downstairs. The officer replied politely, please take me to see him. The elderly farmer slowly lifted his head, his hunched back gradually straightening, the murkiness in his eyes slowly dissipating, replaced by a chill. I beg your pardon. The head of the Seoul police, upon seeing the farmer for the first time, bore a face etched with self-reproach. This is not your concern, you ought to be aware of their intentions. The farmer's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Rest assured, we shall certainly reinforce our personnel. Please convey a message for me, the farmer interrupted, his emotionless gaze gradually rising. I wish to be reinstated. Lao Duan, Chen Xiao was taken aback. Just 3 hours prior, they had discovered my daughter and son-in-law in a river at the border. The farmer's voice grew increasingly frigid. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, shock and sympathy flickering within them. He had not yet received this news. The higher-ups will not permit you to return with such emotions. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xiao spoke. Whether or not they agree is their concern, just relay my message. The farmer slowly turned and made his way towards the hospital. Chen Xiao opened his mouth, yet found himself speechless, his gaze filled solely with self-reproach. After a long while, he dialed a number. What is the situation? Even at this late hour, the call was answered instantaneously. Lao Duan has arrived. The child is unharmed. However, Wang Yi, who was responsible for escorting them, has suffered extensive burns and remains in critical condition. Zheng Yu is fine. Just a mild concussion. What about the vehicle? It was a clone plate, and moreover, it was a stolen vehicle. The owner has already reported it.at the next intersection from the incident site. It was abandoned by the roadside. The driver, he wore a mask throughout, and facial recognition has yielded no results thus far. Search with all your might. Yes, I will ensure no one escapes. However, Lao Duan has requested reinstatement. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment but ultimately fulfilled his promise. Understood, Captain. Chen Xiao's tone shifted, perplexed. The head of the Seoul branch was addressing his superior as Captain. Silence enveloped the line. He has devoted 20 years to this nation. Chen Xiao lowered his voice, though his tone was laced with agitation. You are aware of the situation regarding his daughter and son-in-law. After a long pause, the voice on the other end inquired calmly. Chen Xiao trembled, unable to articulate a response. Therefore, I have no reason to obstruct him. Where could the leak have occurred? Lao Duan's identity cannot be compromised. Only a handful know he is still alive. It should not be a leak. The Golden Triangle has recently undergone a power transition, and someone is exploiting past events. Enough. This matter is beyond your control. Take care of the child and capture that driver. The call ended, and Chen Xiao gazed silently at the towering hospital building. The limping Lao Duan did not take the elevator but ascended to the 5th floor with a pronounced limp. His only blood relative, his sole granddaughter, resided on this level. The child was fortunate. The car seat had protected her well, though she had experienced considerable fright. At the door of the ward, Lao Duan unexpectedly encountered a female patient clutching her abdomen. Uncle Duan. The girl's expression was complex upon seeing Lao Duan. I heard you apprehended the traffickers of Min Min. Lao Duan evidently recognized the girl, and the coldness in his eyes softened slightly. It was merely my duty. Ng Yanan felt embarrassed. What did she apprehend? She merely recognized the person and nearly lost her life. The two criminals were captured by that man, but the bureau has issued orders not to expose Fu Hang. Even Uncle Duan cannot divulge. Can he? Thank you. That shot you took was for me. Please tell your father he no longer owes me, Lao Duan said, disregarding Ng Yanan. As he pushed the door into the ward, Ng Yanan's expression grew increasingly complex, filled with joy, awkwardness, and a hint of fear. The joy stemmed from Uncle Duan's acknowledgement, the awkwardness from the fact that this credit was not hers. As for the fear, what does it mean that her father no longer owes him? After all, he had saved her father's life. Chapter 88. You two bear a striking resemblance. With a heart full of unease, Ying Yanin returned to her hospital room, still debating whether to inform her father. Only to find her director standing coldly at her bedside. How do you know Director Duan Changfeng? Chen Xiao's voice was unusually frigid. I met him when I graduated. My father took me to see him. Ying Yanin forced a smile, not daring to conceal the truth. Your father is violating regulations. From this day forth, forget about Director Duan. You should not know him, do you understand? Chen Xiao's expression darkened. As for your father, someone will hold him accountable. Chen Xiao stormed out. Fu Hang had gone downstairs to buy some food, returning with a furrowed brow. In the dead of night, an unusual number of suspicious individuals had suddenly appeared in the hospital. And they gave him an odd feeling. Had someone important come to the hospital? Yet, upon opening the ward door and seeing Qin Yuchu, Fu Hang cast aside all thoughts. At that moment, no one could surpass Yuchu in significance. Fu Hang had stayed in the hospital for 2 days, primarily to ensure that Qin Yuchu was unharmed. During this period, the strange feeling had become increasingly pronounced. Indeed, significant figures had arrived at the hospital, especially in the inpatient department. Moreover, the official response to his brave actions was rather peculiar. While there was no shortage of gratitude and condolences, beyond that, there was nothing. Even in subsequent news coverage, there was merely a mention of an accident occurring on a certain stretch of road, with a kind-hearted citizen aiding in the rescue. Fu Hang speculated that the authorities had not forgotten his earlier instructions. He preferred to avoid the spotlight. On the third day, after comprehensive checks confirmed that Qin Yuchu was fine, Fu Hang completed his discharge procedures. However, as he was leaving the hospital, he encountered the old farmer again. Fu Hang looked on in astonishment at the elderly man standing at the stairwell, evidently waiting for him. At that moment, had it not been for the limp, Fu Hang might have doubted his own eyesight. The old man had exchanged his simple jacket and rubber-soled shoes for a leather coat, a smooth silk scarf around his neck, and polished leather shoes. His grizzled hair was meticulously styled into a slick back. Is this how it's played? Fu Hang smirked slightly, glancing at the two men behind the elder. These two were nothing like the amiable officer from that day. They were robust and imposing, with fierce gazes, clearly the type who would charge forward with a bottle if provoked. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Duan Changfeng. The old man stepped forward with a smile, his formerly murky eyes now radiating depth. The elder had undergone quite a transformation. Fu Hang did not shake hands with him but instead shielded Qin Yuchu behind him. The oppressive aura had lessened considerably, yet the current demeanor made Fu Hang uncomfortable. Had he misjudged? You saved my Min Min's life. I can grant you 2 wishes. Duan Changfeng, undeterred, smiled as he withdrew his outstretched hand. I have but 1 wish. Keep an eye on the child and do not lose her again. Fu Hang regarded him seriously, then took Yuchu's hand and turned to leave. Given the elder's demeanor, he seemed to have guessed something. Family feuds, underworld vendettas, how dreary. Fu Hang's interest waned instantly. This favor will remain etched in my heart. The elder remained unfazed, standing steadily until Fu Hang passed by, never looking back. However, Qin Yuchu, in that fleeting moment as they brushed past, cast a puzzled glance at Duan Changfeng. She sensed an indescribable familiarity about the elder named Duan Changfeng, familiar, as Fu Hang drove home with Qin Yuchu. He found himself frequently distracted. After several days of hospitalization, coupled with previous absences, he had not worked for quite some time, yet remarkably, his salary continued to be disbursed during this period. Moreover, his favorability ratings, Xinqing Yuan, 70.04, Li Weiyang, 69.18, and astonishingly Ying Yanin had surged to 53.71. We haven't even met. What have I done? Naturally, Fu Hang quickly deduced the reason. The female officer's favorability must have skyrocketed due to his saving 2 police officers. Perhaps that fiery girl's temper was just like that. What are you staring at? Fu Hang noticed Qin Yuchu staring intently at him, and the thought of having to escort her upstairs soon made him uneasy. I suddenly realize you bear a striking resemblance to him. Qin Yuchu's eyes lifted, finally recognizing where her familiarity with the elderly man from the hospital had originated. He looked remarkably like Fu Hang, especially in profile. Like whom? Fu Hang turned his head in suspicion. No one. Qin Yuchu was taken aback, recalling Fu Hang's earlier demeanor towards the elderly man, and awkwardly fell silent. The old man did not seem to be a good person, so it was better to speak less of him. She did not wish for Fu Hang to have any entanglements with such a figure. The vehicle soon arrived at Qin Yuchu's residential community, coming to a halt in the designated parking space. Just as Fu Hang was about to exit the car, she said, "You should head back early. I can manage this little bit on my own." With her head lowered, Qin Yuchu lifted her bag. Fu Hang's hand paused at the door. This was the first time Qin Yuchu had turned him down, even though he hadn't explicitly offered to escort her upstairs. Take care and rest well. After all, you've been injured too. Without waiting for Fu Hang's response, Qin Yuchu hurriedly made her way towards the entrance of the building. Fu Hang's expression grew complex, suddenly feeling a void within. He did not drive away but instead locked the car and walked out of the community. Passing by the security booth, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the fire extinguisher hanging on the wall. Chapter 89, Is it really so difficult to lose money? It seemed as if to validate certain truths, Fu Hang truly let himself go. He returned to Yunshu number 1, completely freeing himself from restraint. For an entire week, he did not step outside his door. Moreover, his work phone remained switched off. By counting the days, he realized he had been absent from work for 10 consecutive days. Surprisingly, his salary continued to be deposited daily. 400,000. Even the share for Ming Yanan, whom he had only met twice, was not omitted. Had he been mistaken all along, was being a sycophant, not requiring daily check-ins? Fu Hang did not bother to inquire with the system as to why. If it were you, would you ask your boss for an explanation if you had skipped work for 10 consecutive days and still received your salary? On the 11th day, Fu Hang finally began to feel anxious. The goodwill from Xinxing had dropped to 69.97, falling below the critical 70 mark. 70% was a threshold. Whenever a client first reached this percentage, there was an additional assessment reward. Fu Hang felt he needed to stabilize the situation and avoid further recklessness. Of course, he did not approach her as he had before, but instead opened his work phone to check for unread messages. To his surprise, there were none. No messages from Xinxing nor from Li Weiyang. What the heck, is my phone broken? Was Fu Hang's initial reaction. He could somewhat understand the lack of messages from Xinxing given that theoretically she should still be hospitalized, in orthopedics, but why had Li Weiyang not reached out to him either? Wasn't her goodwill still on the rise? Although the increase was modest, it had indeed reached 71.01, having risen by 2 points over 10 days, had it not been for her status as a returning guest. She could have qualified for performance assessment. Fu Hang began to browse through the social media posts of both women, finding everything to be normal. Xinxing shared daily updates about her work. Seeming quite fulfilled. Li Weiyang continued to enjoy life, either working out or indulging in afternoon tea, occasionally shopping at the mall. Fu Hang licked his lips, growing increasingly restless. Changing into a different outfit, he made his way to the garage. There were 2 cars, one GT900 and the other a second-hand electric vehicle. He smirked. He did not wish to drive either. The GT900 was too ostentatious, posing too great a risk, while the second-hand electric vehicle seemed to carry its own dangers. The car accident from that day had left a psychological scar. Should he take the ADQ7, or perhaps buy a new one? Speaking of which, had Qin Yuchu obtained her driver's license yet? Lost in thought, Fu Hang scanned for a shared bicycle at the community entrance and headed towards Century Square. No rush, he thought. He would first try to reintegrate into society and strive to work diligently and live well. But upon seeing the long queue outside the Ganlu milk tea shop, he felt utterly unsettled. What had he missed? Wasn't it supposed to be limited edition? Why were there still so many people in line? Fu Hang nearly jogged into the shop. Inside, it was the same. The limited seating was filled with men and women, each impeccably dressed. Most of the staff were unfamiliar faces, leading Fu Hang to question whether he had walked into the wrong place. Looking up, he noticed the absence of the curtain, replaced by a large advertisement. We meticulously craft every cup of milk tea. The staircase had also been redecorated, looking brilliantly illuminated, resembling a small stage. The upper area had indeed added an extra door as Fu Hang had requested. Fu Hang then glanced at the staff member at the counter preparing the milk tea, each movement precise and meticulous, adhering to his previous instructions. After completing each step, they would tap the timer in front of them. Exuding an air of sophistication, it was quite pleasing to the eye. Hello, here's your water. A staff member approached with a tray, offering Fu Hang a cup of lemonade. It was a face he did not recognize. However, Fu Hang quickly noticed that every person in line held a cup of lemonade. After handing the water to Fu Hang, the staff member proceeded to walk outside with a tray full of cups. There were more outside. Who came up with this idea? Selling milk tea? Was this truly necessary? Boss, you've arrived. Xia Xiaofeng poked his head out from behind the counter, a look of surprise on his face. Fu Hang regarded him with a complex expression, trying to glean something from his eyes. Did you think of this? Fu Hang raised the cup of water in his hand. He recalled having appointed this fellow as the store manager. Xia Xiaofeng scratched his head in embarrassment, but his face was practically screaming, praise me, yet he had not. Fu Hang's expression darkened. And you are proud of this? He pointed toward a man positioned roughly 6th in line. I've already had some of the man, however, did not wait for Xia Xiaofeng to speak and casually explained on his behalf. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, looking suspiciously at the man. Is he your friend? Fu Hang tilted his head. Sort of, I guess. Xia Xiaofeng hesitated, stammering in response. What is going on now? Fu Hang detected something amiss with Xia Xiaofeng. He was in the store almost daily. They could be considered friends. You even hired someone to stand in line. Fu Hang seemed to understand. No, he is a scalper. Xia Xiaofeng hurriedly clarified. A scalper? Fu Hang was taken aback. Isn't that wrong? Aren't we supposed to have limited quantities? When demand exceeds supply, a market will inevitably arise. Xia Xiaofeng explained earnestly. 150 cups. Fu Hang probed. Of course, boss, you are truly remarkable. The previous owner came by a few days ago, sitting in the store and sighing for a long time. Recalling that afternoon, Xia Xiaofeng could not help but chuckle. Fu Hang exhaled sharply, scanning the orderly line of customers, feeling a lump in his throat that he could neither cough up nor swallow. Breathing heavily with a sticky sensation, "Boss, here are the accounts from the past few days." Seeing Fu Hang frowning, Xia Xiaofeng quickly produced the meticulously organized accounts. This was his pride and joy. Fu Hang took it eagerly. Carefully reviewing the details, the accounts were well prepared. It seemed this young man was adept with office software. However, the figures, Fu Hang gazed at the daily earnings, mentally calculating the deductions for utilities and labor costs. Are capitalists really this heartless, in such a large milk tea shop employing so many staff, selling only 150 cups a day, and still turning a profit? Is it truly so difficult to lose money these days? Watching Xia Xiaofeng's expectant face, Fu Hang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and firmly patted his shoulders twice. "You've done well. You haven't disappointed me. Take some time to explore outside in the coming days. We are going to open a branch." He was determined to see every location profitable first. "Let us spend the earnings from these days, otherwise, by the end of the month, the profits will go to Shin Qingluan." At the mention of a new branch, Xia Xiaofeng trembled with excitement. "A branch? I'm really going to grow and thrive alongside the boss." Fu Hang ignored him further, turning to head upstairs for a moment of rest to calm down. But just as he turned, Xia Xiaofeng tugged at his shirt. Confused, Fu Hang met Xia Xiaofeng's suggestive gaze. "Is someone upstairs? Is Yuchu taking a nap again? But it's only 10 in the morning." Fu Hang was both surprised and delighted, hastily climbing the stairs. To be honest, he had been somewhat avoiding Qin Yuchu these past few days. The scene of the wave of anger had been too heavy for him to bear. Chapter 90. I want to join the team. However, the thought of Yuchu being upstairs made him suddenly excited. Climbing swiftly, he pushed open the makeshift door, and Fu Hang's expression froze. Indeed, there lay a woman on the bed. Reclining alluringly, particularly notable was her waist-to-hip ratio, a rare sight. In Fu Hang's memory, only one person possessed such a figure, the young lady who did not need to work and spent her days exercising, Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang lay on the bed, holding a thick document, gazing at Fu Hang with a meaningful expression, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. "What are you doing here?" Fu Hang asked in surprise, standing at the door hesitantly. "There were too many people downstairs. There wasn't any space. Do you mind if I lie down for a bit?" Li Weiyang said, tilting her head without any intention of getting up from the bed. Fu Hang felt somewhat taken aback, hesitating for a moment before stepping into the loft and closing the door behind him. This was a client, Fu Hang reminded himself internally. The absence system had already shown him considerable leniency. If he avoided her again, there might truly be consequences from the system. However, once inside, he found himself in a dilemma. There was only one bed in the room. Where could he sit? "Did you do this?" Upon seeing Fu Hang close the door, Li Weiyang smiled brightly, eagerly lifting the document she had been reading. "What?" Fu Hang couldn't comprehend, instinctively reaching for the document in her hand. However, Li Weiyang quickly pulled it back, hiding it behind her. "I want to join the team." As she spoke, Li Weiyang sat cross-legged, her expression serious. "Join what team, sister? You should first take a look at what you're wearing. You're in a short skirt." Fu Hang averted his gaze, licking his lips as he sat at the edge of the bed. Facing the same direction was less intimidating than sitting across from her, though given the season. She was wearing pantyhose under the short skirt, yet visually, it still felt strange. At the pool, it was commonplace, but on the street, a gust of wind could knock over several electric scooters. They were essentially the same thing. "Hey, you wouldn't be unwilling, would you? It is better to rely on the familiar than the unfamiliar. Since you are intent on recruiting others, why not offer me a discount instead?" Fu Hang felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. Bewildered by the words you uttered, "Is this the consequence of my absence from work? After several days of neglecting my duties, I am now utterly out of touch with Li Weiyang's wavelength." I could only grasp a few scattered phrases. Join, discount for me. Are divorced women truly this forthright? Rest assured, I shall adhere to market prices. Whatever you expect from others, I shall match in the realm of commerce. I had been contemplating seeking some work lately, which could also serve as an investment in my own ventures. Fu Hang lowered his gaze, his peripheral vision inadvertently catching sight of the unguarded triangular zone. And he cursed inwardly. "You truly lack decorum, employing schemes to disrupt my thoughts at such a moment. They say that business is devoid of benevolence, and although we have not united, it need not hinder our commercial endeavors. Or are you suggesting we cannot even be friends?" Li Weiyang's tone suddenly grew somber as she drew her knees closer, wrapping her arms around them. "I did not mean that." Fu Hang hastily clarified. Almost instinctively looking up, he noted that her posture was even more confrontational than before. "Very well, let us agree. I shall have someone evaluated and get back to you." Li Weiyang's expression brightened suddenly, and she placed her curled feet on the floor, slipping into her shoes before striding out. "Wait, what exactly are you saying?" Fu Hang gazed, speechless, at her curvaceous silhouette retreating. "Were you pretending to be oblivious to deceive me all along?" At the threshold, Li Weiyang abruptly turned, fixing her earnest gaze upon Fu Hang. He was taken aback. "Have you realized? I have my reasons. That was merely work." Li Weiyang wrinkled her nose and let out a delicate snort before turning to descend the stairs. From above, the sound of her footsteps conveyed a distinct sense of joy. Fu Hang opened his mouth, feeling the phlegm in his throat grow thicker. He understood the final glance she had cast. It was one of rising affection, incrementing by 111. What have I done? Lowering his gaze, Fu Hang noticed a torn delivery package by the bed, picked it up with suspicion, and discerned a blurry shipping label. My package? When did I receive a package? Attempting to reconstruct the appearance of the packaging, Fu Hang furrowed his brow approximately the size of a 4. Could it be documents, a book? His eyes flickered as he clutched the packaging and dashed downstairs. Li Weiyang had already left, and he immediately summoned Xia Xiaofeng. What is this? Oh, your package. It was delivered 3 days ago. I couldn't reach you, so I left it upstairs. However, the packaging was damaged upon arrival. I didn't inspect it, Xia Xiaofeng hurriedly explained. Delivered 3 days ago? When did she come? Fu Hang seemed to piece together the sequence of events. She had been here for a while, inquired if you were present, and then went straight upstairs. Prior to that, she came nearly every day, but this was her first time going upstairs. Sensing Fu Hang's displeasure, Xia Xiaofeng wondered if the bed upstairs was reserved solely for him. You didn't mention anything, did you? Enough, go ahead with your business. Fu Hang turned and ascended the stairs. His thoughts clarified. The package in Li Weiyang's possession must be this one, and she hadn't opened it herself. The young lady possesses at least that much decorum. Therefore, because the package was damaged, she assumed it had been opened and casually picked it up to inspect. But what exactly is it? Who sent it to me? Fu Hang scrutinized the sender's information on the package, only to dismally discover it was blank. Joining, investing. Did she imply I was pretending to be foolish to deceive her in the past, after finally reaching 71? I cannot afford any more complications. The unexpected turn of events left Fu Hang unsettled, dispelling any thoughts of seeking out Xinqing Wan. Anyway, my phone is on. If you need something, just reach out to me. I am at your service. However, Qin Yuchu unexpectedly sent a text around noon, inquiring if I would like to have lunch together. After nearly a week of silence, this was the first time Qin Yuchu had contacted him. Yet, at this moment, Fu Hang had no appetite for lunch, especially not with Qin Yuchu. He switched to work mode, engaging in vague exchanges with Qin Yuchu over his phone, skillfully dodging the invitation. He had a bowl of knife-cut noodles in the attic. Fu Hang began to form a vague hypothesis. A proposal. On the day he saved Ding Yanan, he seemed to have received such a prompt, though he had yet to see the actual document. Nearly forgetting about it, the system had bombarded him with an array of trivial items, most of which were of no use. The system, what about the proposal mentioned last time? Rewards have been issued. Please check. Fu Hang tilted his head, confirming his suspicions. When the GT900 arrived, it had also been parked in the garage for a month without any notification. He had only realized it was his when he touched the car door and the dazzling headlights flickered to life. Where could one seek redress? The system had no intention of providing any personal acknowledgement for receipt. What lies within? Fu Hang stubbornly inquired, even though he anticipated a lack of response. Indeed, the system remained unresponsive. Fu Hang felt increasingly anxious, especially after discovering that the item Li Weiyang had taken was a product of the system. Chapter 91, 30 million. I wanted. Li Weiyang was considerate, not allowing Fu Hang to dwell in anxiety for too long. Claiming she would reach out later, she called him at 2 in the afternoon, learning that he was still at the milk tea shop, and promptly arranged a meeting at a CAF across the street. After all, this was a matter of importance. The milk tea shop was crowded and chaotic, while discussing matters in the attic seemed somewhat inappropriate. Fu Hang was somewhat impatient after receiving the call, waiting less than 20 minutes before Li Weiyang entered. Accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, "This is my lawyer." Li Weiyang exuded an authoritative aura, neglecting to introduce Fu Hang or even mention her lawyer's surname, as she adjusted her skirt and directly sat across from Fu Hang. Adopting an entirely businesslike demeanor. Greetings, Mr. Fu. The lawyer politely shook Fu Hang's hand. However, being addressed as Mr. Fu for the first time left Fu Hang feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I shall be direct. I am willing to offer 30 million. Li Weiyang did not even order a drink, diving straight into the conversation after taking her seat. Fu Hang smirked, turning his gaze toward the window. The location was well chosen, as he could see the bothersome crowd across the street through the glass. Starting with 30 million, what are you looking to purchase? Are you intending to keep me? Is the 30 million for a year or a month? If it's by the occasion, the unit price seems quite steep. Or should I submit? 30 million is the absolute maximum I can offer. I want a 30 stake. Noting Fu Hang's silence, Li Weiyang inhaled deeply and added earnestly, 30 million for a 30 stake? What exactly are you purchasing? Yuanbo Trading, you know about it. Fu Hang picked up the coffee on the table, a slight smile breaking through his expression. Purchasing Yuanbo Trading? Now that is a stretch. That is my wife. Cough cough, my foundational asset. Should I find myself unemployed, I would rely on it for my retirement. Li Weiyang detected the smile and felt a pang of unease. Fu Hang, I understand that 30 million may not meet your expectations. But, to be candid, this is my entire fortune. I even prepared to mortgage my house to gather it. Li Weiyang's commanding presence suddenly diminished. Fu Hang quietly sipped his coffee, apologetic, but Yuanbo Trading is truly not for sale. Then, 25, in your proposal, the first phase of expenditures is approximately this amount, right? Li Weiyang suddenly pouted in disappointment. I acknowledge that I previously underestimated you, but that was because you deliberately feigned ignorance before me. To be honest, I genuinely did not comprehend your approach a few days ago, exerting great effort to attract attention and create hype. Yet, just as popularity surged, you abruptly initiated some limited edition campaign. While it could maintain interest, the impact on profits is rather significant, isn't it? But who would have guessed that the marketing was merely an appetizer, with the main course arriving here? Li Weiyang huffed angrily. Retrieving the proposal from her bag, yet her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Fu Hang. Fu Hang was taken aback, attracting attention. Limited edition. He couldn't help but redirect his gaze toward the milk tea shop across the street. You can't possibly be implying that this is what you mean. You're not spending 30 million to buy Yuanbo Trading, but rather the milk tea shop, and you want a 30 stake? Are you out of your mind? Just because you have money doesn't mean it should be squandered like this? Or are you saying that this 30 million is actually part of your divorce settlement? Are you attempting to gift it to me through this method? To keep me, you need not go to such lengths. This kind of arrangement won't benefit me, but only bolster your competitors. You are aiding the enemy, my dear. Fu Hang's mind raced with thoughts, yet his expression remained impassive as he silently raised his hand to pick up the proposal on the table. What incantations had the system inscribed within it that could so enrapture a well-educated young lady? Even the lawyer accompanying her seemed ineffective, failing to intervene. Pretending to be profound, Fu Hang casually flipped through the proposal. Then, goodness, it truly is an incantation, all in English. Can you believe it? Do you think I haven't passed level 4? Fu Hang flipped to the end, but not a single Chinese character was in sight. Suppressing the impulse to tear the proposal apart, he gently placed it back on the table. What do you think? Fu Hang offered a gentle smile. If it's not Yuanbo Trading, then we have something to discuss. Although handling this 30 million might prove rather troublesome with Xin Xingluan, yet, you are both clients, and my principle is to maintain fairness, ensuring everyone benefits equally. Right, I am confident. You are undoubtedly the most brilliant marketer I have ever encountered. I can hardly fathom how you conceived these ideas. Li Weiyang's face lit up with admiration, prompting the lawyer beside her to discreetly kick her under the table. You opened the negotiation by laying all your cards on the table. And now you flatter the other party's project like this. It would be absurd if they didn't raise their price. How is this the way to conduct business? The boss was right to prevent the young lady from returning to the company. She is indeed the same foolish romantic as rumored. I did not inquire about that. What I meant was, if you were to invest, what are your subsequent plans? Fu Hang's voice was gentle, as if he were testing the other party. I cannot comprehend it, but you should understand. Please elaborate for me. First, we will open a branch. I heard this morning that you asked Xiao Xia to scout for a new store location. If I invest, I am confident in securing a store on the first floor of Baide Plaza. The West Street area poses no issues either. We could even advance both projects simultaneously. Li Weiyang astutely detected a shift in Fu Hang's demeanor. Does this imply agreement? And what comes next? Fu Hang maintained his smile, a look of approval gracing his features, yet, inwardly, he was taken aback by several exclamations. The first floor of Baide, a hub for luxury goods? West Street, the most densely populated area in Han City. Then, essentially, we must adhere to your plans and arrangements, progressing methodically. By employing the existing operational model, we will continually market to enhance brand visibility, following 2 or 3 rounds of financing. Achieving over 300 stores within 3 years and a market value of 2 billion is entirely feasible. Fu Hang nearly choked on the old phlegm he had harbored for 2 decades. Over 300 stores in 3 years, a market value of 2 billion, just how grandiose are your claims? How much is Yuanbo Trading worth? Fu Hang turned his head, glancing once more at the milk tea shop. How much did it cost to acquire it initially? Upon seeing Fu Hang's serious expression, Li Weiyang refrained from speaking further, casting a furtive glance at the lawyer who had been nudging her. Before lowering her head in silence, it dawned on her that she had yet to order coffee. While the obedient waitress stood at a distance, quietly holding the menu, she summoned the waitress to order coffee for herself and the lawyer. Patiently awaiting their arrival, Fu Hang removed his hat, instinctively brushing his newly cropped hair. Li Weiyang's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that Fu Hang, who had been wearing a hat all day, had changed his hairstyle. Surprisingly handsome, isn't he? Quite fashionable, wouldn't you say? Indeed, he no longer appeared scruffy. Wait, his eyebrows, had they been groomed? No, they were drawn on. Once again, Li Weiyang was taken aback by Fu Hang's transformation. Why had he pretended to be that way in front of her? Had she known he was like this? Li Weiyang squinted, her eyes suddenly filled with a sense of lament. Fu Hang cradled his coffee cup, his gaze fixed on the swirling liquid, his expression focused and serene. The system, number 3, is set to acquire number 1's assets. What should I do? A hint of amusement stirred within Fu Hang. You wish to set me up? Let us see how you navigate this. Justifiable business conduct, the system responded almost instantaneously. Fu Hang was momentarily stunned. the anticipated spectacle had not unfolded, and instead, he found himself outmaneuvered. He suddenly realized that anything produced by the system, no matter how ludicrous, had the potential to materialize. Can one truly believe that a person possesses flame resistance? It is quite possible that within 3 years, 2 billion could indeed be generated, and then that 2 billion would go to Shin Ching-Wan? It is not that Fu Hang was unwilling. It was not his money, after all. To 2 billion was no different from 20. As long as he maintained his foundational assets, he could also acquire 2 billion. The crux is that if this 2 billion is given away, the foundational assets would be at risk. Moreover, judging by Li Weiyang's current demeanor, she seems already captivated, doesn't she? How much goodwill can be accrued today? And then Shin Ching-Wan reveals her data, compelling him to cater to that fiery girl, that single-minded girl. How could he possibly win her over? Just 2 meetings had already resulted in a 53.71 interest, and he hadn't even begun to woo her yet. That girl is easily deceived but not easily manipulated. She is the type who would charge forward even with a gun pointed at her, threatening to provoke emotional turmoil in a criminal. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not act so recklessly. Chapter 92, an additional investment of 50 million. No, Shin Ching-Wan's side is temporarily safe. Based on Li Weiyang's earlier description, it appears they intend to engage in aggressive marketing expansion, subsequently inflating their market value for cashing out. Fu Hang may not be well versed in finance, but he possesses a basic understanding. Thus, even if they are poised to turn a profit, the returns will not materialize until 3 years down the line, during which time they will still be in a phase of heavy investment. Furthermore, Shin Ching-Wan is unaware that the milk tea shop belongs to him, which provides ample room for maneuvering. As long as the CEO's cover remains intact, very well, an investment of 30 million. Fu Hang took a sip of coffee, his gaze softening. Li Weiyang's heart soared with joy at his words, her eyes crescenting into delicate moons. I will grant you 50 equity, before she could revel in her excitement. Fu Hang continued, the lovely crescent transformed into a full moon in an instant. The lawyer, who had been drinking water, momentarily faltered, almost choking. He looked up in astonishment, not at Fu Hang, but at his incredulous lady boss. The old servant is at fault, the old servant is dull, the old servant has yet to recognize the negotiation skills of the young lady. A 30 offer for 30 million, then she willingly cuts it down to 25. And the other party proactively raises it to 50. What kind of negotiation tactic is this? Fu Hang, Li Weiyang remained momentarily stunned, still processing the situation. However, I have conditions. Fu Hang raised his hand, interrupting Li Weiyang. She immediately straightened her posture, attentively awaiting the continuation. As long as it was not too unreasonable, she had no reason to refuse. The lawyer beside her shared similar sentiments, even if it meant the young lady would have to share her bed. Ahem, judging by the young lady's demeanor, it shouldn't be considered a loss, right? The condition is that you will be responsible for this project moving forward, leading it, regardless of profit or loss. I will not intervene. You have reviewed the proposal. Whether you choose to execute it as presented or forge your own path, you must bear the consequences. Fu Hang leaned back slightly, calmly regarding Li Weiyang. In that instant, Li Weiyang felt her eyes welling up, warm, radiant, and blazing. She instantly understood. Merely because she mentioned her desire for a personal venture, he had entrusted such a project to her, she would have full responsibility? Was it trust, or care? Wasn't this supposed to be business? Dare she refuse? Fu Hang, noticing her reddening eyes, spoke even more gently. Since you were determined to explode the project, why not go all in, securing rewards and then serving Shin Ching-Wan with peace of mind? What is there to fear? With this proposal in hand, not even a pig could fail. Li Weiyang's voice trembled, her tone laced with indescribable emotion. Such clumsy provocation. Has no one ever told you that you are utterly incapable of acting? You were then, and you still are. Tears brimmed in Li Weiyang's eyes as she contemplated countless thoughts of this man, while unconditionally safeguarding her, also considered her feelings and dignity. It sounded as if she wished to be a hands-off manager. But in reality, he merely recognized her yearning for a career. It seemed her despair and confusion after her marital failure had not escaped his keen observation. This proposal, which could be described as a stroke of genius, must have been crafted with great care, yet he chose to present it to her in such a manner, with such a tone. Fu Hang, thank you, but you truly need not go to such lengths. I have reviewed the proposal and am aware of your plans and strategies. To fully realize the expectations, initial capital investment is indispensable. I am content with 25. If you lack suitable partners, I can leverage my family's connections to assist you in reaching out to a few reliable collaborators. That 25 can be allocated to them. Li Weiyang took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her rising tears. She felt deeply moved, yet she forced herself to remain rational. This man had entrusted her with everything. She could not betray the trust. 30 million would not suffice to support the second round of financing. If she were to receive 50 equity, it meant Fu Hang would have to sell even more to others. This project was destined to be a case study, and the innovative strategies employed could only be described as extraordinary. He would not want his hard work to ultimately benefit others. The lawyer beside her opened his mouth slightly but refrained from speaking. He was eager to prevent the young lady from relinquishing what was rightfully hers. Why give away the meat already in your mouth? Whether to whom doesn't matter. If money is tight, why not ask your family for more? Wouldn't it be better to secure that 50 for yourself later? Concerned about insufficient funds? Fu Hang chuckled. Certainly, 30 million would not suffice, then I shall inject an additional 50 million. Fu Hang set down his coffee cup. Hands folded, quietly observing her system, transfer the funds. Li Weiyang's expression once again turned blank, along with the lawyer beside her. However, this time, the lawyer had acquired experience. He refrained from drinking water while Fu Hang spoke. He was utterly in awe of the young lady, who said she was simply infatuated. Just this one project, not to mention the young master, even the boss himself could hardly achieve such a feat. Could he? I do not comprehend your intentions. Li Weiyang was completely bewildered. Do you understand? Fu Hang turned to the lawyer. Mr. Fu intends to first inject an additional 50 million, and then sell 50 equity to you at the price of 30 million. The lawyer remained composed, his heart serene as still water, pondering the melody of the tune. I understand. This is not merely business, it is indeed love, isn't it? What you offer is not equity but a betrothal gift. Perhaps, however, there is a caveat. Regarding the financing process, after you inject an additional 50 million, transferring 50 equity at the price of 30 million may pose risks and affect subsequent financing, the lawyer thoughtfully interjected. Can it be resolved? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. It may be somewhat troublesome, but it is manageable. Fu Hang chuckled. These lawyers can be quite professional and endearing at times. Fu Hang, are you certain? Li Weiyang, finally regaining her composure, halted the tears that had been hovering on the brink of falling, gazing earnestly at Fu Hang. In her perception, Fu Hang was merely a relatively wealthy second generation, lacking vision and ambition. However, through this encounter, she realized he possessed remarkable talent, nearly a business prodigy. Just moments ago, Fu Hang astonishingly gifted her a 25 stake, setting aside the potential worth of that 25 in 3 years. Even now, it represents a substantial sum of 30 million. Acquiring a 25 stake for 30 million, once this news circulates and the project proposal is unveiled, a multitude of individuals will undoubtedly rush to offer their financial backing. Yet, he simply bestowed it upon her. Furthermore, he added another 50 million. What kind of family is this? If my brother were to spend 80 million to chase after women, my father would personally see to it that he lost a kidney to brew wine. I do not fully grasp the intricacies of the process. No need to look back, let him discuss it with you. Fu Hang raised his hand and gestured to Zhang, the lawyer, who had just entered the CAF. Boss, Lawyer Zhang. Li Weiyang's attorney quickly stood up. Luha, long time no see. This is my boss. Lawyer Zhang nodded politely, ignoring Li Weiyang at his side, not even casting a glance in her direction. After all, the woman beside his boss would soon become a familiar presence. Chapter 93. Is this how the game is played? With swift motions, Zhang opened the laptop he had brought and accessed a document. This is the equity agreement personally drafted by my boss. Please take a look and see if there are any issues. Zhang turned the screen towards them, his expression calm as he regarded the two. Their reactions were peculiar, yet they accepted it without doubt. Scrutinizing the document, only to be astonished to find it was indeed a transfer agreement, particularly, all the subsequent concerns that Lawyer Lu had, were meticulously addressed within. Li Weiyang struggled to comprehend the finer points and procedures. But surely Lawyer Lu would understand. Could it truly be this straightforward? Her understanding of the profession was being fundamentally reshaped. Indeed, it was the esteemed Lawyer Zhang. This level of expertise is simply unattainable. However, regarding Zhang's statement that the boss personally drafted this, she felt a twinge of confusion. How could such a glaring error have occurred? Did he speak out of turn in a rush to take credit? This is a legal document, after all. To claim the boss drafted it? If any issues arise later, would that mean placing the blame on the boss? You prepared this agreement, yet Li Weiyang caught on to what she deemed the more significant matter. How long has it been since we last spoke? You've already prepared the agreement. The equity allocation is explicitly marked as 50. You truly cannot even pretend to act. This means, you had intended to grant me a 50 stake all along. Haven to you, that's why you casually left such a crucial proposal lying around for me to notice. You just pretended to be reluctant earlier, concealing your hidden goodwill. The moment you learned of my divorce, you began preparing in secret, didn't you? Tears finally spilled from Li Weiyang's bright eyes in a continuous stream. She couldn't help but think of Wang Haidao. Before marriage, they hadn't even discussed the bride price. Yet they had already negotiated a prenuptial agreement. They hadn't undergone a marriage examination, yet had established asset proof and a prenuptial property notarization, and during the divorce, even a bracelet or a handbag had to be included in the agreement. Then, she cast another glance at Fu Hang. Fu Hang's gaze shifted to Lawyer Zhang, his eyes conveying a clear message. I give you a chance to reorganize your words. Apologies, a slip of the tongue. This is the agreement prepared by our side. Please verify it, both of you. Lawyer Zhang received the signal but remained utterly bewildered. He had no idea what was happening, having suddenly received the equity transfer agreement from his boss and Before he could even review it thoroughly, he was instructed via text to bring it to the CAF immediately. Fortunately, he had been watching court dramas at the office these past few days, or he would have truly been late. Nonetheless, it was a hurried affair. He hadn't even had time to print the agreement and had rushed over with the laptop in hand. Li Weiyang turned her head away, hastily using her sleeve to wipe her tears. "Why do you do this? I am already a divorced woman." But soon a voice echoed in her mind, in that CAF where they first met, in that CAF where they reunited. On that gentle afternoon, bathed in sunlight, in that elegant and warm booth, the IT was still this very man before her, smiling as he looked at her, his tone gentle and sincere. "I am still the man who has never been married." It was such a simple statement, yet so sincere, as if he were remarking on something inconsequential, yet unbeknownst to him, that casual tone contained immense determination. Li Weiyang's dried eyes once again brimmed with tears. Her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang, her pupils slowly dilating, her dreamy expression transforming into a pool of clarity, vapor coalescing into mist, droplets forming, solidifying into essence. Fu Hang's heart skipped a beat. He felt as though Li Weiyang's gaze was driving him. Yet he had no evidence. "Congratulations, host, on completing the strategy task. Current strategy target, Li Weiyang favorability rating 90.03. Reward settlement will occur shortly." Fu Hang smiled, a calm smile. "You may continue your discussion," he said. "Lawyer Zhang can represent me fully." He patted Zhang's shoulder firmly before rising from his seat. He did not look back at Li Weiyang, unable to meet her gaze. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed another pair of innocent, pure eyes within her filled with tenderness. There was no sense of joy in completing the task. Instead, a heaviness settled in his heart, a void that only deepened with the weight of hesitation and conflict. The remaining matters need not concern him. Zhang's prompt arrival indicated that the system had made proper arrangements. The efficiency of this damned system was truly commendable upon system inspection. The current target, Li Weiyang, met the Phase 2 strategy requirements. Task objective: achieve a favorability rating of 100. Task rewards: 1. Total sum of all earnings during the strategy period, 2. Refund of all expenditures during the strategy period, including public expense disbursements. As Fu Hang stepped out of the CAF, he stumbled slightly, feeling the afternoon sun was particularly harsher. There is still a second phase: total earnings, total expenditures, including public expenses. Fu Hang was bewildered. This meant that as long as Li Weiyang's favorability reached 100, he could receive his full salary and bonuses again, but that wasn't the main point. The crucial aspect was the refund of all expenditures, including public expenses, excluding the money previously spent on Li Weiyang. He had just spent 50 million. No, this reward only settles after reaching 100 favorability. This means he could continue to spend on Li Weiyang, and it would be the system's money, then, refunded to him in one lump sum? Fu Hang suddenly felt dazed. So this is how the game is played. This is the correct approach to the game. What had he been doing for the past 3 years? Couldn't they have provided employment guidance or pre-job training before starting? Was there truly no instruction manual? Had he just missed out on billions? And what of Shen Qingwan, if her favorability reached 103 years later, just this project alone could yield a refund of 1 billion? What had he been striving for? Why had he been painstakingly managing favorability? With this reward, why did he need a basic salary? He could just go all in, couldn't he? But wait, he still needed to pull back a bit. He must ensure the funds are spent wisely, lest the favorability skyrockets before he has spent anything, leading to a regrettable outcome. Fu Hang realized he needed to calm down and properly formulate a 3-year development plan. Clearly define strategic objectives, construct scientific, reasonable, and effective executable policies, and redefine his professional positioning and career planning. With his head held high, strides forward, Fu Hang's figure appeared particularly upright in the sunlight, the red scarf at his chest looking even more vibrant. Behind him, within the CAF's window, tearful Li Weiyang had completely tuned out the conversation between the two lawyers, her gaze fixed intently on the radiant figure enveloped in light. "Why does he treat me this way? I don't deserve it." Chapter 94. The two Empress Dowagers. In this week, Yuanbo Trade has witnessed a tempest of change, a complete transformation. The former project manager, Wu Weiman, has resigned, reportedly moving to another company, leaving the project temporarily overseen by Deputy Manager Li Tianming, pending new personnel appointments. Meanwhile, Human Resources Manager Shen Qingwan's various job competition proposals are advancing steadily, and the management personnel at the company's lower levels have begun an unannounced reshuffle, causing a mix of concern and enthusiasm. Of course, none of this affected Project Team 2. The strategic maneuvering in the West Palace seemed to have no bearing on the East Palace's direct Project Team 2. The entire Project Team 2 was bustling with activity, the Down Jacket project progressing exceptionally well, with the team leader already having flown overseas to engage with the corresponding export network. As the weather cooled, Yuanbo Trade must ensure that goods are shipped on the outbound vessels before winter sets in. This is a pivotal battle, one that will establish their dominance at Yuanbo. They need to prove themselves through this endeavor. demonstrating that their unwavering support for Assistant Qin is not merely reckless. During this time, Su Changhe, the executive vice president of Yuanbo Trade, has been remarkably low-key. Apart from attending necessary meetings, he has taken no further action. Even in those meetings, he has altered his previous approach of taking charge, merely listening quietly without voicing any opinions or decisions. Observant individuals can tell that after Wu Weiman's departure, Su Changhe has become increasingly passive. The public face of Yuanbo Trade has turned into the company's most dispirited individual. Conversely, another individual occupying a position opposite to Su Changhe is brimming with ambition, filled with enthusiasm each day. The intern, Lu Junkai, this individual viewed as a fool by his colleagues, has recently unleashed an enthusiasm that has garnered considerable attention, even within the fervent project team. He was promoted ahead of schedule. In less than half a month, he unexpectedly received a personnel appointment, securing his position before he had truly graduated. He became a proud official employee of Group 2 of Yuanbo Trading, with 3 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Overtime pay, and even taxi fares reimbursed upon returning to the company. Lu Junkai was acutely aware that he and his junior, Qin Yuchu, shared an unspoken understanding, although he had not encountered her since that day. Residing in the same office building and breathing the same air, he felt her presence everywhere. She was constantly watching over him, just as he was perpetually concerned for her. They were positioned on different floors. Yet they toiled together for each other's futures. The junior had already done enough for him. It was now the senior's turn to bear the weight of the world for her. When the senior stood before you, shielding you from the storm and clearing the path through thorns, you would realize that all your efforts were worthwhile. With the power to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars. I stand alone in this world, Junior, wait for me. Lu Junkai lifted his gaze, as if his vision penetrated the ceiling and concrete walls, traversing the 26th and 27th floors, reaching the 28th. His face radiated a glow of yearning. Passing by, Li Tianming smirked slightly, unable to resist turning his head away. Group leader Sui Jie of Group 2 was indeed correct. There was no hasty action taken. Who would have anticipated that the steady Sui Jie would not receive a transfer notice from the HR department but rather a formal employment announcement? Could it truly be that the noble lady Shu Qing had such audacity? Was it not better to play tricks outside rather than within the company? Li Tianming felt a subtle sense of oppression and concern. Such a hard-earned opportunity should not be jeopardized by this, or there would be no place to voice grievances. However, what Li Tianming did not know was that Lu Junkai's promotion notice was not the will of Lady Shu Qing, but the strategy of Lady Rome. Upon discovering Lu Junkai's existence, Shenxing Luan was both astonished and delighted. Was one singing host not enough? There was even a vice president of the student union? Did he truly believe he had the CEO wrapped around his finger, or perhaps he genuinely did not regard Shenxing Luan highly, due to the deliberate creation of narratives and the stirring of rumors? The relationship between Shenxing Luan and the CEO had become a well-known tale, with ample evidence, both direct and circumstantial. The public had fully embraced the drama between the two empresses. This was also the reason Shenxing Luan's position application had been smoothly implemented. Hadn't that delivery man been absent from the company for quite some time? Naturally, as the news spread, the fish in Shenxing Luan's pond began to dive one after another. People are often self-aware. Those who can secure the affection of the CEO's woman, willingly supporting their man, typically do not become mere sycophants or backups. Shenxing Luan felt little regret about this, compared to her current stature. Those past fish were unworthy of swimming by her side. Take that delivery man, for instance. As for the enigmatic CEO, she still possessed an unwavering confidence. A college student, young, charming, intelligent, hot, she understood men all too well. Charm is worthless in the face of sensuality, especially when it is a fleeting allure. Moreover, she maintained her core competitive edge. She knew precisely what wealthy men valued, and coincidentally she still possessed it. Indeed, she remained a virgin. Even while navigating through the flowered paths, with butterflies fluttering around, she remained untouched. This was her confidence in holding expectations towards the CEO, who could resist a mature, alluring, and voluptuous virgin. What you can do, I can do. What you cannot do, I can, and moreover, I am original. As for career assistance, could what she could offer truly be inferior to that of a college student, setting aside the uncertainty of the down jacket project she was advocating? Just based on her relentless suppression of Su Changhe, she could not continue to glide smoothly in the company. Even with the CEO's backing, she understood Su Changhe too well. He was not one to yield easily. Moreover, soon one would discover that managing a company was far more complex than merely pushing a couple of major projects. Meanwhile, the entire bottom tier of the company had nearly been revitalized. Those seasoned veterans who clung to their qualifications without contributing had been effectively cleared out. The newly appointed individuals were carefully selected by her. These individuals were the cornerstone and support of a company. She believed the CEO, lurking in the shadows, had already recognized this. Shenxing Luan sat in her office, her cold gaze fixed on the opposite side through the Venetian blinds, standing on a new platform. She now possessed a fresh perspective. For the first time, she experienced what it meant to strategize and plan, a sense of fulfillment that was not something mere sycophants could provide, elegantly lifting the pink cartoon cat coffee cup. Shin Ching-Wan took a soothing sip, her gaze drifting slightly each time she brewed coffee. She instinctively reached for this cup, even though she had purchased a limited edition SK Crystal cup just days prior. Had he been discharged from the hospital, or had he already heard from Qin Yuchu? She truly was a little girl. Chapter 95, De Fei ya boss, I have negotiated with the other party, if the agreement is satisfactory. Shall I bring it over for your signature? Nearing dinner time, Fu Hang received a call from lawyer Zhang. Proceed as you see if it. By the way, please draft another agreement to transfer the profits from Gonlu Milk Tea for the next 3 years to Shin Ching-Wan. Is that the dividend profits? Lawyer Zhang's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed anticipated such a turn of events. During the subsequent negotiations, he finally took the time to seriously study the equity transfer agreement. Initially, he had dismissed it, thinking, what's the worth of a milk tea shop? But then he saw the project proposal. Instantly, lawyer Zhang was astounded. Despite not being a financial professional, he had been an economic lawyer for many years. After all, Li Wei Yang's assessment was not incorrect. This imaginative marketing strategy was simply remarkable. A market value of 2 billion in 3 years was certainly not just a casual claim, and the boss was actually handing over this project? Finally, he discreetly scrutinized the woman named Li Wei Yang. Following Lady Rong and Lady Shu Qing, Lady De had entered the palace, and the East Palace had suddenly become shrouded in mystery. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, this newly entered Lady De seemed to be quite favored, directly taking charge of a 2 billion project, not to mention an additional investment of 50 million in cash. It was all profits. Fu Hang's voice was calm. Okay, I understand, I will bring it over later. Lawyer Zhang took a deep breath, his tone sounding very professional, yet, deep down, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Assistant Qin. Having spent these days in close quarters at the company, he had grown quite fond of this vibrant and decisive college student. A sophomore who could achieve this was indeed exceptionally gifted. Given time, he could become the CEO's right-hand man. Unfortunately, market competition was too fierce, yet, the CEO was quite generous towards women, wasn't he? Suddenly, lawyer Zhang's mind unbiddenly conjured the image of his daughter, who was still in high school. Slap. A resounding slap echoed across his face as he grimaced and shook off his tingling palm. Damn it, what was he thinking? Ing Yanan had been discharged from the hospital, having survived a penetrating abdominal injury, with the bullet miraculously bypassing all vital organs. Even the surgeon praised her extraordinary luck. However, she felt no relief or joy because she had been suspended from her position. Rumor had it that her high-ranking father had also received a severe reprimand and faced internal disciplinary action. At that moment, she finally understood the significance of her father's earlier caution. Uncle Duan had a special identity. Never mention him to outsiders. She felt quite wronged. The year she graduated, her father had said he would take her out for a while. Naturally, she assumed this was merely her stern father expressing his pride in her graduation and his desire to compensate for years of absence with a father-daughter trip. Little did she know, during their road trip, her father had taken her to a remote mountain farm, where they coincidentally met a limping melon farmer. Her father had appeared perfectly normal at the time, simply stopping to rest and buy a melon. Sitting on the edge of the field, he chatted casually with the old farmer, resembling a retired cadre, boasting about his daughter's accomplishments, mentioning how she graduated from police academy with excellent grades and was about to become a police officer. The old farmer, few of words, quietly listened, occasionally smiling in appreciation. When they departed, her father had taken 2 melons, leaving behind 17.5 yuan as payment. Yet on the way back, her father could no longer hold it in and told her that man was an old comrade who had once saved his life. Later, she unexpectedly saw that melon farmer again in the hospital. From her colleagues, she learned that he was the grandfather of a kidnapped child. Naturally, she inquired about him, but that one inquiry led to her suspension. It was only when signing the confidentiality agreement that she truly realized the identity of the limping man. She felt aggrieved but also guilty, knowing that this was a deserved consequence. She did not blame her father. She packed her belongings and set off alone, eager to see the mountains, to see the sea, to heal the scars of her wound, and simultaneously to dispel the man who consistently haunted her dreams. How strange, she had been dreaming of that man so frequently lately. Of course, she acknowledged that he was indeed handsome, whether scaling a building or fearlessly jumping from the 3rd floor. Then there were those moments in the clothing store, acting mad and silly, as well as that cold demand for a reason not to kill him. How infuriating. Before his very eyes, he audaciously snapped the suspect's hands and crushed his feet. Did he not realize he was a police officer? Naturally, the image that struck her as the most impressive was that of the man effortlessly hoisting a blazing car upon his shoulder. What defines a man? What epitomizes a hero? What embodies a stalwart figure of iron and blood? What signifies fearlessness? In that moment, having grown up in a large courtyard and trained in a police academy, she finally grasped the essence of these concepts. Yet, that man had a girlfriend, a true heroine in her own right. Perhaps even braver than herself at the elegant dance of defiance, the shadow swept away by the gusts of wind, she witnessed it all on the surveillance footage from the scene, she wished them well. Only such a girl would be worthy of him, wouldn't she? With her belongings in tow, Ingyanen embarked on her journey of exile alone. Youth, after all, has no price, does it not? Meanwhile, in the foreign Golden Triangle, the uncle Ingyanen had been longing for. Limping Man now stared in bewilderment at the information before him. A butcher thought dead had returned. Outsiders speculated that he had grown weary of the underworld and faked his own death to escape, adopting a new identity and renouncing his former life, until his daughter and son-in-law were once again ensnared in the web of conflict. The bloodstained Limping Man was compelled to re-enter the fray, taking command of the Sanzu gang with ruthless efficiency, cleansing his enemies in a bloody retribution, and returning to the tumultuous Golden Triangle. However, only Duan Changfeng understood that his return to the Golden Triangle was not solely for revenge. The true reason was that the country needed someone here. Thus, he commanded a group of fearless, well-trained mercenaries. The Golden Triangle, much like outsiders perceived, was rife with chaos and malevolence, a territory devoid of governance. Daily various sordid transactions transpired here, yet what outsiders failed to realize was that it also stood as the world's largest black market trading hub, where anything could be bought and sold. In an era when the West had imposed a total blockade, the nation had drawn many essential resources from this place. Consequently, several neighboring countries held a tacit understanding regarding this region. Duan Changfeng himself had inadvertently lived here for 20 years, transforming from an obscure backpacker into a figure feared by all, the bloodstained Limping Man. Duan Changfeng, yet, at this moment, as he sought to stabilize the situation, he did not dwell on his past. From the day he entered this line of work, he had known the challenges his life would entail. Now, he was astonished by the information he had instructed his subordinates to investigate. The young man who had saved his only family member twice. Chapter 96, Wanqing's son, the notorious blood-stained butcher, at that moment appeared pale and trembling beneath the weight of several flimsy A4 sheets. The data was not comprehensive. Indeed, most of Fu Hang's background remained elusive compared to Ingyanen's uncle. His subordinates were clearly at a disadvantage. However, he did manage to uncover information regarding Yuanbo trade in the Yunshu No. 1. Yet what truly left him in a daze was the section detailing Fu Hang's family relations. Fu Wanqing, he was astonishingly Wanqing's son. Fu Wanqing had a son. When was he born? With whom? How did it come to be? Was it a natural birth or a cesarean? At 27, calculating the time, Wanqing was pregnant and had given birth. Reflecting on the abrupt departure nearly 30 years ago, the butcher, who had shed not a single tear at the sight of his biological daughter's suffering, felt his eyes redden. That parting had marked the end of Duan Changfeng's existence. Or rather, from that day forth, he had ceased to be a man. Yet he had not anticipated that she had given birth to a son born when he was still a man. Sitting in the spacious and luxurious office, Duan Changfeng repeatedly scrutinized the scant text on the documents. He remained in that position until night fell, unmoving. It was only when his subordinates alerted him that it was time for dinner that he wearily waved them away. Locking the doors and windows of the office, then, he activated the signal detector, meticulously checking the security of the communication network. Next, he opened the secure safe and retrieved an encrypted satellite phone. Was there trouble? The call was swiftly connected, the voice on the other end laced with confusion. There were no special circumstances. This phone was typically used once a month, and clearly it was not yet due personal matters. Duan Changfeng's tone was unremarkable. Silence lingered on the other end. Help me look into a person. I want all his information. Duan Changfeng continued. You know I cannot utilize my resources for personal matters. The silence on the line stretched on, followed by a calm response. The person I want to investigate is Wanqing's son. Another silence ensued. You know she has a son? Duan Changfeng inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Yet the voice on the other end remained silent. Do you know that his worth is now in the billions? Duan Changfeng's tone suddenly turned icy. After saving Minmin twice, I accessed the information. Old Jing's daughter asked Old Zhou to investigate, and Old Zhou deduced that it was something left to him by his mother. Finally, the silence was broken. I previously had someone look into Wanqing's husband. He is merely a ship captain, a bit wealthy, but certainly not in a position to provide his son with billions, especially since that man has a son of his own. Another silence fell on the line. But the breath conveyed hesitation. I will keep an eye on this matter. After a long pause, a low voice responded, Notify me immediately if you have results, but do not report it. Duan Changfeng pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. I work in intelligence. The voice on the line turned frigid. You owe me a life. Duan Changfeng's voice escalated in agitation. My life. You can take it whenever you wish. But whether or not to report, I need to see results first. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Duan Changfeng staring blankly at the satellite phone in his hand. The outcome was already anticipated. He understood the person on the other end too well, yet, upon seeing Fu Hang's information and considering his own suspicions, he felt compelled to act. If Fu Hang was indeed infiltrated by foreign forces or was part of a domestic scheme, Then even if he was Wan Qing's son, he could not afford to stand idly by. To ascertain these matters, he would need to engage the head of overseas intelligence. He could only hope that things would not be too dire. Allowing him a sliver of leeway, with a freshly cropped hairstyle, Fu Hang was blissfully unaware of how many were currently probing into his mysterious background. At that moment, he stepped into his new company. Donlu Milk Tea, with a look of curiosity, armed with 80 million in startup funds, Li Weiyang acted decisively, and the connections of the young lady truly came to fruition at this juncture. In nearly 3 days. Everything was arranged, from company registration to selecting an office location, renovations, and hiring personnel. She chose an office on the first floor of her own building, perhaps a mischievous choice, as she wished to show her petty sister-in-law that her little sister-in-law had no interest in the trifles of their family. She was carving her own path henceforth. When you see me, please refer to me as General Li. Of course, the larger reason for selecting this location was, 1. It was conveniently vacant. 2. The landlord was her childhood friend, Uncle Wang, offering a fair price. 3. The facilities were complete, ready for immediate occupancy. As for personnel, after presenting her father with the equity agreement and company valuation, he didn't even ask to see the planning document. He simply waved his hand, dispatching a complete team from the company. From operations to planning, finance to legal affairs, all were accounted for. It was said that once her company was on solid ground, she would gradually recruit new staff to replace these individuals, allowing them to return to their original company. Fu Hang witnessed this miracle as he settled into the reserved presidential office. To be honest, it felt quite exhilarating. Are you sure you don't want to meet with the company personnel? Li Weiyang sat across from him, her face brimming with anticipation. This is the empire I have built for you. No, you know me. I prefer to stay low-key. You will be in charge here from now on. He hastily declined. It was no joke. He had donned a hat, sunglasses, and a mask upon arrival, precisely to avoid recognition. In the world of sycophants, one truly must not be ostentatious, especially now that he was aware of the secondary targets. He needed to be even more cautious. It would be a disaster if he finally encountered a client and upon introduction they exclaimed, "Oh, the president, I adore you," and the data would skyrocket, yielding a mere 15.8 in returns. Where would he go to weep? Titles of president mean little, a brief thrill in the office sufficed, but it must not interfere with his spending and returns. No matter how profitable a company might be, how much could a Li Weiyang truly return to him? Li Weiyang pouted, her eyes misty. Don't you consider your own interests at all, to ensure my absolute authority in the company? You are even unwilling to show your face. This is your company, your project. Then what? You must have a reason for wanting me here. Fu Hang could not bear her gaze any longer and hastily inquired. It's the planning document. There are a few areas I cannot resolve. Li Weiyang bit her lip, her voice barely audible. They had already brought the meal to her lips, yet she found herself unable to eat. Still needing someone to chew it for her. In the past few days, she had been brimming with ambition, but as everything was set for a grand effort, she realized she had faltered at the first step. The crucial elements were missing from the planning document, which only outlined the scheme, lacking the core content. Thus, she had no choice but to summon Fu Hang to the company. Fu Hang's expression was somewhat grim. Though fortunately concealed by his mask, she couldn't handle the planning document. You want me to come? I can't even comprehend that document, you know. By the way, did you translate it? Perhaps you could provide me with a Chinese version to review? You, tell me, which parts are unclear? Fu Hang braced himself, pondering how to extricate himself from this predicament. Shall we head to the meeting room? They are all present. Fu Hang tugged at the corner of his mouth. Did we not agree to avoid meeting? Have you discovered something? You genuinely wish to bind me to your side, do you not? How foolish of me to regard you with the affection reserved for a first love? Only for you to torment me time and again. Such a lack of foresight. Do you not possess a shred of compassion for the world? Besides you, there are numerous other young women with tragic backgrounds awaiting my rescue. Chapter 97. A performer misleads the nation. It was merely a handful of core personnel. Li Weiyang detected Fu Hang's hesitation, and her heart swelled with emotion. Since there were not many, let us gather here. The space is ample. Fu Hang pursed his lips, mentally preparing his words. Li Weiyang, with a heart as gentle as flowing water, suppressed the urge to leap into his embrace. You refuse even to enter the conference room? Are you resolutely determined to defend your own interests? To be candid, she was well aware of how the company's members privately regarded her. A woman freshly divorced, yet suddenly in possession of a significant project, complete with a comprehensive proposal. As she herself stated, even a pig with a new head could take flight. Fu Hang had evidently anticipated this, striving tirelessly to diminish his influence within the company and obscure his own presence. Such a man, laughable, pitiable, lamentable, how could I have let such an opportunity slip away? With Li Weiyang's phone call, a few individuals trickled in. Fu Hang's eyes widened beneath his sunglasses at the sight of the newcomers. Xiao Xiaofeng, Lei Lu, these are the core figures you mentioned. Lei Lu was relatively unfazed. He had been summoned in, although he was unclear about the situation, he came simply because the teacher's wife had called for him. However, Xia Xiaofeng was genuinely exhilarated. Just half a month prior, he was a mere server at a struggling milk tea shop, and now, in just a few days, he had been appointed as the marketing manager of a milk tea company with a registered capital of 80 million? What on earth is my boss's background? Now that everyone is present, let us commence. First, let Manager Xiao report on the current operational philosophy of Ganlu Milk Tea, as well as the aspects we need to replicate. Li Weiyang, once everyone was seated, spoke with a calm demeanor, exuding an air reminiscent of a corporate queen. This office was undeniably luxurious. The arrival of 7 or 8 individuals did not make it feel cramped in the slightest. Yet the more spacious it was, the more insecure Xia Xiaofeng felt. Our milk tea shop. Oh no, our company's current operational philosophy is, Xia Xiaofeng stammered, attempting to recite the script he had received yesterday. To be frank, when he first laid eyes on the script, he had no idea that his flattery towards the boss contained such profound implications. Was it not simply offering a cup of lemonade to those in line? Was it not just occasionally showing off for the live stream camera? And what of the meticulous, craftsmanship-driven operations? Wasn't he that merely to create limited editions? Surely, you all must know this, right? Fu Hang raised his hand, interrupting Xia Xiaofeng, and quietly regarded those present. Operational philosophy. Why are you telling me this? Should Xia Xiaofeng even speak? This lad knows nothing of business. I hope he doesn't expect me to add to his presentation. What a joke! Am I to laboriously coax you into working for me? Xia Xiaofeng had been stealing glances at the enigmatic boss, and upon seeing Fu Hang raise his hand, he quickly fell silent. Standing there in trepidation, who could have guessed that the delivery guy who had been idly sitting in the milk tea shop every day was, in fact, a domineering figure? The others straightened their postures, instantly aware of the commanding presence that could easily reign in a young lady. What kind of background does this new son-in-law possess? Why must he conceal himself so within the company? Is he truly an heir to some financial conglomerate? We have already discussed this in our previous meeting. We merely wish to hear your thoughts, Li Weiyang explained, as the others remained silent. My opinion is of little consequence. What matters is yours, Fu Hang replied in a tone devoid of inflection. I thought. Li Weiyang lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. What I desire is precisely what you thought of. From now on, you need only to think as you wish, without concern for others' opinions, even mine. Fu Hang interrupted once more, assertively. Do not draw me into this. I am but a sycophant. What could I possibly contribute? Li Weiyang's pupils constricted, nearly losing her composure. How domineering, how assertive, yet how heartwarming. Is this truly Fu Hang's authentic self? The submissiveness he exhibited before her was evidently all for the sake of accommodating her. My opinion is of little consequence. What matters is yours. When has Li Weiyang ever heard such a domineering yet tender declaration? Not even her father had ever made her feel this way. Her father was always so restrictive, his authority unyielding, disregarding her thoughts entirely. And her brother, he had been subdued by her since childhood, never daring to utter a word in her presence. Very well, since Mr. Fu has no objections, let us proceed to the next agenda item. Li Weiyang sat up straight, the aura of privilege cultivated from her affluent upbringing slowly emanating. He has already accomplished so much, I cannot allow him to be disappointed. The first step in the company's expansion plan is to open branch stores, and our strategy is to establish 3 outlets in Han City, solidifying the brand locally before expanding to neighboring cities and ultimately reaching a national scale. As for the 2 branch stores in Han City, we have already identified their locations. Besides the main store at Century Plaza, one is set to be on the first floor of Baidu Plaza, where the former SK Display Case was located. The SK Display Case's contract expired, and it was removed the day before yesterday, while the agreement with Baidu was signed this morning. The other location is on Shijie, where preliminary cooperation intentions have already been discussed with the landlord. As soon as the clearance work is complete, we can commence renovations. The main topic of today's discussion is to confirm the renovation plan. Li Weiyang surveyed the room before finally turning her gaze towards Fu Hang. The attendees were already aware of the purpose of today's meeting prior to their arrival, silently observing the enigmatic boss seated at the head. Fu Hang felt utterly bewildered. With this grand assembly having cleared out SK, you summoned me to discuss renovations? In such a large company, is it impossible to hire a renovation team? Moreover, do I appear to be someone knowledgeable about renovations? I truly lack that skill set. Fu Hang squinted slightly, concealed by his sunglasses and mask, rendering his expression invisible to others as he chose to remain silent. According to the original plan, each of our future stores will have an independent theme, and the essence of this project primarily relies on marketing to enhance brand influence. Therefore, we need to confirm the renovation themes for the 2 stores as soon as possible. Li Weiyang, noticing Fu Hang's utter lack of response, seemingly determined to take the lead herself, gritted her teeth and continued, stealing a cautious glance at Fu Hang. She found him engrossed in his phone, completely absent-minded. Still playing. Li Weiyang inwardly criticized him with a tender annoyance. Had it not been for the presence of others, she might have pouted. Yet at this moment, she genuinely misunderstood Fu Hang. He was not idly playing with his phone, but rather was startled by a sudden notification. The copyright revenue has been credited. Copyright? What copyright? Do I possess copyrights? Before he could comprehend the source of this unexpected influx of funds, he received a message from lawyer Zhang. Boss, the copyright revenue for Jincho has been credited. Please check your account. Lawyer Zhang remained as meticulous as ever, even knowing that his boss looked down upon such trivial sums. He still dutifully issued a reminder. Oh, the copyright for a song? It is worth so much. Truly, the performers mislead the nation. A single song can fetch such a price. Fu Hang lamented internally, his eyes sparkling beneath his sunglasses. Chapter 98. Li Weiyang, your intentions are suspect. In order to comprehensively expand our influence and to elevate the main store's popularity, our first step is to determine the theme, followed by simultaneous promotion across the 3 stores. As for the main store's theme, we will utilize Lei Lu's previous confession video, transforming it into an MV to serve as the store's spokesperson. Li Weiyang's remarks lacked coherence, bordering on chaos. She had originally believed that this meeting would be led by Fu Hang. Allowing her to listen and learn with such a significant project, surely the creator of the proposal must contribute something. Little did she know Fu Hang was resolutely determined to step aside for her. For the other 2 stores, we will employ a similar strategy, creating music MVs to generate early publicity and synergistic effects. Hence, for the other 2 stores, we will set their themes according to the style of the songs. Li Weiyang struggled to convey her thoughts, turning to cast an accusatory glance at Fu Hang. Very well. Fu Hang nodded in affirmation, having regained composure from the unexpected financial windfall. Li Weiyang blinked in surprise. Is that all? And then, the proposal only outlined a musical theme for the 3 stores in Han City, but aside from the main store already having a song, what about the other 2? Should we commission a new song, leaving aside whether the current lyricists and composers on the market could produce a suitable song in a short time? Even if they could, Li Weiyang doubted they could achieve the same caliber of quality. She had already inquired with Lei Lu, and Jincho had astonishingly been penned by Fu Hang himself. He is truly a musical genius. How infuriating that such talent remains unappreciated. He could not fathom that Fu Hang would have prepared anything while drafting the proposal. Fu Hang, feeling a wave of frustration, thought, why are you looking at me? Did we not just discuss this? Continue please. Wait a moment. According to the confession video, filming an MV for this is going to tie Lei Lu and Yu Chu together. Fu Hang raised his gaze to observe Lei Lu, who appeared to be subtly excited. Li Weiyang, your intentions are indeed suspect. Have you consulted Yu Chua's thoughts, as the esteemed assistant to the president of Yuanbo Trade? With signing authority, how could she possibly expose herself to endorse a mere milk tea shop? How do you intend to film the MV for the main store? Finally, Fu Hang spoke. Li Weiyang remained silent. Turning her gaze toward a middle-aged man in the office. He was the head of the publicity department. We are preparing to recreate Mr. Lei's confession scene, inviting Mr. Lei and the young Miss Jean. Set against the backdrop of youthful campus life, complemented by multiple scene transitions, upon seeing the young lady's gaze, the head of the department hastily began to respond. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Fu Hang, who raised his hand. Indeed, Fu Hang was seething with suppressed anger. You might be mistaken about a detail. With his hands resting on his chin, Fu Hang spoke in a low tone. The explosive popularity of Reserved was indeed due to that confession performance. For some reason, Fu Hang directly categorized that confession as a performance. Lei Lu opened his mouth slightly, yet the commanding presence of his mentor silenced him. It was true that the performance video had garnered popularity for Lei Lu, but the influx of customers to the milk tea shop was not because of the confession video, but rather due to Lei Li's live broadcasts. If you forcibly tie the confession video to the milk tea shop and label it as the theme for the store, what do you think those customers drawn in by Lei Lu will think? Fu Hang's voice was icy, causing the publicity head to tremble. Indeed, initially he had only considered maintaining the momentum of Reserved by establishing a theme for the main store. But in doing so, wouldn't he had implied that the confession was fake, just a script, merely a tactic to drive traffic to the milk tea shop? How would customers perceive this? The originally sincere theme of youth would suddenly be tainted with vulgarity, falseness, decay, and filth. Wouldn't that backfire? Not to mention the milk tea shop. Lei Li's heartfelt persona would surely collapse. Right? In an instant, the publicity head felt a chill run down his spine. This grand project had nearly been sabotaged at the very first step. Meanwhile, the previously discontented Lei Lu felt an inexplicable sense of shame upon hearing this. His mentor had genuinely considered every aspect. He had already made Lei Lu famous and was now tasked with maintaining his image. How significant was his mentor? Did he own his own entertainment company? In recent days, several entertainment companies had approached him, and he had been unsure of how to respond, contemplating asking his mentor for guidance. But what if his mentor had his own company? Joining his mentor's ranks would mean an immediate ascent. In that instant, Lei Lu completely forgot why he had come today, his mind solely focused on how to join his mentor's entertainment company. Using Reserved as the theme song was no problem. After all, Lei Lu had risen to fame thanks to that song. However, the theme of the milk tea shop should not be Reserved. It could be related to live streaming. They could even transform the attic on the second floor into Lei Lu's exclusive live streaming room. A large screen outside could play reserved when not live and during live broadcasts. It could directly showcase Lei Lu's streaming footage. Fu Hang continued coldly. Still want to exploit Xiao Chu? Dream on, you should focus on being a good host and stop overthinking things. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence, especially the head of publicity, whose eyes gradually sparkled with understanding. Indeed, this must have been his initial plan. Fortunately, the young lady had been cautious, ensuring that the other party was present today. Lei Li's eyes flickered. Had his mentor already laid out his own path? Not only had he provided him with a hit song, but he had also meticulously designed his future development plan? Truly, in the entertainment industry, having capital backing is a blessing. I must cling tightly to my mentor's coattails. From now on, I shall be but an accessory at my mentor's side. And what about the other two stores? The head of publicity dared not voice any more reckless thoughts, silently overturning his original proposal and patiently awaiting the latest instructions. We still need a theme song, right? Fu Hang tilted his neck. Noticing that everyone had accepted his proposal, his demeanor relaxed. Yes, we need to determine the store's theme based on the song's characteristics. Li Weiyang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What about the copyright fee? Fu Hang's mind began to race. We will pay at the same standard as for reserved. The head of publicity was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, that copyright fee is your responsibility. Fu Hang was astonished. Was it his money after all? Would this not be considered money laundering by the system? Mentor, the copyright fee from the short video platform has yet to be settled. Once it is, we will pay it to you in full. Lei Lu interjected hastily. Since Fu Hang had provided the authorization letter he had signed on the short video platform, however, at this moment, he clearly did not want any rift with Fu Hang over this issue. Observing the situation, it seemed that his mentor still had more songs in hand. If he didn't receive them, where would he go to cry? After all, he was the top artist under his mentor. Right? Oh, there's more. Fu Hang's eyes lit up, growing increasingly eager. Meanwhile, the others present silently noted this detail. This mysterious boss placed immense importance on copyright awareness. In the future, they must be particularly careful not to provoke any displeasure. Did you bring your instrument? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow at Lei Lu. Yes, it's here. Lei Lu excitedly handed over his guitar. The others present, aside from Xia Xiaofeng and Lei Lu, displayed looks of disbelief. The song you mentioned, you didn't write it yourself, did you? Li Weiyang's body began to tremble. Not only can you write songs, but you also intend to sing them yourself? Keep it simple. Speak plainly, omit the emotional buildup. You are not an actor. Without even tuning the guitar, Fu Hang took it and began to sing. Chapter 99. Actor. In a heartfelt rendition of Actor, Fu Hang sang with genuine emotion, not because he was particularly touched or immersed in any personal feelings, but because he wished to sing casually, yet his talent would not allow for it. Upon acquiring the song, he had also received all the performing techniques bestowed by the system, from vocalization to breath control. From pitch to volume, even emotional delivery came naturally. It was almost an instinct ingrained in his very being, much like someone who had never fought before effortlessly mastering martial arts upon attaining a master-level fighting technique. Just as when Fu Hang first sang at the milk tea shop, when he pressed down on the guitar strings, silencing the lingering echoes, the conference room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In everyone's mind, a singular question arose. So the reason you are so tightly wrapped up is that you are an actor, a big shot, a superstar? The project leaders in the conference room kept sifting through their thoughts, comparing him to various celebrities, wondering who this individual truly was. This singing skill would not be an exaggeration to call him a king of songs, would it, among the two who knew Fu Hang's singing ability? Lei Lu was now flushed, his neck strained with the tension of impending suffocation. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Here was yet another golden track, a chart-topping hit. Mentor, no, adoptive father, please accept my utmost reverence. For this life, I shall serve you loyally, sacrificing everything, and remain by your side, unwavering until death, fulfilling my duties to the utmost. Yet, Li Weiyang could no longer contain herself, for the excitement and joy she felt only lasted until the second line of Fu Hang's song, after which she was utterly lost. No objections. I merely wish to see how you will resolve this. Your sorrow is too superficial, akin to a talentless actor, easily discernible to the audience. I will ignore the performance I should support you in. For someone who loves you most to improvise. She understood and guessed when Fu Hang had written this song and for whom it was written. It was during the time she ruthlessly left him to marry Wang Haitao. What must I become to delay weariness? It turns out that when love sheds its defenses, these trials and tribulations emerge. Following others' lies passively does not render one pitiable. How helpless and sorrowful he must have felt to write such lyrics back then. How ironic that she had thought at the time that Fu Hang's feelings for her were merely performative. After learning of her impending marriage, he had vanished without a word of retention. Who would have known he was indeed acting? In truth, I am the only audience here. I can also see that you are somewhat reluctant. The scene is accustomed to our back-and-forth struggles. What are we even quarreling over? In reality, what cannot be separated is not necessarily so. What relationships dread most is dragging on, and the more one performs a heavy scene, the more one struggles to produce tears. Is it still worth it? He knows everything, has always known. I have been ambiguous with him, scornful of him, while simultaneously relishing his care and devotion. He understands, he has always understood. He merely cooperates with my performance, choosing not to expose my clumsy act. I strive to play my part, like a guest on an emotional show, subject to selection. And if you can still discern my love for you, please cut out those scenes, making me appear dignified. My nonchalance is my final performance. It is because I love you that I choose to act. This is my sacrifice. I in the quiet conference room. The sound of Li Weiyang's sobs reverberated, her trembling eyes fixated intently on Fu Hang. Her lips quivering tightly, unable to utter a single word. Guilt, self-reproach, regret. Too late, she felt compelled to say something, or else she would live with this regret for eternity. This song, is it permissible? Fu Hang averted his gaze from Li Weiyang's face, sensing he needed to intervene, lest she might do something uncontrollable. Yes, absolutely. The head of publicity nearly roared in response. He had seen parts of the planning document and had initially been somewhat uncertain about this marketing approach. It relied heavily on the theme song. If the song did not meet the expected quality, the subsequent promotional costs would be staggering. However, with the release of Actor, he was completely convinced. Is this the true marketing genius? The theme song for a milk tea shop could possess such quality. Those capable of handling publicity typically had some level of expertise, and he instantly estimated the song's potential audience, without delving into other matters. Purely from the perspective of popularity, this might surpass restraint. It can be confidently asserted that once this theme song is released, it will undoubtedly become a sensation across various short video platforms. In an instant, he seemed to have conceived the idea for the music video. Casting a guilty glance at the young lady of the house, his admiration for her was utterly unmasked. Who dares to claim that she is merely a decorative figure? Have you witnessed her current performance? What genuine emotion, what profound sentiment, with such a display, is there any doubt she won? Have this young man completely under her spell? Excellent. I sense this song could serve as the theme for the West Street store. And the theme could lean towards heartbreak. That area is predominantly populated by young people who would resonate more deeply with this song. Fu Hang tilted his head, racking his brain to divert the topic. Adopting a tone that was calm and composed, striving to maintain an air of professionalism. Yes, I'll get someone to start writing the script immediately, the head of publicity quickly chimed in. Adoptive father. Master, I will pour my heart into singing this song beautifully. I believe Yangchu will surely appreciate it as well. Lei Luo's face glowed with excitement, his words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. Fu Hang's gaze sharpened, and his expression fell as his face, concealed by a mask, suddenly soured. What does it matter to you whether Yangchu likes it? The song is not suited for you. Fu Hang's voice was icy, and the undeniable tone rendered Lei Luo's previously uplifted smile exceedingly awkward. Just a moment ago, he was laughing, yet now his grin appeared frozen in place, trembling as if he were trying to shake off an errant hair stuck to his lips. But failing repeatedly. Fu Hang sneered. You wish to sing for Yangchu? What a delusion. I am not in need of clients at this moment. I simply need to lavish my current clients with attention. And once the returns come in, I will live lavishly, and yacht parties will no longer be a dream. Moreover, you, a mere internet celebrity, do you think you are worthy to fawn over Yangchu? Is she someone you can even dream of adoring? I feel that Mr. Lei's vocal tone indeed does not suit this song. The seasoned head of publicity instantly caught the shift in Fu Hang's tone. This young man seems to have fallen out of favor with his master, or perhaps, he is becoming somewhat inflated with his newfound popularity. Has he irked the financial backers? This is something that warrants careful observation. If necessary, alternative plans should be prepared in advance. Classic projects are rare, but a singer can be easily replaced. Chapter 100, out of funds. Well then, you handle the specifics. You are quite capable. I trust you with this project. Both Wei Yang and I have faith in you. Fu Hang looked at the balding head of publicity with satisfaction, yet his gaze subtly drifted to Li Weiyang. Young lady, is it not time to wrap this up? We are in a meeting, and with so many people present, could you please rein it in a bit? Upon hearing Fu Hang call her out, Li Weiyang snapped back to reality, though her face displayed no hint of embarrassment. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented resolve. Fu Hang was utterly taken aback. What was this sudden change of heart? What monumental decision had she just made in her mind? Why did it send a shiver down his spine? I feel that if Xiaoqi were to sing this song, it might yield excellent results. A woman in the conference room hesitated slightly, noticing that the young lady had yet to connect back to the meeting topic, and cleverly bridged the gap. Xiaoqi, her voice was slightly hoarse and deep, aligning well with the song's emotional tone. Furthermore, considering her local popularity, the store's marketing should not falter. The head of publicity contemplated seriously offering her opinion. Would she agree? Fu Hang's mind conjured images of long legs encased in leather boots. The seasoned veterans in the conference room chuckled, knowing that with such a song backing her, not only would this small internet celebrity shine, but even those star artists would be compelled to take notice. The head of publicity suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with insight, fixated on Fu Hang. If we can ensure that every future song maintains the quality of restraint and actor, we could use these songs as leverage in negotiations with those celebrity bigwigs. Just imagine a star endorsement for each store. The effect. So this is where his confidence stems from. The conference room fell silent once more, the sharp-minded individuals now beaming with excitement. Only Lei Lu's expression was inscrutable, but in such a setting, he had no place to speak. You all handle the specifics, listen to this as well. Fu Hang scoffed, unable to comprehend the smiles on everyone's faces, only feeling that Li Weiyang was becoming increasingly perilous. This sensation was akin to an instinctive warning from a grandmaster. He felt as if he were staring into a sea of corpses, countless lives ebbing away, wailing in despair, just because, amidst the crowd. I gazed upon you once, I can never forget your visage. Fu Hang seized his guitar and began to sing once more. This time, even before he could finish, Li Weiyang's sobs erupted again. Disregarding her image, covering her face with her hands, crying uncontrollably to the point of disrupting Fu Hang's performance, struggling to finish, the chill racing down his spine intensified. He sensed that something terrifying was awakening within Li Weiyang. And this dread might soon manifest, disregarding the setting, to pounce upon him across the desk, ravaging, whipping, galloping, and squeezing. The meeting commenced in haste, elevated with grandeur, yet concluded in an eerie manner. Fu Hang hastily penned down 2 songs. Entirely ignoring the weeping Li Weiyang, almost fleeing the scene, the head of publicity held the song manuscripts with care, casting a peculiar glance back at Li Weiyang, an expression of regret flickering in her eyes. Young lady, the performance has ended, it is time to collect a bit here. Furthermore, this is not a sorrowful song. As Fu Hang exited the new company building, his steps were brisk, yet his heart brimmed with inexplicable exhilaration. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Indeed, after traversing 2 blocks, his phone rang, and a lewd grin twisted his lips. Today may indeed prove to be a rather extraordinary day. Perhaps he could truly indulge in the delights that lay beneath the trim waist. After all, the atmosphere had been suitably set. Hadn't it? However, as Fu Hang retrieved his phone, his expression turned peculiar. No call. Li Weiyang hadn't reached out. Damn it, the ringing came from his personal phone. Fu Hang's face contorted as if he had been spat upon. Switching to a different phone, he nearly dropped it upon seeing the caller ID, Jin Yong Chu. But where was this overwhelming sense of urgency coming from? Fu Hang answered the call, yet remained silent. We are out of funds. Jin Yong Chu's tone on the other end sounded rather disheartened. I'll transfer you some money shortly. Would 100,000 suffice? Fu Hang did not hesitate for a moment. Using 100,000 to alleviate his guilt felt worthwhile. It's not me. I have funds. It's the company that's out of money. In the office of the president's assistant at Yuanbo Trading, Jin Yong Chu knelt by the spacious floor-to-ceiling window, her head pressed against the sturdy tempered glass, gazing out at the bustling city with a face full of despair. 2 hours prior, the company's finance department had delivered the recent financial reports. The data presented was detailed and complex, yet she understood it. The company was out of funds. She had indeed been overly self-confident. Believing that by suppressing Su Changhe and forcing project supervisor Wu Weiman to resign, she had emerged victorious. However, the vast Yuanbo Trading held far more complexities than she had perceived. Her attention had been entirely consumed by the Down Jacket project, which was undoubtedly a significant endeavor, but a company cannot revolve solely around one major project. By funneling all available funds into the Down Jacket project, funding gaps began to emerge in other projects. 1 or 2 may not seem significant, but what if they all falter at once? It was only now that Jin Yong Chu realized that Su Changhe, who had seemed almost non-existent these past few days, was not conceding defeat. He was biding his time. Or perhaps all of this was part of his plan, his arrangement. She had underestimated others. After all, she was still a university student yet to step out into the world. She was intelligent, but she needed time to validate her own cleverness. Yet, it was evident that the brutal realities of this world would not wait for her. The company's financial chain had snapped. The Down Jacket project was progressing smoothly, and all purchased goods had been dispatched overseas, but even with that speed, it would still take several days for the cargo to reach the shore. Moreover, this does not mean that once it arrived, it would be sold out immediately. Even with successful sales, the overseas funds would take time to return. However, the other projects currently in progress could not afford to wait that long. This included the collaboration with Tianyu, where the timeline for the second payment had been moved up. There might be some maneuvering from Su Changhe behind this, yet Jin Yong Chu had no recourse to protest. Why would the Tianyu project require an advance payment? Because the project was progressing smoothly and could enter the next phase ahead of schedule. What could she say at this juncture? Delay. In reality, managing a large company often involves financial borrowing, which is entirely normal. However, this borrowing is not something a mere assistant could decide. Thus, she was left with only 2 choices. Choice 1, abandon some ongoing projects and reduce expenditures. Yet, this would have a significant impact on the company. Choice 2, just as she had deflected Su Changhe in the meeting, she would have to approach Fu Hang. Be it borrowing or mortgaging. The bottom line is, President, we need funds. Although Qin Yongchu had spoken with great bravado in the meeting, she was actually deeply reluctant to make this call to IT made her feel utterly powerless.